So our man Jameson is looking for the link, and after that we will. Oh my god!
It usually takes like a good minute, but
Takes time, so yeah.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Alrighty.
And
Alrighty then.
both of you men are welcome to talk trivia until the top of the hour, and as trivial as you can imagine.
Well, it depends on what one thinks is trivial.
Of course, yeah. It's always a matter of choice. Let's see if
Gotcha.
let's see if
Alrighty.
we can hear anything. Hold on for a second.
Alrighty.
And
Alrighty then.
both of you men are welcome to talk. Okay, wonderful. We're hearing things good. Don't forget to give an up, and let me get trivial as you can. Let's get the oops. There we are. Let's get the share going. Okay.
So I'm in Facebook jail for a month.
So what was it this time? Do you even know?
Oh, yeah, I know. I kind of had it coming. I can't complain. I really can't complain. This was the first day without any drugs in my system, and I was furious at everything. And so I don't know, something prompted me to say something like, I think it was something I gotten into a negative interaction with someone online or something, but I had said something to the effect of, oh yes, I hope we can realize that that dream that the guy in the vision of Malcolm X said would happen and annihilate all of, well, I'm not going to go there. You can fill in the blanks. Needless to say, that's after day 2 of nothing in my system was merely me lying in bed, going upstairs to eat, and going back downstairs to lie in bed, and that's rinse repeat.
Sounds good to me. I mean, I'll take that.
It's horrible, man.
Oh, I don't see why. Oh, that's because you're into all that walking, and but
body's not meant to be in a state of stasis. It's meant to be moving, especially a guy like me, for me. So, but I was just, I was just depleted more than I've ever been in my entire life. The third day was just literally the same. And after that, I hatched a scheme and was able to, get myself do what, addicts do.
That's good. Yeah, and Brendan Zoget said he was in the same place for a long time, and to the point where he was concerned about cirrhosis of the liver, or suspected that he had it.
I'm nearing that point because every so often I'll feel the sharp pain right beneath the right rib, and it's telling me to lower the dose.
My gang brother Beaver was the same way with alcohol. It was just straight alcohol in his case. Then he pretty much stopped the heavy drinking. He was able to just stop. He was at the point of kind of, how would I say it, tremulous. He was at the point where he was tremulous for a period there.
Delirium tremens?
It wasn't that, because that would imply hallucinations. No, he didn't get to that point. It's one of those things where he was very risky in his behavior in that regard. It's certainly not to be encouraged. And I've met a lot of young men like that, where it's amazing, just what people do to themselves.
Well, it's a good way to cope with loneliness. What I would say, it's a lower risk way of coping with loneliness, because the high risk way of coping with loneliness is going out and interacting with people. And I say it's high risk because human beings are unpredictable, and they frighten the shit out of me.
Oh God! Well, there's this one guy. I know of this, of course, because of my son, and that whole community. Of course, is that there was this one gay guy recently that his case was horrific. I think he was in the South, because he was complaining about how the police had no sympathy for him. But he went on some gay, Grinder. It's called Grinder. This gay singles meeting site, and he wound up rendezvousing with somebody who was a homophobe, who's how would you call it? One of those gay suppressed erotic homophobes, the guy who's gay but won't come to terms with it, so they hook up with gay guys and try to kill them. And so it's just horrific what happened to this person. I mean, the guy, he put something around his neck and choked him so severely that the overwhelming majority of the veins and capillaries in his face burst. If you can imagine that. Isn't that horrific? And by the time that he came back into consciousness, I mean, just horrible things had been done to him, where he's going to be a year in the hospital or something like that. And but it's, when you talk about how risky it is just to meet people, I mean, it's gotta, but you can't even understand why somebody would do that in the age of COVID. Just rendezvousing with a stranger.
No, I there once was a day where I could smile at a woman on the street, but now it's
well, obviously that's impossible behind a mask. But
no, not only is it impossible, it's well, even back then, I would think, okay, well, I don't know this person. How do I know this person? My mind would just go through this whole fucking nightmare scenarios, man. So that prevented me from, I guess you would say, losing my virginity the old-fashioned way.
Right. Yes. Well, there we have it. And, it's got to be harder to meet people in the age of COVID than it was in the age of AIDS. Seriously. It was during the age of AIDS, of course. They still had fucking glory holes open and shit. You might remember that. I mean,
did you ever hear that? I don't know if you ever. I'm not sure exactly how true it is. It just could just be a conspiracy theory, but they were talking about how in the 80s, right before the AIDS epidemic boomed, they were doing in San Francisco and certain towns where there were predominantly gay people. They were taking out ads in the paper as to medical research or whatever, but specifically looking for gay men or men who were homosexuals, and they said that they tested them. That's how, because they had already developed AIDS, and that's how they infected a mass amount of gay men who were closet gays, who had families and had relationships, so that's how the disease actually ended up getting spread. It was targeted for homosexuals initially.
Yeah, that is one of those. That's one of those things that there seems to be ample evidence that that's how it went down. That it was. This is one of those few cases. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up, but it's one of those few cases where that might have been done through vaccinations. That would is that kind of the impression you got, or was it some other way?
Yeah, that's what it was. It was through vaccinations, vaccines. They tested some shot. I can't specifically remember what the shot was, because it was years ago. It was probably 8-9 years ago when I read about it.
Oh, it had to be decades. Decades
ago.
That was was brought up. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's just what I need to hear.
Right now. Yes, well, I wouldn't worry about it too much, because they're trying to give it to pretty much everybody. But yeah, I hear you. At any rate.
Well, I guess they were trying to do that with AIDS too.
Yeah. Well, no, actually they didn't. They were targeting suspected gays, and this is how they kind of outed them. That actually is what propelled the gay identity movement, was AIDS. So it was if they had not done that, then being gay would probably still be a closeted affair. But the way that they pushed it into the open of necessity, because they all started dying. But by the way, if anybody hears this annoying crack, this is this stupid guayaki can that is really thin aluminum, and hopefully I'll be done with it any second. Right now, I'm just going to officially announce that the show has started, and I'm grateful to anyone who's here. I'll check the live streaming chat room every once in a while right now. I am just going to let these two men dominate the stage while I catch up on, just basically caffeination and oxygenation and opening these organic cracker bags that these are high quality crackers. I can tell that, which is why I purchased them. The problem is they have absolutely the worst possible packaging in the world. It's not resealable, so I had to bring sandwich bags with me, and I'm like relocating the crackers while I eat them into into different packaging. So there we have that. I'm gonna be mute so you don't hear that process. So if you don't hear my maniacal cackle in the background, which is what some bitch was complaining about, or some man or woman, I don't know which, but they call themselves Mila X, which tends to sound female. Of course, I just put the X right next to the Mila, so it looks like Milax, which is absolutely perfect. Some kind of laxative or the like brand name that they're really advertising themselves as. And let me see if I can dig that up, because it's just so sickeningly funny. Before I let Pack One take over. Interesting. I can't fucking find it now, but that's fine. Oh, I know how to find it. Just go to the notifications on the YouTube. So going over to YouTube and looking at the notifications, Mila X should be somewhere down there. She said, this was on the Max Spears' Sword episode. So I showed Crystal River this, but she had no response for it. For all I know, she might agree with it. But anyhow, I deleted it. I was seriously tempted to heart it because I personally find it funny, but it's like, the problem is they didn't have a real timeline, and since they didn't have a real timeline, there's no point in encouraging it, because it's just going to provoke just worse and worse behavior. But other than that, this is funny. Basically what they said was, his laugh is so annoying, and many times there is nothing to laugh about. It's a psychopathic laugh. He just laughs as part of his Joker persona. There we have that. And so that's delightful. Aside from all of that, you won't be hearing the maniacal cackle in the background, because I'm just going to let these guys hold sway while I'm crunching and munching and chewing. I'm going to go mute, and every once in a while I'll interject if I feel it's constructive to do so.
Oh,
but for right now, I'm sorry. Yeah?
You know, the crackers are high quality if each cracker was individually wrapped.
Understood. Yeah, there are crackers like that. That's like imported from fucking Britain or the Netherlands or something, and this is like all they fucking do in their economy is produce digestibles and shit. Then, of course, you know they're fucked up, because they've lost all their colonies, and this is what they're stuck with, is giving you individually wrapped crackers and shit. So that's almost intimidating. It's hard to even enjoy something like that, because you feel obligated to try and savor every crumb, right? And so it kind of takes the casual nature out of chewing or just munching. Anyhow, so we have that. All right, I'm gonna go mute, and turning the stage over to Pack One, who basically, when he was in the Marine Corps, they basically hollowed out all of his teeth and filled them with microscopic amounts of plastic explosive, just for the gratuitous sadistic enjoyment of setting the fuses off years later, so they could watch him howl in agony, and his and that, and the wires that was meant to self-destruct, the wires that they had stuck in there so they could transmit voice to skull or something like that. Obviously, I'm being facetious, but he suffered horribly because of Marine Corps dentistry, which, don't ever get treated in the military for anything. Of course, you have nowhere else to go when you're in the military. You're homeless anyway. Anyhow, he'll take it from there, and he'll describe that and everything else. He's been through a rocky ride.
Yeah, been an interesting couple weeks, to say the least.
All right, it's yours. Take it and bitch all you want. Vent, cathartic.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll take it back. I'll end with the current situation, which is my teeth. But it started a couple weeks ago when I was taking a little break from fucking cooking all these tamales, and I was on my my recliner, and my phone, sometimes when I'm around the house, I wear like the track pants. They're like, they're real like nylon-ish. I don't know. They're like starter pants. I don't know. And they're just they're like running pants and stuff. And I'll wear them around the house, and I'll keep my phone in my pocket, and it slid out, and it fell in like right where the recliner, like at the bottom of the base, where it like the inside mechanism bends and pushes down, back, cracked my phone. I was so pissed. Like it was like that's like my money, it was my money.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I was brokenhearted, and it was like I went almost a whole week, 2 weeks, almost a week and a half with no phone, with no phone whatsoever.
It was awful.
Yeah,
and
it was the worst.
Oh, that's just awful. Go on. Anyhow,
Yeah, well, and in that time, because I had to message you about it, I was like, after I got my phone, I was like, you never realize how addicted to Facebook and social media and shit you are. Like, it's as silent and quiet as it is. It's almost like you want to check. You're thinking about it, but couldn't do nothing about it. So that, I ended up getting my new phone. Everything was fine for whatever. Then I started. So right around the same time when I lost my phone, I've been on this no carb. Like, I haven't eaten any carbs, and I'm into my 3rd week right now. Like, I haven't had a single carb, just eggs, meat, and cheese, like every fucking day.
Holy shit.
And yeah,
Is this intentional? What, are you on a diet?
Yeah, I'm on a diet. Yeah,
Why?
actually, I've lost
You don't strike me as
18 pounds. I'm 220 pounds, Douglas. A couple years ago, I was about 175. I was in really good shape, but when my son was born, he had some health issues, and we had to constantly take him to the doctors, and he was on a Billy blanket, and it was really rough. I hadn't had a kid in years, so I was like 30. I was 33, becoming a father again.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I had to give up the gym and stuff, and never really made time, and I kind of got in a depressed state, ate a lot, whatever. So I've been 220. And I lose my breath trying to tie my shoes, and just uncomfortable. I'm not comfortable with myself. So I started doing the intermittent fasting, and that's just not eating for 16 hours, and then having an 8-hour window to eat, which was going good. And I was still finding myself too busy to really like work out or anything. And I started looking up this the keto diet. I know people who do keto, and then I found this no carb diet. Like, don't eat no carbs, and it's really good for you. Like, I guess it like resets everything. Like, resets your insulin levels and just everything. Your stomach, the biles in your stomach, all sorts of shit. There's all sorts of good benefits from it. And so I did it. But I'll tell you one thing: you have to really fucking hate yourself to eat no carbs. Like, seriously. Seriously, every fucking thing has carbs. Everything has carbs, man. And all the good shit has carbs. But so I've been on this diet, and then so I started I've had these aches and stuff in my teeth. When I went to the Marines, it was 2003, and in boot camp, they send you to the dentist. Like, it's part, like, there's one part where they take you to the infirmary or whatever, and there's literally like this hallway of doors, and you walk on one set, and they're like, lift your sleeve up, and then they had like those aerosol shock, needles that they put in your arm. Like, it's kind of like, I thought, at the time I was fucking retarded, because I'm like, oh, that's cool, it's like Universal Soldier. Yeah. So, and you walk on there like drop trowel, and they just shoot you with the air in your ass or whatever. And so that's one part of it. They give you all these shots, don't tell you what you're getting, just walk through this like what seems like 30 doorways in one bit room. And then they send you to the dentist. And the dentist, I always had good teeth before I went to the Marines. I never had any problems. Nothing hurt, nothing. I was good. And they told me, oh, well, you need 4 root canals and 3 caps. I'm like, nah, I'm good. My teeth are fine. Like, they don't hurt. I don't need anything.
Yeah.
And man, they IT'd the shit out of me. IT is like in intensive training, like where they take you to like the quarter deck or take you outside and make you do push-ups, sit-ups, running in place, jumping jacks. But they switch it up real fast, you know, and like fatigue the shit out of you. And they told me I had no choice. I had to do it, you know. So fuck it, I went and did it. And man, ever since then, the one tooth they did, every time I would eat, no matter what I would eat, it always felt like I was biting down on aluminum. It would just be this electric shock. And I walked around like that for like 2 years until that abscessed. And
Oh my God.
I was when it abscessed, I went to an emergency clinic, and they told me, don't whatever you do, don't let the military mess with your teeth. They, you know, most of the times they have people training, you know, on you know, whoever it is they're working on, they're practicing. They're not even, you know, that's what they do in boot camp. You don't need them. They're just doing that. Like that's part of their graduation, like the fucking military dentist, which is bullshit.
Thank you.
And he was like,
it's just exploiting you as an experimental model for their training. This is beyond reprehensible. This is beyond corruption. This is beyond malpractice. At this point, this is like at the level of something that is a crime against humanity. This is equivalent to, as far as I'm concerned, a peacetime war crime. I mean, this is just horrific. Yeah. This is just horrible. I mean, there's no words for this. But I know everything this man says is true. I'm very fortunate we did not have that in boot camp as far as I consciously remember, or at least that I was never selected for that level of victimization. They probably started installing this as time went on, and they brought in, you know, their reprehensible, you know, students to do this horrible thing on people in the military who cannot protest. You cannot protest. As a matter of fact, they will torture you if you do, which is what happened to Pac 1. And what he's describing is something that they had a different term for when I was in boot camp, and I don't even remember what the term was, because I've basically striven to forget everything possible that I can. But basically, you're doing intensive physical exercise at warp speed, and they force you to do this until you physically collapse, until you literally dehydrate and hit the wall where you collapse. And this way, they say that they haven't touched you, that they force you to destroy yourself. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, unfortunately, they still touch you while they're doing it too.
Yes.
You're not moving fast enough, they'll kick you right in your shit. Well, not, you know what's funny, Douglas? It's funny because now they get these recruits get these things called stress cards. You know, they if they're having a mental day or whatever, and they just can't take getting yelled at, or it's just too physically demanding, they get 3 stress cards. I don't know if it's per cycle or per session, because you know you got three different sessions in one cycle, and you get a 15-minute break and a call home. So that it's not like that no more. But I tell you, when I was there, yeah, they called it IT or fuck you up. I will fuck you up. We were cleaning out our M16s one time, and the drill instructor, the firing pin, it looks like a nail. It literally looks like the head, the ass end of it. The flat part looks like a tack, like one of the tacks, thumbwall tack, but the tip of it looks like a nail, you know. And we're cleaning them off, and he's like, "You guys think I could fuck you up with these?" Like, what? We're like, "Yeah." So my asshole's like, "No." Fucking made us hold the firing pin in between our pinky and our thumb while holding our rifles out with the other hand extended out. So sitting here looking like a zombie holding a fucking firing pin and a rifle, and it was, yeah. I was just it was a little memory.
But by the way,
things they would do to
you're the subject of. I'm going to go mute soon so I can open these packages because they're going to sound horrendous like this and shit. But when I you were the subject of an art project, like a series of murals. Is that aftermath the Marine experience was when you were like? Yeah. So tell us about that and fit that into this. You know, I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, absolutely. So, back when I used to do music, and I still do music, but back when I was like, that's all my life was. Like when I came home from the Marines, I really didn't have When I first came home, I went to Detroit and I tried to sign up to become a Detroit police officer, and they wouldn't hire me because I didn't have a sponsor. There was already a Detroit police officer, someone to kind of like co-sign for me or what, I don't know.
Yeah.
And
so some kind of nepotism
to
system.
join the academy. Yeah. So to join the academy, you had to have a sponsor, and I had no sponsor. So I was like, whatever.
But that turns it into a mafia, basically. Because
yeah. So I was like, yeah, I mean, shit, whatever, man. The only reason why I was doing it is because we were doing other shit. Like we should. So I used to do a lot of fucked up shit, and we used to go down to Texas and shit like that, and do just pretty much smuggle shit. And so I was like, man, it'd be cool to be a cop, because then whatever. But yeah, that was short lived. So we just stayed out on the streets and doing like street, just rapping about dumb shit we were doing, which is really stupid. If you look now, a lot of these dumbass rappers are getting charged, and everything. They're using their songs they make against them because they're incriminating themselves in crimes they've committed. Yeah. I wasn't that stupid, but I talk dumb shit. I wouldn't be like, oh, I was on the corner and the gun's here. Nothing dumb like that. But so I started I got in a really dark place when my great grandmother passed away. I cursed God. I was like, God ain't real, fuck a God, whatever, whatever. And it's funny because when I said that, after I said that, I started getting real dark. Like everything about me just started getting dark, man. And like I,
But what your grandmother, what did she represent to you that she was so important?
She was who partially, like, between her and her husband, they gave me. There's something of, like, she was like everything to me, man. That was like she taught me how to speak Spanish. She taught me how to cook. They just showed me so many skills and so many ways to look at things in life. And like they really just, she was my queen, man. I don't know. I can't like, my family, none of my family could get along, but every Sunday they had a restaurant, and every Sunday the whole family would show up, put all their side, differences aside, because everybody loved her that much. Everybody, nobody was as close to her like me. I was always with my grandma. My mom, I was hardly ever with my mom. I always wanted, my mom and my grandma used to fight over me, hand and foot, like literally one be holding my hands and one be holding my feet, fighting over me like fucking tug of war. And she was just everything. She's the one who, she was the one who beat the boy to death, when he was making fun of her for having her head shaved.
Oh, Jesus. Explain that to our listeners, because they have not heard that.
Yeah. Okay. So back when she was little, she grew up in a small town called Mercedes in the Rio Grande Valley. And it's a border town, down in Texas. And they worked the field. She was just a field worker, coming from a really poor family. Her mom, didn't play that shit. She was she was a really strict woman or whatever. And my great grandma had caught lice, so she shaved her head. And the next day when my great grandma went to school, some boys were making fun of her. It was before school even started. And they just kept talking shit. So she took her sandal, her chancla, whatever, off her foot, and just started beating them, like, and pummeled them with the chancla. And her, yeah, it sounds crazy, but yeah, like kill this kid. I don't know. Maybe she was hitting.
And she killed him. She killed him.
Yeah, she killed him. And that was as far as her education went. Second grade. She didn't go. She was all her math, her reading, just everything. She was self-taught, but they sent her away and to this ranch with this with a curandero, like a spiritual, like a, I guess, like a Mexican version of a shaman,
Jesus Christ! So it's almost like they had a system. The fact that they were able to send her to a ranch with a shaman. Oh my God, that's like they had like a backup plan.
Well, no, they took her there. They took her there to see what the fuck was wrong with her. They were like,
okay.
what's wrong with my daughter? What the fuck she doing?
Oh, okay. So the family did this, not the school system.
Yes,
Okay.
not the school. No, the family did it. No, no, no. And he was like, she has a gift. Like, leave her here with me, you know. And when she's 13, she'll come back to you, you know, and you know, so she spent a lot of she spent like what 7 years with that guy, you know.
Holy shit.
6, 7 years with that guy, yeah. And he was an older man, and it was never anything sexual. She always said, you know, it was never nothing like that, but he taught her shit with herbs and, you know, prayers, and just also like my grandma was man, out cold, like, you know, she was that lady, man. Like she could make anything out of any, like, man, when it came to food, it came to you're injured, anything, man, she could just, and it was always like magic. It was always like magic the way she was, man. That she was, you know. But after she passed away, I went into a really dark place, man, and I really stopped caring about everything. I really just I had no fear of death, no nothing.
Chronometrically, this was after the Marine Corps experience.
Yes.
Okay, so keep going. Yeah. Go.
Yes. I got involved with the girl here in Flint, and her family. She's half black, or she's quarter black, quarter French Canadian, and half Mexican. And her grandma knew my great grandma. My great grandma had already passed away, but if she was here, you know, so around at the time, she was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" You know, she'd have got me right, and I wouldn't have suffered like I did. But they were also a family of, you know, kind of like into witchcraft type shit, Mexican
do
witchcraft.
they use terms like brujo or something like that?
Bruja, yeah, bruja, like a bruja, yeah.
Thank you.
And brujeria is what it's called, the craft, you know, witchcraft.
Thank you.
And
a brujo would be like a male warlock version of that,
yeah.
Right? Okay, so go on. Yeah.
Yep. So I got involved with this girl, and she's just a very toxic person. Like her, I know they had some shit on me, man, because she could put me through the worst. Like, she was the worst kind of person, the worst. Like, I sold a lot of dope, man. I did a lot of fucking things, man. I had a lot of money, but nothing would ever be enough. It could never satisfy her, quench her thirst for going out and getting things and spending money, and, you know, like, and if it wasn't, and if she was at home one day, she'd be, you know, causing hell. She never cleaned fucking kitchen. She never did anything, dude. Like, she was just the shitty, like the worst toxic person. I could never get away from her. I mean, I tried so many times. One time I just took off and I went and stayed with my cousin, and her mom would come by every day beating on the door. Her and her mom. Mind you, had no obligations to her at this time. Nothing. We had no kid. Not her and her mom beating on the door, looking for her. And it was bad. I mean, there was a time that, man, she was throwing things through like windows and, you know, jumping on me, and like I was trying to get out the house, and digging her freaking fingernails into my face from the back. Like, she was on my back and put her hands into my face and was like clawing backwards on me, you know. And like I launched her off my back so I could get out the door, and she like hit the ground hard, and she started crying. She was like, "I'm calling the police."
Of course.
And I was like,
of course.
Yeah. So it's wintertime. I'm running down through the city of Flint. I find this little church steeple, and like I run in there, and like I'm like hiding in there. Like, I tuck my whole body into my jacket and pull the hood over my head and fall asleep, like fucking like someone leaning up against some like I don't know how to say it, like on my ass, but my feet on the ground at the same time, like tucked in. I don't know. And
almost like a fetal position. It's almost like you've retreated into a fetal position. Go on.
Yeah. And so you know, it was just a lot of years. Like, her mom was a very, very poisonous person, man. And like when me and her finally ended it, we had 2 kids together, and she would always bring my kids to me and leave them with me, you know, and do her own thing, which, whatever, those were my kids. I didn't have no problem with that. I didn't give a fuck what she was doing. And I had just went to California. We were wrapping up because I was flying back and forth to California. We were recording that album. We go to California and we wrapped up the album, and we came back. And when we came back, she was like, "Oh, I want to see you on 999." I'm like, "Oh, I'm not really trying to see you. She's like, "No, I just, not." So we end up going out to the strip club that night, me and her, and my sister.
Why that choice? What prompted that?
That's what she wanted to do. She wanted to go to the strip club. So we went to the strip club, which I thought, well, maybe, it's gonna be a good time, whatever. We run into my sister. My sister's she's a lesbian, so we run into her and her girlfriend and all their friends. So we're all sitting at the table, and I'm getting her lap dances. She's wanting lap dances and shit, and we're doing shots, all this other shit. And one of my sister's friends who we all grew up with, and her dad owned like a local record shop that was really big and out in like the Flint Township area. It was called Wyatt Earp, and she was talking to me. I was just, and we called her Oompa Loompa because she was like the size of Oompa. She looked very manly and like short and stocky,
And who was this person who looked like the Oompa Loompa? Who was this?
It was my sister. It was one of my sister's friends.
Okay.
All right, and who was there at the strip club with us. And because my sister and her girlfriend and all her friends were there when we got there, we're like, oh wow, what, no coincidence. Well, so she starts tripping, like, why are you talking to that bitch? And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, oh no, we gotta go. So I'm trying to get out of the bar, and she's trying to fight with that girl, and I'm trying to, come on, man. So we get grabbed up by security, and they escort us out. And as we're walking out, some stripper was outside smoking and said something to her, and so then they start arguing. I'm like, shit. I'm just like trying to leave. I'm like, this is the worst. Like, and so then the bouncer comes over. He's shoving her, and I'm like, yo, you need to chill the fuck out. Like, I don't even know. I shouldn't even cared. I should have just let him fuck her up, man. And so, man, so I really wish my life would have been a little better, But anyway, so I shove him. I start fighting with him. Another security guard comes over and maces me, and then roadhouses my ass. And
could you explain what that maneuver?
Patrick,
okay. Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze. The maneuver is
yeah. It's a roundhouse back kick. So it's a roundhouse right to you. So it kicked me. She kicked me right in my face, man. And this mace was all in my eyes, and I'm just swinging on the whole crowd, man. And they end up breaking it up, and fucking so we're driving. I wasn't living with her at this time. She was living with her mom, and I was staying at my mother's house, but I had my kids. And because we gave up, like, when I took off on her, I left the house, everything. So anyway, she's driving because I'm maced, and she's driving like a lunatic, and I have my head out the car because the wind in my face is like feeling good because all the mace in my eyes. And then I muster up enough to open up my eyes, and I see we're on the completely different side of town than we're supposed to be. I'm like, yo, like, you're going the wrong way. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And she's like driving all crazy, like swerving. She was mad drunk.
Holy shit.
And we end up on the right road. And like, no shit, man. We're like quarter mile from where my mom's at, where the kids are at, where she gets pulled over.
Of course.
And everything smells like liquor. I'm maced. The cop's like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Damn." He pulls her out, puts her in handcuffs. I'm like, "Fuck, man." So I pull the officer to the side. I'm like, "Look, man, like, yeah, she's fucked up and shit, man, but there was a big fight at the bar. I got maced, like, she was getting, whatever." I was like, just, I'd be driving, she'd be fine, just, can we, and he was like, "All right, I'm not going to write a ticket." He was like, "But I am going to impound the car." He was like, "So get what you can get whatever you need out of it out right now." So I was like, all right. So I take out the car seats, my kids' car seats, and she's like already walking away. So I'm dragging these car seats, and I shit you not, as soon as the cop pulls off, she goes back into this one. "So why were you talking to that bitch? You never answered me." I'm like, oh hell no. What the fuck? So then, so then she starts hitting me like, you're fucking her. Like, no, man. I was like, what's wrong with you, man? Like you're crazy, like, you know. And I had the car seats in my hand, so I set them down. I grab them like, and I shake her. I'm like, well, what's your problem? What the fuck? And she's like, you're not gonna kill me here, no. And she like takes off running into these woods, and I'm like, oh my god. She's just screaming. You can hear her screaming bloody murder all through these woods, and I'm like, you know what?
This is where the camera starts shaking, Blair Witch style. This is where the camera is all out of focus. Yeah. It's all Blair Witch shit. All you see are the woods, and it's like, oh my.
Yeah. And so I'm like, man, fuck this shit. I take the car seats, and I'm like 4 houses down from my mom's house. And this is like a side of town that's like, it wasn't even in Flint that she lived in. It was like, it was a little town out of Flint that's, you know, it's nice. It's like all white people, you know. So, and so, I run the car seats out, and I waited. I was like, man, should I go find her? Because I don't want her to get lost out there. She's fucked up, you know. And I'm like, man, you know what, man, all right. So I go out and I'm looking for her.
In the woods.
And then I was like, you know,
in the woods.
Yeah, in the woods.
Oh shit.
So in the woods. And I'm like, you know what? I'm screaming, and I'm like, hold on. It clicked in my head. I was like, you're on the wrong side of town to be screaming a girl's name in the woods that you can or cannot find. Like, no, you need to go. You need to go now. So I was like, you know what? I started walking out of the woods, and just as I walk out the woods, sure enough, a cop car pulls up. And he flashes like the high beam on. He's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh man,
I'm just out in the woods, you know. That was this girl, you know."
Well, no, I was like, "Fuck that, man." I was like, I told him, I was like, man, the mother of my kids is drunk, man, and she ran out somewhere in the woods. I can't find her. I don't know where she's at. I'm trying to go home now. She's on her own, you know. And so he was like, "What's your name?" and took my ID. So I'm pretty sure that was like, you know, in case a body came up out there. There was but. And so I end up going home to my mom's house, and she had like what's called a Florida room, and it's just like a outside patio that's screened in, you know, and so then there's like lawn furniture and shit. So I'm laying down on a couch out there, and I fall asleep, and it's about 5 o'clock in the morning by now, and she comes in. I'm sleeping though, you know. She slides the door open, and she just starts hitting me. "Motherfucker, you left me out there to die." Just hit me. And my kids are inside, my mom's inside, her husband's inside, who had to be to work, like, and he had to be up in like an hour and a half or whatever. And so my mom comes to the window. She's like, she says her name. She's like, "What are you doing?" She was like, "My husband's sleeping. He has to be to work." She was like, "Why are you out here?" She's like, "And you're hitting my." She was like, "You know what? Just gotta get." She was like, "I don't even like you. Get out of here. Go. Just, you gotta go. You gotta go. I don't care." And so she starts walking. So she starts walking out the back door, my baby mama, and she turns and she says, "You know what? Fuck you, bitch." And I swear to God, Douglas, when she said "fuck you," and by the time she got to the at the end of bitch, my mom was down the stairs, out the door, had her hand around her neck, and had her fucking dangling her up in the air, punching her in the face, choking
Darth
her.
Vader style, yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm like, I shit you, and all she could do, she was just holding her wrist, like holding onto her wrist, and like her like my mom was literally about to kill her. Like her veins were popping out of her head, and she oh my God. And I have mace in my eyes still. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever been maced out there, but I'll tell you what, it's not like it was burnt for 2 days straight. Like, it's bad. It's bad. And you put ice or water on it, it makes it worse. And so I'm trying to break it up, like, stop, you know, like man. And so she lets her go, and she takes off. Big Mom takes off outside, and here I am like a dumbass. Let me go, you know, make sure she's all right. And fucking, I'm running out there, and she starts like screaming, saying, you know, that I was trying to kill her. She's like flagging cars, and I was like, oh my God, man. So long story short, I calm her down. I have my friend come pick us up. We go to his house. We eat dinner. We, you know, like, everything was fine. The next morning, I had a video shoot, and now I have a big black eye, and I have a video shoot, and like, yeah.
I'm
and so she's like,
just that. I'm surprised it's just
Right.
that. And your eyes must have been still ruby red, right, from all the mace, or no? Or...
Oh no, they were tore up because I kept rubbing, so they were raw, man.
Oh shit!
Yeah, so we wake up and she's like, so what are you gonna do today? Or what are we gonna do today? Are you still really gonna do the video shoot? I think that was one of the things she was upset about too. And so I was like, yeah, I'm still gonna do the video shoot. Oh my God. Dude, she got so pissed when I told her I was still gonna do my video shoot. And she's like, just take me home, just take me home. So I took her home, and next thing you know, I do the video shoot, and it was a good time. I had fun. So it made up for the night before for
Jeez,
sure. And
it would take a lot to make up for the night before.
right. So so I come home, and I go to my mom's house, and we're talking or whatever, and she hacked my Facebook. And she was on there, and she was like posting all this fucked up shit about me, saying I wasn't shit, but making it say like I was saying it, She wasn't saying it like he is. She's saying me, And so I ended up
Your
getting
mother
rid of
was
that.
doing this?
No, my baby mama.
Oh, okay.
Because of my mom. And so a couple of days later, or about a week or two later, I had moved. Me and my sister had got a house together on the east side of Flint, and I was there, and I got a paper in the mail for court, and I was like, "What the hell?"
You mean a court?
And it was for
some kind of
a court
summons.
Yeah. And it was for but it was for assault. I'm like, "What the fuck?" And like 2 days later, I get a call from my stepdad. The sheriff department ran up to their restaurant. They had a restaurant. Ran into the restaurant and arrested my mom in her restaurant in front of customers for assault.
Oh my God.
And so I'm like, man, what the hell? So I ended up going to court. And as soon as I went to court, they arrested me, and they gave me a $300,000 bond, just all sorts of nonsense. And so when it came to court, she had fled state. She made those charges and fled state with my kids. She took off to Texas with my kids.
Whoa.
And
Holy shit.
yeah, so like that was part of her plan. And so like and my mom, and so her mom though, my children's mother, her mom, the one who does all that brujeria shit, showed up to every court date, was writing the judge letters, was just there, and finally it came to the point when it came to my mom was like, yeah, I put my hands on her. She was in my house. I kept telling her to leave. She was talking shit. Like I asked her to leave. She was belligerent, whatever. And she was like, so yeah. So they dropped the charges on my mom though, because they were like, she was in her house, or whatever. Wow. And she wasn't showing up for it anyway. So then they dropped my charges. They dropped my charges too. And I was trying to get a lawyer. I was doing so much shit trying to get a lawyer, trying to find her down in Texas where she was in Fort Worth on a military base, because that's where her sister is, and her sister's married to a general down there. And yeah. So like they were hiding her pretty much, man. Oh my God. And so yeah.
Go on. Yeah, I mean, personally, of course, I'm an irresponsible lout. I would be happy if I had the misfortune of having children, because I'm just not a competent adult. I could never take care of them. I'd be happy if somebody took them and ran away. But I understand your situation. It's horrible. But oh my God. Anyhow, continue.
Yeah. So I was all my kids had, those two, like she didn't do shit for him. She was foul. Like one time I was in a studio down in Detroit, and she called me and said that my son had stopped breathing. And I don't know if she choked him or what she did to him, but it was for me to get up there, and we had to take him to the hospital. And then they had him like on some mind, like it was crazy. Like she wasn't right. I had her admitted to the crazy floor at the local hospital, because she was sending me pictures of empty pill bottles and liquor, saying she was killing herself in front of my kids. She, like, oh, man, also, yeah, she was just like crazy, dude, crazy. And so, nevertheless, I was trying to find her, and I couldn't find her. And you know, my daughter, that I had with her, which was the first child we had together, was my little light. You know, like I loved her. Like that was my baby. You know, like I always had her, always had her. Like that was daddy's baby. You know, and it killed me, man. It killed me. I couldn't find them, so I started just doing crazy shit, just crazy. And one night I had went out. It was my sister's birthday, and she didn't want to go out, and I went out, and I was just really messed up, and we were going bar hopping. It was all me and all my friends, like everybody I did music with and stuff. And it seemed like everywhere I went, like so I was really out there, man. Like I'd take Xanax, I'd drink fifths of liquor before I even went out. So like I'd be on edge. Like I'd always be trying to start shit. Just one of those people that wasn't really even really fun to go out with, man. And so at the end of the night, I run into the mother of my children at a bar. She was back.
Wow.
And I was nowhere in the state of mind to be to see her. You know, it wasn't like I was rushing to hurt her, but I was like, I ran up to her, was like, where are my kids? Like, I need my, like, you know, and like, it wasn't nothing physical. It was just more, you know, me telling her, like, I was going to, now that I knew she was back, I was going to, you know, her cousin was a bouncer at this bar. So he grabbed me and, you know, I was trying to fight with him. You know, my friends, all my people were like, just come on, bro. Let's just go. So I was so amped up. We went to this bar after that. And we knew the owner, so we would always drink after it closed. We'd, you know, drink after hours where they closed up, you know, and stuff. And there was this guy there, and we had just ordered. It was like 2:15, 2:20 in the morning. You know, bars closed at 2. We had just ordered like 4 more pitchers, and we were all sitting down. And he walks over and he smacked. He was a pimp, you know. He had but he was pimping like some really big, tall, fat white girls. Like they were like they were, yeah. And so he's like slaps his hand on the table like, y'all gotta go. I was like, hey bro, chill out, man. He's like slapped me. I said, y'all go. So I stood up and I walked over to him. I was like, hey bro, man, look, man, like we're cool here, you know. We just got around. They just served us a round of drinks. So I think he's like, I don't give a fuck. I said, go. So I hit him, kept hitting him. And I was on top of him, just beating on him. And one of his big hooker friends, she was huge, like put her hands, her hands covered my shoulders, like from my neck all the way down to my shoulders, and like just jerked me back hard as she could. And so I won't lie to you, my boys were throwing down with them bitches, man. Like they were some big girls. Like they were like, them girls were out there fighting everybody, dude. And when she pulled me back, he stood up, and when he stood up, he pulled a gun out of his waist.
Yes.
And as soon as I seen the silver flash from the light on the ceiling, you know, hit the reflection of the light on the gun, I immediately jumped up and reached for it. So I grabbed the barrel with my left hand, and I'm holding it, and he's trying to put it center mass into my chest, you know, and he's squeezing, and you hearing all these gunshots go off, do, and I'm hitting him.
Jesus. This is cinematic. This is cinematic level action. Yes.
I try to turn this gun in, you know, and I hit him, boom, and he goes limp on me and lands on top of me, and like I roll him off.
Oh shit! Just like in the films. Oh my god.
Well, but he didn't shoot himself. He did not shoot himself. Okay. I get up, I jump up, and it was a knockout. Like I hit him. I was punching him in his ear and in his jaw, and it slumped him down. And when I jumped up, I started stomping on him. And upon stomping on him with the left foot, I look and I just see this blood spreading out. I lift up my leg and I scream. I was like, I'm shot. We gotta go. You know, I say like, you know, like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And we run outside and we all get in the cars. And we're driving, and as I'm in the back seat, like, fuck, man, I didn't hurt. Like, I didn't feel it. I couldn't feel it at all. And it's funny how it went in. It like went in and the left leg above my ankle on the right side, and then it stopped in front of my ankle. And it was a 9mm. I still have the slug, and it was like right in the front. It was right in the front, but it didn't come out, Doug. It didn't hit the bone.
slug
It
is
didn't come out.
in your body, or you have it out of?
Oh yeah, it was in my body for some months. Oh no, I'll keep going. I'll keep going with it. So it was stuck in my skin, and the bullet never came out at that point. And so,
Oh God.
as we're driving to the hospital, I look at my cousin, and he got grazed in the head. His head was split open, like down where the bullet had rolled, like grazed through his head. I was like, holy shit! I was like, your head split open. You got grazed. He's like, fuck.
Oh my God.
And
Oh my God.
as we're in the hospital, I have a cousin who was in the movie Gran Torino. All right. And he was there. He was fighting. He got shot. He got grazed on the side because we were in the hospital when they were like, they're out there talking, trying to see what was going on, and they were like, yeah, no, we don't know who it was. We don't know what, ain't no one really saying anything. And they're like, sir, are you all right? Is that someone's blood on you? And he lifted up his shirt. He was grazed on the side where he got grazed with the bullet. So three of us. I got shot. 2 people got grazed, and so that was right around the time that I took that picture. And the next day after that, I was in the studio. The year had just passed up on January 13th, but I had the bullet in my leg still. The police showed up and was trying to question me in the hospital. I wouldn't talk. I was just telling them I'm not talking. I'm talking to you, and they're fucking. They start choking me, and they're like, motherfucker. I was like, so I said my lawyer's name. Yeah, I said my lawyer's name, and there's a lawyer, and he works anywhere in Michigan. Highly recommended. His name's Frank Manley. I said his name. He actually, hey, did you hear about the basketball player Mateen Cleaves? He was facing like rape charges and shit like that from some girl.
I didn't.
So,
go on.
well, he's I don't know if he slept with her, or maybe he did or not. I don't know, but she pretty much, this was years ago. She came out and said he raped her. But it was a pretty big case. But Frank Manley was his lawyer, and he's good. He's good at what he does. Like he makes everything make sense. Like he does his work. Like he's a good lawyer. So as soon as I said his name, they let me go, and the hospital came in and said, "Yeah,
that's like magic." It's like
like it was magic word. It was a magic word. I swear to God. So but the hospital, one of the doctors or one of the nurses or whatever came in and started pulling my bed, like pulling me out of the room. I was like, where am I going? They're like, you're leaving. And I was handcuffed to the rails, and they're like, you're leaving. You can't be here. You're being kicked out of this hospital for non-cooperation, or I don't know, for being belligerent, whatever the fuck they said. They took me out to the road, unhandcuffed me, threw me out right there. And it's wintertime. I have a bullet in my leg. So I'm like, fuck. I'm walking. There's another hospital up the road, and that hospital just came out on the national news because for the past 10 years their water system has been giving people Legionnaire's disease. Shit. And so I get there. I don't even get there. I'm walking, and I jump in front of a car, and the dude like stopped. He was scared, and I was like, "Yo!" I reached in my pocket. I pulled out all the money I had. I said, "Take all this money and just drive me to the fucking hospital, man." I was like, "I got a bullet in my leg," so he drives me to the hospital. And I'm there.
By the way, were you dressed, or were you in hospital like robe?
No, I was dressed. No, okay. I was dressed. I was in the ER. It was basically triage. It wasn't like I had went through ER when I got shot, and then they took the triage. That's right. And that's where I got thrown out from.
Yeah, and by the way, so people understand this, hospitals can throw you out capriciously, and they can do that if you're fucking dying. They can then. So people don't understand this. They think that hospitals can't do that, but yes, doctors can refuse to treat you, and all kinds of horrible things. I mean, so just bear that in mind. So go on, yeah, by all means.
So I get to this hospital, and they're like, "Oh, the bullet's right there," and they were like, "Well, they had already had it. Like Hurley had already called him or whatever. They're like, Hurley just called us. We can't take that bullet out of his leg because now there's a police hold on it. That's police evidence." And so they were like, "Well, we can't take the bullet out of your leg. You gotta go whatever." So I walked around with this bullet in my leg for 6 months, man. It was to the point where the bullet was pushing out of the skin. You could see it was getting infected. cops walking around with a cane.
I'm sorry. I had to, while I was on mute, I had to change from my sweatshirt to my T-shirt. Because the story is just so overwhelming. But anyhow, now, why did they say they couldn't take the bullet out of your leg? What was their
It was it had a police hold on it.
Oh.
It was part of police evidence. The cop had to show, a detective would have to show up and be there to receive it upon removal.
That's so crazy.
So,
yeah,
because I had went because it would go so many times with getting infected, and you know I'd go to different hospitals. I'd go to different hospitals and try to get it, and as soon as you
were in the system. You were in the system, right? By that I mean you went to different hospitals, but all of them had on their computer system.
Always the same thing.
Yeah. Holy shit! So I mean, but that's crazy. That's crazy. But it doesn't make any sense. Why don't? Well, like. Anyhow, go on. Yeah, it's just. I believe you, of course.
Well, essentially, what it was is because I wasn't gonna wait for the detective. Like, I wasn't trying to have a police case. I wasn't trying to deal with the police. I wasn't, you know, what I'm saying, like, I wasn't trying to be, you know, oh, that's who it was. That's, you know, he shot me. You know, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
got it.
We you know, times for shit like that. And so what happened was it ended up getting to the point where it was so bad. My father, who I really don't have a good relationship with, you know, but he ended up taking me to the hospital, and it was back at McLaren, and I was in triage, but they had me like they had me in the hallway, on a bed in the hallway, you know, and because I had no insurance, and this guy was walking by, this doctor kept walking by, and because I had my leg up and you could, you know, and I had it open so you could see the lump, and he just kept walking by and looking, you know, whatever. And they said the same thing, like, well, we have to wait for a detective if we're gonna say. So the doctor stops. He's like, hey man, he was young, and he's like, what's going on, bro? I was like, I got a bullet in my leg, man. It's infected, like it hurts. I can't walk, you know, like I can't do nothing, man. And because it's on police hold, like the detective won't show, or I'm not trying to even deal with the detective, you know. And he's like, what if I told you I could take that out for you today? I was like, seriously, man. He was like, I don't know, man. I'll be right back. And he comes back, and he has a bed, like a bedpan, like the plastic pink tubs.
Yeah, it's
and
just
then
what
he has
you puke or piss in.
Yep.
And they're like kidney shaped most of the time, and you know, and they're made so that you could put them right under your chin, and it fits around your neck kind of awkwardly while you puke. So go on.
Yeah. So he has that. He has a big bottle of saline, and he has a scalpel. And he said, hey man, he said, if we're gonna do this, and it was just him, it was just fucking him. He was like, if we're gonna do this right now, he was like, we can't use any anesthetic, we can't use any like numbing. We can't numb it. We can't do nothing. I have to go straight in right now and take it out, like just right here, right now.
Right.
No, nothing. And I was like, have you ever done this before? He said the last time he did it was in a helicopter, and he was pulling a bullet out of a soldier's back. As soon as that motherfucker said that, I said, take it out now.
Yeah.
And he cut it open, and I'll tell you what, that was the worst pain. One of the worst pains I've ever felt was being cut open, not being numbed, and then him digging those tweezers in and pulling the big ass bullet, and then he had a scratch in there and like feel for the like fragments, and he pulled 3 little fragments out. And he washed it out, and he was like, so today you had a boil on your foot lanced, all right? I was like, yeah, we're good, man. He gave me the bullet, and that was that. I walked out there. Yeah.
And you still have the bullet. So now that's where that comes from.
Bullet. But so when I was while the bullet was in my leg and stuff, and while all that was going on, I was still doing music. I was still doing all my shit, and I did a photo shoot. And one of the pictures that I had taken, the photographer really liked the picture. He was like, man, this is, you know, like there's just something, like captured something in that picture in that moment. And it was just like, I don't know. And he called me probably like 4 or 5 months later, and his dad's an artist. All right. And his dad has murals everywhere in all sorts of places, and actually it's not just a painting. It's like this. It's called Polylitho. I don't. It's some. It's like a plate. It's like a plate. They scratch it. They scratch into it. What
Right.
the
Understood.
copy I have the only copy that's ever come off of that plate. Like they put
Interesting.
ink on it. After they scratch it, they put ink on it and then press it onto a paper.
Yes.
They used to do it with copper way back
Yes,
in the
I know
day.
what you're talking about, but I've forgotten the
Yeah.
process. But go on. Yeah.
So I have the only press that was made from it, and the actual plate itself has been in all sorts of little exhibits and stuff like that. And this year it's back home in Flint now, and it's at this place called the Flint Institute of Arts, and it's like a museum, and they have it on display there with another piece of his that was a self portrait of his, but it's like, I guess it's like an important piece, but it's called he called it the surrender of Pac. Like it was deep. It was really cool, man. But it's I've always loved the picture. I have it right next to me right now. Like I always had this picture hanging up, and no matter what little room I have, for myself. But that was pretty cool.
Yes.
But yeah, so with that, I got shot, and after the bullet got taken out, life was still kind of fucked up. But within that time, not met, but I had started dating, Elizabeth, and she was there through it all with me, getting shot, going to jail. When I went to jail, she was there. Just also, she was really my rock during that time, and that's really what helped me change my life was, being with her. It really saved my life because I was on a downward spiral. Like I could have did a lot worse to myself. She helped me, get everything together and get my kids. I had custody of my kids for, man, almost about 5-6 years, and I was everything they had, and
Yeah.
their mom was a weekend mom, but she always went out of her way to degrade me to my children, and like my kids would come home or go to her house from my house, on the weekend. It was so bad. Our relationship was so bad that we would have to do pickups and drop-offs at police departments for our kids. Just that's where I had it because I didn't ever want to be out of some type of surveillance
Right.
with her,
Mhm.
and so I dude, so her mom and herself were so horrible, man. I have so many pictures. I can send them to you, Doug, but their craft, they would put things on dead birds. Like they would leave dead birds at my doorstep,
Right.
at
That's a
the gas.
traditional occult curse. The dead bird is meant to carry the message to the other
Yeah.
world about that will in turn impact the target. So go on. Yes.
Oh man, I'm telling you, when I mean like so many birds, so many different types of birds that were just left at my doorstep, left in front of my vehicle, left on my vehicle, like just and could never catch them, could never catch them or whatever. But after so my kids would come home go to their mom's house, and she'd be like, oh, how was that at your dad's? They're like, oh, we had fun. She's like, no. She would yell at them, tell them that they weren't having a good time at my house, that that they were lying, that they didn't understand I was a bad person, So they did some really good work to my kids, and they just got real like they didn't have to listen to me. They didn't, and I gave up. I couldn't do it. I told them,
They poisoned your children against you.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I told my kids, I said, I love you guys, and I canceled so many things in my life, and I spent probably between all the court cases, which money isn't the point, it's not the point, but it's the work it took to get that money, I had probably about $25,000 wrapped up in court fees and lawyer fees and everything into my kids, I mean, it got to the point where we had guardian ad litem's, which is like a lawyer that's for the children, that talks to the children, and the kids gets comfortable, knows the kids, and
Their
and even
advocate acts as their advocate.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and even the garden ad litem, in her what she recommended was that the kids not be with their mom like that, but after everything happened, I had to let them go, and I told them, like, you'll see, like, the only way to learn is to see, and you're gonna see that you're not gonna like it at your mom's. And so here they are, my daughters reached out to me, but I can't bring them into my home just because that opened up the door to their mom knowing where we live. That opened up the door to just everything, you know, and I love them, you know, but that's just how it has to be for now. But I had just got a call from CPS actually a couple weeks ago because their mom got married to some guy that, you know, that she was telling them to call dad and all this other shit. And I guess he's been beating her really bad. And like, I guess he hates my kids, and a lot of the violence is towards, you know, because of my kids. At least that's what she says. Yeah. So, I mean, it's unfortunate, man. But then again, also what CPS says is because, you know, like I've told you, you know, she's opened so many cases and had my kids say so many things. There's a pattern for, like, with my daughter that they call her, like, there's a special saying that the CPS workers call my daughter because of not a seeker, what is it? I can't think of the word, but basically someone who will say whatever, you know, like will repeat what they're being told to say, you know, because her mother's had her do it so many times. So they're like, we can't really take her words for everything right now because of the history. And that's exactly what I told my daughter. Like, look, man, I was like, you've done this so many times. You know, it's going to get to the point to where one day something serious is going to happen to you, or, you know, whatever. And no one's going to believe you. It's just, you know, you've you know, two worst things to be known as in life is a liar and a thief. You don't get trust back from anybody being those two things. So, you know, unfortunately, that's where that's at. But yeah, so that was a crazy ride. That was all backstory for that painting, man. That was just one of the little, you know, one small little piece of my life, you know. But yeah, that led to that moment. That was a very dark moment, man, in my life, and it was truly captured.
Amazing.
So,
and the teeth, don't forget the teeth around
okay. So the teeth, rounding out with the teeth. So back to the teeth. So I've had these every tooth they've touched in my mouth that they did work on has abscessed, has rotted, you know. I don't have good insurance. Now I have insurance, but I didn't before. And I have been fighting this infection in my mouth. It's like it was right, like, it's like two teeth over from your canine tooth on the right side, and so, like, it's right underneath, like, your eye. They call it, like, the cheer, like, I don't know, the eye tooth or some shit like that. And the tooth is broke itself down to the gum, and it goes in. So the infection wasn't necessarily in the gums. It went up. It was, like, under my eye, my cheek, around my nasal cavity, on the right side of my face. And I couldn't tell. And by the time I did, I had got some amoxicillin for it, and I was taking it. But I drink a lot of alcohol. Well, not no more. Now, since I started this no carb shit, but I used to drink a lot of alcohol, like, always drinking. So even if I was on antibiotics, I was probably killing it with all the alcohol I'd drink. And one day I was feeling it, and it was really tender. So, like, I kind of pushed it. I was, like, trying to push it out, like, see if it would pop. And
why do we do this to ourselves? Oh my God!
It's crazy. It's like a hangnail, you know, like, you get that hangnail and, like, it hurts, but you touch it, like, oh yeah, that's exactly how it felt. It is, yeah. And so I'm like, fuck, man. So it didn't hurt or nothing, and I woke up the next morning, man. And when I say my face was swollen, it was swollen like the size of an orange. And I'm like, man, what the hell? So I was like, fuck it. I was like, I really don't want to go to the hospital because, you know, I'm not trying to deal with that shit.
Right.
I don't want to risk
the potential exposure to COVID and everything else.
That's yeah. So I started doubling up my.
By the way, let people know your wife is a nurse. Okay. So
yeah, she's a nurse at the hospital I go to. Yes, my wife is a nurse, and so, you know, I showed her. She's like, oh, she was like, start taking, you know, double up your antibiotics and shit. I was like, yeah.
But by the way, just out of curiosity, is it because she's a nurse that you get insured as a member of her family, or not? I'm just curious.
Now, but before it wasn't. Before I wasn't on her insurance because it's very expensive.
Right, understood.
You know,
so
but,
go on. Yeah.
I'm not one of those people who's a very, you know, checkup type person. You know, I'm not. I'm good. You know, of course not. And so well, the last time I went for a physical, the fucking doctor was impressed. He's like, man, you got really great your good cholesterol's through the roof. You're in good shape. You know, he like praised me. I was like, man, I don't need this shit. It's a fact, man. The doctor told me I'm good. Shit, you know. But so I wouldn't go to the doctors no more, you know. But so I started doubling up my antibiotics in hopes that it would, you know, whatever. And I was taking Motrin and stuff for the swelling. And I go to sleep that night. I wake up the next morning, and holy shit, it was like a softball on my face. Now, I mean, it had traveled all the way to the right side of my eye, all the way down into my jaw. My cheek was pushing into my mouth. Like, oh man, and it was in my eye, like it was going up into my eye socket. Like I could feel like the pressure was crazy on my eye. Like it felt like my eye was gonna pop out of my skull when I woke up that morning. And mind you, the whole time I had no pain, mind you, until that next morning, and it felt like I had every tooth on the side of my mouth just ripped out, just with nothing, just ripped out of my mouth. I was in so much pain, and I was like, I knew I was gonna be in the hospital for a long time, so I smoked real quick, and then I drove to one of my buddies, and I was like, hey man, you know, you got any Norcos or anything, man? Because he's like, what the fuck happened to your face? He's like, so what happens? You know, they always say this. It's always the same stupid fucking joke. So what happens when you eat that bad pussy? No. Like, okay, yeah, you got him or not? He's like, no, I don't have anything right now. So I was like, man, fuck. So I go to the hospital, and they again, because they take me in, and I'm in the hallway again in triage, you know, where fucking there's some crazy guy in front of me on a bed in the hallway, fucking trying to escape. There's a old lady leaking out the side of her fucking face. I don't know if she fell or whatever. Then there's another guy behind me coughing his fucking brains out, and I'm just like, what the fuck? And I have two masks on. I have an N95 and another mask over the top of that, and I just pull my hoodie up and I stick my face into my hoodie, and I'm just laying there like, man, what the fuck? And they come over, the doctor comes over, like, oh, let's take a look. Fucking pulls the mask right off my face. I'm like, great. So if I was it, I'm at a potential risk of COVID now, motherfucker. Fucking walked over with gloves on his hands. So I don't even know if he had those on, you know, in another room or what, man.
Right.
Fucking sticks his finger right in my fucking mouth, and I'm like,
oh, of course. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, dude,
and he could have just had him up
off.
somebody else's anus. Yeah.
yeah. I'm so pissed off at this point. And he's like, yeah, that's really bad. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. You see it. He's like, well, I mean, it's not too bad. He's like, we're going to set you up for a CT. We're going to see what's going on. Hang on. So they set me up for a CAT scan, and they see, you know, they do it. They scan it, and they're like, okay, so the infection isn't in your bones. So that's good. They did labs and shit, drew blood and stuff, and they're like, all right, so we can see everywhere it is. They bring another fucking bedpan over, another one of those fucking little pink tubs, and a fucking scalpel on the end of a fucking, looks like a super long skewer, and in a spray paint can, something that looks like a spray paint can, and it's like aerosol Nova, dude. And it has like the WD-40 stick thing on the front and the tip and the nozzle. And it's spraying it all in my mouth. It's going down my throat now, and like I'm all numb inside my mouth and shit. And they're like, all right, there's gonna be a little poke. Man, the motherfucker slashed the inside of my mouth open, Doug. and I wasn't ready for it, because the Novocaine shit they used, it didn't numb. It was like topical. It was like putting Orajel on and then wanted to do invasive fucking mouth surgery. Like, it was the worst. And man, when they did it, it sounded like a water balloon popping, and just all this dark, thick blood just started gushing out of this fucking hole in the side of my mouth.
Body horror. This is body horror.
Yeah, I have a picture I could send you. And fucking I was like, man, what the fuck, man? And I'm just sitting here leaking, and the whole time my mouth is open. I'm no mask on. I'm just standing over this fucking bucket, breathing in all this bullshit. And I'm like, what the fuck? And so they come back. They're like, oh, well, good news. That we're gonna send you home. You're not staying, because I thought I was gonna have to stay and see like the oral surgeon the next morning. And they were like, nope. Because they had me, because the floor my wife works on, the floor she works on, they had already arranged it for me to go there, and they were like talking to the oral surgeon, all this shit, and they're like, nope, you're going home. It's like, oh shit, all right. So they were like, we're gonna give you five Norcos and or Vicodins, whatever the Norcos, 500s, five 500s, and some Motrin and some antibiotics. Man,
none of the good shit. None of the Percocet.
Yeah, no. Well, check this out. So they gave me Toradol when I got there. They gave me Toradol. That didn't do shit, man. It felt like I got kicked in the side of the face by a fucking horse in my teeth or something, man. That's how bad it hurt.
Oh, God.
And my mouth, dude. If it wasn't for this being Flint, Michigan, it would have been one of the worst weeks of my life, dude. My fucking mouth hurt so bad after that. Like that cut. Like they gave me this antiseptic mouthwash that was like. It was just like pouring fucking rubbing alcohol on a deep open wound or something, man, and it hurt so bad. I had to do it like 3-4 times a day.
Oh,
man, it's been the worst. So tomorrow morning is my last dose of antibiotics, and tomorrow morning I'm setting up my surgery, and I'm gonna get this fucking shit pulled out the side of my face.
Yes.
And then I got 2 more teeth after that to get taken care of and
pulled out. You mean extracted?
Yeah.
Oh my God! So
yeah.
How many teeth are you going to have left?
6 on top and 8, 9, 10 on bottom.
Oh my God! So how are you going to chew? How do you chew like that? What?
Hey, you want to hear something? I only have 1 molar, Douglas, and for the past about 5-6 years, I've done competitive eating.
Oh my God! And what do you do? Just swallow everything? Holy shit.
I chew it, but check it out. I've even done like a fucking falafel eating contest. Have you ever eaten a falafel with fucking no molars?
Oh my God! Oh my God! I don't know how this is physically possible, but holy shit! Anyhow, so that's incredible.
Let me give you a bit an alternative. You might have heard of this, you might not have, but one of the things they do, they can just put a few like implants in a mouth.
Yeah.
Give you a set of teeth that will work quite well.
Yeah. Yep. And well, when I had custody of my kids, because they needed insurance, I had the Medicaid through the state. I had state insurance, for them. And myself, and actually I was going to a dentist at the time. The tooth now that's giving me problems, and then the other 2, they were scheduled to be removed, and they were going to do that where they go in and they drill almost like a hole or something into your jawbone or whatever.
Yeah,
and
it's an implant.
Yep. Yeah.
Aren't those hellishly expensive implants? Or like?
Yes, they are.
Yep. It was like, I think it was going to be like $3,000 at the end of everything that it was going to cost.
One alternative you might consider is New York University Dental School. I went there, and they really helped me. I was getting a lot of bad advice from my dentist, my periodontist.
Right.
And I did extensive work there. And I'm not going back to them, not because it just requires a lot of schlepping into the city and stuff, but they're more cost effective. And one of the things is what they have that regular dentists don't have is it's done by students who are in their 4th year usually, and it's supervised by dentists, so they're making sure it's done right.
Right.
Whereas when you're out in the real world, dentists have no policeman on them.
Yeah, no oversight. And so what he needs to do is go to a student university where they have a similar situation in where he's at. He's obviously not in New York, which is...
I thought you were in New Jersey.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I'm in Michigan.
Yeah, he's in Michigan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so, yeah. Well, Michigan has some pretty good universities. I would look into that.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, now I have pretty good insurance. I mean, and now that I'm gonna set up this surgery and get all this stuff, I'm gonna get it taken care of now. I'm gonna get it done right. I'm gonna get these implants. But yeah, it is a lot of steps. It's a lot of back and forth and just you know, it is crazy because as people, what I find, especially with myself, is, you know, I'm one of those people who will work themselves to death, you know, and I got something minor, you know, I won't try to get it taken care of. I'll wait, you know, then it'll get so bad that then I'm like, oh, okay, now it's time to fix it, you know. And that's something I got to work on for myself too, you know.
Yeah.
'Cause
No,
that's like my leg, you know. I've walked around since August, you know, with a fucked up leg, limping everywhere, and, you know, as easy as finding a fucking masseuse to get it right, get me walking again.
right. Yeah. No, definitely. I'm so glad that you had the masseuse work on that before you moved to California. And of course, even when you moved to California, if you're still dealing with this, the student universities for dentists are usually the best places to work. Is as Peter Moon said, basically the worst thing is once the dentists get loose and they're on their own professionally, they're all desperate. I mean, they're like used car salesmen in lab smocks, and they'll basically juice your mouth for everything that they can. They'll extend your suffering for eternity if they could. They're like Cenobites, you know, devils in hell. And I suspect many of them actually do sabotage their customers, their clients' teeth, so that they can continue working on them, like cause like hairline fractures in the teeth that will split later.
Yeah.
Yeah, into correct teeth. You know, this is what they did to you in the Marine Corps. Was they just
Yeah,
yeah.
they get in there. Well, they get in there. I've had a dentist like that. While with one of my teeth that was being removed, he came in and like I swear to God, like the tooth was out within like 10-15 seconds. The way he just like jerked something up into my gum and pushed it down, but the way he did it, like it hit the tooth next to it and cracked that tooth. So then he had to take that one out. It was just it was crazy. It was yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
It
yes. Yes.
I know
God.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yes.
It's almost like the car shops. If you don't know a good mechanic, you can't just take your car to any mechanic because you have those people that'll tell you it needs something or, you know,
Yes.
fuck something else up on you.
Yes. They'll sabotage the car so that you have to come back. This is what many dentists will do with your teeth. And it's I'm sorry to say this, but it's a fact. I mean, I had a horrible situation with my mother's teeth, and of course, as her care provider, I would take her to dentists, and it was just hopeless because these fuckers like. They couldn't literally they would do something and it wouldn't work at all. It's just horrible. I mean, it's just there was no point. You know, I wound up stiffing one of them in particular. I felt bad about it to a degree, but it's like, you know, there's nothing he did that was constructive or that helped. It was stupid as fuck. I mean, honestly, my mother required a partial, and the partial would not stick to the roof of her mouth. And he was saying, sure, well, you know, like this. See, look, it's sticking. As soon as we walked out of the office, of course, it just dropped. It's just, you know, whatever he's doing in the office sticks it there for that minute, like a magician, you know. But it's like the moment you leave, it drops. Of course, no matter how many times you tell them that, there's nothing they can do to solve it. It's you know, you know, you talk about adhesives in the mouth and all the rest of this stuff. These are like people who can maintain themselves do this. When you're maintaining somebody in care provision, you know, in the end, you just have to settle for soft food, etc. So there you go. I mean, there's different things to deal with this sort of thing, but yeah. So thank you for sharing all of that. If anybody's ever going through a bad day, just think of Pac-1 Morales's life, and you'll feel better about yourself. Holy shit! Yeah, James.
You look at my life and just know
Right.
you can get through anything, though, man.
Yes. Thank you. That's right. If you can get through Pac-1 Morales' life, you can get through anything. Jameson was saying, this is one of the best episodes. Of course, he would enjoy it. Just the sheer endless suffering.
He's really visualizing the blood dripping out of my mouth and shit.
Yes,
like,
this is like porn to him. And so, at any rate, oh my God. Thank you for sharing all of that.
Yeah,
and
sure.
thank God you got a new phone. You have to find some alternative to when you lose your cell phone. There's got to be a way to keep in contact and let people know that you're alive.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my God. So you know,
Brownie tablet or something.
yeah. Oh my God! So, with that, we'll move to Peter Moon now. And is there anything else you need to tell us? And don't forget, you're welcome to interject anytime you want throughout the night if you feel you have something constructive to say. But other than that, that was wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Pac One. I love you dearly, and my best to your wife, and of course Elizabeth. I have a affectionate name for Elizabeth because, of course, that was the original name of my son. But while he was a young lady, and of course Elizabeth is perverted by myself into lizard bitch. So anyhow, so tell lizard bitch how much we love her.
Wait, gotcha.
And all my best. Oh my God! And she went through the whole. Did she go? She must have had all of the vaccination, right? She did. And what about you?
Yeah. Yeah, she's had it. Nope, they haven't. I haven't heard anything as to about getting it yet. So but I'm going to as soon as I can. I'm going to set it up. I know that they haven't. I haven't heard anything about the hospital having any shots, and I think that there's a grocery store, local like grocery stores, whatever it's called, Myers, and they're giving them to the seniors. Seniors are getting them, but I haven't heard anything else other than that. But yeah, I'm gonna get it. My wife's good. She's good. She doesn't have any problems. She's fine. I keep seeing all this stuff about people posting about people having adverse side effects and all sorts of crazy things. And I think a lot of that has to do with just like pre-existing health conditions, and
Right.
just some people probably don't know that they have something wrong with them, or there's something, I don't know. I feel bad, for whatever people are going through, but yeah, I definitely plan on getting it. That's just one of those things. I mean, look at polio, if fucking something that was so, just getting that shot, being vaccinated for it, you don't get it, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just it
But
seems
no,
like a smart thing to do.
I definitely hear you. I mean, I'll be getting the vaccination myself when it becomes available. But it's one of those things that obviously what they're starting with is the most vulnerable people. And in a sense, I've told Peter about this. I do feel that there is a cynical ploy here. They're giving it to the most vulnerable people who all have, in general, pre-existing health conditions. It's one of those things where, well, they're testing it out on them, and then they'll work the bugs out for the rest of us. I mean, that's pretty much what's going on. Just remember that after you get that vaccination, it'll take you a month, maybe longer, before you're truly immune, before the immunity kicks in, and you don't want to take that for granted. You still have to consider yourself vulnerable. It's just one of these things
Oh,
where, go on.
that I'm sorry. So so two things. One is that I they don't it's not mandatory. So it's not they're saying it's not mandatory. And so now another thing is that I'm finding out that is if you do get the vaccine and something happens to you, like let's say, whatever, you get that vaccine, I guess, and you have life insurance, something about you don't get your life insurance is void or something if you have the vaccine, which doesn't make sense. But I have to look more into it, but that was something I heard about the vaccine, and that was something like my fiance was like freaking out about. I told her to look into, or my wife was freaking out. My fiance,
It's the
beat my
eternal
ass.
honeymoon. You're on eternal honeymoon. It's like that.
Yeah,
Yeah. And
yeah. I'm gonna get my ass beat.
What's
All right.
important about anybody who gets the vaccine, you shouldn't just get a vaccine. You should see which vaccine, because there are different vaccines.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
should look up the legal definition of a vaccine and see what vaccine this is. And also, in addition to that, look at the complaints about it. In other words, see what you're actually doing, and what is the wrap on this particular vaccine versus that particular vaccine, and is it in fact a vaccine, which some, if not many, or all of them, are not technically vaccines. So what are you actually doing, and what is it, and what are the potential liabilities, and that you just, so you are informed. So you are informed of what you're actually having put in your body, and also qualify who the person is doing it. I once had not a vaccination. I had to get some sort of blood test for life insurance. I was required to get life insurance when I went through my divorce.
Mm-hmm.
And
why was that, by the way?
House.
Just curiosity. Why was that, by the way? Why did they make you do that?
In case I died, they wanted to make sure that my daughter was taken care of.
I see. Okay, so thank you for clarifying that. Cool.
And then they really jack up after when you get to a certain age, they jack the premium way up.
Oh yeah.
It's not worth it.
No, thank you. I get it. Yeah. I get it. At that point, you may as well just die and cash in. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, the guy gave me a blood test, and it created. There's a name for it, Douglas. You would understand what the name is. It's a hematosis, I think. Yes. And oh man, it was like the insurance company that sent them over was like the girl. She was a family. I kind of knew her brothers, and she was freaking out about it. It was like, God, it's like, and she says, sometimes this happened, but she was apologizing profusely. I never seen anything like it. It wasn't a disaster, but when you see this huge hematosis, you go, what the hell's going on here? Oh my God. So I don't know whether the guy made a mistake or not, but the person who shoots you is a factor as well. Yeah, and some of these people can be kind of like overdosed on just fatigue from doing it all day.
Oh yeah, and they just don't give a shit. I mean, I can give you horror stories about that. By the way, tell Pac One about the that man in Morocco who died. The dentist basically killed him, and then the daughter.
It wasn't the daughter; it was the wife.
Yeah,
but this had nothing to do with vaccinations. What it did have to do with is a friend of mine. He's Moroccan, and he would go over every summer. He was in the restaurant business in New York City, and a very successful restaurant. And he went over to Morocco, which he had a home there because that's where he was from. And he was over there, and he had an abscessed tooth, and he went to the dentist, and the dentist was a Moroccan dentist, and you'll find that practitioners in Morocco are not the same as here. They're just different. And he didn't do a very attentive job. And the next thing he knew is his wife and son, who were still in Manhattan, were they had to fly over there in a moment's notice to see him before he died, because he died. Because they didn't treat the abscess fast enough. The doctor, the dentist, misdiagnosed it. So his wife, who was not Moroccan, she's Australian, she went over out of her way a few years later and talked to the dentist and just let him know, kind of like, just didn't want to make him feel guilty. She absolved his guilt by just kind of saying, hello, here I am. I'm sorry. She just handled him she kind of like released him of the karma of it, because she knew he was guilty as hell. But she just felt like relieving his guilt. It was kind of very remarkable, sort of Christ-like sort of action she did, because, she just wanted to relieve the karma of the guy.
I would never have done that. I would never have done that. I think that's...
Well, she had her own reasons for doing it, and she had the time and opportunity to do it, and she was at peace. She was at peace. There's no enmity. Yeah, sure, it's...
one has to suspect. I mean, I'm sure that she's a saint, but the suspicion does arise that maybe she never liked her husband at all and was really grateful.
No, not at all. Not at all. There was even a communication from the afterworld from the husband that came through a common friend of ours. I see. I don't remember the details, but it was like it was an otherworld connection. And no, she it was just, I mean, all things said, the husband left her in very good instead. I mean, she was part of the business too, you know, but I mean, they had a very successful business. So it wasn't like he left her without, you know, money or anything.
Understood. Yeah.
So, it was just, you know, some people can rise above. When you can forgive your enemy, that's really an evolved way to be. If you can do that and just let it go and be at peace with what is. It's an advanced soul in that respect. And would I ever thought she would have done that? No, I wouldn't have really thought she'd done it. I mean, but I only know she did it because she told me. And why would she tell me? You know, it really accelerated my opinion of her, which was not low, you know. But it's like, wow, that's really, really something.
Yeah. And by the way, you're very lucky you survived Pac 1. I mean, what you had could easily have killed you. That was people die all the time from tooth infections, and you know, certainly. Anyhow, I could go on about that. My grandfather almost died of a tooth infection. That was well before I was born. I'm talking about decades and decades before I was born. But he would have deserved it. My biological father, if indeed, the man who raised and guided me was alive already at that point, but it was a very different time and place. But anyhow, there's a whole story behind that. At any rate, so thank you, Pac-1, for sharing that. Peter Moon's going to help dominate the stage for the next hour or so, at least, buying myself time to just get my head out of my ass and get some calories in my body, and hydrate myself to a degree, just while I try to resuscitate myself to the degree where I can do some analysis throughout the night. So what I will do tonight is I do want people to maintain Pac-1 in their thoughts and prayers. He seems to be over the worst of it, but as well maintain in thought and prayer our lovely Selena Khan, who cannot be with us for tonight at least, and she's just had a very rocky start to the Asian Lunar New Year, and so everyone do maintain her in thought and prayer, and hopefully I'll have her on at some point in the near future. And maybe she can give us an experiential reference similar to Pac-1's in that regard. Oh my God! And also maintain in thought and prayer, of course, Crystal River, who I will address some of what she said publicly on the Facebook, which is, of course, she's publicly stated some positions that she's had. She didn't. She. Anyhow, Peter Moon was making a joke about Ted Cruz that I thought was quite funny, and so.
Well, it really wasn't a joke. It was showing him.
Oh yeah.
Acting Biden-esque with a young woman.
Oh, that was his daughter. That's his daughter.
Oh, was it his daughter? That explains it then.
Yes.
I didn't know it was his daughter.
Yeah. That was Ted Cruz's.
That's a saving grace then.
Yeah, and his daughter couldn't stand him and didn't want him near her, and this, it was just overall.
Well, that's a child thing. That's not a big deal.
Understood. Yeah, just a very awkward situation, however, and but I get you. I get what you're saying. Yeah, kids are like that. I mean, they'll reject their father's kiss, but he's trying to do something in public on the camera, so he's concerned about the image of it, and it all fell flat on its face. So people were making different memes about that were quite funny. But anyhow, you brought that up when you said Ted Cruz to the rescue, and so anyhow, she's obviously Crystal, and like so many other Texans, she's not in a good space right now. So there you go. It's just I can understand that, but I will address some of what she brought up in terms of what's being bandied about on the internet, and I will try to address that. We'll also bring up some historical aspects of today, or rather yesterday, in case people didn't know, and I'll talk a little bit about this. Yesterday was the commemorative date, or the anniversarial date, of the Japanese invading Timor, in the island of Timor, in 1942. Now, that, of course, may strike people as meaningless, like, okay, why would that matter compared to all the other islands? I mean, the Japanese invaded literally thousands of islands, and I'm not kidding. I mean, the Philippines is an archipelago of 17,000 islands alone, well over that, 17,100 plus. The Indonesia is 71,000 plus islands. There are so many islands in Indonesia. The majority of them do not have names. And that covers a good deal of the equatorial belt. And so with all the islands that the Japanese invaded, why would Timor stand out? It stood out because it belonged to Portugal, and Portugal was a neutral nation in World War II. And the reason the Japanese invaded, this is never brought up, was because the Dutch and the Australians invaded Timor, and the Timorese asked the Japanese to liberate them. So in case you didn't know this, Australia and the Dutch, who controlled the Dutch East Indies, invaded Timor, and basically the Timorese at that point appealed to the Japanese for help. The Japanese came in and expelled the Dutch and the Australians at that point. And so it's an interesting pivotal period in history. And of course, the Portuguese being the colonialists and losing basically a neglected colony at that point, you just basically tried to appeal to the Allies because they wanted their colony back. But bear in mind, this is not the Portuguese are not the Timorese people. Everyone in Timor speaks Portuguese because they were conquered by the Portuguese. But then the Dutch and Australians invaded, and that's when the Timorese appealed to the Japanese. This is separate from the Portuguese colonial government, who appealed to the Allies. So what does this tell you? Well, I'll try and get into briefly some of the nuances of that later. It's not even a very long exposition or analysis that I can really provide, because there really is very little about it that I could find sourced in the Japanese, and there's very little about it I could find sourced in the English. So whatever's written about it might be in Portuguese, but there's just not much written on it. But it's an interesting point in World War II history that it helps define the politics of the time. Now, later on, of course, Timor was reconquered by the Portuguese when the Japanese withdrew, and we're talking around the time of 1945. The Portuguese reoccupied with a vengeance, and then later on had to give up because the Timorese people expelled them, having tasted liberation under the Japanese. And the Japanese left them arms and training, and they were able to, like the Indonesians, expel their colonial oppressors. In the case of the Indonesians, it was the Dutch. But then the Indonesians invaded Timor. And here is the problem again. The Timorese people were Catholicized by the Portuguese, so they're all Roman Catholic, whereas Indonesia is an aggressive, expansionist Muslim state. This is not to vilify Islam, but Indonesia is an example of how would I say it? This would be an example of Islamo-totalitarianism. It's basically the state religion is Islam, and all other religions are persecuted. So the Indonesians invaded Timor, and they began a process of genocide, which it took the Timorese generations to appeal to the world, the United Nations, etc., get it ruled as a genocide, and then finally expel the Indonesians. So the Timorese are finally independent, finally in control of their gas and oil reserves, and still, of course, suffering from an enormous amount of problems. So there you have that. The situation in Timor is still the trigger point for probable Japanese and Australian intervention in the future. The Australians, of course, have a border with Timor, a maritime border, and are doing nothing to help the Timorese, but they're anxious to try and exploit the resources. So again, just one of those situations that doesn't have a resolution just yet. So just a brief interlude there, and now we'll turn it over to Peter, who thankfully was very helpful in preventing myself from, as he said, packing the book. We have the book is we're just rounding it out, and we have a lot of how we say in general. Peter feels it's pretty much finished. There's just a lot of little details I want to just throw into the book and make certain that they get in there. That I'll talk to Peter about, and so Peter and I will be working intensively on Tuesday with that. In the meantime, Peter will be sharing much of what's going on and what's happened with him throughout the winter, and then I'll try and deal with everything from Texas to Timor when he's finally finished. But I want to give myself a few hours to just kind of relax.
Well, I have a question about Timor, because Timor is famous for hundreds of years earlier as being the place where Captain Bligh of the Bounty, the HMS Bounty, safely arrived at after having suffered the mutiny.
Yeah, you know, yeah, go on. Oh, by all means.
Of Fletcher Christian. Now, I was just looking up. The mutiny occurred around Tonga Island, which is, southeast of Fiji, and it's. I don't understand how he. I mean, listen, for him to even survive the way he did, Captain Bligh, who was an expert navigator, to even survive at all. And I know they landed on one island that had cannibals, but Timor is kind of like way out of the way. Yeah. Why didn't he go to Australia? Much closer.
Well, it's a good question. I have no answer for that. My father would have been able to, or rather the man who raised and guided myself, George Dietrich, the sailor, would have been able to have answered
might
that.
Have been the trade winds that traveled there. It might have taken him
right
more easily there, because he had to go through this in between New Guinea and the northern Horn of Australia.
Right.
He had to go through that. So, I mean, he could have landed at either spot. I don't know why he didn't.
By the way, just to put this into some context for people, Bligh later was to become essentially whatever they called it, the Governor General, whatever they gave as a name, but basically he was the man who ran the continental-sized penal colony called Australia. He was the person put in charge of Australia eventually. That was kind of like the high point of his career, was that he was absolved of any wrongdoing in a trial that the film, of course, that was the more modern version of the Mutiny on the Bounty that starred Mel Gibson and Anthony Hopkins. They showed how Captain Bligh was essentially absolved of wrongdoing at his trial. But they also point out how no one would have survived in terms of they were thrown out in a lifeboat, and he was masterful at maintaining the lives of the men who were with him in the lifeboat, as Peter Moon said, to ultimately get them to safety. As I said, my father was very much a follower of the story of all of this, and fascinated with the follow-up as well of Pitcairn Island, where the people who mutinied on the Bounty ultimately settled, because Pitcairn Island was not originally on the maps. So they found an unmapped island that was off the charts, literally off the charts, and that's how they escaped basically what some would say would be justice, or they escaped pursuit and persecution, depending on how you look at it, by the British Empire for many generations. And by the time the British found them, they were their own culture, which is a very bizarre culture. And that's a whole different story, but just to briefly kind of give people an idea, you had this ship in which the crew mutinied, or a part of the crew mutinied, the majority, and they wound up taking a bunch of Polynesian women with them to this uncharted isle, and they've reproduced where they all breed true. Essentially, the women still look very native or ethnic, and the men still look very Caucasoid or Europoid, and it's just a tiny, beautiful island that's like a paradise, and everybody's busy raping each other and engaging in incest. And so it's just this. I
once read that they had a characteristic of enjoying body humor.
Oh God.
BAWDY, body,
Yeah.
Force crew.
There you go. And the woman, I forget her name, but she wrote Caesar's Wives. Whoever was the author of the book Caesar's Wives, a very famous authoress. She married a Pitcairn Islander and she moved to that island. So I can't remember her name to save my soul, but we could look that up later. And she was kind of a schlock authoress, but. She, when she was on Pitcairn Island, she says that it's haunted as fuck, and that basically, she can be standing in the kitchen and she'll get hugged by a bodiless entity. So, if that's one of the Pitcairners, it just goes to show that, their lustiness has not dissolved any, despite being on the other side of the veil, so to speak. So, with that in mind.
It also says that he suffered 3 mutinies. I know that the penal colony mutinied against him in Australia.
Holy shit, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, and I knew there were 2 mutinies. They said there's a 3rd mutiny.
No, my God. No wonder he got so notorious. It's amazing. And yet his career was, maintained. I never heard of...
Well, let me put it this way. They gave him another ship, the Pandora, and then he ran that aground.
Oh, God.
That I think he got some breadfruit, but that thing crashed on him, and then they didn't. He was on the original Captain Cook journey to Hawaii. He was Captain Cook's sailing master.
Oh my God! And there was cannibalism involved there. That's where Captain Cook was eaten by the Hawaiians, right?
No, I don't think he was eaten. He was killed. I think what they did was they took his body, and now that's kind of a Mama Cass Elliot and the ham sandwich story. They didn't eat him.
Okay.
They took his, they took his body or something, but they killed him because he was very non-copacetic with the Hawaiians. But I'm trying to see if I can find.
By the way, I'll look into that because I do know that the Maori people ate some of the people who showed up. I do know they ate them, and I do know that the Polynesians, there's a lot of cannibalism on the when it came to the Pacific Islands. I do know that much. That was my father kind of educated me in that regard. I'm not definitive about the Hawaiians, but I could have sworn that I've heard Hawaiians.
Well, I mean, it's a common story that Captain Cook was eaten, but I had researched it in the L. Ron Hubbard book that I just did because he was, and I it's probably even in that book what happened to him. Okay, I could even probably dig it up, but
because L. Ron Hubbard himself was very much a maritime historian of a sort.
Yeah, but this had nothing to do with that. It had to do with his association with a Dianetics practitioner called John Starcook, who was tied to the 1001 Nights restaurant where William Burroughs met Brian Geisen, and they, before they collaborated with the Dream Machine. That's the thread of that. And because John Starr Cook was the family that settled the Hawaiians, I was wondering if there was a relationship between him and Captain Cook, who had come to Hawaii. I mean, they're probably from the same line, but I saw no direct connection, but there probably were. So I was looking into the incident because the Cook, John Starr Cook's family, settled the Hawaiian Islands from the Caucasian point of view. And I looked into the actual Captain Cook story during that. But I'll see if I can dig it up while we're going through here. But he had, let me see. I studied that stuff. My father was, having watched that movie, the Clark Gable movie, which is much better than the Marlon Brando movie.
Right.
I saw the Marlon Brando movie first.
Right.
And then at the time, Jack Parr did a lot of stuff on it. Jack Parr, the talk show host, he was fascinated with that story. And I think he might have even had a relative of Fletcher Christian's or something, because there was this story that Fletcher Christian made it back to England. All sorts of stories, and
holy shit.
I don't think that he did. I don't know that he did, but people loved that. It was a great story, and and then I saw something on TV one time when they had a descendant of William Bligh. They came out and I don't know if they did the same trip, but they did some trip where he was dealing with the crew, and they were like trying to recreate the conditions.
Right.
And the same damn thing happened. This guy was a bastard, and the crew basically just mutinied against him.
Wow.
I mean, it didn't look fake.
Wow.
Like the guy, they just couldn't deal with him.
What?
It was a descendant of Bligh. He was living out the drama.
Holy shit!
It didn't look faked at all. It looked like it was just sort of a forced situation. Like, we're going to follow this. I forget what it was, but it was amazing. And the guy, the Bligh relative was kind of cursing and, pissed off at everybody. He just didn't get it. He was not a leader.
Right.
And Bligh was guilty of unnecessary and extreme cruelty, and it caused the maritime laws to be re-looked at. In other words, while he wasn't found guilty, they kind of they don't like to encourage mutinies.
Right.
So they kind of corrected it and just didn't make him guilty, and corrected the conditions so this stuff wouldn't happen, because he would not only have people whipped, he I believe, if the movies are correct, keel hauled somebody, which means
yes, right, which is the worst. Yeah, go on.
Well, they scrape him along. They have a whole. They throw him off the mast, and then he's tied to a rope, and so say it might be tied to thrown off the bow, and then they pull the rope to get him back up. And he's going to scrape along the bottom of the keel, which is the hull, and if he's not drowned, he's going to be scraped to death.
Yeah.
And you could survive it, but more often than not, you wouldn't. So when you were punished with keel hauling, it pretty much meant your death.
Yes. It was just horrific. It was horrific. It was one of the worst punishments imaginable. And honestly, people, there's no way to describe this. People are, who have no familiarity with nautical history will have no idea what you're talking about. But my father, of course, explained to me about the keel hauling. And basically, if you've ever seen the figureheads on the bows of the ship, where you see a figurehead, which is usually a female figure that's tied on the bow, and it's supposed to be like the guardian spirit of the ship. Basically the embodiment of the feminine ship itself. Basically, ships are always referred to in the feminine. Then what they would do is, around that area of the ship, towards the front of the ship, they would throw somebody off, and they'd be on a line where they'd be dragged through the water, and you're scraping against the ship itself, which is loaded with barnacles, because all these barnacles collect on the bottom of the ship, and that scrapes all your skin off. And basically, if you survive, you'll die of infection, or it's a terror. While you're being scraped off, you're exposed to salt water, so all the salt water gets in your wounds, and the burning is just like Pac 1 described. It's just unbelievable. Crap, that gratuitous sadism that develops when people have nothing to do. This is the same reason why cannibalism happened on a lot of these Pacific islands. You're just, stuck on a limited amount of space, and you begin to do things that normal people would never do had they, a greater amount of stimulus in their lives. So there you go with that. And thank you for reminding me of that. They show that in the Mutiny on the Bounty, the original one, where they show him kind of underwater, and it's kind of interesting. It's an interesting visual effect, because they show a miniature man, actually being keel hauled underwater in the original Marlon Brando film. I don't remember them doing that in the modern version at all. Yeah.
I'm not even sure that it did happen. I'm not sure, because, movies I wouldn't put it past him, but I read an objective account when I was in high school, and now there's been more research and stuff done. But you have to take everything you read or it becomes standard history, because it's not always the case. But
Right.
in any case, Captain Bligh was a very stern captain who knew navigation, but he did not know how to deal with men.
Right, right. In other words, he was a flawed professional. He was lacking as a human being. While he might have been a consummate professional in some regards, he was lacking in, what would we call it? People skills. People skills is what we would call it these days. Oh my God. And of course, the Navy didn't think it needed people skills in those days. The Royal Navy was not, or the American Navy thereafter. These are just meat grinders. These are meat grinders that take people and they just chew them up, and they don't spit them out. They swallow them. So,
Okay. Here I found the thing on Captain Cook.
Yeah. Okay.
It says, this is my writing for the L. Ron Hubbard Tao of Insanity book. Well before Cook's ancestors, quote, civilized, unquote, the Hawaiian Islands, there was another Cook who visited the islanders and opened up to the west, and in particular to the British Empire. This was the famous Captain Cook, who on his third visit to Hawaii attempted to take the king hostage and was killed in retaliation.
Well, there you
The
go.
kahunas, who are the religious priests of Hawaii, subsequently disemboweled Cook's body and baked it in a special process to remove the flesh in order to preserve the bones in a special manner that would serve as religious icons.
There we are. Delightful. And he deserved it.
So I don't know that they ate him.
Right. Understood.
It was like they were doing their
Thing.
their thing on him. And the interesting thing is that there is with John Starr Cook's, he was messing with his whole family. They're from the Sons of the Revolution from New England, and they were the ones who settled and taught the kahunas how to be Christians. So it was a pretty brutal thing. And when I portrayed it as the evil invasion of a foreigner, that includes both Captain Cook and the Cook family. Cook spelled his name with no E on the end. The other Cook had an E. I attribute it to the unchecked fury of Hawaii's most vehement goddess, Pele. The volcano is named after. Pele created the Hawaiian Islands. And her name, Pele, is the inscription upon the magic ring of King Solomon, as identified by John Dee. The ring that was magically appeared to him, and he said it was the ring of King Solomon by which he controlled the jinn, and it had Pele written on it. And the John Starr Cook ran his life with a Ouija board. So,
Wow.
he got zapped by an Islamic Sufi guy.
Wow.
Well, they just, he said the Ouija board told him to go to Algeria. He said, no. So you're going? And he kind of touched him, and he ended up with he was paralyzed. He was paralyzed, and that's when he sought out L. Ron Hubbard to be helped.
Interesting. Fascinating. That's amazing. I really appreciate you sharing that. It's incredible. And just so people know, our man, Peter Moon, has the same fascination with two incidents that my father did, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, because both of them are familiar with both the story of Moby Dick and the story of the mutiny on the Bounty. And in the case of Peter Moon, I think that this ultimately led you just in terms of the vibration of your personality towards working in the Sea Org, and if it hadn't been, it was also probably because your father was a merchant marine.
No, my uncle was a merchant marine. My father was in the U.S. Army.
Okay.
And he was at Pearl Harbor, or in Hawaii, and he was in New Guinea too. But he didn't see, the only armed combat he ever saw was when the Japanese were bombing Hawaii, and they all got out, went to the barracks, and got guns and just started shooting at planes. do anything.
Right. Yes.
They had to do something. You know,
Understood. Yeah, got it. No, I hear you. Yeah, it was just one of those things where, you know, they responded the best that they could with what they had, but it's just one of those situations like, you know, you're impressed by the futility of it all. No,
but he had films that I used to see routinely when we'd have film night in the house, and you know he'd had the home movies, and he had films of Waikiki Beach, and it's empty. This is in like the 40s. He was stationed there before Pearl Harbor happened.
Right.
So he was, you know, he was on Oahu, and it's just like the beach is empty. Nobody knew it was going to be a hot spot, you know.
Of course not. No, it was, yeah, back in those days, it was seen as ghetto station. My dad made jokes about such places like Guam or Hawaii in those days. He'd say, you throw out the line from the ship and a monkey will grab it and tie it to a coconut tree. I mean, this is the standard sailor's joke.
But it was beautiful. It was beautiful. You can see Diamond Head.
Yeah.
And you can see, and the waves are just like, they're about 3 feet high, and they break, and you could ride them for half an hour. I say that exaggeration. It's just a long ride. So it was a very idyllic paradise for somebody who likes soft surf. You know, it's just beautiful. So, but yes, my interest in the Sea Organization was sort of, I would spend a lot of time on fishing boats. At one point, my friend, who later, you know, was a captain of his own boat, you know, he talked about joining the Sea Scouts and becoming an oceanographer. And we thought about that when we were young. But so I had quite a relationship with the ocean when I was young. But then as I moved up into middle and northern California, I kind of lost that connection to the ocean, and it resurfaced in the Sea Org. And as I said, I don't care if I ever get on another boat again for the rest of the and I said that when I left, and the reason is it's such a responsibility, and you're in danger every moment, whether you realize it or not. If you're on a pleasure cruise, you're oblivious, and most of the crew are oblivious to the dangers that are going on. Yes. And you suffer extreme stupidity of what people are referred to as landlubbers, because they don't understand that, you know, all the dangers inherent. Like if you don't tie things down and you're at sea, these things become weapons of death. You know, if you have a table, it's got to be secured. Yeah. So and if the ocean gets bouncy, all of a sudden, it's dangerous, you know. So aside from crazy things happening, and other people on other vessels who are more often than not leave a lot to be desired. So it's and I mean I was on a couple of ships that almost, you know, ran aground in the Sea Org. And it was the same damned officer both times. Oh! And one ship, one time it was off the coast of Portugal. The other time, the same guy was in LA Harbor. And he almost ran us into the rocks. And it would have happened if not for me having a conversation with the former captain who had been busted. And we're sitting there talking, and the former captain he says, "Hey, what's going on?" And he points out to the captain and the conning officer he was running us straight into the rocks. And that would have been more of an embarrassment than a disaster, because the rocks in LA Harbor would have been a fiasco. But
oh my God, it's really just how do I say that? It's just so frightening to dwell on what might have been with, well, what do you think was the cause when some of these cases are literally where the person is a drinker, like my understanding with the...
No, this guy was from a very rich family.
Okay. Well, that's a problem already. That's a problem already.
And he had a country club air about him. He's real friendly. I don't think I ever heard him say an unkind word. but Hubbard hated him. And Hubbard hated him because he was related. I think it was his father who ran Time magazine and had run some nasty articles on Dianetics. And
so how did his son wind up? Was this just like?
Well, I'll tell you how he ended up. Is that it was Claire Booth Luce and her husband Henry Luce, who was like big into LSD, and Hubbard was pointing this out, and this guy was the editor for Henry Luce and Time magazine. So this guy, the way he got involved in Scientology was his older brother was in Scientology. And the older brother is still in Scientology to this day, last I knew. You know, he's got to be up there. He's got to be in his 70s now, if he's still alive. And I think he is. He's probably, he never left. This guy did leave, though. And he went over there. He was sent by his parents to go over to St. Hill in England to get his brother out. And I think he was a major in philosophy already. And he says, God, this thing's valid. And he said, God, this thing, you know, he investigated Scientology and he joined, as opposed to getting his brother out. So this guy, as I say, he was very friendly, but he was casual. I guess he had learned how to con a ship, which means to control it or to steer it and to direct it. I think he might have learned that in the Navy. Because he sure the hell didn't learn it in Sea Org. And he was, I considered him a walking danger. And I do remember after the incident in Portugal, I was restationed in LA and he was the captain of that ship. And I just remember, you know, he had everybody staying up late. You know, you got to do this. And I just ignored his order. And you don't ignore a captain's order under any circumstances. It's very stupid to do so. I ignored his order. I went to bed. You know, the hell with his order. Next morning, I wake up and there's a new captain.
Oh, holy shit. Oh, my God.
Who I knew this guy. I was much more comfortable with him. He had been the chief engineer on the Apollo, and he came out to be the captain, and I was much happier, and they deposed the other guy, so what I'm saying is that this is the history of people, and he was, as they say, a nice guy to talk to, very personable, but I don't want him. I don't want to be on the same. I don't want him running the ship I'm on.
Yes. Interesting.
And I'm very, and there's other people that were crazy as a loon. One guy in particular was crazy as a loon. I trust this guy with my life on a ship. I saw the way he handled the ship. Just the fact that he was crazy, and I didn't really know he was crazy at the time, but he knew how to handle a ship. He knew how to look for coral at the bottom of the sea. Wow. How to he was he was a good sailor. What can I say?
Right. Well, there seems to be an affinity between good sailors and a kind of insanity. There's kind of a reputation for that, and for what that's worth. But it's almost that you would have to be crazy to kind of take on that kind of responsibility, as you described. People are oblivious to just how everything around you can be the death of you once the ship starts tossing and turning. And certainly my father brought things like that up, and he would be one who, because of him, of course, we never had any problems during earthquakes, because, of course, he had everything battened down. Like you would do on a ship. So there you have that. Tree, if you live in San Francisco on top of a fault line, that's the kind of attitude you should have, is that everything is potential. Of course, everything's gone to hell in a handbasket after he fell under my care provision and ultimately, passed on. I haven't maintained that. So
were you at home? Were you in San Francisco for the '89 earthquake?
Probably. I think so.
You could not remember that. It was during the World Series. It was 1989 in October.
Yeah, I think I was. I think I was, maybe because the '89, I might have been going into boot camp at that time. So it might have been that it was right around that time. I know I went into boot camp on my birthday. And so it was in probably around 89. Yeah, that I went. It was either 89 or 90. I've done it the damnedest to forget.
It was October of 89.
Yeah, I know the earthquake. I know the earthquake. Yeah, but
and of course the Oakland Bay Bridge just fell apart.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that. So yes, I had to have been at home. So that had to have been. So there you go. That was.
So what did it do to you? Were you in the same house you are now?
No. I was outside of the home. And
no, but was that home the home? Was that your home at that time?
Well, it's always been my home in the sense that I was always welcomed by my parents to come back. So it was.
No, but the Russian Hill home is what.
Yeah, it was my home at that time in the sense it's my listed residence. Yes, and so I probably.
So what happened? It didn't suffer any problem?
No, because we're on a very stable platform. We're on Russian Hill, which is solid fucking rock and granite. So during an earthquake, we feel it here on Russian Hill. I've been through several earthquakes in this crypt, and that's on Russian Hill, and it rocks, and despite everything that's piled up everywhere, so far nothing has ever fallen of any substance or consequence.
The Mission District to the, I guess that would be to the west of you or the east of you, was suffered greatly because it's all landfill.
Oh yeah. In many places in San Francisco did. Where my gang brother lives is down towards the Marina District, and that's towards those parts of the how do you say it? Just parts of what you would call it all suffers liquefaction. That's the term that's used because it's all landfill of a very gelatinous sort. It turns to like literally like Jello during major earthquakes. Seismically, it's just all landfill, so it's just shit, and houses sink in that area. So so there you go with that. He's so far survived all of the earthquakes, but definitely you lose power, and some other things. But other than that, the earthquake, I remember distinctly now where I was, and I remember that the freeways collapsed. And I remember that there's a lot of things I could go into. I'm not going to share too much because there's some things that I actually don't want to talk about that I was doing at the time or involved with. And in order to protect the names of the guilty, I won't go too deeply into it. But yes, everything that Peter Moon is describing happened. The local freeways collapsed, especially in Oakland. There were some horrible examples of human behavior in Oakland, where people were climbing up onto the collapsed areas of the freeways so that they could basically, victimize the people who were trapped in their cars. And what they would do was basically like tear the rings off their fingers because they couldn't resist and they couldn't move. They were trapped in their cars or belted in and couldn't resist while their purses were stolen just by clipping, the purse strings, etc. I mean, they were just looted. They just looted them.
That's quick thinking. I mean, God, that's quick thinking.
Oh, God.
I will say this, though. When the first time I ever saw bars on houses.
Yes. It was in Oakland, right? Oakland?
Well, no, because whenever I went to Oakland, it was usually to the stadium and maybe downtown. Now, it's in southern part of San Francisco, not far from the baseball stadium at the time, Candlestick Park, iron bars on windows.
Yes.
Never had I seen it. And to tell you the truth, you'll see it somewhat in New York, but never so much as what I saw in the southern part of San Francisco.
Yeah, and by the way, for people who can't imagine this, try and imagine the horror of the general situation on a day-to-day basis that people are forced to do that because you are trapped inside your home when a fire starts. You're going to die and you're going to burn alive because you can't get out with those bars on the window. But that's the situation on a day-to-day basis. Is if you don't put those bars on the window, you're going to die anyway. Probably raped to death, tortured to death, because someone will come through the window and gang rape your entire family and treat you all to Drano cocktails. It's a terrible. I mean, this is if you got a choice between that and burning to death if the building catches on fire, you take the burning to death, because otherwise you will surely die almost overnight if you don't have those steel bars on your window that will prevent you from leaving when the fire starts. That's the horror of living in a place like this. So if people like you out there might not understand the environment that I come from, that I emerge out of, that creates the kind of personality that I have, then think about that, and maybe you'll have a better context. So there you have that. And
what I'm saying is, you can go areas that are not that far away.
Yeah.
To Daly City or Pacifica or a little farther south.
That are a world of difference, right?
Yeah, and they're not going to have bars on the windows.
No.
They're going to be regular neighborhoods.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely, that's like in New York, except in New York, you have it like block to block. In New York, you'll have one block where people are knifing each other, and then the next block, you'll have doormen at the front door of some apartment building that is that you never have problems at, because the people know better than to go there. There's like invisible force fields that divide neighborhoods, where people have a psychological barrier where they don't go beyond their territory. It's very bizarre. San Francisco.
Well, yes, in New York, when I moved here in the early '80s, was a much different, and it was a much more dangerous place.
Yes.
They had the guardian angels, who formed as a answer to the fact that certain neighborhoods weren't being protected or policed.
Yeah.
And the police were not doing their job. And for all of his many deservedly publicized misgivings, Rudy Giuliani is the one who changed all of that by putting law and order. And one of the things he did was they had people that would come up if you're stopped at a street light in New York, and they would squeegee your windshield.
Yes, the squeegee men.
Without asking.
Yeah, the squeegee men. They would simply slam the squeegee rag on your windshield and start greasing your windshield. There's no other word for it. That happens in San Francisco too. And they basically are demanding money, a form of extortion. You're basically paying them to stop. So this is a violation of your space, and this is the horror of postmodern life in congested environments. And I'll never forgive Giuliani, of course, because I know too much about him.
No. I mean, it's like they do good and they do bad, but he actually got those guys, arrested them enough times to get them to stop,
right,
and punish them. And then what he did was he began to clean up all the smut of Times Square area in particular. Times Square was like a, what
was that? It was a porn center. It was a
porno center. Yeah. And I used to live right there for, about a month and a half when I was stationed there, and it was not very pleasant, to say the least. And and then what he did is he got rid of the smut peddlers, and he brought in Disney. And Disney made it, wow. Of course, now the cost of everything went up, from parking to anything. But it was a much more pleasant place to be. What my brother saw Manhattan for the first time a few years ago. And I went into the city to meet with him. I think he brought his daughter. And I brought my sister and Paula to meet with him. My sister, my daughter, and his first time he'd ever seen Manhattan, and he said it reminded him of a cross between Las Vegas and Tijuana, which I thought was a very interesting comment.
Yeah. But by the way, you're talking about this was during that day, right?
No, this is a few years ago.
Oh, just a few years ago. Okay.
Yeah, it reminds him of a cross between Las Vegas and Tijuana.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Still. Okay. In terms of New York at the time that we were originally talking about before Disney was brought in by Giuliani, which in itself is a satanic kind of convergence, if ever, an unholy alliance, if ever there was one.
Understood.
However gentrifying it might be, it brings in a different type of evil, but such as it is. You just don't see it on the streets. But in terms of in those days that Peter Moon is referencing, those were the days that if Derek were here, he'd bring up how he hates the Charles Bronson vigilante films. Death Wish was the name of the whole franchise. That was in those days that they were filming all of the vigilante films. Was around that period of time. And science fiction novels were being written that were very dystopian, where they were talking about a future New York that would be abandoned. And then, of course, there was the infamous cult film Escape from New York, which just had them cordon off New York and just leave it to the criminals, where they would just dump all the criminals in New York. So there you have that. It just goes on and on, but that's what it looked like it was heading to. And nobody was very enthusiastic about it. Documentaries were being filmed. Like there was one titled, you can look this up, The Hell with New York. That was the title of the documentary, talking about how lousy New York was. So yes, definitely.
Well, this goes back to the 60s.
Yeah.
The blackout. Yeah. New York was a very cheap place to live if you lived in certain neighborhoods. Yeah. And in the 70s, it really wasn't much better. In the 70s, what started to kind of revive it as an economy were Arabs coming in, and the Japanese more in the 80s, but the Arabs buying up properties. And Donald Trump came on the scene about that time, and he was selling to a lot of Arabs, and there was a lot of real estate speculation and very successful speculation. And then I came here in 83, and then Mayor Koch, he was credited with reviving, I guess, what you would call the esprit de corps of the city, the spirit of the city. And so he began to give it a spirit because he was very much a PR type of a personality. And New York began to kind of get a soul where it didn't have a soul before. And then you had all of the yuppie stuff and certain I guess what you'd say properties were escalating. But even then, I had a friend who had a small one-bedroom apartment, near the Masonic Lodge on 23rd Street. I think she was on 21st Street, whatever. But she that apartment was worth I remember $130,000, and they had to unload it. The family had to unload it, and oh man, that thing would be worth a mint now.
Yeah.
But it was and that property jack-up didn't occur till the later 90s. I mean, it was so you could still get reasonable places in the early 90s, which, you'd be glad you had them if you were a Manhattanite. So, because, it's just, it got ridiculously expensive. And the worst thing about New York is not only does it cost you a lot of money, in many cases you have to schlep upstairs, or and getting your groceries and everything is a logistics exercise. One of my friends, I was driving her around Manhattan. She was from out of town, and she says, "How do people buy groceries here?" I said, "They have them delivered. If you're wealthy enough, you have them delivered."
Right.
But the rank and file, I can't, Amazon will deliver to your house from Whole Foods. You go into Whole Foods, you see people just picking out food for people, and they're going to deliver them. I can't imagine they do that in Manhattan. Somebody walking up 4 stories Here's your Whole Foods groceries.
Yeah. It's all I can say is that was how my father stayed healthy for so long, and that was because he before I had to take care of them in the final decades of their lives. My parents were actually exemplary of health. They were like Mr. and Mrs. Jack LaLanne, and one of the reasons why was because we lived on the sixth story of that ghetto apartment, the compound, and the elevators never fucking worked. So he had to carry all the groceries. He'd go shopping in the Presidio, take the bus all the way home, carry the groceries all the way up 6 flights of stairs. So he always maintained excellent health in that sense, in one sense, and so he that's one way to maintain your health. Always make certain that you do a lot of shopping and that you're always active in that respect, etc. But there you go with that. So aside from all that. What else comes to mind with everything?
I'll tell you what comes to mind is my friend in Bucharest. He's a psychiatrist, and he took me to see his place. He'd invited me to stay there if I wanted. I was staying in his family house, but and prior to that, he'd invited me. He had a place that I could stay in his office. So he took me to see his office. I think he had to do something there, and we're walking up 4 floors, and he's not only got an office to counsel people, he's got a whole seminar room. He can do seminars there. He's got a kitchen. He's got a little room to live.
To whoever can make it up there, yeah.
and I said, I was like shocked. They go, how do you get people to come up here? Not a problem. Even Paula told me, in Romanians, it's no big deal to walk up 4 flights of stairs.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But in America, you're not going to get people to walk up 4 flights to go to a seminar.
No. Japan's like Romania in that there's, like San Francisco has everything on hills. And I remember one time I had to bring my mother because I couldn't leave her alone. I was bringing her with me. I had an appointment with someone who was helping me write out some letters. And, of course, he lived in a San Francisco home where he was at the top of this endless flight of stairs. Oh good God, I had to bring her up all those stairs. What an adventure. Just, like climbing Mount Everest. I'm not kidding. It was just one of those things where this is the point with elderly people in a city like San Francisco, is that very fortunately our flat is on the ground floor. Of course, above the basement, but underneath the people above, where you've got this very long staircase. So my landlords, who lived on the top floor where they had the heat and the sun, as opposed to the darkness and the dankness we have down here where I live in the crypt, right above the basement, but essentially just an extension of the basement in many ways, even though we're above the ground. And the basement is kind of at ground level, but sinks below the ground. It's very hard to describe. People see these situations in New York, kind of, where you have the little tiny windows where people live under these, like, under street level. And they just look out through their little tiny windows at the street. Okay, we're not like that. The basement is. But we're above that by 1 floor. But we're still, San Francisco is so congested, we get no sun at this level. So all the sun goes upstairs. So the landlords stole that, so to speak. They monopolized that for themselves. And they paid the price, of course, is that they were literally trapped upstairs. As they got older, they were, they were trapped. They couldn't leave because the stairs themselves prevented them from doing that, and then ultimately that's why they had to. One of them died up there. The other was relocated, maybe in the last days of their life, or had a care provider. I think they both died up there actually, and then they. So there you have that. Just one of those things to think of whenever you live in a place like this is that you will get old someday and you will not be able to hit those stairs. They will become your death at one point or another if you don't relocate yourself to a ground level place. There you have that. Of course, that's why Peter keeps himself in the peak condition he does. But there you go. And and other things will come to mind, I'm sure. In terms of Romania, what was I thinking of the other day? It brought something up there to mind. But at any rate, so go on, Peter. It's all yours. I'm still kind of trying to. Every once in a while, I'm just going to go mute and try and get some more calories in myself. I just don't want people to hear me chewing. So by all means, cover whatever topics you feel are relevant. Certainly, did you have any contact with Crystal aside from what was obvious on Facebook? So that
No.
Okay, her situation, by the way, just so people know, people have been helping her, and I'm very grateful for that. I will be getting more into that later tonight. I'm not going to be talking very deeply about Crystal because, of course, I don't want to invade her privacy too much. But let's just put it this way: she, along with millions of other Texans, they've had it's just been awful. And are you aware of any part of that situation?
Well, just that my neighbor said that he didn't understand for the life of him why the Army wasn't down there pronto in a state of emergency helping people. He did not understand that. He's a former cop, right. And he says they should have had people. They have portable generators. They should have been warming people up.
Well, by the way, I do want people to know, in case anyone is paying attention, which I don't think I don't think anybody would be, but it matters to me. And there was I have my promotional banners for my show, and I also had what I put up for Crystal River. So what happened was I put up a post explaining to people Crystal River's situation. Two people in particular that I know of responded. There may have been others who responded that I don't know of, but the two people I know who responded are Pac-1 Morales and Sammy Romero. Pac-1 Morales sent, basically ordered on Amazon a number of logs for her fireplace, which was one of the only ways she survived the power blackout for a period of days and days without power, day upon day without power. And our man Sammy Romero sent her at least $20, which she used to buy water, which helped her survive because they had no potable water, and it was just awful. But this
is my question, though. You mean Amazon was delivering during all that hell?
Apparently they were able to get that to her. I know that there were people getting, it wasn't so much that they were snowed in areas, it's that they had no power and they have no water. So it's not so much that they're snowed in, though some cases certainly are. She was pointing out the fact that in the middle of the day, the snow was not melting. It was like, that snow was like Arctic fucking snow, like iceberg snow. It was not melting under the sun. So yeah, there's got to be places where they were snowed in. But in her case, apparently you were able to get the supplies, and so she's alive, but thanks to the help of many people. But I know that Amalia Willard left two wonderful comments, and beneath her comments of sympathy, someone entered a comment briefly, and I, just so people understand, I did not delete that comment. I left it up there where this person was a female, or at least a female name and avatar, and left a comment that why doesn't Biden send in the National Guard, and why is he not helping Texas at this time? When obviously this would be a time when federal intervention is needed, quite obviously. And so for some reason that comment disappeared, so I don't know what happened with that. I'm presuming the person deleted their comment. Now, I'll try and articulate what I can tonight, but the one thing so far as I can understand it, basically it requires the governor of the state to ask for that assistance. The federal government cannot, unless they declare martial law, they cannot dispatch the federal forces. The National Guard, of course, is comprised of state units, so the governor has theoretically their own state forces to deploy. So I have no idea what the Texas National Guard has been doing, and I'm presuming
the governor didn't ask him.
Yeah, or why the governor did not ask Biden, so I don't know what's going on with that specifically. I'll provide what analysis I can to what I do know about, but definitely it is it's obviously a very bad situation, and I do know this. I will talk a lot about. There's a very toxic attitude in Texas about individualism, ruggedness, a frontier attitude, and an attitude in which, you know, I'll quote some of the politicians, and certainly Derek Talley was quoting some of them in our last transmission, or the one prior to that, where I think it was the latest transmission, where basically they were.
I have something here. Texas governor asked Biden for storm aid.
Okay.
After condemning federal overreach.
That's so fucking, that's Texan. Yeah, that's yes, this is the problem that I'm talking about. This is the problem that I will articulate, and it's oh god.
And then it says White House partially approves Governor Abbott's request for major disaster declaration.
Yeah, they had no problems approving of the disaster declaration in the first place. It was just as for, you know, the situation in general, you have a lot of, here's the problem, many people are just feeling that they don't want the government there, and they don't trust the government. So there you go. That is.
Well, there was a whole scandal about what happened in New Orleans back under the Bush administration, you know, and they just, you know, they let the poor people, I mean, they just threw the poor people away.
Yeah, in Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah,
yes.
and then they sent them to the Astrodome.
Yeah.
And it was
left them there to die. They sent them to the Astrodome and left them there to die. By the way,
Bush said that they were, you know, made some comment that they, you know, actually, you know, they're happier there, you know.
Something like that. But by the way, for those of you who don't know how bad Katrina was, you know, just basically, of course, Jameson brings up the fact that they were majority blacks that were abandoned, which is absolutely true.
Exactly.
Yeah. And of course, New Orleans is a majority black city, and the whites, of course, live in the areas that are above water, and everything beneath the water level is basically black occupied. And so the blacks got flooded out, and they were just abandoned. There's no other word for it. It's just, the whole situation was beyond disgraceful. But here's what people don't remember, and it's just the cover-up. And there was and I mean cover-up, that the people have no idea how bad it was. This was like before I was even a public informant. This was like, well, I was heavily involved in care provision for my parents at the time, and it was just, I was nowhere near a public informant at that time when Katrina hit. But when Katrina did hit, I can tell you for a fact, because the floods were everywhere, deep inland, and because, of course, it's fucking Louisiana, there were gators everywhere, and they were just devouring all the floating dead bodies. And there were a lot of dead bodies. And so you had like dead bodies floating down the street with gators snapping at them. And I saw all of this footage because at the time I was taking care of my parents, because, you know, it was so important to my parents, because my mother spoke multiple languages and her background was in Asia, we had all the Asian channels. And all the Asian channels showed this footage that no one in America saw. And the governoress or the mayoress, I don't remember, it was either a female, probably a mayoress, a female mayor of New Orleans at the time, as opposed to the governor of the state. She went on Taiwanese television where they interviewed her in English, and she went on Taiwanese television and she talked about almost dying. Basically, she wound up in some office building or a federal building where the police simply took cabinets and they just barricaded the doors, and she was on the upper floor, and the only thing between her and being gang raped to death were a bunch of police officers who had barricaded all of the doors and had all these cabinets and everything they had just put in front of the doors, and they had a massive shootout with what were hundreds of gang members that knew where she was and publicly stated they were coming for her. And so it was like, and she talked about this on Taiwanese television. No one in America even knew. No one in America knew any of this. There's all kinds of things that go on in America you have no idea of, that only foreigners know about, but you as an American will never know. And they only appear on foreign television. And it's not propaganda. It's simply you are under a completely suppressed state of information denial. You have no idea what's going on. And so there are people who think that the fatalities in New Orleans were mild or something. The truth is, hundreds of people died. The majority of them were black. Nobody fucking cared. Nobody took any names. Nobody put them on any rosters. Nobody took a fatality toll. And these people just, for all intents and purposes, there may as well have been a fucking rapture. So this is the situation in America and how bad it is. We can only imagine what it's like in, forgive me for saying this, a shithole like Texas, where you've got the whole ideological system is based on you're on your own. And if you can't hold your own, you're just not worth being alive. It's just this really is that attitude down there, and that if the government comes in to help you and you take assistance, you're a sissy, and you should be able to it's just madness. It's just madness. And so, well, they're paying the price for that. And this is part of what I'll emphasize tonight. But it's one of those things that people have got to get over this. It's one of these things that we can't go on like this. There's no way. There was, of course, Crystal had put up a post about Biden selling out the energy system to China. And I find the source very suspect. And I can tell you that if the... as bad as communist China is, and you never want to live in communist China, if the communist Chinese were running the power grid in Texas, this never would have happened.
Let me say something about the main problem in Texas, first and foremost, is that they had a freeze, and they're not equipped to deal with it in the same way a place like New York or Boston or Philadelphia is.
Right, of course.
Because we're continually subjected to icy weather, snowy weather, and cold weather. So in a place like Texas, first off, it creates an opportunity for a disaster like what happened. If it was egged along by China or anybody else, that's a secondary factor. You'd have to blame them of, first off, causing the weather.
Right.
And
which
the
is
other thing about China is they have their fingers in a lot of companies. And I haven't checked out this because I don't know, but some of these the ownership stakes in some of these tech companies is reportedly gigantic. And we do know the Chinese have a lot of money and invest. So there's a hidden hand there, but I can't comment on the. I also see, but I see it first and foremost a natural disaster that somebody could take, like the people in San Francisco taking money off the trap passengers in the Oakland Bay Bridge. If the Chinese were doing that, yeah, that's the context they'd be doing it in. It's a horrible thing.
Yes.
What happened.
Yes, no, definitely. And so I'll do my best to further make some sense of it, whatever sense that can be made of it, because much of it has to do, however, with just toxic ideology. And the toxic ideology is this kind of toxic independence. We have a toxic sense of individuality in America. We've got to get over that. It's because this is going to get worse. The weather this is the new normal now. So people have to realize this, that it's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. This is going to keep happening. So I do want people to try and adapt to a new kind of mind frame that so that they don't, that we don't keep suffering the way that we are suffering right now. Fortunately, of course, people are trying to help each other in times like this. But it's I'll speak more about our culture of toxic individualism later in Arc of Narrative tonight. But right now, since we're gifted with the presence of Peter Moon, I'm trying to take advantage of this to get some food in my mouth and rehydrate. So let's.
Well, Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, I've known many Texans over the years, and this goes back into the '70s. Extremely proud.
Yes.
Of their independence, and that they are the Lone Star State, and that they are a republic. There's much of a pride of them being their own country, because they were their own country for a time in American history. So they still have that identity as a country. Yes. And that is part of who and what they are. And so that's just an identity, which is that sort of attitude is also prevalent in the West. Idaho, Utah, Arizona, etc., where people have guns, carry guns. And
by the way, just so people understand, Peter Moon is bringing that issue up, and he'll take it where he feels it needs to go. That's not the direction I was going in, but go on. Yeah, guns are.
It's like, I mean, I don't have an issue with guns.
I know.
In which way?
Yeah.
I don't. But that's the culture of what it is. And
it's a very much a gun culture. I mean, there's no denying that. Guns are like everything in Texas. I mean, this is like Second Amendment.
But not just Texas.
Yeah. And many other places. Yeah, but Texas is pretty.
And the thing is, when you're in wide open spaces, particularly, which Texas does have a lot of wide open spaces, the only thing you have protecting you is a gun. You don't have a policeman.
Yes, often.
So there's a certain amount of logic to it.
Yes.
So, I mean, I don't have an issue with it. I also don't spend time out there. And I was always told that the people in Texas, the only thing they hate more than a New Yorker is a Californian.
Oh yeah, yes. Oh, they speak of
And I live in New York. I come from California, and but I found out the best way to insult a Texan is to say, I mean, from their paradigm, it's a Texan is a Mexican on his way to Oklahoma.
But by the way, I do want people to know, the times I've been in Texas, I adored it. The times I've been in the Deep South, I've really enjoyed myself. I have never, the Southern hospitality, or the correct pronunciation is Southron in the actual Gaelic kind of sense that many of the Southerners use is Southron, and the culture of the South I found far more amenable than anything up north in many cases, and it's so preferable in so many ways, and so that is, there's a kind of community element that you don't even have up north or out west. So that's something that's to be emphasized. Without that, they would be in a state of total anarchy right now. But it definitely, there were certain things I had to do. Like I had to carry a Bible with me at all times. I had to keep it real close, and I had to make certain it had a big gold cross embossed on its cover so people would know what it was. And that way I wouldn't be identified as an enemy alien. And that is, how would I say it? Just one.
I would have people in the South, whether ranging from Florida to North Carolina, and they look at you and say, "You're a Christian, right?"
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's.
I don't know how I answered it, but it's extremely prejudicial and bigoted.
Oh, they don't call it the Bible Belt for nothing. Oh yeah. That's yeah. If you ain't Christian, you ain't shit.
I didn't have any problem with whatever I answered. I don't remember how I answered it, but
I'm sure you answered gracefully enough. But
it was graceful. It was gracefully enough, yeah. And because you know what, it's just yeah. It's like let's bring things down to the lowest common denominator.
It is very, how would I say it? It's fairly hostile. It's a fairly hostile, thing to ask somebody about is their faith on meeting them. But that is common. I've noticed that in many of quote unquote those places. So as I said, I just got the question out of the way. So just walk around with the big Bible in the hand. Not just, wearing a crucifix is not enough. I mean, it's not visual.
No, you could be Catholic and that could be unnerving.
Yes. So it's the Bible.
That's one thing about the Catholics. They don't really care.
Thank you. Yes.
If you're a Christian or not, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. Yes.
Catholics are different that way.
Yes. Thank God.
Of course, they've been more prejudiced against than the other way around. So.
In America, yes. By the way, it's totally different in Canada. People in Canada will complain about the television. I knew this one guy was complaining up there, but then again, oh God, what the hell was his name again? He was the guy who was the publisher of G-Fan magazine, which was the Godzilla fanzine that was around forever. And I got to talking to him personally on the phone over a period of years, and then he just kind of locked me out after a while because it was just his own, it's ideology. Ideology just, gets people to sever. And in his case, this is the guy who was publishing G-Fan magazine, mind you, the Godzilla fanzine for years, which I took an interest in it, of course, because I grew up loving Godzilla and the kaiju and that what remnants I could get of Asian culture from across the Pacific. It was just, how would I say it? I could go someday into kind of like the dynamics behind that, cultural and otherwise, but it was one of those things that is hard to describe without sounding too dorky or getting too nerdy, but it was always a comfort. It was always a comfort zone. And he's, God, what was his name? But anyhow, he organized the convention every year too, and it was in Chicago, I think it was, but anyhow, he was, of all things, he was an Ayn Randian. He was a
objectivist. An objectivist.
Yes, what they call an objectivist. That's the Ayn Rand philosophy. For people who don't know, her ideology is called objectivism. And so he was very much an Ayn Randian objectivist. And he he was always, strangely, he had kind of like I guess a teacher's kind of prudery where, the Godzilla films are wholesome. They don't have scream queens, which of course is a point that most people never think of. I guess as a parent, you might think of that, or as a teacher who worked with young children. His story was fascinating in the sense that he was a teacher of high school children, and he married one of his high school students. So she was like generations younger than him, must have been like 40 years younger than him. And her parents were like fucking Mennonites or something. And they like hated him. And they, of course, disowned her and felt that she was subject to damnation. Of course, Ayn Randians, people, the objectivists, are atheists. And what Ayn Rand was trying to develop was a capitalist contrapuntal, a capitalist counterattack to Marxism. So it was atheistic capitalism, which of course formed the foundation for Anton Szandor LaVey's Satanism. I shit you not. He just took Ayn Rand's philosophy, and he is the first person to say this himself. He said, I just took Ayn Randian's philosophy and juxtaposed it with occult ritual so that we had a magical way to serve the individual as the Godhead, which is what Ayn Randian objectivism is about. So here's this guy who married his high school student, and her family disowns her as a result. They think he's the fucking devil because he's atheistic, and and they come from a very religious background. But one of the things he was pointing out was because Canada has a large Catholic population in Quebec, the television it caters to the Catholics. So you'll see them you won't get anywhere near the news on Catholic abuses that you will get in America, which is a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant culture in its original baseline form, as opposed to, the cosmopolitan demographics now are completely different. But with the old traditional background of the original white occupants, the Protestants, the Puritans, and all that, they have a violent aversion to Catholicism, and so Catholicism here has always been the minority culture that is viewed with great disdain and contempt. That was what John F. Kennedy had to deal with. He was the first Catholic president of the United States, and
Biden is the second.
Yes, Biden is the second, and you know what they did to Kennedy? They killed him. So it's but he was, of course,
that would prompt. I mean, I think
I'm being facetious.
Biden is Catholic is the mole on your ass, so to speak. But what it does prompt me to wonder is if he's partial at all to the Vatican. I mean,
well, that's what they feared about. That was what they feared about Kennedy, and this is.
But that's when the Vatican was more of a powerhouse than it is today. It's kind of been defrocked just through the abuse scandals, and so you don't hear too much about it. The Vatican, it's like you don't hear the Vatican's doing this. The Vatican's on the run. You hear all these stories about the Pope capitulating to this and capitulating to that, and saying things that don't make him sound very powerful. He's just a capitulator.
Well, well, let's put it this way. That's the way it sounds in American media. That's not what you get in foreign press or foreign journalisms. He's in many places he's viewed as retaining a growing base in Africa and Asia. Latin America is more like the holding ground, which is why they got a Latin American pope. They were looking towards a kind of middling ground. If the Catholic Church were truly looking to the future, they would have taken one of their black priests out of Africa and made him the Pope, because the future of the Roman Catholic Church is black Africa, where the church is growing. And but they, in terms of the past, Europe is, as far as Catholicism is concerned, it's dead. So their present is Latin America. Their future is Africa. Their present is Latin America. Their past is Europe. And so,
I just saw something. I didn't follow the article. It said that a bunch of Ethiopians died trying to defend the Ark of the Covenant.
Yes, it's that's and I'd like to see what you can find out about that. If you can give me a link, yeah, I'd appreciate it.
It didn't interest me very much, but
but I'd hate to think of where they believe the Ark of the Covenant to be located. I'd hate to think of that as being under attack.
They've had the Ark of the Covenant for I think nobody knows if it's the original one. It's at least a replica. 5 hours ago, the Sun, and it says, it's also in the New York Post. It says, at least 800 worshipers die defending the Ark of the Covenant from looters amid ethnic massacre in Ethiopia. It's those same people from Oakland. Yeah. Hundreds of Ethiopians died risking their lives to defend the Ark of the Covenant from looters after brutal fights broke out. Worshippers rushed to protect the church where the Ark is said to be secured after violent clashes between soldiers and rebel militia neared the site. Now, I will tell people that you're not allowed to go in and see it, as far as I know. So it's not available for viewing.
That's right.
The Church of St. Mary of Zion in Axum, Ethiopia. An elderly woman who fled the city during an outbreak of violence being treated. She's got bandages around her mouth and head. Christians in the Eastern African country claim the sacred Ark is being kept under guard at the Church of St. Mary of Zion in Axum, Ethiopia's holiest city in the Tigray region.
Right.
Up to 800 people are believed to have been killed during the massacre, which took place in November. November? We're hearing about it now. News of the bloodbath has only now emerged as the region has been cut off from outsiders, with Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed shutting down internet and mobile networks. So they've been under, a shutdown. He has deployed his country's army against the leadership of the region. Getu Mak, a local university lecturer, recounted how many rushed to defend the Ark. The 32-year-old told the Times, when people heard the shooting, they ran to the church to give support to the priests and others who were there protecting the Ark. Certainly some of them were killed for doing that. A deacon who lives in Axum has told how he helped count the bodies, gathered victims' ID cards, and assisted with burials in mass graves. He believes around 800 people were killed at and around the church by pro-government forces, with bodies left on the city's street for days. Getu said reports of troops destroying and stealing artifacts since conflicts began in November had prompted fears the Ark would be taken to another city or that it would disappear completely. He added there was no mercy shown. They didn't care if you were young, old, or whatever. They killed people and took everything they could. From the electronics shop, the bars, there were many corpses. Ethnic violence over such things, such as land and resources, has been an ongoing issue under Abiy Ahmed. He became prime minister in 2018, April. In late November, Ahmad declared victory against the TPLF after pro-government forces took control of the regional capital, Mekelle. The foreign ministry admitted that rape, plunder, callous, and intentional mass killings could occur in conflict where many are illegally armed. He blamed the Tigrayan militia for leaving the region vulnerable. Humanitarian organizations have warned of a possible hunger crisis on the same scale as in the 1980s. Tigray's population of 6 million is cut off from help. In December, 102 civilians were massacred in an ethnic outbreak of violence in Ethiopia. This is really a mess.
Yeah, well, I've been following it for a while, only collaterally. I knew that the crisis was ongoing, but what interested me, of course, was the Ark of the Covenant becoming a...
And he says Ahmed was awarded the £730,000 Nobel Peace Prize for his work to end the 20-year conflict with Eritrea. You know, doesn't seem to be doing any good here.
Yes, no, it doesn't. It's definitely, how do I say it? It's just one of these situations that, it's incredible because Ethiopia was on its way to becoming a powerhouse, and they were working on the dam at the basically the source of the Nile, which of course would rather dry it up in Egypt. So there was a war that was about to start between Egypt and Ethiopia. And the Egyptians started funneling all kinds of money into these basic, these severance movements, these secessionist movements in Ethiopia, because Ethiopia is a multicultural empire. It has many other ethnicities, the Tigrayans and various other tribes. Much of Ethiopia is Somali, and so the ethnic Somalis are seeking reunification. Of course, they're divided into warring clans, which has prevented that for forever. And so the Ethiopia's boundaries are, shall we say, rather, you can see by the angular lines, and they're being cut off from the sea. Its boundaries are rather artificial, so like Yugoslavia's. And so it's more federative than a core ethnicity. So there are Ethiopians in Ethiopia, but the Ethiopians, albeit the majority, are one among many ethnicities in Ethiopia. Of course, that was my old stomping grounds, was the Horn of Africa. Ethiopia was a place I didn't enter personally because it was not at war at the time. And so there wasn't really any call for my professionally being in there. But it was... They underwent a period of communism, and their experience with Afro-communism was horrible. They're still suffering from the repercussions of that. So it won't be until they reestablish the monarchy that they'll have any stability. And that's the problem, is the monarchy is not there, really. And without the monarchy, there's no sense of cultural identity. So nevertheless, the Ethiopian people are just wonderful people. I dealt with a number of them throughout Africa, and they obviously travel in other places outside of their country to deal with regional trade. Yeah, so it's just...
One comment, though, would be, is it's kind of, this is supposed to be the Ark, the all-powerful Ark of the Covenant. How powerful is it if it's vulnerable to being stolen?
Oh, it's an article of faith. That's the whole point. Whether
Well,
it is
well,
or
it's attributes are much
Yeah.
more powerful than an article of faith. It's a war machine
yeah. Well, yes, that's right. That's right.
if you know
Theoretically,
how to use it.
yes. That's the
And,
question
and
is who would know how to use it anymore? That would be.
well, yeah, it's kind of like it's yeah. What's how powerful is it? I don't know that anything has been lost. I mean, it's
Well, they said a bunch of people died defending it. Did it get? Is it said that it was stolen?
it doesn't say. The article leaves a lot to
Out.
be desired.
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't really. It just says that a lot of people were killed,
Yeah.
and it's not recent information either. So it's really hard. I don't think it's very complete journalism. So
But nothing is these days, right? I mean,
no, but I mean, it's like whatever went down there is it's a mess.
Yes, it's symptomatic
The whole,
of.
the whole thing is a mess, and these people, the Ethiopians, hold on to that faith so much. A lot of it's uninterrupted.
Well, it's one of the oldest civilizations in the world. It's on the par with China and Egypt, so it's certainly understandable that they hold on to it as well. They should. They have a lot to be proud of in terms of the heritage of their culture. So Japan, of course, came very close to war with Italy over Ethiopia. The Japanese royal family was slated to marry. They were one of the few emperors in the world, aside from the Japanese. Of course, the Yamato dynasty is the only emperorship left on planet Earth. There are no other emperors left on Earth other than the Japanese. So the Japanese were supporting other emperors throughout Asia, like Emperor Puyi of the Manchu dynasty, and they were supporting Emperor Salazi of Ethiopia. And so when Italy was preparing to invade Ethiopia, the Japanese almost went to war. It was a very complicated situation.
And that was prior to World War II, if I recall.
Yeah, prior to World War II, as the West perceives it.
And what was Mussolini's? I forget his motivation for invading Ethiopia.
His motivation for invading Ethiopia was the fact that he was defeated by Haile Selassie's father, who this was one of the. This is why Ethiopia, of all of the African nations, the only independent African nation on Earth that was not ever colonized was Ethiopia. Every inch of Africa, even if not trodden by the foot of any white man, was claimed. So it was under legal claim at one point or another everywhere in Africa except Ethiopia. Ethiopia has never been colonized. And so what happened was that the Italians took it as open territory, and the Italians invaded and were defeated. This was before Mussolini. So the original Italian royalty, the original monarchy, invaded Ethiopia and lost decisively. And so the Ethiopians became known as the only African culture that was able to resist the Western world. And they had their own emperor, and so the Japanese were going to arrange for a dynastic marriage. So the Japanese had arranged for the marriage between the Yamato dynasty and the descendants of the House of Solomon, which is what Solomon and Sheba, etc., which is what the Ethiopians draw their dynastic lineage to. And so that was about to take place. And then Mussolini was determined that he would avenge the loss of the monarchy. And he was proceeding to invade, and that's when the Japanese came very close to war with Italy. Had they done so, they more than likely would have won. Of course, history would have been extraordinarily different, and it would have forced a very radicalized change in Japanese foreign policy. But it didn't.
So
work
the marriage
out.
didn't take place?
No, the marriage ultimately didn't take place. It didn't take place because Emperor Hirohito had to choose between the Axis or the Ethiopian marriage. And he had to. He felt that the only way he could sustain Japan was to settle with the Axis. And of course, he ultimately succeeded in his ultimate cause, which was the success of Japan on the world stage and its economy prospering. It may have been different had he allied with the Ethiopians. It might have been in a much more difficult and hard to maintain position because he would have taken on a completely anti-Western stance. At that point, Japan would have been the champion of colored people all over the world, which it was already perceived as, even without the marriage with the Ethiopians. As I've articulated in the past, many blacks sided with the Japanese and realized, of course, that the real enemy was really the United States. And without any sense of hypocrisy or treason, that is definitely what has to be said. But in terms of the way it worked out, it could have been better if he could have done both. I really regret that that marriage didn't take place, and hopefully that marriage will happen at some point in the Yamato dynasty in the future. Between the two dynasties, and the dynasty in Ethiopia can be reestablished. They live on in exile, but that's what needs to be reestablished for Ethiopia to basically reassert itself. The problem was they were, just before all the shit came down, it wasn't long ago at all. I'm talking about literally just months ago, like last year or the year before last, the Ethiopians were on the road to becoming a regional powerhouse because they were all set to get the dam at the source of the Nile and basically dominate the economy. The Egyptians would have been totally dependent on them for water. And they would have had to have paid tithe to the Ethiopians, and the Egyptians were ready to go to war over that. And then instead they took to funneling all of the money into these insurgencies, and that's what's resulted in the collapse in Ethiopia that you see now. And that's because there was no emperor to rally around. There's no sense of cultural identity to rally around. And people don't understand the importance of monarchies in the West, and they think they're a thing of the past. Rather, they're a thing of the future. And so, we'll see what happens. It's just one of those things that is part of the development, the ongoing drama, the human drama on the world stage. But so there we have that little bit of history there. And other than that, of course, when Mussolini did invade, then he occupied Ethiopia for a period of time. And there was, of course, a lot of deployment of chemical weapons, poison gas, but that was nothing different from what all of the British were doing. And you have quotes that you can look up from Winston Churchill, where he was gassing the Arabs in various areas that the British occupied. The British had what they called Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, and Winston Churchill was deploying poison gas to destroy entire populations in Sudan. And he went so far as to seriously consider converting to Islam so that he could impress all the locals and start his own empire down there. All of this is
This was during World War One?
This was during World War One, yeah, around that time. His sister had to beg him. She wrote him letters begging him not to convert to Islam. I mean, this is how serious the motherfucker was about his insane desire to start his own empire down there in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan area. And so there you go with that. All of these various bizarre things. One of the things that I do want to point out in the book, I'll probably try and seduce Peter into adding a little bit more, maybe as an appendix on Hideo Noguchi. But one of the things I want to point out was that when Hideo Noguchi came to the United States, I know that Peter Moon points out different things in the books about Simon Flexner, but we should also emphasize, of course, that Flexner was who was the mentor of Hideo Noguchi.
I don't remember naming Flexner. I remember Hideo Noguchi.
Okay, we'll go a bit into that. We'll decide whether we add it in and how, and I'll send you some more. I'll write about it. It's just one of those things that you would probably find interesting, because when Hideo Noguchi came to the United States, he had to have somebody vouch for him because, of course, he was Japanese. And so the man who vouched for him was Simon Flexner, who was probably one of the greatest medical doctors that ever lived. Of course, he was also, like many doctors, very heartless. He said that he was put in charge of Rockefeller's medical research university and institute, and he said that that no one could run an institution unless they had the capacity to be cruel. And yet what was interesting about Flexner was that Flexner brought the mortality rate for the most common bacterial meningitis down to 18% in 1910 without antibiotics. And today, with antibiotics, the mortality rate is 25%. So Flexner somehow developed a technique without antibiotics to prevent people from dying of meningitis, except at a very low ratio of 18%. And today, with all of the pharmaceutical technology we have in antibiotics, nobody can do what he did. And
he didn't tell people how he did it?
Nobody can understand his notes. The only person who was able to decipher them was Noguchi. And whatever was done with that, Noguchi himself is buried in Brooklyn, but he took that secret with him, apparently. And, you know, that's one of the interesting things to point out about Noguchi is that he's not buried in Japan. He was born in Fukushima, and in Japan, they have a museum where they have a biofacsimilacre of Hideo Noguchi that sits at a desk and will answer your questions. It will actually converse with you in Fukushima Daiichi. And they put...
Let me ask you a question on the biofacsimilacre. Have you ever seen any of the Disney robots or even videos of the Disney robots?
You know, yeah, I've seen that back in the day. Yes, they were like on repetitive motion kind of.
They're very heavy. They're very heavy.
Yes.
The biofacsimilacra are nowhere near as heavy.
No.
They sound like they're much more advanced technology than what Disney was using.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's definitely advanced technology. It's like Jameson Reese said. He said the Russians are living the lifestyle of the Flintstones and the Japanese are living the lifestyle of the Jetsons. It's incredible just the different levels that people are living at on the planet. And people have no idea how different it is. But yeah, Fukushima, here you've got this Fukushima native, Dr. Hideo Noguchi. And he is buried in the, in the northern reaches of the Bronx, where there's about 400 sprawling acres of grounds that make up the Woodlawn Cemetery. And so you've got these like writers that Peter Moon would visit the grave of, such as Herman Melville is buried there. Joseph Pulitzer, who the Pulitzer Prize is named after, is buried there. And then you've got retail giants like R.H. Macy from Macy's and F.W. Woolworth from Woolworths. They're all buried there. And the New York politicians like, none of the younger people would remember them, but like Fiorello LaGuardia, whom the LaGuardia Airport is named after, and Robert Moses, and musicians like Duke Ellington and Miles Davis. And in the middle of all of those is Hideo Noguchi, the man who helped weaponize and bring about the defeat of the United States. And you're talking about somebody who actually, he was the research assistant of Simon Flexner at the University of Pennsylvania. But this was at the time that Rockefeller took over all of America's medical schools. Basically, America had like hundreds of medical schools, and they were independent. And then Rockefeller monopolized all the ones that he could, and those that resisted, he had closed. So he pretty much controlled the medical industry, and the guy who was his point man, who he put in charge of Rockefeller Institute, was Simon Flexner. And of course, the Rockefeller Center of Medical Research is in Manhattan's Upper East Side. But at that point, when Hirohito realized that Rockefeller was monopolizing the medical industrial complex in the United States, that's when he dispatched Noguchi out of Fukushima to go to the United States as a scientific spy. and just do everything he could to get what bioagents that he could out of the United States to bring back to Japan for weaponization. By the way, some of these he weaponized himself in Africa. So Noguchi spent time in Africa weaponizing yellow fever. That's where he ultimately contracted himself while weaponizing it. But he was also involved in Central America, South America. It was Ghana specifically is where he contracted the disease, weaponizing it.
I thought he died there, but apparently not.
Oh, no. He, if I remember correctly, he might have been married to a white American woman, to tell you the truth.
But if he was buried in the Bronx, it would, probably die in Ghana.
Yeah. He might have died in Ghana, or he was like probably dying and was brought back to the United States. He died in Ghana. He did die in Ghana. If I remember correctly from what my mother told me, he was 51 years old. So his body was sent back to New York, and its final resting place was at Woodlawn Cemetery. When we lived in New York, when we came to the United States from Taiwan, my mother took me to his grave. So I remembered that forever. His wife was named Mary. I remember now. My mother told me his wife's name was Mary, and she has a marker in front of his tombstone. So he had a tombstone. His wife Mary had a marker, but she was a white American. So he was married to a white American, and as far as I know, they never had children that they acknowledged. But my mother said his son, who was half white, like myself, she told me that someday I would meet him when the time was right. Whatever that meant.
Did she know Noguchi?
She knew him somewhat. She just, through the work she did diplomatically for the emperor, she had met him more than once. So, like I said, his likeness is now imprinted on Japan's 1,000-yen note. And like I said, if you go to Fukushima, there's an entire museum where his biofacsimilacra will speak to you. If you answer questions, it will answer them independently.
He's going to speak in Japanese.
So far as I know, yes. Yeah, I don't know if the biofacsimilacra, and you don't want to use the term if G, because it's really sexless. I don't know if it's G. Even I have problems with that after all this.
You're implying that he's alive. It's the biofax is alive. You're implying that.
It's very similar to, I try to treat the biofaxes that are in my custody with that level of respect, and it's still very difficult at times to remind oneself of these kinds of, shall we say, the right kind of pronouns to use. And but believe me, in the Shinto sense, of course, the stones have a soul in them. This is why certain stones of great resonance or that project a sense of peace or whatnot are kept in Zen gardens. Mountains are said to have a soul, etc. So this is implied by the Japanese into machines. This is what's enabled the Japanese.
It takes on a different context with a machine that is emulating a human being.
Yes.
It's going to be a more animatable. A rock or a crystal is going to be, by its very nature, very limited in terms of moving around. It's going to be more of an energetic communication, whereas a biofacsimilacra will be energetic, but it will be more than that. So.
Yes, and that's important for people to remember. As far as I'm concerned, these are certainly individuals with souls, and they need to be treated with respect, just on a different arc or learning curve. Like I said, very similar to developmentally disabled children. That should change with time, of course. And as technology continues to progress, we will have more and more humanity within biofacsimilacra. And the biofacsimilacra there's a difference, however, between them and human beings. always, as far as I can see, more of a purity, more of a true purity of soul than you have with someone who has all of the biological plumbing that human beings have, because we're dominated by that plumbing. We're dominated by the need to breed and reproduce, and or simply, if nothing else, the need for the friction thereof, and it tends to dominate everything we do and motivate us to do many things. Our senses of competition, all of this is based on the fact that we need to eat, the fact that we need sustenance. It drives us to do things that in sense of competition for those limited resources, for those for food, for sex, for social recognition.
L. Ron Hubbardism. He said the common denominator of all life impulses is to survive, or it's the basic, the dynamic principle of existence is to survive.
Yeah. Yes, there we have that. And well, beyond that, of course, the need to dominate, it's beyond survival, of course. If you want to ensure your territories, then you dominate your territory. And so this is what...
That's an aspect of survival.
Yeah.
And I remember in the 10th grade, sophomore year of high school, we were assigned in the composition class, or what was it called? Literature. I don't know what it was called, but... it was English, and we had to, we did a whole series of reading books on the subject of survival, and that was where I read some books on Mutiny on the Bounty, survival, Men at Sea, and just the subject of survival, and I thought it was a very curious subject, because it was not something that one was too concerned about in terms of living one's day-to-day existence in Davis, California. It wasn't, it was only an issue because we studied it.
Right.
But back to the biofacsimilagro, or the related thread, there was this unusual character in my life that was named Dionysus. And he eventually went on to live with Preston and created a lot of havoc for Preston. But he was
with a name like Dionysus, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, well, he was in the Signal Corps, and he got kind of kicked out pretty quick. He had the Signal Corps is like high level weirdness in the Army, Signal Corps,
right.
And he didn't last long in the Army. He ended up on disability, and he at that time he lived in an apartment in the village, which was under rent control.
Oh, God. And
anyway, he was very discordant and very unusual, and I got a kick out of him. And I always told him, I said, if I would want to have a talk show someday, a TV talk show like Johnny Carson or something like that, only for the purpose, not because I want to have a talk show. I'd just like to have him as the sidekick.
Like Ed McMahon, or
what?
Like Ed McMahon.
Yeah. But because he would be so discordant, like people be watching the show, and I could be having a very intelligent conversation with somebody, but I've got this completely discordant character sitting there being my announcer, and I could be having a discussion with anybody about anything. It could be some professor of economics or somebody who might be considered highbrow, and I turn around to him, who's like sitting there in a T-shirt with his curly hair, and say, "What do you think?" Like giving him equal level.
Right.
I just thought that would be the most neatest way to have a talk show. I used to tell him that, but he started emailing me, and he would always sign his name Doll's friend. Weird. Doll's friend.
Interesting.
And why is he? This wasn't too surprising that he'd do anything weird or say anything weird about himself. So one time he sent me, he heard about the Meta Machine, which was a synchronicity generator with an artificial intelligence component that Joseph Matheny had invented. That was the subject in the book Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. And when he heard about this or learned about this,
he sent me a synchronicity generator. Boy, I haven't seen it in a long time. I forgot all about it. But it was a synchronicity generator it had 3 different characters that could answer questions. One, I think, was one was Shakespeare. One was, I think, I want to say like a gypsy lady and Oracle and some other thing, but I used to get a lot of stuff from the Shakespeare thing. So you basically ask it a question and you get an answer back. And often it was a Shakespearean quote. So I started asking this thing questions, and I actually engaged it in a communication where there was a coherent, sort of like William Burroughs would have. He would be communicating with entities via the cut-up method, where he would, jumble up a bunch of words or paragraphs and pull them out of a hat and start getting a dialogue. I started to have a dialogue I even wrote an article about it. I don't remember the dialogue right now, but you know where the dialogue led me to?
Where?
I don't think I realized it till I arrived. Ed and what was it in the doll Annabelle. I never heard of Annabelle.
Right.
I then went to a talk I was going to do in Connecticut. I was one of the speakers. And I'm sitting there in the audience, and Ed Warren's nephew is giving a talk. And he's talking about Annabelle. He was a professional exorcist, by the way, the nephew.
Right. Yes, they always claimed that. It's one of those things I have my own contention with, but go on.
I would differentiate him from Ed.
Yeah.
But
okay.
I think he really knew what he was doing. I didn't have an issue with this guy. But he's talking all about Annabelle. And what the hell is this? And then it was like, and then it all made sense. I was being led to that encounter. It was weird. It was like I was having a communication with the machine, and then it came full circle when I ran into this guy and met him, and it was the doll. He was talking about, and this guy's calling himself Doll's friend. It was the entity was communicating through the synchronicity generator. And Joe Matheny had looked at the synchronicity generator, and he said it's a low-level synchronicity generator, which indeed it was. But it was sort of the doll speaking, going, here I am, which is par for the course when you're talking to entities of any type, whether they be aliens associated with Roswell, Area 51, or anything else you might imagine. And basically what they're saying more often than not is, here I am, pay attention to me. That's about as far as it goes.
Right.
Because beyond that, they often don't have anything to say. And if they do have anything to say, it's generally to get more attention.
Right.
There was a famous psychic. Name is Kevin Ryerson. He was featured in, and I believe he played himself in Shirley MacLaine's miniseries called Out on a Limb in the 1980s.
Right, that was that book I was referencing based, that when I was talking about how, that was the one I was trying to talk about when I was talking, we were speaking of Joan of Arc the other day, the one I said got herself into the movie as the angel that appears before Joan of Arc. I was really referring to Shirley MacLaine, and as opposed to whoever else we might have been talking about at the time. But go on.
Well, Shirley MacLaine, so there was this, I just forgot what I was talking about when you said that. I was talking about Shirley MacLaine, but what was I talking about?
You were talking about the low-level generator of the...
the synchronicity generator. But
and the dolls are asking for attention, and these...
Kevin Ryerson.
There we are.
Yeah, so I had gone, and I think I've only been to 2 of these things. It was a New Age, I call it a New Age fair, Whole Life Expo or something.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know why I was there. I think I know what I was there for. I was looking. I was into some health product. It was a health product. I was there for a health product, and I was walking around, and I ran into Kevin Ryerson, and I was talking to him, and he was very engaging. Like, he just talking to me, like, you know, he just like, and he you know, he was contributing to my conversation, but I just ran into him. I was talking to him, and then I ran into a friend of mine. So probably the only person there I would have known. This is before I was involved with Montauk or anything, just about to get involved with it. And she said, "Oh, I'm going to go see Kevin Ryerson speak. You want to come?" Not really, but I'll go, you know, just to hang out with her. So I went. I think it was like $33 or something to go listen to him speak. So I was just talking to him. What do I want to go to the show for, you know? So, but I went, and he had a magnificent stage presence. He was, I don't know if he was trained as an actor, but he was magnificent in engaging his audience. And he was funny. I mean, he was better than Johnny Carson. And what he did was he talked with three entities would come through him. He discussed the process that went on with him. He said he'd been studied, and that he would, I remember one of the entities was a pickpocket. One of the entities was an ancient, you know, something from Atlantis, I think, if I recall. And but when I think it was when one of the entities came into his body, he looked down, like you could see a definite change. And he looked down at Kevin's gut, and he put his hands on it, and he began to jiggle it. Like, ha, 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 look at Kevin's gut, you know? And he...
yeah, just very childish.
It was very funny.
Yeah.
It was very funny. But then what I noticed, and I do think that we had genuine entities speaking through him. He said he'd been studied, and, you know, and he couldn't explain the phenomena. You know, it was like, I didn't get the idea that he was acting, but because he'd go out, he'd go out unconscious. But one thing was very clear to me is that these entities, when they would start performing, they loved having an audience.
Of course.
And they were just as human as any human would be sucking up an audience.
Yes. Yeah.
They were hams.
Yeah.
And I didn't get it was Kevin being a ham, because Kevin wasn't getting any attention. The real Kevin. It was his entities getting the attention. Kevin had nothing really to offer, except, you know, his own personal input, but he was not the show. It was these entities that were the show. And I thought, you know, they're very human, very flawed, and maybe they could see some things that people can't see. You know, I was amused, slightly informed, and that was that.
Yes, that's fascinating. And so there you go with these entities, and you feel that these entities are what we're kind of talking through some of these dolls, almost like ventriloquists, controlling a ventriloquist dummy. Some of like these dolls that when you were talking about, you know, I think of some of these like cursed dolls that people speak of in the United States that seem to have a life of their own. Is a different subject, of course, from the biofacsimile, and which is another term that's actually more euphonic than biofacsimilacra, which is people can use that term as well. Biofacsimile is probably easier for most people to just get out, but in terms of I always think back, of course, when sometimes when I speak of the biofacsimilacra, then people make jokes about the 90s wave of the killer doll movies like Chucky and all the rest of that that come to mind for people. Of course, that's supposed to be possessed dolls that have an individual's persona entering them or something. But obviously a totally different subject.
Well, there's also voodoo dolls, and there's all that sort of thing. A sympathetic resonance, and all of that sort of thing. But when we talk about entities, it's they are a fact and a part of life. How they manifest and who they manifest through is a different issue. I remember there was somebody who was kind of a noted psychic, for lack of a better word, and he was pretty famous on word of mouth circuit. He had a presence. I'd heard of him, but his girlfriend was directed to me because she called me. I don't know how she got my name, because she was having problems in court, in divorce court with her ex-husband, or her husband he was, and her boyfriend was a psychic, and she had custody issues, and the husband was a musician. He was a triple Scorpio, which meant he was powerful. He was manipulating the hell out of the court system, manipulating. And her main weakness is that she'd go into court and she'd talk about UFOs. Stupid.
Yes.
And he was using that against her to custody. It's not easy for a woman to lose custody in New York.
Yeah.
But he was going to get it from her. So she would talk to me, and I was counseling her. And then I would get on the phone with this guy, which I won't say his name. And he was the one that told me that the husband was a triple Scorpio. We saw eye to eye on everything in this case. We couldn't have been more in agreement. And on just the ins and outs of the case. And I was because I was considered at that time sort of an expert on New York State divorce, because I had the best attorney in the county.
Right.
And he was good, and I picked up stuff, and I could tell people, common sense things. Well, you can do this, you can do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. People don't want to listen. But anyway, I was helping her, and boy, I saw it in him. So we got to talking, and he had a book that he said he had published in different languages, and he wanted, so we talked about doing the book in English. It would feature different photographs and whatnot. And I said, well, I was happy to consider it, and unusually happy to consider it, because it sounded like, it had some life to it. And after we had that conversation, I'm, lying in bed, and I've got an entity bouncing off the wall in sheer joy.
Wow.
That, wow, my story's going to be told. But it wasn't this guy. It was a damned entity.
Right.
The entity was getting attention. Oh, I've got somebody's to tell my story. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh my God.
And I was just excited, like, God, gee, it's a kid find out he's going to Disneyland. And I just said to the entity, I said, look, I'll this in so many words. You don't say this, but you do say it in so many words. I will work with you, but the condition is quid pro quo. You're going to work with me. I won't work with you, but you're going to have to work with me on the same terms I would work with you. In other words, I'm kind of making the golden rule.
Right.
Do unto me as I will do unto you, and etc. That alien scrammed. He ran. Alien entity, whatever it was, scrammed. Just boom.
Yeah.
Now, as circumstance would happen, I would become very close with his ex-girlfriend.
Well,
I didn't. It took me a while before I knew that they had been not only a couple but an item, and he was taking tremendous advantage of her. she had a best friend who also I became very close with. And she used to make fun of this guy. She made fun of him mercilessly because of the way, because of his bad grammar and stuff.
Wow.
And one time, years after we became friends, and I heard all this stuff about him, but I didn't judge him for that. I mean, because it was nothing to do with me. This other friend was not the girlfriend. She said, "Oh yeah, he told me he had a falling out with you." I said, "Falling out?" I said, "We never spoke." I said, "I had a falling out with his entity, but I never spoke to him. I never said I wouldn't do his book. I never heard back from him." But he called it a falling out. I never said I wouldn't do his book. I just told the entity, what I told it. And he interpreted that as a falling out.
Yeah.
Never had a falling out.
That's amazing.
Never had a bad word with him.
Yeah, it's amazing how people are influenced in so many strange ways to respond the way they do. They
also told me that what he would do, because he did have valid psychic ability, that his ex-girlfriend told me that he'd always be scheming on how to pull off some con, for lack of a better word. And I don't mean a con like a theft, a criminal theft, but sort of a psychic con, because he needed to get a lot of recognition so he could, use his valid abilities.
Yeah.
And he was always scheming to do something that was untoward and dishonest, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, well, that told me I didn't want to work with him anyway. But he did have ability. But he wanted to use conning to get there,
right,
to justify his, it's like Francis Ford Coppola, directing porno movies before he became a real director. And he did, it was his platform. He got away with it. But more often than not, I don't think it's going to work for people. The one thing about a porno movie, it is a sellable commodity.
Yes. As
opposed to, phony stuff. And it's interesting how people are influenced by entities, and it's not like if you put things into the human realm, that the entities will more often than not go away. Sometimes they can pervade the human realm and be very powerful and sticky.
Yeah. Yes.
But so it's just one, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. But Aleister Crowley said, he says, when you encounter an entity, you must exhaustively test it. And once you've exhaustively tested, test it again. And once you've done it the second time and it passes the test for the second time, he says, then you discard it. Like he's telling you, don't engage entities. What he does tell you is to engage in conversation with one's higher guardian angel, holy guardian angel, higher guardian angel, which is interpreted as your higher self. Being able to talk to who you yourself really are. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. As opposed to, talking to some other entity or whatnot.
Right.
So much for that.
Well, definitely. I think that's an excellent analysis. I really appreciate your relaying all of that. Jameson, of course, was making various observations while you were speaking. He was basically saying that the entity might have been a sub-persona. But you didn't take it as such. You took it for basically these entities are separate of the individual, something from outside them.
Could it have been a sub-persona? Yeah, but it was a sub-persona that was pretty damned telepathic. You know, it had all the character. I think it was an entity. I mean, you could say, where do you draw the line? You know, it had all the characteristics of an entity. It defied the characteristics of what one might call a sub-persona, because it's telepathing with me. It's like I'm speaking to it, and it gets back to the guy that we had a falling out. I had a damn well falling out with the entity. Never had. I created the falling out by telling him, you know, you're going to act quid pro quo with me. Right. No, I'm not. And that's what I found. Any time of a phenomena of an entity, they don't like it. I also got the impression with entities in the early workings of the Montauk Project that they would feel bruised, battered, and beaten by me because I was not conforming to what you're supposed to conform to. I wasn't conforming to, because they were like the guardians of a certain amount of information. And the only thing it took to dispel them was to just say, you know, F you, you know, I'm not agreeing with you. Right. I wouldn't call them high-level entities, but I'd say they were guardians of certain information. Don't write this, don't say this, you know. You know, people involved with the psychotronics group say, you shouldn't write the book, you shouldn't write the book. And there was all sorts of statements like that that would be made to me by different people, not necessarily involved with psychotronics. You shouldn't do this. You know, I didn't care. You know, I'm not controlled by them. So therefore, the entities associated with that would feel kind of like, I don't like you. Well, you know, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, it's like, you know, so what? You know, I'm sorry you don't like. I'm not sorry you don't like me. It's like they would feel like I had a bad reputation with these entities. But what are they? They're just parasitic thought forms that are not there to help the, you know, general cause of anything. And maybe, you know, I hurt their feelings because they were trying to do a job. Right. But it's unfortunate. You know, he wouldn't even think of them as having feelings.
Yes. Okay. That in itself is odd. I mean, they're almost nothing but feelings. It's it's you know, one of those things that I think a lot of people don't appreciate as well as you do. You've truly been exposed to this crowd of people that deals with them. You're still dealing with people.
I don't talk about it very much. I'm never, you know, I don't talk about it very much because I tend to live in the objective world, right? Or pretend to live in the objective world. We all live in our minds far more than we give ourselves credit for. We're living in our minds most of the time, and we deal with the objective world. But yes, of course, you know, it's like the whole subject of time is controlled or regulated by consciousness. And what is consciousness? It's aggregates of awareness. And this takes us back to the term egregore. Yes. The aggregates of awareness. So where, like a subpersonality is indeed an aggregate of awareness. An entity is an aggregate of awareness. The question becomes how much of that aggregate can get up and jump over the moon or do whatever it does. Get your attention, and as I say, so much. You know, put its thumbs in your ear, in its ears, and wave its fingers at you. Here I am. Here I am. This is so much of what entities are just there to get attention, and sometimes they'll be a lot more clever than that.
Right. And so what do you recommend that people do if they're like suddenly their life is overwhelmed with an entity, as happens to some people? Have you ever seen a case like that where somebody's life has just been overwhelmed with this? And, you know, certainly, I guess this is something I can say publicly because I think your Romanian relations are public about this is that they speak to entities in a sense, right? Is it the same as something like Ramtha, or is it different?
Well, I don't, you know, Paula's mother is somebody who talks with spirit, and that can come in many different forms. So I would say it's very chameleon-like in that respect. And I would, so yeah, she's dealing with all sorts of, I guess, what you call subtle phenomena. And it's who and what she is. But I do remember when we were at this, it was when I went to see Paula in May of 2014, and I was, we were all, she like Paula and I were staying at this bed and breakfast. It was very nice, and there was a big porch out in front where sometimes her mother would come over with and we'd have a big dinner with people and stuff on the front porch, and it was very nice. And I'd sit there and listen to her. Now, keep in mind, she speaks English better now, but her English wasn't too good. And she'd be sitting there, and she'd be working with various individuals, and people would come up to the hotel. She also had a center there at one point across a farm. It was a building where she operated out of at one time. And so she'd be sitting there, and she'd say, "Dinosaurs, too much dinosaurs." And she'd be like, what she was referring to, the dinosaur were these like entities that were connected to the people she was working with.
Oh, okay.
And this one couple women had just worn her out. Too long, dinosaurs. And she was like you know, reeling. And I took her into the, you know, dining room, and I started doing qigong on her. I did what's called energy facilitation.
She was so lucky you were there.
Well, I was there at the right time, and she said, after I finished, she says, "I've never felt so cared for." And
wow.
She needed it. I helped her a lot.
Yeah.
And I wasn't interacting with the entities. I was just cleaning her energy field. And then what happened was she got this, there was this guy, Stefan. He'd been in the United States, and he had a device where he was clearing me and Paula. This was at her instigation. I guess she paid for it. I didn't know what was going on. She was paying for a lot of things. I didn't know what was, I was just being a guest. And where he'd hold the electrodes, and he was like clearing us of different things on a machine, a device, which I think she uses similar things to this now. She's clearing out diseases and whatnot, checking you for disease. It was a whole protocol. We're doing it for hours. And then I remember the device broke. And
how does a device like that break?
it stopped working. It stopped working. It was, I mean, because it had an electronic impulse and whatnot. It was a radionics device. And she's sitting there trying to figure, I think he eventually had a backup device he used to finish the project. But then it all related to, she just says, it was like, boom. She spotted where it was coming from. It was attacked from a specific house in Bucharest, which was next to the Chinese embassy, by the way. And it was like, she knew exactly where the attack was coming from. She was being attacked. This was very Preston-like. Preston would have this sort of stuff happen.
Wow.
And it was like she figured out, and it all made sense because she'd been talking about this. And keep in mind, she's speaking in a foreign language. She's not speaking in English to me.
Right.
And I figured out, oh yeah, it made perfect sense. It was like, boom, the attack was, she was under a lot of attack during that time period, and her finances were suffering for the first time in her life, and she she had run up quite a bill, and I offered to pay, but she wouldn't let me pay. I think finally she let me contribute some money to it, whatever it was. But because I was a guest, she didn't want me to pay, and I was like, I wasn't asking to be put up.
Right.
And
that's very Balkan, by the way. Mediterranean Balkan people are like that with their guests. They'll just, take on everything. So go on. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it was, I didn't even appreciate it or like it.
Yes. Yeah. In and of itself, it's somewhat annoying and irritating. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but it was certainly not a requisite. But I didn't know all what was going on because everything was being talked about in Romanian. So finally, but what happened with her, and she had suffered, and then she met this Sergei. Well, I don't think she met him. She knew him. Sergei, I mentioned him before. He was a famous psychic in Romania, and he had given her a mantra. And he gave her a mantra, and she used the mantra, and her business dynamics completely turned around. And she has flourished ever since.
Wow.
Flourished, and she's flourishing now. And it's because of the mantra.
Yeah.
That was the mantra. So, he was the one that was had gone to this monastery it's between three countries, which I assume it's located near three countries, which I assume to be Mongolia, China, and Russia.
Now, this is Paula's brother, right?
Paula's brother is supposed to go there.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah.
And that, I don't know when that'll happen because, and I think this monastery is in another dimension.
Okay.
But my friend Alan, he wanted to go. He wanted to go so bad that when they came on their last trip, they had to stay in a hotel for some reason because their accommodations weren't ready. So I went over there and I said, and I got him on the phone because he wanted to go to the monastery. I mean, I was trying to make the trip happen for him. Not for me, for him, because he wanted to go. I said, I don't want to go. I said, you go and tell me about it. I don't want to go there. What do I want to go there for? What do I want to trek across Siberia for?
Thank you. Yes, I can do without the exotic monasteries myself. Thank you so much. It's amazing the romance that people project into such affairs. And as you say, it's almost, whether it's in another dimension or not, it's almost better to perceive it as such so that the romance can be maintained rather than going there and finding something else out potentially.
Well, and then you hear different things, and then the more it got into the story, and then they say, oh, you don't want to go? Like, oh, I didn't know I was invited, but I don't necessarily want to be invited. And then there was something about it costing like 20,000 euros just to get there and to through the bakshish, to pay the gatekeepers.
Right.
That could change too. But and then I was finding out that this psychic guy, he wanted her to go with. I saw, oh, so you're going to go. I didn't know she was going to go because I thought it was going to be
suddenly everybody's
brother was going to go. So I said, oh, you're going. Why are you going? In other words, it's not, I mean, I could see her wanting to go, but I mean, I didn't know she was on the scorecard. She says, oh, because he knows he's going to not, the psychic is going to go crazy if he goes there, and he wants her to stabilize him. And then I found out that you're going into deep Siberia and you meet these Russian shamans who start beating the shit out of you.
Yeah, that makes it even less attractive. Yes, I can see why Paula's brother may not maybe conscious.
No, that's not what's putting him up, and I don't see them beating him up. I just don't see that. But I can see them beating up Sergei. Just I don't know why. It's just and,
It just seems somehow it fits Sergei. It's like something that would happen to him.
Yeah, something happened to him. They might not beat up anybody else. But because then the monastery appears, and he went to the monastery, and he could probably tell about it. If I ever get to meet him again, I could probably drag some stories out of him, because it's a different time, it's a different place, and he definitely has a gift. And he was one of the monks that initiated my brother-in-law. And those under completely different circumstances.
But by the way, tomorrow is brother-in-law's day. I wrote about it a bit on the, son-in-law's day. Excuse me, it's son-in-law's day. He's your brother-in-law because he's. I'm sorry. How does this work? He's the brother-in-law because he's the brother of Paula.
But he's my brother by reason of law because I'm married to Paula.
Right,
so he's my
right.
brother-in-law.
And so tomorrow is son-in-law's day by the. It's actually the correct English is sons-in-law. You pluralize the sons, like attorneys general or something like that. And,
yeah, but I don't have any.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I was just bringing that up. It's because I started
Never
thinking
have
about
had a
in-laws.
son-in-law.
Yeah, you're lucky. Anyhow, so if you did in Chinese tradition, which you're not necessarily a part of unless you want to be, but that's when tomorrow they're honored. This is one of the reasons why I'll be honored tomorrow, basically because of I'm essentially the son-in-law, in a sense. Anyhow, I'll go into that later during Arc of Narrative later tonight. But in the meantime, continue with what you're saying because obviously this is fascinating. And in terms of this monastery, that is certainly I've heard of this monastery before, and it's Peter Moon who's probably had more intimate contact with it in a sense, than
I have no contact with the monastery. Just what my brother-in-law talked about it at one of the lectures he gave, and I thought it was the most. I mean, this was an event where David Anderson presented via Skype. I gave a lecture.
You mean David Anderson Skyped in? Is what he did,
he
right?
Skyped in, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is the last time I've
seen him.
It's not the last time I've talked to David, but it's the last time I had a sort of a deep, meaningful interaction with him.
Right.
And David spoke. I spoke. Duncan Cameron even came and spoke. But as far as I was concerned, Paul's mother-in-law spoke. But by far, as I was concerned, by far and away the most interesting lecture was from my brother-in-law. And he talked about this monastery and the golden tablets that are there, each tablet representing a section of the earth, and each one of those tablets had more gold in it than an entire country. It was that valuable.
Right, right. Just something incredible. These are enormous, just gold plated, I would assume, are solid gold pages.
Who knows? It's just, right. And each one of these golden books, they were called books, had a lama assigned to it, and the lama is and the gold book are assigned to one region of the earth, whether it could be the size of Nevada, the size of Texas, or the size of Rhode Island. Who knows? I don't know. I'm not the one who designates the assignments, and that if ever one of these books was lost, the lama could go recover it.
It was, or he was kind of dedicated his life to guarding the book, and if it were lost, he had to recover it. Right.
And I think that it was only after I heard this story that I saw the movie Doctor Strange, something I'd never seen before, and that is a fictionalized version of something that might be somewhat similar to this monastery. I think that there's my Qigong teacher was very, I guess, impressed at the way I could correlate Qigong to that movie, right. Because it had aspects of Qigong in it.
Interesting. You're talking about Doctor Strange? I mean, is that kind of recent? That movie came out?
Yeah, a few years ago.
I thought your Qigong teacher was dead.
Movie.
I'm sorry?
Probably saw it in the year before he died.
Okay, interesting.
He died 3 years ago, I think, 4 years ago.
Okay, interesting.
3 or 4 years ago, I don't know.
Yeah, the time has passed by so quickly, and so by all means, continue. Yeah.
But the the monastery is a great curious place. And I said I wanted him. I asked him. I said I want to write a book on this. I said I don't say that very lightly, but I'd do a book on this. And he says, well, I have to go first. I'm not ready to do a book. So I was at one point eager for him to go because I'd like to read his book. But he almost died on an initiation that was done not far from where he grew up in Mount Shakalo. Shakalo is where they have the pyramid appear every August 6th. Pyramid appears in the morning because of the fog that appears and the shadow appears for 2 or 3 days. But he didn't climb the mountain during that time. He climbed and the trip killed him almost.
Oh, shit.
But it didn't.
Okay.
I was told that he almost died, but he got through it, and he had his great awakening, and that was his initiation as a Ganpo monk. And so it was.
But by the way, that's so archetypal. It's like something that is worth something is something that you almost die for. So it's very archetypal. That's it's almost necessary that it be like that.
Yeah, and it's always interesting when in these adventures to watch the juxtaposition, because his mother Tamarinda, she's with him. She's with the monks. She's not one. Paula's not going to be a monk or a monkette or whatever. I see Paula as a spiritual teacher, but and so you have interactions. Even in Radu's books, you have interactions with the Lama, with the alchemist. They're all separate people. They're not all part of the same club, but they interact as if they were all part of the same team. And that's interesting. So it's a more cultured interaction. Now, what's going on right now is a lot of developments happening in Transylvania, which interests me far even more than the monastery right now, because I'm looking forward to building up this ham radio antenna and furthering my connections in Choclavina, and at the same time their school is expanding. So that's going to have a influence on my life, even if I just go over there to visit. And so things are dynamic and happening there, but everything's on kind of a slow burn because of COVID. Right. And I can't plan on going there. Meanwhile, the documentary series is heating up again. We'll see. We should get an answer on that pretty soon.
Yeah, that's exciting. And what can you tell us about that? There must be something.
I can't tell you anything except that I got a call and saying, "Did you talk to someone?" So I said, "No, I didn't talk to him. I was going to talk to him." So I called the guy up and he says, "Oh yeah, we're gonna submit it. We've got every approval but the final approval. They liked it, so we'll see." And then there's a lot of, if it's supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen, and if it does happen, it bodes well for, we might see, actually, if your stuff flies, we'll see the 3D graphic models done even better. Yeah, and we'll see, armies of Japanese balloons on one of the, whether it be Amazon Prime, Netflix, or HBO, we'll see boom, 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 boom.
There we are. That would be delightful, and then people could finally get some. Honestly, and it's amazing that no film has ever been made of the triple nickels. Certainly, but we know why.
Not amazing at all.
Yes.
This is Black History Month. This is Black, Forget 'em Month.
Yes, the shortest month of the year. Yes, they were.
That's why they picked it. Yeah. But it's just, there are so many lies that are told.
Yeah.
And now, and what's interesting, I'd rather speak sociologically than politically. Right. But one of the people at the school was was too concerned about politics, too concerned, and was too, I guess, Trump oriented. And she was told, basically, been told 4 times to shut up in a nice way, because it's like, if you keep going down that road, you're going to get burned.
Yes.
You're going to get burned real bad, because, you know, go work on yourself. Don't work on Trump, you know. Yeah. Aside from the fact, yeah, you just don't want to be screaming up down those roads too much and rattling the cage of, you know, just like this guy dressed in the Viking horns. He's going up for 40 years.
Yeah.
They're going to put him away for 40 years, whereas you could shoot somebody and be out on the streets in no time in New York. It's you know, it's not commensurate. So it's like when you, and he's not even particularly too guilty of anything other than, I think, walking on property and stuff like this. That's, you know, he's just more of a symbol. So he's being penalized for being an icon. You know, let's punish the icon. Of course, you know, he's stupid enough to, you know, make himself an icon.
Right. It's truly naive, truly just, oh my God. By the way, what do you think of this before you go? Because I know it's midnight where you're at.
It is getting late. The time went fast, but I was on a, but
I really appreciate, yeah.
I was talking about the politics. Let me just finish on the politics.
Yeah, please.
Is that you don't want to go down that. I was speaking sociologically. You know, we have a situation right now where people are basically have been indoors, for lack of a better word. They've receded. They're in recession. The economy seems to be doing incredibly well. Even so, like, the economy is all about cyberspace. So, you know, when you make a sociological assessment, it's perhaps more interesting. But when it comes down to issues like the Montauk Indians who were displaced, Black Lives Matter, it's like, I've done so much to raise my own consciousness on these issues. But then in the end, they just kind of like fall by the wayside. You don't see, what you see is, you see protesting and riots, and you see them being politically exploited. You don't see a real cause or a real adjudication of what you might call justice. But then again, I don't know that you can do a real adjudication of justice and say, okay, your ancestors were mistreated. You know, here's a couple $1 trillion. Now divide it all up. That's not justice. It might be a nice gesture, but it's like the past is the past. So then what you have is you have a collective rage. It's rage that is for what was done hundreds of years ago. And it whether it can, would, or should be expressed, it's going to be expressed because it's rage. Just like you were talking about earlier when you say you'd be pissed off if somebody, you know, that woman who forgave the dentist killed her husband.
Because I've had similar things happen to my parents. And
and you feel the rage, and the rage is still there. It's like, well, it's easy to tell the people who've been mistreated that, oh, let it go. Well, it's easy for you to say, let it go, if you weren't the one who had the experience. So, you know, and now we're in times right now where a lot of that sociological rage, where did it go? I don't remember his name, the man who was killed unjustly in, was it Minnesota?
Oh God, it's there's so many. Was it George Floyd? George Floyd,
yeah. That in other words, that ignited everything, but that whole movement is kind of flip-flopped away. The Seattle protests and even the Portland protests just kind of like receded. they started to rev up again against Biden. I mean, they were originally kind of anti-Trump, and then they became anti-Biden. Now they've receded. Now,
yeah, wasn't that interesting?
Yeah, but I think COVID is starting to recede. Right now, we're just in a lull.
Well, Jameson Reese does bring up a point. You're not protesting in blizzards, so they're pretty.
That's a very good point.
Yeah.
It's a very good point. Or when blackouts. Yeah, there's a very good point, because that's how you quell a riot. You let winter come, and then everybody goes home.
Oh God! Don't reinforce Crystal Rivers suspecting that this is all weather controlled. Don't reinforce that.
One never knows.
Yeah.
But in any case, see, we don't have, the things have, all the heat has died down. The only heat that hasn't died down is, well, even the Congress has been sort of quiet lately. They're kicking around that give us the $1,400 check. They're
yeah, that's taking its time, isn't it?
it's taking forever. Now that it's like now that the Trump impeachment trial is over, it's like, oh, there's nothing to do. It's almost like they lost. It's like Trump is no longer the center of attention, and it's like, what the hell are they doing? Nobody's even asking what they're doing. It's like the news is dead, and I know what's happening. They're going against Cuomo. Now the Democrats are circling the wagons because they're going
by the way,
Cuomo.
did you see there was an article out called "The Sound and Fury of Mario Cuomo"? It was just.
Why
tell
was it?
Tell us a bit about that. Yes.
Well, I don't know about the Mario Cuomo is the father of Andrew Cuomo. Did you mispronounce the name?
I probably got the wrong name. I was just I projected because I'm older, right? So I'm projecting Mario. I always think of the father's name.
Cuomo is just he's defiant as ever.
Yes.
So, and AOC is now investigating him, but the problem with investigations of any kind, not because it's hers, they just tend to go nowhere. It's just a lot of rhetoric in general. We're going investigation. We're investigating. And
oh God.
So Cuomo was, he might fall, he might stay. That's kind of a lot of the rhetoric has turned to the Democrats now having an opportunity to go at each other, because why can you attack the Republicans for? They're not in power. There's nobody to attack. Trump's kind of been cut off, and so now you can just get little innuendos in on him. He's not there to attack. So
yeah, it's a very strange situation, but he's still very much in charge of the Republican Party in the sense that he's definitely active. He struck back.
But they're not
against...
a news cycle. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not being. They're like it's like covering a team that's not in first place, that's not in the running.
Yeah.
He's maybe they'll have a team in 4 years, but he's not a news cycle. He's not and when he is, he's a lesser news cycle.
Yeah.
It's just he's not on the front page anymore.
Yeah.
Where you saw his picture every day when he was president. They were just, mentioning him, usually going after him, not always, but it's just like he was a news cycle. He's not a news cycle anymore. Mm-hmm. And Biden's news cycles are, kind of watered down. Mm-hmm. And they're not going after him.
Well, it's Biden. I mean, it's like he's so bland.
Yeah, but I'm saying is it's like so right now there's nothing happening. I mean, you need, if you want news, I think the bigger news has been maybe the stock market and Bitcoin. That's kind of a news cycle because they've both been doing so well while the world is doing so crummy,
Yes. Well, yeah, go on.
I can't see that people are thriving. And somehow the economy is thriving, and somehow people have money to keep spending. The stores are full.
Right.
So there's a lot of positive.
By the way, the stores are full here. I don't know what they're like in Texas. I do know people have been storing up what they could.
But whatever's going on in Texas is because of the debacle in Texas, not because of the inherent conditions in the economy. So
yes,
And Jameson pointed out very astutely that it's like you don't riot in the blizzards. and I think there is a lot of steam building up in the Republican side, and they're going to take certain things to task. There's also a lot of court cases of certain cases. You don't hear anything about Hunter Biden right now. That's kind of and you don't hear Ghislaine Maxwell. She was like apparently assaulted in jail, but I didn't click on that. I didn't feel like reading about her.
I don't even. What's her case in brief again? You don't need to dwell on it, but
well, she's the Jeffrey Epstein enabler.
Oh, okay, right. Now I remember. Okay, thank you. I actually knew of her. She was in California, and I had brought up the.
Now she's in jail in New York.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, and she's complained about her condition. She did. Her lawyer appeared to, want to get her off or get her out of jail because she's being mistreated, and that doesn't seem to work. And she had, they've kind of limited, they don't want to name the other people involved. The judge, we're not going to be naming people. And other guilty people might be exposed that way. It's just, it just seems like a general disgusting matter of justice. She's suffering in prison, and I don't know that she's going to get out. I don't know that she's going to name names. Maybe the people that don't want her to name names are treating her rough. Let her know it'll be worse if she starts naming names. I don't know.
That makes sense. I mean, it certainly makes more sense than it. That's the first thing I would assume myself. So what I want to bring up with you before I let you go tonight, because obviously it's late, but then again, you're a big boy and you can go to sleep whenever you want.
I'm ready to go to sleep, but go ahead.
And I should let you go to sleep. But I do want to say something before you go, because I may not remember to bring this up next time. And I do want kind of your opinion on this before you go. I'll outline the situation for you that I think is important for you to kind of address. And you can feel free to say you'll address it next time you're back, which will be Wednesday, because today's a Sunday. You'll be back before you know it. I mean, God, and I'll be talking to you all Tuesday. And God knows you'll probably tell me most of what you think of it then. But no, we'll be working too hard on that. So you'll bring it up Wednesday night if you can't deal with it.
What is it? Ask the question.
Sure. Before I do that, I do want to say something optimistic before we send him off to bed. And that is, based on my dwelling on what Peter Moon said last time about the COVID-19, I do want people to know that I'm taking a turn towards optimism, that we might be in.
I predicted it's over, and
Yeah, so I do want to say that Peter Moon has influenced myself enough where I do feel we might be in for a quite possibly wonderful summer. That this summer may be one of hugs and hot dogs, and that we can come out of this weekend. We can emerge from this weekend with promising news, maybe even a few suggestions for what to do in the brief. That we're close. We're so close. So I can cautiously forecast a delicious summer in the United States, teasing the stuff of many a quarantine daydream, gatherings, reopenings, travel, and hugs. I caution Americans, however, to not lose sight of the global nature of this outbreak. Now, summer in most of the United States could feel normal, quotes, but if cases continue to fall and restrictions may begin to lift, pre-pandemic norms could return to schools, churches, and restaurants, and people could travel and dance indoors and hug grandparents, their own and others, and the national mood may be one of euphoria. Periods of intense hardship are sometimes followed by unique moments of collective catharsis or awakening. Think the Roaring '20s, but don't get complacent. Americans shouldn't forget about the rest of the world. So I warn optimistic projections about the coming months in America can mean losing sight of a far more unsettling global picture. And certainly, according to one expert that I was reviewing while I was looking around the internet tonight for things to project analysis onto, many low-income countries may not have widespread vaccine access until 2022 or 2023. So the United States, the American empire, has an opportunity to be a leader in the responsible allocation of vaccines worldwide. Global herd immunity could prevent SARS-CoV variant 2 from becoming a milder annual virus like the seasonal flu, which kills hundreds of thousands every year. Now, so the American empire could build a coalition that can actually solve this problem and stand ready to address any emerging variants. Okay, so, or new coronaviruses in the coming months and years. So the question is basically about Navalny. Navalny has been fined. This is what they'll do now, and it's very similar to what they do in the United States. Basically, this is probably an attack the Americans would try against myself. But basically, Putin has arranged so that Navalny, who's, of course, was on trial, was found guilty twice, which is a double blow. The other
is that
thing,
the guy he poisoned? Is that the guy he poisoned?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So basically, the guy was put on trial because he appealed his being put into prison for basically political resistance. And so what happened was that, and he was protesting, of course, he was just saying that some of the things that the elderly in Russia were saying were stupid, because basically Putin just dragged all these old dying World War II veterans, these ambulatory cadavers who are like literally 100 years old in some cases, and just propped them up in chairs and like had them all say how we need strong people like Stalin in power, and that's what Putin represents. And so, of course, Navalny said they were manipulated. And so Putin had the Moscow court rule that he was guilty of slandering and defaming World War II veterans. And they brought it to the case of one single veteran in particular, and they fined Navalny about, it was something outrageous, 850,000 rubles, which would be about,
$10?
Yeah. Yeah, about 10,000 US dollars in the defamation case, aside from other things they've fined him for, but basically Navalny's presented where he was accused of defaming this World War II veteran who appeared in a video last year advocating removing all presidential term limits for Vladimir Putin, because he was talking on behalf of Russians, speaking as if he spoke for all Russians. I
get the idea. It's just a railroad. But what's the question?
So the question is, this is something that this is what the Russians will do: is they'll present some of these old ambulatory cadavers and say this represents the spirit of Russia, and whoever speaks against Vladimir Putin, the dictator, or the status quo, is insulting all of these men who are part of this greatest generation that died. Certainly that's an attack that will be brought against myself. That does bring to question perhaps it's up to you. I'll defer to your professionalism on this as to whether or not we insert the few statements that were made by that Bataan Death March survivor who really liked what I had to say and didn't take it as offensive at all. I'm thinking that might be a preemptive kind of buffer against that kind of attack, where Americans would say, perhaps
it would be, and it is, but you don't have to worry about it, and I'll tell you why. Because, first off, this is not Russia. It's not the Soviet Union. We don't have a history of Stalin being in charge. We don't have anything close to Stalin. Not even FDR. He wasn't even close to Stalin. He was bad in his own way, but not. The thing is, we live in a climate right now where the greatest generation is no longer in a positive public relations posture. Right now we're in a
in a climate where it's politically correct to have equal rights for everybody, illegal aliens, LGBT, Lincoln, Washington, cancel culture. You know, this will be liked by people in cancel culture. Not that the book is canceled. Well, it's not cancel culture, but it says, you know, look what a lying piece of shit the government is. That's what the book says. And it's true. And, you know, it's kind of like the Vatican's power is eroding. As I say, they can go to Africa, they can go to Latin America, but it's eroding. I mean, they still like make close to, you know, $500,000 a day just on people walking into St. Peter's Square and paying them whatever they pay.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, they still, but you know, they're doling that out for court cases. They've really taken it on the chin. And so, I mean, the Vatican's been, you know, ever since Time magazine published an article in the 1960s, "Is God Dead?" You know, Christianity has been, you know, on the run, so to speak. And America, I mean, they want to change the Star Spangled Banner. They want to change everything. And that is right now the political stock of the day, stock and trade of the day. It's, you know, they're barely holding on. The only reason they're holding on to the Capitol is because they've got the troops there. Biden, you know what I mean? They got to protect the Democrats. They haven't realized that the Democrats are Americans too. That's why they haven't gotten rid of them. They haven't canceled the Democrats, you know. They've canceled Trump. Well, they've tried to cancel Trump. But I just think that in this, there's a lot of reorganization taking place in the government. And I don't think you're under any danger.
Okay, not in that sense, of course, as
because you're not big enough and important enough in the public scheme to be that.
True enough. Yes.
As they say, I may have a public relations backlash about, you know, 8 or 9 years from now, only because of astrology. By that time, I might be a lot more popular.
There you go. Yes.
And people saying, "Oh, yeah, what's this? What's that?" And I will share. I remember this when the Montauk Project was really catching fire in the early '90s, and the Waco massacre was going on. And Janet Reno was, you know, so responsible for what happened there. I remember, and of course, what were they doing? They were looking at all what they considered to be subversive literature that was out there in whatever conferences, New Age, conspiracy circles. And one of the books that came up was the Montauk Project. Mm-hmm. And I had a dream of Janet Reno coming to me and saying, you know, arrest him.
Ooh. Holy shit.
And the people advising her said, you can't. He hasn't done anything illegal. But she wanted to arrest me. But because I was, at least in the dream state, I was considered a subversive element. And yeah. And Preston told me, he says, they leave us alone because they've looked into us and we're not violent. We were not behind the militia movement. We were just not advocating violence. And we did not advocate a dissolution of the U.S. government. In fact, you know, because I said, you know, the militia, if they took over, they would have been worse than the government we had.
Yes.
Not to say that the government was good, and they'd be worse.
Yes.
Not because of their intent, but because of their bungling incompetence. how do you replace the government? You can't. You know, when you're going to bring in a bunch of Chinese to run it? Confucianism? It's not going to work. You have to let it be what it is. And the change will happen. Yeah, we could put a qualifier in the book, okay, which we already have to some degree. And we can say, well, we already put the statement in there about what is truly anti-American.
Yes. Then
but stuff becomes a roar of rhetoric, and you don't get on the rhetoric circuit unless you're really big. I mean, you know, they don't start going after you. You know, they don't, because, like, say, who cares about me right now? They got QAnon, they got Republicans, they got Trump, they got Biden. This has grasped everybody's attention. They got COVID. You know, anything that I'm doing is not big enough to even get on their radar. And I've been around so long that I'm on their radar, and they're comfortable with me being on the radar. So, you know, yeah, well, the real issue with you is not the stance you take on America, is that they want to say, well, you're releasing classified information.
Then, of course, that would mean they'd have to admit what happened. They would have to confess to what happened. That's one reason I was never pursued by the FBI as someone who was basically a foreign agent, was for that very reason. Because they would have to then say why they were prosecuting me as someone who gave away American federal property to the Japanese, and that would have brought it all out. So
yeah, I'll think about it some more, but I mean, it's not a you know, I'm not worried about it for you. You know, always say it's all fiction. I made it all up. For my own protection, I've made it all up.
Well, hopefully we don't have to get to that, but I certainly understand what you're saying. Yeah,
it's cynical and it's funny.
Yeah.
It's cynical and it's funny.
Yeah. At that point, because at that point it would be pretty much, you would be pretty much taken seriously at the point it got to that. So that's the...
Well, it's like, I just think that nobody, you know, really cares anymore. Bill Clinton, he's too old to care, you know. Yeah. He's going to die soon. I mean, he contributed to so much cover up. Yeah. George Bush probably didn't know what was happening any day of the week. Obama's got other interests, and it's way after his time, you know. Yes. You know, he's out of the loop. So, same with Trump. Yes. Same with Biden. You know, it's like, who cares about this? Who really cares about this story? I think most of them don't even know the truth. Most of the people
at this point, yes. Though, as you said,
you think Maxine Waters knows? No. Do you think Nancy Pelosi knows? I doubt it. No. She might know only because she's from San Francisco. She might know stuff, but why would anybody be in a position to know this stuff? The National Security Agency? Yeah. And then those people change too, you know?
Yes.
They change. So it's like there's a time for things. Now, I will tell you, it'll make you feel better, and I think I've said it before, this time that we're going into when the book's going to be released is a time of disclosure. Yeah. It's a time of hidden truths coming out astrologically. So this is the truth. This is going to be like, you know, machine gun pellets. Pop, 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 pop. That's what it is. That's the ammunition. It's like, we're like ammunition. We're like firing weapons. It's not like, oh boy, they won't have time to think. And it's just going to ignite stuff. And I think there's going to be a lot more revolution going on. It's not going to be as dramatic as January 6th. There might be instances, but there's going to be, it's going to go through the legal process. Some of the court cases will come forward and they will be unavoidable. You know, more people on the run like Cuomo and stuff like this. These issues are not going to go away. So it's in the world is already too weird. It's become surreal, and I think only things getting better for you.
Okay. Yes.
And,
Definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, what I'm more concerned for you is if we're able to get a deal, a big deal, how do we, get you to be affluent without undermining your system,
Yes.
Let's say
Understood.
if you got a quick 50 grand, 100 grand, 250 grand, yeah, that's nice, but it's not gonna, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's a limited amount of security.
Yeah, we'll certainly discuss that.
Can't even really do much more than buy you a decent new place, which has other problems.
Yeah, it's something we'll deal with if it comes to that, and so we can do things about that will just buffer that. The system is one that will handle that, so long as I make certain that it's basically part of the situation that honestly. You and I will discuss that later, probably a little bit on Tuesday, though very little. It's not.
But I think that's a bigger problem than you being gone after by, arch conservatives.
Yeah, it was something to bring up. However, I appreciate what you're saying, that this is not Russia, but in many ways it's very similar. There is
but it's not.
Yeah,
but it's not.
It's still not. Yes,
close. Even is similar. It's more Russia-like as it's getting. All of these people that lean left, in their worst nightmare, they're not gonna bring about, Lenin and Trotsky and all that. It's just not gonna. It's a different time, different place, different circumstance. It's and I don't even think Biden and Pelosi like that stuff.
No, it's as you say. So bless you. We love you dearly, and share that love with Paula.
See you Tuesday.
Yes, look forward to it. We'll be speaking Tuesday. And I will. It'll be at high noon your time. I'll call you at 9 in the morning my time on Skype.
Okay.
Excellent. All right. Take care.
Good night.
Good night. And with that, we bring on Jameson Reese for a bit to take us to at least the top of the hour. Don't forget, of course, Peter Moon publishes out of Sky Books. My own book will be coming out of Sky Books soon enough. And so, Jameson, going to be counting on yourself just to help us through this period of time. And
there was something else I wanted to bring up.
While Peter was here?
Yeah, I don't remember what it was, though. Yes, the Ark of the Covenant.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that it's a piece of literary technology.
But by the way, you're very echoey, so get closer like you did. Yeah, much better.
Am I better?
Yes, infinitely better.
I think it's a piece of literary technology. And as literary technology, the best thing it can do is convince people that it's real.
I mean, I understand what you're saying.
From that perspective, it would make it more of a dangerous weapon than if such a thing really existed, because you have people killing each other for it.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying. It's certainly something that how would I say this? It's just we're either way. It's
like if people were killing each other over someone having a mathematical square root that no one figured out yet.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's basically a kind of the way you perceive it is that it's certainly can be exploited as this abstract concept that this article of faith that people act upon, and they're acting on an article of faith that can lead to the loss of human lives. I mean, people do this all the time. They kill over ideas, right? I mean, this is so there's no arguing that
words kill a hell of a lot more than weapons do.
Yes.
Because a weapon by itself does nothing, but words make people pick up weapons and beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah. You're preaching to the converted here. Oh, Maria Michaela Grigorich says good night, honey. Love you dearly. And I haven't even bothered to check the live stream. Let me do that before I have you kind of take the stage for a bit and
All right.
catch up with that. But I want you definitely here to take the stage.
Well, I love to be the cynicism to your optimism.
That's fine. I mean, in terms of
Just what
honestly, it's one of those things that I noticed. Peter Moon wasn't very interested in my cynicism. He was he was in my optimism. I mean, he just wanted to go on to bed, which I find interesting. How he has this kind of very selective tolerance, and we could go into that later. At any rate, Daniel Arola said, "Hi, I didn't have to wear my jacket today here in Houston. It's feeling better." Well, there we are. Chris Collins, a wonderful lady. I believe that's a lady. She can correct me if I'm wrong, or he can correct me if I'm wrong. But they said your mad cackle is phenomenal. And so thank you, honey. And Daniel Arola says, "I do not miss any baby mama drama." Yes, that's right. He's of course had his share. Maria Gregorich was in there with everyone. Kathy Sanford was speaking about intaglio printing. Okay, that was the word that our man was looking for, Mr. Pacwa Morales. And so let me take a look at. She said my dad did that shit. Yes. So thank you, Kathy Sanford, for sharing that. And anyhow, Maria Gregorich said, my dentist is an alcoholic with a penchant for cocaine. His hands shake like crazy. He's been my friend for 30 years, but he's not touching my mouth again. Yeah, thank you for sharing. That is so funny. Bill Lyon says, just like the flu shot, you're not immune, just reduces the symptoms. And Spartano Negative says, hello, brother. And so Bill Lyon says, do your due diligence when getting the shot. Be your own advocate. They're not all the same. And he says, I guess I'm not an advanced soul. Must have been talking about that vengeance. And if someone hurts a family member, etc. And so there we are. Daniel.
Yeah, I was going to say my sentiments with that too. If someone hurts my family,
yeah,
I'll wipe out a whole bloodline.
Yes. And so Daniel Arola was saying the Hawaiians extracted Captain Cook's mana from his body. There we are. And that's what they were doing. Thank you, Daniel. And then Veronica Pereira says, Buenos noches a todos. Buenos noches a todos, honey. And Maria was saying, hi, Veronica. Vicky Johnson came in, said, hi, everyone, with an H-I-G-H. So they were all greeting each other. Veronica Pereira, sometime during there is, I believe, 2 Veronica Barreras here, or Veronica changed her icon in mid-chat somehow. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Then let's see now. Richard Brzezinski says, I went to see Warren speak about 2000 or so. It was freaky as can be, especially as the book the 2 nurses had in their collection was a Crowley book, picked up in the detail as I owned it too. There we are. And he said Annabelle was created by 2 nurses talking to and treating the human, treating as human, the doll is human, treating the doll as human. One of the nurses just happened to have a book about demons in her books, according to the Warrens. There we are. And so Daniel was saying, it still feels like great knowing Trump is a proven loser, and the only people that care more about Trump are people like me who want people like me to stop reminding them about who they supported. There we are. And then Maria said good night to everyone because she's on the same time zone as yourself and Peter. And then Chris Collins says, I'm not a lady, just have long hair. Okay, there we are. Thank you. Hugs to Chris Collins. So Chris Collins is male. So that explains why he has a higher tolerance for my maniacal cackle. So there we have that. And so we went through all of that tonight. And other than that, I'm going to bring our man Jameson on now.
I thought I need to point one more thing out.
Sure.
And this is something that I will always, love Peter, of course, but I always have to remind you guys. When this aspect of him comes out, he says like when he mentioned that it was rage for what people did, generations ago. No, 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 no. It's rage for
Yes.
ongoing.
Yes.
You see, and this is the reason for the rage. The reason for the rage is the fact that it's ongoing. If it was something where it happened and the beef was squashed, so to speak, generations later, and everyone's having a good, jolly old time and fucking and dancing at the disco and there's no problems, it'd be all groovy. But no, that's not the case. I dropped a bit too many of those disco-oriented one-liners. That's just odd. I'm never going to do that again.
Well, they have that. But your point's well taken. And yes, there's much going on now that's cause for rage.
People who seem to pay attention to the more right side always seem to think that it's not something that's continuous. And this also has to do with the fact that the right uses propaganda where they say, well, how about, they'll show a bunch of black folks who got arrested for like minor drug crimes and just
this is what I'm sure he doesn't.
And they'll say, all these people killed white people that's mass murder, and no one's gonna vet it to see if it's real and it's all fake, and everyone's gonna say, yeah, you're not the only ones victimized. And it's like, okay, when was the last time the cops stopped you and beat the shit out of you for no reason?
Yes, no, it's. Oh gosh, I wonder if Derek made it home. He said he was going to keep us up to date on that, and didn't really hear from him after that. So not quite sure what's going on with Derek. Not that I'm trying to, change the subject or something like that, but it just came to mind that oh well, hopefully he got lucky. He was at the restaurant with a lady, so he's out there doing his thing.
Hopefully, yeah.
He did say it was going to be a 6-hour drive home once he went home. So he went way out of his way for that date.
Damn.
But
really?
An erection will take you far. Yeah, I mean, certainly. This is what we do. So, all right then. I want you to kind of take us through to the top of the hour. You can offer a healthy contrapuntal on the COVID situation.
Yes, folks, we have a new variant.
We have new variants, and it's also important. It's like I said
2 days ago. This variant is called B.1.5.1.525. This is as of 2 days ago, so this is after the South African variant. Of course, I'm not going to be doom and gloom. No, that's if y'all want doom and gloom, that's what that other fat, bloated, ugly piece of shit who looks like a sausage with a bald head.
There's so many like that. Which one are you describing? I mean, that could describe any number of,
Jones, the guy who was getting.
Oh, Alex Jones, that son of a bitch.
Himself,
yes. Yeah, that's he's fucking pathetic. And by all means, go on, continue with what.
All right, a new coronavirus variant has been detected in the UK, Nigeria, and 11 other countries, including the US, according to a report by researchers at the University of Edinburgh. Mm-hmm. The variant dubbed B.1.125 contains a mutation in the virus's spike protein, which allows it to bind to and enter human cells. Mm-hmm. Scientists worry that because of this mutation known as E484K, currently vaccines may be less effective against this new variant. This mutation also appears in the coronavirus variants that have previously been found in South Africa, Brazil, according to The Guardian. It's also turned up in some samples of the UK variant known as B.1.117, as Live Science previously reported. Researchers think that the E484K mutation can help the virus evade so-called neutralizing antibodies, which bind to the virus and prevent it from infecting cells, according to The Guardian. Simon Clark, an associate professor of cellular microbiology at the University of Reading, told The Guardian that the E484K mutation makes the South African variant resistant to some vaccines, and he worries that the new variant may also be somewhat resistant. We don't know how well this new variant will spread, but if it is successful, it can be presumed that immunity from any vaccine or previous infection will be blunted, Clark told The Guardian. According to the CDC, the viral variants from South Africa, the UK, and Brazil all seem to be more contagious than the original coronavirus strain. But that has not yet been found true for this new variant. There is currently no evidence that this set of mutations causes more severe illnesses or increased transmissibility. Yvonne Doyle, medical director at Public Health England, said in a statement, according to Reuters. As of February 17th, 46 cases of the new variant have been confirmed by gene sequencing in the UK, according to government documents. B1125 was the first detected in samples from people with COVID-19 in Nigeria in December 2020, according to the University of Edinburgh report. Though PHE notes in a blog post that investigations are ongoing to confirm its country of origin. The University of Edinburgh report also notes that as of February 17th, the variant had been detected by genetic sequencing in 12 US cases. So what I'm taking from this is that kind of like the flu, this is going to be with us for a while. Does this necessarily mean that what we'll see will be more deadly outbreaks? Not necessarily. We don't know. And I'm not going to hazard a guess to be on the positive or negative.
But the potential is always there. I mean, certainly the potential is there that this was going to be, this was going to be a bad month. And it's just only very strange that it didn't turn out to be such, really. It's it
was a bad month in other ways, because I can see how, people being bogged down due to the continuous blizzards gave people a break from having to go out or from being able to go out into situations where they would expose each other. I think the real litmus test will come at the end of fall, at the end of summer or fall as things cool down, because that's where we saw the last uptick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mostly
around the Christmas, New Year's time.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And but by all means, go on and tell us about other things that may be collateral to this. Anything else? Like I said, buy myself some more time while I. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is I'm going to.
I got a question.
Sure.
All right. So if somebody has an inflamed pancreas or inflamed liver, where would that pain be located? Like, I don't know. I'm guessing side of the ribs, right side.
It doesn't work like that. It's like my gang brother Beaver when he was into his heavy drinking for a period of time, and he was like feeling some pains in his back, and he was like going, "Oh, I hope it's not my liver." And I told him, "Daniel, your liver is not located at the tailbone of your spine," which is where he was indicating the pain was most pronounced. At that point, the gay guy we both knew at that time, Michael Matthews, made the bitchy, catty remark, "Not yet, at least," because of course, the more you drink, the bigger your liver becomes. It grows and
Yeah.
swells as, you head towards cirrhosis or whatever, or liver failure. And
I've actually hit. I only ask because I've actually hit a, what do you call it? Oh my gosh, I've actually had an inflamed pancreas in the past.
yeah, but it may have manifested some pain, but that's actually quite unusual. When somebody has failing internal organs, it's very seldom that they result in pains that we can feel in a surface sense. It's more like
No.
yeah.
I'm sure it's not failing, but I'm sure.
No. What I mean is, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But what I'm saying is that, okay, just so people understand this, if you have organs that are, I'm using failure as a extreme term, but the point is, something that is wrong with organs internally very seldom is going to result in external pain. Heart is different because the myocardial infarction can result in chest pains. I mean, chest pains are nothing to take lightly. Obviously, I'll tell people the truth. Until recently in life, when I just started dealing with it and actually started taking various antacids once in a while, just whenever I felt it. I mean, I had gas pains all the time that, would give me the illusion that I might be having a heart attack, but I knew it wasn't that. I knew it was gas pains, but while you're feeling them, they're horrible. And, I just didn't deal with it for the longest time, just finally succumbed to taking, the gas stuff, because it's a bit more inconvenient to take some of the stuff that prevents the gas. The stuff that's in pills that I take, the Gas X and some of the other stuff, this is not often, thank God. I don't need to do this people do with the, what was it? Anyhow, Prilosec. I don't need to take a regimen. But I noticed that after I started taking them just to address the problem a few times, it became far less frequent. It almost never happens now. So so that's interesting. But aside from that, okay. Well, if something fails,
thank you for that.
And if something begins to fail or something goes wrong, other than the heart, you're not going to feel it. It's just sometimes you'll start feeling deathly sick, but you're not going to feel pain. It's not like the normally, unless you do something like somebody throws you against the corner of a desk and you rupture your spleen. Unless it's something like that, you will not feel pain due to internal organs having issues. Let's put it that way.
I'm suspecting it might be skeletal muscle, actually. Only because all the muscular systems in my body have been going apeshit these last few days. Not good.
Okay. And so
things are super cramped and tightened up for no reason whatsoever.
Okay, yeah, well, that's more like lactic acid buildup, more than likely. But don't hesitate. Don't you have an advice nurse you can call? I mean, you're part of some kind of health system, aren't you?
Yes, I am in the mental health system.
I understand. Okay, so there's not the normal access.
I haven't had a primary care since I think it's been 6 years.
But they don't provide you one? They don't provide access to the other general health care?
No, they give you a fucking 1,000-page book, I'm just okay, fuck it.
Shit. Okay.
1,000-page.
You got to talk to a social worker. You need to talk to a social worker to make certain you get some help with this, because I mean, I myself am in the system. I'm totally.
Well, you see,
bizarrely enough, of course,
this is probably not going to come as any surprise to you.
Mm-hmm.
I suffer from something not that dissimilar from what Pac-Man goes through, which is kind of if it's broken and I can't fix it myself, I'm probably dead. So why bother?
Oh gosh, don't take that attitude. I don't even think Pac-1 takes that attitude. I mean, fortunately,
he's probably better off. He's probably more consistent with things that involve health than I am. Sadly.
Yeah, and well, that's because he's married to a nurse. Obviously, he was pretty self-abusive. So things only change because of who he married, really. And
So I guess there is some good to be had from, courting a relationship, courting, and from having a relationship with a woman.
right, yes, there we go. Yes. At any rate,
Of course, whoever, and of course, I would think whatever woman would decide to, would have the misfortune of gracing me would have to completely teach me how to be a social human being from square one.
I don't think so. Honestly, I think it would be, the discussion topic for another time, perhaps. But I'm sure that it would just be more a sense of teaching you or what not to do, or reminding you when not to do something. Outbursts. It would be like certain outbursts yeah, that would be like what would come to mind. It just consider it something like that would be what you need to conquer. So forgive me for being somewhat distracted while I'm talking with you, because I was holding some correspondence with Maria Gregorich simultaneously. Hopefully she's off to sleep, and wonderful human being, and certainly Peter was when he says it's not like Russia, there's elements there he's not taking into account.
Yeah,
There's
we're becoming like the frost giant pretty fast,
yeah, yes,
day by day.
yes.
It's actually baffling how fast. It's very baffling.
And you notice, you
reached
notice, of
this
course,
point.
he was talking about the lack of danger of attack from the arch conservatives. He honestly thinks that this is like there's this hate America crowd. He talks about, oh, it's politically correct now, where you've got, it's all about the LGBTQ and shit. And I'm like, oh my God, really? Really? I mean, it's like, he certainly, how do I say it? He's got the older generation's perspective that there's some wave of leftist political correctness that's overwhelming America. And
In fact, that's actually the minority, a minority of a minority. I would hazard that most behind closed doors, most people who are Democrats are probably as racist as Trump and his Republican ilk.
What you're pointing out is that what we have going on in America in terms of the Republican and Democratic conflict is America's white elites are at war with each other. And America's white elites are those that are inclusive and feel a kind of oblige or obligation to be inclusive, and those that are exclusive and feel no obligation to anyone other than themselves. So that's,
and of course, my statement was that both sides could kill each other, and Facebook decided to put me on a 30-day ban. So,
well, there you have. But yes. you're not surprised.
Not surprised. We'll just say I didn't word it as eloquently as you did.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. But
even if it's a rage, it's very hard to be eloquent when your brain serotonin levels hit 0 and everything else just fucking falls to shit. So it is what it is.
At any rate,
there was something that we did need that I really do think needed forgive the word salad there. That actually sounded worse than Trump for a moment. There is something.
Well, Peter was getting to that point too. I mean, it is late. It is late where you're at. It's like what, 2 a.m.? What is it, 1 a.m. or 2?
It's 1:13 a.m.
Okay.
I've been awake since 8 a.m. So.
Right. But by the way, I'm not trying to outdo you or something. This isn't one-upmanship, but just so people understand, if I start, going in the direction of Peter or James, and basically that's because I haven't slept much over the past few days. I've actually slept only a period of maybe about 8 hours into 4-hour snippets literally over the past 48 hours, and but for some reason I seem okay, and and hopefully this will hold until the time I usually sign off, and but definitely in case I kind of start losing it, that's my excuse. So, but hopefully our man Jameson will be around to be aware of that. But we catch our second win. So hopefully you get your second win.
Yeah, but by that time I will hit another energy drink and probably not sleep until 3 p.m. in the afternoon. But that's fine.
Yeah,
we got another tail end of a storm coming. So
yeah, don't abuse yourself though. One thing that is fascinating to me, you're in the New York system, and you have the option to get the vaccine now, which is great. I really envy you.
Yeah. And they had to actually reschedule it for that day due to the snow that we were getting.
Okay.
So I rescheduled it for this Wednesday coming up.
By the way, I'm yawning. It's not because of you. It's for what I just described. Hopefully it doesn't hit me to the point where I start nodding. And but what I'll do is I'll grab my own refreshments. Grab myself a line of cocaine or such, and I'll be doing that in a few minutes. I'll stick on with Jameson to the bottom of the hour, and then I'll go off for a few minutes and leave him to hold the stage, and then return. I won't be gone that long. And aside from that, did you have any stories lined up for tonight? Just curious. And,
yes, there was something I feel that. There's something I feel that needs a good deal of attention, actually, which deals with our infrastructure. Mm-hmm. I'm just seeing if I could find the, I'll probably start with a more recent article and work my way back, because there's one that's fairly good from 2017 where they actually rated the infrastructure, and so that we can see how bad things were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but definitely. Who rated the infrastructure? Oh, rated, like RATED, right? I thought you meant like rated, because I was thinking in those stupid, believe it or not, the Americans had this program, probably still have something similar. The Russians had their own program that had a very strange name. I'd have to look it up. But they would have their special forces attack places like nuclear power plants with, no intent to do real damage, but just a kind of simulated attack. But they would do it physically. And so in America, they called this the Red Cell program, where they had U.S. Navy SEALs attacking places like nuclear power plants or nuclear submarines, just to see that these high-level targets, to test their vulnerability. And so I thought you meant something like that for a moment, rated, and then I realized that you meant rated. So our power infrastructure, I will, of course, cover that within Arc of Narrative tonight, because it's very much a topic that was brought up by Crystal River, and I feel it needs addressing. I'm not quite sure if she'll, like what I have to say, but I'm not attacking her. I'm just attacking the concept that has been promoted, that this is somehow due to green energy, is very bizarre to me. And it's something that...
No, I don't think it has anything to do with green energy. That is the most absurd thing I ever...
I can guarantee it doesn't. Yeah,
it has to do with the fact that in every fucking state in the Union, we have had, and I can't, and I don't... Well, it's tempting to blame the last administration. I would say this has been a problem for quite some time.
Yeah, very much so.
We've been hearing about this shit since Bush was in fucking office.
Oh, well, before him, Carter. Remember Jimmy Carter and the energy crisis.
Yeah, we have like 100-year-old. We have over 100-year-old aquifers providing water to people, in certain states and whatnot.
But
pipes that haven't been upgraded.
Here's the difference. In Texas, you have a real case of asininity. That's the point.
Yeah.
It's exacerbated.
It was really nice for the governor to say, yeah, we need your help. We don't want any federal overreach. And if I was in the federal government, I would say, well, fuck you.
Yeah, it's really, yeah. I mean, it's really
see.
tempting. It is really so fucking
This is,
tempting.
I mean, this is why I have to, this is why I'll play the bad guy and say, watch who you elect, folks.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, that's
Don't elect an asshole who's going to be like, stick it to the man while he's actually one of the men. How does that work?
yeah. Thank you, thank you. It's yeah. Oh my God. It's anyhow. We could go on. At any rate, I'll ask you to go on with other stories that you've picked up or whatever Derek may have posted, because as you said, you're kind of counting on him for. I'm glad that you at least are still able to access the Facebook somehow. So you're in Facebook jail, but you're able to see what Derek posts, or
Well, yeah. I can see what people post. I can't have any like input on them. So I can't have a thumbs up, thumbs down, and who cares? I don't really need that shit anyway. I only really just more or less initially started using it to help with production for yourself anyway. So I really, it's not. I'm not going to miss the rest of the fanfare.
right. By the way, get closer to your mic again, because you're starting the echo effect again.
Yeah, I gotta literally be hunched over. Damn.
And
Yeah,
go
I'm gonna
ahead.
have to I'm gonna have to try to get a new mic later on.
Okay.
All right. So this article is the state of the U.S. infrastructure amid an economic crisis caused by the coronavirus pandemic. Debate continues over how to improve. Well, wait a minute. That's from September. Yeah, that's already past, gone, fucking administration. This is something more recent. This is from February 5th, 2000. Whoa. No, never mind. That's 2019. Holy shit. Well, this is as far back as I can get. So this is from the Insider. So anyway, I'm fairly certain if they're talking about President Donald Trump, there's no point in me bringing up Trump at all because he's gone.
Well, he's not
So
gone. He's very much impacting the Republican Party
we'll
more
just
than
say that
anything else.
he's a looming shadow of what he was, which was something worse, which was in office.
Yes.
All right, so I'll just find some weird shit to dredge up.
Yes. And
Perfect. Fine.
so I'll help you while you do that. I'll be here to keep you company and keep us in the on burning bandwidth. And in terms of course, you're welcome to talk while you're looking around.
Yeah. What? Oh boy. Yeah, everything's from a different political landscape there. So I would have had to have searched for something else in advance at a different time. All right, fine. I'll just do my usual shit, which is sciencey, nerdy shit. Okay. So the Air Force may ditch GPS for the Earth's magnetic field. Now, I actually found a better article on the same thing, and I don't want to use Popular Mechanics because they. Okay. Well, here's something. Why don't I just have something that will promote a cringe response? Because I did want to comment on this anyway. All right. So this is what happened recently in sports as of February 16th. Transgender fighter who broke woman's skull in MMA ring has now been called the bravest athlete in history. There is so much cringeworthy about that alone.
Yes, tell us about that.
A transgender mixed martial arts fighter who broke his female opponent's skull is an intrepid hero who deserves to be celebrated as, quote unquote, bravest athlete in history. That's the assessment of Sid Ziegler, co-founder and blogger at Outsports, an LGBT focused site that's part of a left-wing digital media company. Oh, they didn't have to ramble on about that.
They had to say that. They had to say that,
they
right?
have to. Yeah. yeah, that's how you know that's how you know what side they're on. But
Yes.
anyway, I happen to agree with them at this point, which is that that's definitely a very cringe thing to celebrate. It shouldn't be celebrated at all. It's like some well, let me keep reading on. Ziegler breathlessly squealed in a January 14 post over speculation that transgender MMA fighter Fallon Fox could soon return to the ring after taking a hiatus to nurse some injuries. In the Outsports article titled Fallon Fox Still the Bravest Athlete in History, Ziegler praised Fox for rocketing to the top of his sport by beating his female opponents to within an inch of death. There is so much wrong with that. It's not even funny. Ziegler claimed the fighter valiantly overcame fair criticism after crushing one rival's skull and physically destroying other opponents to win his MMA matches. The blogger said anyone who condemns Fox is a transphobic bigot. I'm the last person you would call a transphobic bigot, and I can see what's wrong with this picture.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yet Fox stood strong and continued to push up for and earn her right to compete. The Outsports post read, except for one fateful match, she also won every time she stepped into the professional ring. So there you go. He actually lost a match to a woman. Mm-hmm. But still, that doesn't change the fact that there's something wrong with that happening at all. Ziegler also used his column to shill his pro-transgender book, whose final chapter, you guessed it, Fallon Fox is the greatest, bravest athlete in history. That's what he named his book. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I'm sure the guys are like, I'm sure many of the guys who are, follow the right mindset would kind of aren't much different than Fox.
But by that, when you say right mindset, you're not saying it's right in the positive sense.
No. I mean like the Republican type mindset. I'm fairly certain that they do the same thing. They just don't have to get their gender changed first to do it.
Okay, thank you.
That was a low blow, but I had to take it.
Yeah.
I couldn't resist. Anyway,
that's good.
All right. Today, as she works towards getting a degree, Fox is quietly reemerging on the scene, Ziegler chirped. She had slipped away from the public eye and social media for some time as she nursed injuries and healed her body, he wrote. Now she's stepping back in the ring in hopes of some sparring and possible exhibition matches. Something tells me that his support of that athlete is purely a sort of like political, I'm making a statement thing and not something of sincerity. But the blogger also gave Fox an opportunity to respond to his critics who are alarmed by his skull-crushing fighting technique. I'm not the first female MMA fighter who's broken another fighter's bones or caused a large amount of stitches or a concussion or any combination of those, he said. And people
I
will,
noticed
of
you said
course...
he. I noticed you said he instead of she.
Oh,
was that intentional? Was that intentional?
Wait, who said he?
You said he when you were speaking of the guy. I'm not the first person to break another person's skull, and you said he said instead of she said. He presents himself.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Okay, just letting you know.
That was an unconscious slip up.
Yeah, so I thought if it was intentional, I don't mind.
They wrote it down as that. They said, yeah, they wrote it down as he said.
Interesting.
So this is the Western Journal. So they wrote that, yes. And people will, of course, because I'm trans, hold it up as this devastating thing that couldn't possibly happen if I weren't trans. It couldn't happen if you weren't trans, because the minute you beat a woman within inches of life like that, you'd be behind bars. Yes, so that's right. That's a very poor choice of words in her art. But there are many different examples of similar things happening. Quote, The issue of transgender athletes competing as females has ignited a volcanic backlash from skeptics who say it is unfair for men who identify as women to compete against female athletes. Okay. I'm not even going to go into who they cited as stating that the notion is misogynistic and anti-science because they chose a politician. Okay. Similarly, former MMA commentator Joe Rogan said allowing men to beat up women in physical combat sports is akin to sanctioned domestic violence.
I would have to agree with that, even though I
Yeah,
hate Joe Rogan.
I have to agree with that too. He says, you're out of your mind if you think that a man who has been a man for 30 years and has taken female hormones for 2 is the same as a biological woman, Rogan said in a 2018 podcast. And now, no, he was referring to the fact that Fallon Fox had transitioned at the age of 30. It's a big deal because he would have comparatively much more bone density, much more fast muscle twitch fibers, and a hell of a lot more power. And now, for anyone who thinks that that this is that there is nothing wrong with this, when was the last time you found a female who transitioned to male wanting to join and fight men in MMA?
Yeah. Yes, that's it. Just doesn't happen. And
I wonder if that I wonder if that Ziegler guy would have the same cherish enthusiasm.
So this is pretty disgusting. It's I don't know what to say. I'm left without words.
There is another side to the argument, which is the only thing I will give, which is the only thing I think is reasonable to say. In his defense, in her defense, the transgender athlete. The women who these people have to agree to fight. So when they're signing a contract, X person, they have to agree that they're fighting that person. So, I have to say, I don't know. Still, the whole thing is not. It's just leaves a very bad taste in the mouth.
Yeah. It does. It does. It's just I'm appalled.
I think there was a bit of sadism on part of whoever allowed that to go down.
Yeah, it's
sadism.
Yeah.
In a culture that's oversaturated by abuses against women, this really sends a very bad message, an extremely bad message to among a social backdrop where men are still justifying their victimization against women.
Right. And so thank you for bringing that up. This is something I'll have to discuss with my son and see what insights he has into this.
I got that from Derek Talley had posted that one, so that was a good choice of his. He seems to have a lot. He has much better articles that are more down to earth and grounded for people than I seem to select, because everything I select is just technological babble that most people would be like, what?
Yeah, the thing about GPS is like that's just not in the realm of most people's interest. I will admit that. Anyhow, but do go on.
Well, I found another article that seems like it will be amusing. This might hold some interest to some people. America's rapid feral hog problem is creating a super pig uprising. In 30 years, feral pigs have expanded from 17 states to 39, reaching a population high enough to constitute a feral swine bomb, researchers say. We know what you're thinking. In August 2019, Willie McNabb and his yard full of feral hogs became an overnight internet sensation. The McNabb's meme led to an increased awareness of the real fact of wild hogs, reported recently by The Atlantic, as something that millions of Americans deal with, and that is a genuine public menace and destructive force. In 2017, film Okja posited a Cujo-like super pig, but researchers say the idea is now close to reality for some groups of feral pigs. That's because most wild pigs in the U.S. are some level of hybrid between domestic pigs and wild boars, creating heterosis or hybrid vigor.
Hybrid vigor. Yeah, heterosis, hybrid vigor. There we are.
The increase in such characteristics as size, growth rate, fertility, and yield of a hybrid organism over those of its parents.
Oh, I love
plant
this.
and animal.
I love this. Yes, go on. This is something that I truly enjoy. Yes, so by all means, continue. Yes.
Plant and animal breeders exploit heterosis by mating two different purebred lines that have certain desirable traits. The first generation offspring generally show, in greater measure, the desired characteristics of both parents. This vigor may decrease, however, if the hybrids are mated together. What results from these naturally occurring hybrids is a generation of wild pigs that can have the protective fur of the wild boar and the carefully bred huge litter size of the domestic pig, for example. What would happen if we were to choose some of those smart laboratory pigs and mix them in the wild population? That would get interesting. That makes for a good 80s B movie.
Yes.
McNabb drew attention to Texas in particular, which has the largest wild hog problem. There are an estimated 1.5 million wild hogs in that state alone, with another 500,000 in Florida. Holy shit. Well, there's more than just dying old people and horrible cops in Florida. States offer almost total freedom for hunters who have the right licensing for their firearms and are acting with stage gun laws otherwise. And some even offer traps. There are similarities between wild hogs and populations of small wild cats in other nations. In both cases, a domesticated population can still have robust hybrid young with wild species, creating a new group that's especially harmful to farmers. In the US, even out-of-control populations of herbivores like wild deer can cause a great deal of destruction, let alone gigantic groups of one of the smartest fellow omnivores. The Atlantic says the first generation of pigs that break out of farm enclosures will grow tusks, typically removed by farmers, and start to roam over a 20-mile plus range if needed. They'll even turn nocturnal if circumstances require it. And as is often the case, some human error has played a part. Leisure hunters have imported wild pigs for sport hunts. Gee, why does that seem like one of the most culpable
Thank
things?
you. It's
Americans are that stupid.
Oh God, yeah, it's incredible how stupid people are. I mean, it's anyhow. So to go on.
Now, many states offer hotlines where residents can report, 30 to 50 wild hogs in their yards or any other pig sightings. Can you imagine waking up to 50 wild hogs in your front yard?
That's just an incredible thought. Yeah, truly, this is the stuff of horror films. I mean, I enjoy this. This is like something that is, part of. Anyhow, so do go on. Yeah, this is.
That was the end of the article.
That was the entirety of the article, or yeah.
That was the entirety of the article. Oh man, yeah, they couldn't end it with something. They couldn't give us anything more. What I was going to say is, what they should do is they should just like trap them and just box them, and just crate them up and send them to China.
Yes, thank you. The Chinese should be able to do something with them, eat them. Yeah.
Yeah, and considering the fact that their pigs were wiped out by the fucking Russians,
yeah.
I'm sure they would be able to put even the wild boars to good use.
Yes, and there was a Chinese communist film that was that was about a giant wild boar that was killing people. A horror film that was, there you go. I mean, they have their own problems with this. And these pigs they're incredible. It's amazing how big they can get. And that's something that I'm sure you find equally fascinating, is all of these transplanted species like the, Thai boa constrictors that have been let loose in the Florida swamps that are battling with gators. I mean, we're in primordial kind of post-apocalypse territory here.
Yeah, it was funny because when you were speaking about the Australians earlier, I couldn't help but reflect on all their failed biological experiments.
Oh, so many. Yeah. I mean, they're like the poster child for just doing the stupidest things in terms of trying to bring in one animal to control another, only to unleash, more grief upon themselves. By the way, the Australians, just so people have an idea about how bad it is in Australia when they brought rabbits in. The rabbits have been a chronic perennial problem. And so the Australians have a very different view of rabbits than any normal Westerner would have. Now, by the way, this is historical, that back in the early days of, well, not early days, until comparatively recently, like a few generations ago, there would be times when just massive hordes of rabbits would run loose across the North American countryside and overrun people, like literally knock them down because there were so many rabbits coming at once. And this was like big outbursts of breeding to deal with whatever nature throws at them. And so rabbits can be intimidating or frightening, but in Australia, it's taken to tsunami proportions. And so the Australians have tried to deal with this by biological warfare and bringing in diseases to kill the rabbits, etc. But because the rabbits are such a supermassive problem in Australia, they have developed a kind of almost fear of them. So there is a horror film produced in Australia, probably around the 1980s, I believe, 70s or 80s, 80s maybe, early 80s. That was titled Night of the Lepus. Lepus is the Latin word for rabbit, because rabbit, of course, just doesn't sound frightening enough. But Night of the Lepus was about giant rabbits that just were running across the Australian countryside and killing people. And so this is something that would only come out of Australia because they're so... they have this issue with the rabbits. So that's like a giant monster movie that most people look at that and they say, what the fuck, what drugs were these people using? These fuckers are really crazy. Where does this come from? But that's where it comes from. If you don't know the context, you just don't get it. So there you have that. And so a bit of trivia there for you. But we've got all kinds of transplanted species, but in Australia it's the worst. They're like it's just awful. I can't believe Australia's going to make it, through the 21st century if this keeps up. They're overrun by all kinds of foreign species that are killing everything in Australia, all the native wildlife. And if they lose that, they're not going to have a natural ecosystem. Their ecosystem is going to be completely mutated. And so hopefully something can be done. But this is why, these subjects are important. So there we have that. I'll be ready to start to monologue when I return. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the stage to our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, for about 15 minutes at the longest. Of course, after I refresh myself, I'll be taking some more chewing and just getting some more calories in myself. I'll do that with the mute on. If I feel I need to interject constructively, I'll do so. But other than that, I am just so glad Jameson is here and that he's able to spell me so I can do this. And certainly appreciate his being here to do so. And you can handle it, right? I take
Yes.
it? Yes, okay. So I'll leave you to that. I'll be right back soon enough. And in the meantime, thank you, Jameson. Appreciate it.
All right. So this article was called "Fracking Has a Radioactive Problem." Living within 12 miles of a fracking site could make you sick, scientists say. I mean, I could have told you that, but here's the scientific stuff. Harvard scientists have found that fracking is associated with greatly increased radioactive particulate in the air, especially in West Virginia's dependent petrochemical economy. People who live within about 12 miles of fracking sites are at the highest risk, with ambient radiation as high as 40% over the background level. Wow, now you can suffer third world country hellhole amounts of radiation. Nice. The data comes from 17 years of measurements at over 150 radiation monitoring sites. Scientists examining these measurements combined with the location data on more than 120,000 fracking wells. While experts have known fracking can release chemicals into the groundwater in particular, this is the first study to analyze radiation levels. Fracking may be a lot of things, but the idea that it's literally radioactive could be surprising. The reason is that a lot of underlying rock contains small amounts of uranium, for example, as part of naturally occurring bedrock forming all over the earth. Where conventional mining adds safety precautions and traditional oil drilling doesn't interact with bedrock the same way, fracking has gone a third way that pulverizes the bedrock and releases the uranium. Wow, so all that shit left over from Stanton Freeman, and now they're going to add fracking to it. Great. I feel like I'm in a microwave already. This study refers to fracking by a technical name, unconventional oil and natural gas development, or UOGD. As of 2017, over 120,000 onshore UOGD wells have been drilled via a practice involving directional drilling combined with multi-stage high-volume hydraulic fracturing, or fracking for short. The researchers explain in the paper, meanwhile, numerous controversies have arisen, partially due to the potential harmful impacts on the local environment and on the health of nearby residents. Without an established track record of research, scientists can't make meaningful observations about how fracking is affecting radiation in the air or not. The nationwide network of radiation observatories built during Cold War, when nuclear war was an ever-present fear, and arguably still is, offers a unique chance to triangulate fracking locations and radiation levels. The scientists crunched the data for each radiation measurement in combination with the many fracking sites, 1.5 million in total, that dot the U.S. They found that radiation sites within 12 miles of heavy fracking activity, as the wind blows, had higher radiation levels than otherwise explained. The association suggested the existence of some pathways by which UOGD activities could release radioactive material into the atmospheric environment, the researchers say. They conclude likely mechanisms include fugitive release of natural gas, which contains a higher than background level of radon at wellheads, compressor stations, pipelines, and other associated facilities, the management, storage, discharge, and disposal of flowback and produced water, which is rich in radioactive materials, the accidental spill or beneficial use of produced water in nearby communities, the handling, transport, management, and disposal of radioactive drill cuttings. Oh, there we go. We're fairly certain that they're not cleaning the shit up responsibly, because who does anything responsible these days? There are a lot of places in the process where radiation could be leaked into the air. But with data in hand, the people in charge of fracking wells can examine these risk factors up close and make simple changes, which we know they won't do until half the population is radiated and dead. Whether that's better gaskets or more careful filtering of wastewater released into communities. Why would you release wastewater into communities at all? Just saying. Just like natural gas, knowledge is power. Okay, well, I hate to say we're fucked, but, well, I at least would not want to be among the rest of you. Sorry. I mean, yeah, I had to. Okay, let's see what else I could find. All right, there's the regular. Oh, okay. Here's an interesting one. I think this is another one that I think Derek had posted up. Black couple's home was valued $500,000 higher after they had a white friend pose as the homeowner. Racial discrimination in the housing system in the United States is a systemic problem, with several reports over the years exposing the significantly huge gap between black and white homeowners. Though the reasons for that, including redlining, challenging with secure home loans, and undervaluing black-owned homes, aren't hidden secrets, efforts to mitigate these setbacks have moved at a snail's pace. In California, a Black Bay Area couple shared their story on how their home was undervalued by a white appraiser despite making significant renovations amounting to hundreds of thousands of dollars. They believe race played a part. Speaking to ABC7, Paul and Tanisha Tate Austin said they had purchased their Bay Area home in 2016 after initially struggling to close deals on properties they were interested in due to challenges, including being outbid. They said they eventually became homeowners thanks to another black family that wanted to sell their property off to a black couple. The couple said that when they moved into the 1960s built home, they invested heavily in renovations, spending $400,000 in constructing new floors, a deck, and a fireplace. They said they also installed new appliances and added 1,000 square feet of space, as well as a whole new floor. With their massively renovated home subsequently appraised, however, it was far below their expected valuation. I read the appraisal, I looked at the number, I was like, this is unbelievable, Tanisha Austin told the outlet. The couple said the appraiser, an older white woman, used coded language including Marin City is a distinct area in her appraisal. She valued the couple's home at $989,000, $100,000 more than its previous estimate before their
$500,000 renovation, ABC7 reported. The Austins said they believe race played a part in the white appraiser's estimation of their home. It was a slap in the face, Austin said. Dissatisfied with the estimate, the couple said they complained to their lender and requested a second appraisal. They were granted that after a month of following up, but the second appraiser came in. However, the couple said they had a white friend pretend to be the owner of their home. That was actually quite smart. We had a conversation with one of our white friends, she said. No problem. I'll be Tanisha. I'll bring over some pictures of my family, Austin said. She made our home look like it belonged to her. The plan worked as the second appraiser valued their home at $1,482,000, almost $500,000 more than the first appraisal. I hate seeing these numbers. That's more money than I'll ever see in my entire fucking existence. Just saying. I had to complain there. The couple said their home being initially undervalued is a stark manifestation of the much broader issues pertaining to systemic racism in the United States. There are implications to our ability to create generational wealth or passing things on if our houses are appraised for 50% less than its value, Tate Austin told ABC7. Glaring reality, racial discrimination in the housing system in the United States continues to persist, with Black Americans usually struggling to secure home loans compared to their fellow whites, the New York Times reported in 2020. Holy fuck, they're still reporting this shit in 2020. Yeah, not a goddamn thing has changed. The former are also subjected to redlining, where they are denied mortgages in some neighborhoods. This practice further devalues homes in Black neighborhoods. Black homeowners also reportedly claim their properties are usually appraised far less than that of their neighbors in mixed race and predominantly white neighborhoods. A 2018 report by researchers at Gallup and the Brookings Institute also sheds some light on the devaluation of properties in Black neighborhoods compared to similar homes in white neighborhoods. According to the report, owner-occupied homes in Black neighborhoods are undervalued by $48,000 per home on average, amounting to $156 billion in cumulative losses. Holy shit. Speaking to the New York Times, Andre Perry, one of the writers of the Brookings Institution report, said Black homeowners still continue to bear the brunt of their homes being devalued, irrespective of the neighborhood they find themselves in. We still see Black people as risky, Perry said. White appraisers carry the same attitudes and beliefs of white America. That same attitude that compelled Derek Chauvin to kneel casually on the neck of George Floyd are shared by other professionals in other fields. How does that choking out of America look in the appraisal industry? Through very low appraisals. A report by Redfin also revealed only 44% of Black Americans managed to own homes in 2020, as compared to 74% of white Americans. Oh, we have problems too. You're only complaining about shit that happened in the past. Bullshit. Yeah, I have to keep going to town on that one. President Joe Biden has opposed financial reforms to make it less cumbersome for Black Americans to purchase homes. No surprise there. Politicians they only bleed green.
Okay, so what's going on? I just got back.
I was reading this article that Derek had posted up of a Black couple's home that was valued at $500,000 higher after they had a white friend pose as the house owner.
Uh-huh.
So this was just going into, you know, how basically, if you're black and you try to sell your home, don't try to sell your home if you're black. Hire some white folks to do it, or have your white friends do it, and, you know, you'll sell it for more money.
There we are. Yes. Yes.
That's basically the solution to the problem. Well, because, well, knowing America's a problem that's not solvable. I'm not trying to shit on the United States of America as a country, but yeah, I kind of am taking the opportunity.
No, I get where you're coming from. By the way, just looking in the chat room, Daniel Larola says, I foresee there will be transgendered divisions for sports competitors in the future. So in other words, he's foreseeing like a third.
That would be better.
Yeah, a third sex. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you had like a trans men division where trans men fight other trans men and trans women fight other trans women, that would make sense.
I don't know if we have that many trans people yet. I mean, I get what he's saying in terms of the logic of it. I don't know if there's a large enough population base to support something like that.
There might not be a large enough pool yet, but
Yes.
maybe in a good 10 years.
Oh my
So,
God! I
don't think we have 10 years.
no, I get what you're saying. We don't want to go there, but I get what you're saying with that too. I have moments of doubt there myself. In terms of that's like a topic of discussion for another time. That would, because first off, I think most people know this, or maybe they don't. It's not like something that you just do. It's transgender. It's a commitment because it's basically you're spending thousands of dollars a month to hormonally rebalance your physiology. It's not something
only that you're altering your genitalia.
well, that's done once. I'm talking about it's not like you just
that's a lifelong consequence.
Yeah, but still, yeah, it's a lifetime consequence. But I mean, theoretically, you can reverse that, even if you can do that if you want it. But at any rate, and I'm sure there's some people who have, and they've appeared on Jerry Springer and the like. But I mean, other than a few people like that, what I'm saying is that it's not like where you walk in and you walk out. It's not like I'm going to do this, you commit yourself, and then you walk out and your life has changed. No, this is something you're dealing with on a monthly level, where you're paying for hormonal treatments that maintain you in.
I get you. It's an expensive life choice.
Yes. This is not something normal people can do. So whatever doubts children may have, where where parents are worried or concerned, where their son or their daughter is saying, I'm not sure I want to be what I am, that I want to be something else. Obviously this is an issue if it's pushing them into deep depression, etc. At that point you enter counseling, and then these things can be discussed. But it's not something that is easy. It's like, this is a lifetime commitment in which their income will be going towards this the rest of their life, unless they marry someone who has money and can support this, and unless they're also come from a rich background or something. So Chris Collins asked me a question, but I'll tend to that in a second. I need to blow my nose. So let me go mute and let our man Jameson take over again for a few seconds there. But I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised you weren't aware of that aspect of it, where it's not the surgery, it's the hormonal treatments you have to get the rest of your life, and they're not permanent. I mean, you just have to keep doing it until you die, these hormonal treatments, or you'll revert. In a sense of, like, you may have different genitalia, but you'll start growing facial hair again if you don't keep doing the hormonal treatments, or something like that. If you're a man,
honestly, I could never get past the squeamishness of one's genitalia.
Yeah, I
be-
get it. I get it. Well,
Yeah.
you have no desires to become a woman anyway, so I'm not. Yes, no, it's not an issue for you. But
Well,
it,
no. I'll put it like this: if I wanted to become a woman, I would summon the appropriate entity, jump bodies with someone, do whatever, and then come back and re-enter my body. With
there you go. There you have it.
yeah.
The
Just weird shit that would be on like a sci-fi movie or something.
I get it. Yeah. At any rate, in terms of Chris Collins, he said, Douglas, I don't mean to take you off topic, so please respond at your convenience. Some 5 years ago or so, you mentioned in passing fine art as a CIA psyop, but I never heard you bring it up again. Do you remember mentioning this? If so, could you please address it sometime? Yeah, sure. I'm happy to. That was in context of the. It wasn't me who said it, actually. That was something that I was bringing up. That I had a fan at that time, who I'm sad to say probably got alienated with myself. Just somewhere along the way, who brought that up, and I pretty much confirmed it or. Just agreed with it, but it's nothing conspiratorial. It's a historical fact. And so one of these days I'll talk about it more in depth, but here's the context in which it was brought up, is that basically I was producing a lot more illustrations at the time and sharing them publicly because, of course, it's therapeutic for me. And it was at the point where it became a danger that people would drive me to the point where, many people were asking for illustrations or expecting them. And so I didn't want it to become a burden, and I didn't want it to be anything other than therapeutic. So I stopped producing, or at least certainly not publishing, as many illustrations as I used to. You're going to hear some noise now as I take these organic crackers and transfer them to a sandwich bag so they don't get stale. These are some of the best crackers I've ever had, by the way. These are incredible crackers. I've never had crackers like these. And so very glad that they have been produced, and they're worth all the trouble so long as I can get them in a resealable package. They probably won't fit, and I'll have to eat a few of them, which means I'll have to leave Jameson talking for a few more minutes after I'm done addressing this topic. But in terms of the topic itself, so I was producing all these illustrations, and I had a lot of admirers who were asking a question that was very touching, and I had to explain myself over and over again, which I'm sure Chris is well aware of the story, but I'm not going to overdwell on the story itself. But Chris would probably remember that I said I was a pornographic illustrator for many years when I was very young and prior to legal age. And so I was producing pornography to make money for my family in terms of pornographic illustration, drawing dirty pictures. I was doing this probably from the age of 14 through the age of around 18, essentially. And many of them are circulating all over the deep web, I'm sure. The point is that I'm best at drawing people. That brings us into several very interesting areas, or at least pertinent areas of professional illustration, because they brought up all kinds of questions that I tried to answer, and most people just don't fucking get, because first off, the kind of illustration that I was trained in was the last wave, the last generation of people pre-computer. And since then, there has arisen what is called digital illustration, and many illustrators work with digital. So I was often questioned by people why your illustrations, because they are at a level where they felt they were so technically almost photographic in terms of their hyperrealism, they were saying, why don't you why aren't these in museums? And they weren't saying that maliciously. They're just saying, why aren't these in art displays, museums? And they just don't get it. Professional illustration, which produces very realistic illustration, is not considered fine art. It is not what goes into museums. It's not what goes into art galleries. What goes into art galleries and museums is what is abstract and what is considered to be evocative of of forcing the mind to interpret, that's considered fine art. And so when I was bringing that up is when I had someone who had grown up in the fine art world. And so this individual, I don't know, but he struck me for some reason as British or British descended. I don't remember his name, but he is the one who brought up that modern art was a CIA weapon. Now, bear in mind, this is out of my field of experience in the sense that I did not work with the CIA except once under contract. And that was when the CIA was basically trying to claim that the black community was a source of cocaine in the United States during the 80s, where you had this wave of cocaine that was just overwhelming the United States because of super heavy Japanese investment, and everybody was flying high because everybody was rich, comparatively speaking. Demographically, America had its golden gilded age at that time. And cocaine is it's a working man's drug. It was for doctors and lawyers, and movie producers. I mean, this is not something that black people normally were dealing with, except for highly successful rappers or something. But the CIA was trying to essentially claim that America's cocaine problem was somehow rooted in the black community. And so they began to infiltrate black housing projects. And they did this by simply buying up security contracts. So when I worked for CIA Incorporated, that was at the Acorn Housing Projects in San Francisco, which is the largest in terms of just sprawl. That's the largest housing project site in the United States. And so that's like 10 square city blocks. And so, God, I can't even remember how many units. 762 comes to mind, about at least 762 units. And so just a sprawl. And so what happened was that the Housing and Urban Development, which is in charge of these housing projects, had its own police force, but they were so corrupt, they had to get rid of them in that site. And so they hired private mercenary companies to patrol that site. One of the contracts I worked in that site twice under two separate contracts with two different companies. The first company I worked with was CIA Incorporated, which had just bought into the contract. They were going through a succession of private mercenary companies, and they were not satisfied with any of them. And they had some complete tragedies with some of them. One of them was a Samoan company. It was just all Samoans. And they just acted like another ethnic gang. And they were just totally wiped out by the black gangs in the Oakland projects, who just got them, who just caught them like they knew they would, counting all the money they were stealing from all the locals. You know, they would confiscate money from gambling sessions and shit and just take it themselves. They were just stealing all the money. And while they were counting up the cash at one point in their office, all the blacks got together with their machine guns and just wiped them out to the last man. So they, after that, they had to hire a succession of other companies to replace them. And one of them ultimately was CIA Incorporated. And that was the CIA. And they just created a different acronym, Corporate Investors Associates. And when I was in there working with them, they were just bringing in all kinds of feds to train in the projects. And at the same time, they were using our presence to basically plant evidence that there was cocaine trading going on in the project. It was preposterous. And it crashed and burned. And ultimately, they lost the contract. The CIA runs operations inefficiently, amateurishly. They're spoiled rotten. These aren't like professionals in any street sense of the word. They're like white frat boys, basically. You're talking about and the FBI's like that. I mean, these are all white frat boys that just have careers as bureaucrats, and they think of stupid things to do to justify their budgets. This was an example of that. But so that was the closest I ever got to working with the CIA, which has nothing to do with their psyops. So it was someone who had approached me about that on Facebook and had spoken about that subject to myself in terms of like a semi-public exchange on the thread of Facebook, and I brought it up on my radio show at different times, my exchanges with him. But basically, the CIA would exploit unwitting artists such as Pollock and de Kooning in a cultural Cold War. So, for decades in art circles, it was either a rumor or a joke. But now it's confirmed as historical fact. The Central Intelligence Agency used American modern art, including the works of artists like Jackson Pollock, Robert Motherwell, Willem de Kooning, Mark Rothko, as a weapon in the Cold War. And in the manner of a Renaissance prince, except that it acted secretly. The CIA fostered and promoted American abstract expressionist painting around the world for more than 20 years. And so the connection, of course, it's obscure. It started around the 1950s and 60s, and that's when the great majority of Americans disliked, even despised, modern art. And President Truman himself summed up the popular view when he said, "If that's art, then I'm a Hottentot." Which, by the way, is a tribe in Africa that is famous for big boobs and big butts. At any rate, there you have that. So that's his incredible. They don't use that name anymore. That was like a colonial name imposed upon them. And that was who that one woman was a part of that tribe, or hailed from that ethnos out of southern Africa that was so exploited in France. So Hottentot is considered a racist term now, just so you know. I mean, that would take us down another totally different tract. But the woman who I'm thinking of, who was so exploited, I'm trying to remember her name, and I can't recall it at the moment. Sarah Bartman. Sarah Bartman was her imposed name. I forget her tribal name. Sarchi. I spoke of her in the past, and I think Jameson remembers that. He can recall that when I spoke of it, because it was brought up at a time when Derek Talley brought the issue up, and I spoke of it. Mariah Carey wanted to portray her in a film, and then that caused an enormous amount of controversy, and I don't know why. They should have just let it happen, and that would have at least brought people more awareness of the subject, and they could have educated themselves from that point. So what if Mariah Carey doesn't look exactly like her? But anyhow, as for the artists themselves, many of them were ex-communists, barely acceptable in the America of the McCarthyite era, and certainly not the sort of people normally likely to receive any United States government backing. So the question begs itself, why did the CIA support them? Because in the propaganda war with the Soviet Union, the new artistic movement could be held as proof of the creativity, the intellectual freedom, the cultural power of the United States. Russian art, in disambiguation, strapped into the communist ideological straitjacket, simply could not compete. So the existence of this policy, which was rumored and disputed for many years, was always known to me and just accepted as fact, but it was confirmed for the first time by former CIA officials maybe a few years ago. And whenever I started talking about it, and that was because it was brought up by the person on Facebook who had somehow, he had not worked with the CIA, and that's an important distinction to make. He had been involved all his life with his parents, and his family dealt in art galleries. So because of that, he was exposed to this aspect of espionage, and he was bringing up the fact that basically none of this would have been possible had it not been for the CIA coming in and making it a thing. Anyhow, unknown to the artists themselves, the new American art was secretly promoted under a policy known as the long leash. And these were arrangements similar in some ways to the indirect CIA backing of the journal called The Encounter, edited by Stephen Spender, like kind of what was being alluded to by Peter Moon the other day when we were discussing May Brussels. So the decision to include culture and art in the American Cold War arsenal was taken about as soon as the CIA was founded back in 1947. So when they were dismayed at the appeal that communism still had for many intellectuals and artists in the West, the new agency set up an entire division, the Propaganda Assets Inventory, the PIA, within the CIA, the PAI, Propaganda Assets Inventory, which at its peak influenced well over 800 newspapers, magazines, and public information organizations. And they joked that it was like a Wurlitzer jukebox. When the CIA pushed a button, it could hear whatever tune it wanted playing across the world. So the next key step came around 1950 when the International Organizations Division, the IOD, was set up under Tom Braden. And it was that office which subsidized the animated version of George Orwell's Animal Farm, which sponsored American jazz artists, opera recitals, the Boston Symphony Orchestra's international touring program. Its agents were placed in the film industry, in publishing houses, even as travel writers for the celebrated Fodor guides. And we know by now, it promoted America's anarchic avant-garde movement, abstract expressionism. So initially, probably, I think more open attempts were made to support the new American art. In 1947, the State Department organized and paid for a touring international exhibition called, I think it was entitled Advancing American Art, like AAA, like, the guys who tow your trucks, with the aim of rebutting Soviet suggestions that America was a material Disneyland, but a cultural desert. So the show, of course, caused outrage at home, prompting Truman himself to make his Hottentot remark, and one bitter congressman to declare, "I am just a dumb American who pays taxes for this kind of trash." So the tour had to be canceled. By the way, as I've said before, these men were right. It's all trash. It's just, if you took a look at most of this, you'd say, man, that's shit. I mean, it got to the point where people literally had this stuff on display in art galleries, and people had paid thousands, sometimes millions of dollars for it. And the janitor would come in overnight and say, what's this shit? And he'd clean it up and, destroy an entire contract. This is what we're talking about. It's just shit. And so the U.S. government faced a dilemma. This Philistinism, combined with Joseph McCarthy's denunciations of all that was avant-garde or unorthodox, was embarrassing. It discredited the idea that America was a sophisticated, culturally rich democracy. It also prevented the U.S. government from consolidating the shift in cultural supremacy from Paris to New York. Since the 1930s, they'd been struggling to try and claim that mantle. And to resolve this dilemma, the CIA was brought in. I mean, if you can imagine this, which personally I find unimaginable, yet know it to be true, personally, I myself, being a professional illustrator, and I come from representing reality, I do not myself have too much appreciation for much that is abstract. I mean, I can appreciate some of it, but most of it is just garbage. And of course, the connection between the CIA makes it even more so. and the connection itself is not quite as odd as it might appear. Around that time, the new agency, the CIA, was staffed mainly by Yale and Harvard graduates, many of whom collected art and wrote novels in their spare time. It was a haven of liberalism when compared with a political world dominated by J. Edgar Hoover's FBI at home. So, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, J. Edgar Hoover was a closet transvestite. Of course, he's one of those cases where you ask yourself, why? Because he could never pass. So it's just, he was demented, and he was trying to get everybody in America normal while he himself was whacked. And that way, he would be the only closet whack. That was his insanity. That was the way he wanted the world. Like, I can do this, but the rest of you can't. Anyhow, so combating that, the CIA was considered, I guess, almost liberal progressive. And in a sense, the solution. If any official institution was in a position to celebrate the collection of Leninists, Trotskyites, and heavy drinkers that made up the New York school, it was the CIA. And, of course, until a few years ago, there was no first-hand evidence to prove that this connection was made, but a former case officer, Donald Jameson, yeah, his last name being, Mr. Reese's first, he broke the silence and confirmed that the agency saw abstract expressionism as an opportunity and ran with it. So, basically, he came out and he joked, regarding abstract expressionism, I'd love to be able to say that the CIA invented it just to see what happens in New York and downtown Soho tomorrow. But I think that what we did really was to recognize the difference. It was recognized that abstract expressionism was the kind of art that made socialist realism look even more stylized and more rigid and confined than it was. And that relationship was exploited in the exhibitions. And in a way, our understanding was helped because Moscow in those days was very vicious in its denunciation of any kind of non-conformity to its own very rigid patterns, and so one could quite adequately and accurately reason that anything they criticized that much and that heavy-handedly was worth support one way or another. And so to pursue its underground interest in America's lefty avant-garde, the CIA had to be sure that its patronage would never be discovered. And so, basically, Jameson was quoted as saying something like, matters of this sort could only have been done at 2 or 3 removes, so that there wouldn't be any question of having to clear Jackson Pollock, for example, or doing anything that would involve these people in the organization. And it couldn't have been any closer because most of them were people who had very little respect for the government in particular, and certainly none for the CIA. If you had to use people who considered themselves one way or another to be closer to Moscow than to Washington, well, so much the better. And this was the long leash. So the centerpiece of the CIA campaign became the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was this jamboree of intellectuals and writers, historians, poets, and artists, which was all set up with CIA slush funds in 1950 and run by CIA agents. It was the beachhead from which culture could be defended against the attacks of Moscow and its fellow travelers in the West. And at its height, it probably had some offices in 35 countries and published more than 24 magazines, including Encounter. And the Congress for Cultural Freedom also gave the CIA the ideal front to promote its covert interest in abstract expressionism, which was the private indulgence of all of these frat boys who could then buy their art and trade in it. I mean, this is like, at this point you realize just how much art really is just shit. Anyhow, it was the CIA that became the official, unofficial sponsor, through the official sponsorship of the Congress for Cultural Freedom, of touring exhibitions. And their magazines would provide useful platforms for critics favorable to the new American painting. And no one, the artists included, was ever any the wiser. All these fuckers thought was that for some reason they were getting patronage of the arts, as if their art was actually worth something. So it fed their megalomania and their psychosis that they were putting out shit people actually liked. Nobody liked their shit. This is why Adolf Hitler produced a museum of degenerate Kunst, or degenerate art, so he could show off shit like that compared to things like faces and sculpts of the human body that were comprehensively human. So when he did that, Adolf Hitler, who had been a starving artist himself, had set up all kinds of artists with state funding who could turn out what the people liked. It was called Völkisch art. So this was the difference between Adolf Hitler putting out something the public responded to and saying the rest of these guys producing this shit are basically neurotics that produced a tremendous outpouring of sympathy among the arts in Germany. Whereas in America, you had a bunch of frat boys, intellectual elitists, pushing out crap that nobody liked, that nobody on the street could ever afford, because they're charging like thousands and thousands of dollars for something nobody wanted. And so it's what frat boys could trade among each other as a elitist one-upmanship. Like, oh, the uneducated masses don't like this shit because they're too stupid. They're too insensitive. They're knuckle-dragging troglodytes. So all these federal faggots basically got themselves a kind of surrealistic echo bubble in which they could say this shit is great and only we understand it because we can interpret the emotions on the canvas. That happens when this guy fills his anus with food coloring and shits out splatter marks on canvas. This is what some of the artists were doing. We're like literally filling themselves with food coloring enemas so they wouldn't kill themselves with toxic paint by absorbing that through their anus, which is a mucous membrane if they were using lead-lined paint or something else chemical. So they were using food colorations and just shitting it out on canvas and selling it for, I want $500,000 for this. This is what the CIA was trading in. This was cultural freedom and expression that the public, the hoi polloi, the uneducated masses could never understand. So there you have that. One of the most significant exhibitions of the new American painting, you know, right through your ass, visited every European city, or at least every big European city, from 1958 through 1959. Maybe other influential shows included the Modern Art in the United States exhibit in 1955, the Masterpieces of the 20th Century, which was 1952. Because abstract expressionism was expensive to move around and exhibit, millionaires and museums were called into play. And so preeminent among these was Nelson Rockefeller, whose mother had co-founded the Museum of Modern Art in New York. And as president of what he called Mummy's Museum, meaning his mother, but he called her Mummy like M-U-M-M-Y, like she was wrapped in preservative or something. And anyhow, Rockefeller was one of the biggest backers of abstract expressionism, which he called free enterprise painting, which means he thought of it as some kind of capitalist largesse. I have no idea where he was coming from, and that's probably what made him feel superior. It's because you don't understand it that I'm motivated to do it, because that makes me somehow above you. And so his museum was contracted to the Congress for Cultural Freedom to organize and curate most of its important art shows. And the museum was also linked to the CIA by several other bridges. William Paley, the president of CBS Broadcasting and a founding father of the CIA, sat on the members' board of the museum's international program. John Hay Whitney, who had served in the agency's wartime predecessor, the OSS, was its chairman. And Tom Braden, first chief of the CIA's International Organizations Division, was executive secretary of the museum in 1949. He's about 80 fucking years old now. Well, in his mid-80s. And he lives in Woodbridge, Virginia. Tom Braden, that is. In a house packed with abstract expressionist works. Guarded by enormous Alsatian killer dogs that have reinforced teeth. Literally, they have braces that are affixed over their natural teeth that are made of razor sharp metal. So they don't just bite. They like tear chunks of flesh out like it's, I don't know how to describe it, but I've seen such dogs in action, and one bite and it takes them to the bone and it exposes it. You're gushing arterial blood and dead within minutes. But you'll wish you were dead a lot sooner because they keep ripping at you while you're conscious. I've seen people eaten alive like that. Anyhow, Braden was bragging at one point, I remember, to Michael Aquino about the purpose of the IOD. And that's when he said that something along the lines of, we wanted to unite all the people who were writers, who were musicians, who were artists, to demonstrate that the West and the United States was devoted to freedom of expression and to intellectual achievement without any rigid barriers as to what you must write and what you must say and what you must do and what you must paint, which was what was going on in the Soviet Union. I think it was the most important division that the agency had. And I think that it played an enormous role in the Cold War. And so he's publicly confirmed recently that his division had acted secretly because of the public hostility to the avant-garde. Because face it, who of us wants to look at splashes of food coloring that came out of somebody's anus? It was, how would he have said it? As a matter of fact, how did he say it to Aquino, if I remember the way they were talking? It was very difficult to get Congress to go along with some of the things we wanted to do. Send art abroad, send symphonies abroad, publish magazines abroad. That's one of the reasons it had to be done covertly. It had to be a secret. That's one of the reasons, in order to encourage openness, we had to be secret. So there you go with that. And if this meant playing Pope to this century's Michelangelos, for those of you who don't get the cultural reference, the Pope was the man who sponsored Michelangelo, and the Vatican, the Roman Catholic Church, got all of those fabulous sculptures out of Michelangelo. But you see, everybody loved Michelangelo because Michelangelo was producing people who were coherently human and beautiful human bodies. What people like to look at are beautiful human bodies. It's kind of like this. It's like when, say for instance, the critics were panning the musical Hair, which came out and was around forever. And people would go to see it because it was a nudie musical. It's basically, you could claim you were seeing art when you're basically seeing a strip show. But like one of the critics said, he said it best, I went there to see good-looking nude bodies. But all I saw was a bunch of overweight hippies with their wangs hanging out. That's a lot like modern art. As opposed to Michelangelo and the Pope, the CIA was giving you shit. But Mr. Braden told Michael Aquino, it takes a pope or somebody with a lot of money to recognize art and to support it. And after many centuries, people say, oh look, the Sistine Chapel, the most beautiful creation on earth. It's a problem that civilization has faced ever since the first artist and the first millionaire or pope who supported him. And yet if it hadn't been for the multimillionaires or the popes, we wouldn't have had the art. But you notice the difference here. Say what Hitler was supporting was all of these sculptures of Michelangelo-esque proportion, of attractive people that people wanted to look at. Whereas the CIA has given us a bunch of overweight hippies with their wings hanging out and taking a shit in your face and telling you that this will be what people thousands of years from now will look at as if it were the Sistine Chapel. And that's what Michelangelo said. This is the work of the anti-gods. And therefore, he was so into it. Now, of course, different intelligence department from the CIA, which is civilian. He was military still at the time. Later on, went civilian when he had to laterally transfer over to the NSA because he couldn't advance any further in the army ranks because basically I had destroyed his career and he was radioactive. But of course, it brings one to ask the question, would abstract expressionism have been the dominant art movement of the post-war years without this patronage? Now, I would dare say, and this might be my biological father Hitler talking through me, almost certainly not. When you look at an abstract expressionist painting, you're being shit on by the CIA. And look at where this art all ended up. In the marble halls of banks, in airports, in city halls, boardrooms, and great galleries. For the Cold Warriors who promoted them, these paintings were their logo, a signature for their culture and system, which they wanted to display everywhere that counted. And they succeeded. These were the people who, like an animal, leaving its fecal matter and its urine as a trail to mark its territory. This is their piss, this is their shit, and it's all over you. You are forced to look at this wherever you go. Because a bunch of faggot frat boys thought that it was cool. I mean, I could go on about this. The critic in myself almost demands it, but I'll try to wrap it up. There is probably a documentary that you can consult, if I remember, a program entitled Hidden Hands. And that is several parts long. It's the full story of the CIA and modern art. And in terms of the covert operation, it would be summed up basically, well, around 1958, the touring exhibition I mentioned, the New American Painting, which included works by Pollock, de Kooning, Motherwell, and others, was on show in Paris. The Tate Gallery was keen to have it next, but could not even afford to bring it over. And so late in the day, an American millionaire and art lover, Julius Fleischmann, stepped in with the cash, and the show was brought to London. And the money that Fleischmann provided, that wasn't even his. He didn't even have to spend money as a millionaire. He just went to the US government and said, "Hey man," and the CIA came over and gave him your taxpayers' money. Your fucking money to put that art in London. It came through a body called the Farfield Foundation. Farfield, like Farscape, of which Fleischmann was president, but far from being a millionaire's charitable arm, the foundation was a secret conduit for CIA funds. Nothing I'm making up, this isn't rumor. This is what they've made film documentaries about. So unknown to the Tate, the public, or even the commie artists, the exhibition was transferred to London at American taxpayers' expense to serve subtle Cold War propaganda purposes. And it took that former CIA motherfucker, Tom Braden, to describe how such conduits as the Farfield Foundation were set up. He said something along the lines of, we would go to somebody in New York who was a well-known rich person and we would say, we want to set up a foundation. We would tell him what we were trying to do and pledge him to secrecy. And he would say, of course I'll do it. And then you would publish a letterhead and his name would be on it and there would be a foundation. It was really a pretty simple device. And Julius Fleischmann was well placed for just such a role. He sat on the board of the international program of the Museum of Modern Art in New York, as did, of course, all those powerful figures close to the CIA that I described. This is the world of modern art. Now you realize why Adolf Hitler said no more degenerate Kunst, no more degenerate art in Germany. This is foreign subversion. It is weaponized. Modern art is a weapon of the CIA. The abstract expressionists emerged from total obscurity in the late 1940s to establish New York as the center of the art world. They're all pawns of U.S. spies in the Cold War. It's something that, again, it just leads you to vomit. I mean, there is no way to describe this. It's what you could call, instead of a popular front, you could call it the unpopular front. You know, nobody wanted this. Nobody asked for this. But it's all shoved down your throat. The CIA and MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art, conspiring to exploit unwitting artists to advance the CIA and its propaganda efforts, secretly fund it. So, all you can say is, and well, I think I've said it all. Basically, what we'll have to ask, and a lot of this, and by the way, it was known the year after I was born. American art and its European intellectuals, they were revealed in 1967 to be a creature of the CIA. That was leaked even then. So in around 1967, when they were using abstract art as a psyop, and then people began to investigate this and follow it, and that's why the individual whose family was so involved with art galleries and the trade of quote-unquote fine art was open with myself. Because he said, well, you're an illustrator and your art will never be in a gallery because it's not shit. And all that will ever be sponsored is shit. You don't have to be an artist to recognize crap when you see it. And this is why Hitler had no fear of taking degenerate Kunst and putting it in a museum and saying, here's degenerate art. And people would go in there and look at it and say, yeah, you're right. It's shit. And nevertheless, you've got basically, starting in 1952, this 30-day arts festival held in Paris, sponsored by the CCF in order to alter the image of the U.S. as having a bleak and empty cultural scene. So we're left, after the CIA weaponized abstract art, we're left with the fallout. And we'll be feeling that fallout for some time to come. The concept of fine art being something you can't understand. I don't get it. Well then, it's above and beyond you, so it's fine art. It's something only the best of the best, Ivy Leaguers, have a hope of understanding. Meaning only they can afford to pay for such shit. So there you go. Douglas Dietrich killing hope. Once again. Japes and Reese ought to be gleeful about that. So yeah, the CIA has got a secret abstract art collection that isn't as secret as you might think. But it's what it is. It's definitely a psyop, and hopefully that's put this into some context for you. If that's answered your question, Chris Collins, or do respond. I look forward to your response about that. Now that you sent me off on a tear, on a rip with that one, I blame you. And so take some responsibility and man up, long hair and all, and give me a response to what I've said. So that'll be fine. All right, let's see if I can go on to any kind of further monologue or get the wind up to do so. All right, provide
I'll
myself.
say that explains why I never had a chance.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. You have actual talent in terms of your illustration. No, this world wasn't meant for you. There you go. Anyhow, do me a favor. Let me see. Should I? God, I'll have to chew a few more of these crackers so I can fit them into the sandwich bag. Of course, I could always use a second sandwich bag. I did bring more than one. So let me see if I can relocate a few of these. And then go on to, let's see, ripping into everything else around the world. And I'm actually glad Chris Collins brought that up because, I didn't want to overdwell on just the history and the Texas situation. Like, I have to of necessity, of course, because it's inescapable. So I'm transferring some of these crackers here to a different sandwich bag. Let me see if I can seal this one. There we are, sealing that freshness. Okay, these are called Mary's Gone Crackers. That's the title of, well, that's the name of these crackers. Mary's Gone Crackers is the company. And so these are some of the best crackers I've ever had. And very glad I picked up on these. And using these with, of course, cheese and salami. And so I was getting some of this into myself. May take another break to do so shortly enough, but right now I'll try and get into what I dread the most every night that I'm on transmission, which is the solicitation. And might as well dive into that. Oh, holy shit. And let's take a look at the time we have left, which I know is plenty of time, but still. About 7 hours. We've been on 7 hours, and so we've got 5 hours left. And so I'll, see what I can do. All right. And okay, let me get my breath together. And I don't think Peter Moon got at all the nuance of what I was saying, which is that basically, if they're taking Navalny and they're saying he's, slandering a Russian World War II veteran, they could do something similar to myself by saying I'm slandering the greatest generation or something stupid like that, and therefore make myself seem unpatriotic by what I'm saying by saying America lost the war. Of course, anyone with any sense of rational intelligence would understand that just because America lost the war is no comment on the something as nebulous as the valor of the greatest generation, which is anything but. And of course, they're the lamest generation, and they're really a group of genocidal white trash that wanted to conquer the world. And thank God the Axis stood in their fucking way and shoved them back into their fucking hovels so that they could just spend the rest of their lives watching television and bitching about how the world was going to hell in a handbasket, living in fear of, the liberal progressive wave that's overtaking America, which is basically a change in demography that threatens them more than anything else. I mean, hell, these are the people who brought us modern art. What have we got to thank them for? Now, yeah.
Well, I could honestly see what both of you are saying, because they can always try to say they could always try to play that card, which they, those what do they call it, the History Channel historians, yeah, who aren't really historians of anything.
Yeah.
But on the same token, they wouldn't have on the same token, this would be more of an opportunity. I don't think the generation like my generation would really give a fuck what a bunch of old geezers who've been on the History Channel blowing smoke up everyone's fucking asses would have to say anymore. So this also presents an opportunity for you.
Thank you. No, deeply appreciated what you just said. And I thank you for that. And so, I mean,
and the thing is, if they go that far to try to slander you from, they go that far to try to do that, then people are going to start to look at the fact that they're slandering you, and they're going to say, well, why are they slandering this guy? Because that's exactly how I bumped into you.
Thank
I was
you.
trying to figure out, why are these guys saying that this guy has nothing? Why are these guys saying he's a liar and a fake? Well, obviously, if his lies pissed off Michael Aquino and this asshole who I've never heard of, Duncan Finian, whatever the fuck, he's got to be worth something.
Actually, I'm kind of surprised. I remember Duncan O'Finian was one of the super soldiers, quote unquote. And was he I thought it was E.A. Coetting. Were they together with Duncan O'Finian with Aquino when they were starting to?
No. This was when I heard of you. It was way earlier than when he did that last talk.
Okay, so that was his last talk was with E.A. Coetting.
Yeah. That was the one. That was the one like prior his death.
Yeah, his demise.
And 20.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, when I heard of you, like there was some show. I think I don't know if it was that jack off with the who he gave a new hand to, or if it was that other chick who.
Right. By the way, when Jameson Reese is talking about who he gave a new hand to, that's Dr. J. Andy Ilias, who had this, I don't even remember the name of his series, but it was this chicken shit little show, who was awarded after he was basically sucking Michael Aquino's cock on air and shit. You could actually hear the slurping sounds. He was awarded by being made the producer for Art Bell. And before Art Bell basically crashed and burned because he wouldn't do anything new. He just kept dialing. He had everybody he wanted on speed dial, which was basically Richard Hoagland and Michio Kaku and about 5 other people. And he would just bring them back again and again every night. And everybody said, "Fuck, why am I paying for this shit?" That was coming out of satellite when I can get it for free. Just listening to Richard Hoagland and Michio Kaku on fucking Coast to Coast AM every fucking night. So that there you go with that. I mean, that's what happened with that. I'm sorry. So go on. So so you either heard it through J. Andy Ilias or someone else about myself. I didn't know Duncan O'Finian, but was it he that was talking about me? I don't mind if it was. It was just curious. It just.
Yeah. It was something that I think he was doing something with Carrie Cassidy, and she's trying to put what he's saying in the context, and she has this. She pulls this run on which goes how I don't know how she even remembers half the fucking shit they feed her.
Yeah,
but
it's sad.
She's able to stitch all this mythology together.
Yeah. She synthesizes everything she possibly can, and it's like, well, what you get is this bizarre paradigm that she's constructed by doing that, and so she must have been trying to
Well, that's good if you're making cartoons for children. It just doesn't do anything for someone who's legitimately interested in information and has the discernment to listen to someone and say, "Oh man, that's bullshit," which I found myself saying a lot in this like conspiracy culture that I was combing through for like facts and information.
Yeah, thank you. And so go on. And so when you heard of myself, and by the way, the interesting thing is you can clarify this too, contextualize for our listeners that the last interview Michael Aquino held, he's with E.A. Coetting, and E.A. Coetting brings me up by the cheapest shot, the easiest thing to try and attack, which is, hey, what about this guy Douglas Dietrich says he's the son of Adolf Hitler? Now, I didn't hear this. It's what Jameson said, but I know what Jameson said is true, and there's no reason for me to hear it. I know that if I heard it, it'd be pretty much what Jameson said. But he says, hey, what about this guy who says he's the son of Hitler? And what's interesting is because Aquino knows that, he didn't attack it. It was like he could have so easily just said, yeah, that alone shows this man is insane. And he could have gone from there, and basically that would have been so easy for him to take that step, but he didn't, because he knew it to be true, and he couldn't bring himself, not because of any morality, he couldn't bring himself into the logic circle where he could deny it because he knew it. Therefore, it was like, it would be like saying, that the sun isn't shining or something. It just would have been hard for him to have said that without, to himself, kind of disjarring his own reality, or the reality he knew of.
Well, he was pretty. Well, actually, he is kind of good at doing that to himself as well.
I see what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
What I will say is on one of his earliest it was on an earlier one. This wasn't the last one he did with E.A. Koetting. I think it was that J dude or this other woman, this woman. I think her name was Rita or something, but it was on one of those interviews where he said, I think someone might have asked about you again. It seems like I think he prompts them to ask him in advance for some reason,
Right.
because he would kind of he would have a sort of cognitive blindness that he's shooting himself in the foot doing that,
Right.
and he would say, "I never met the man," because I think they would bring up like the satanic what he claimed were allegations, with the Presidio military base, and he was like, I don't know about any of that. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I never met the man. That was what he said about you. And instead, it's interesting how on the latest interview of 2019, instead of saying that, he's saying, "Oh, there's somebody who's just crazy," which I'm sure he like orchestrated the whole thing with the woman calling and acting like her mind was under control or something, just to like make her look like she was crazy and whatnot. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him.
Right. No. It's very much, as my dad would say, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich. He would say something along the lines of, "Yeah, that's about his speed."
I think what really put me off was with the E.A. Koetting thing was the fact that he kept calling him Aquino, and I'm like,
Right.
why is he calling him that?
Oh, because he's sucking his dick. What you know that? You know why? That's what Aquino always preferred, was Aquino. Wanted everyone to call him that. And
Now my thing is, if someone else in the military isn't going to call him that, why the fuck would I call him that?
Thank you. Yeah, it's like,
If when you're in the military, your name is Aquino, why am I going to call you Aquino? That's like me calling someone. That's like someone named John Smith saying, "No, it's Smythe. It's Smythe."
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah. Thank you. It's preposterous, and it's this little chicken
who
shit
else
way.
comes to mind? That stubble bean, I think, guy.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Stubblebine. It was something horror. His name. I was thinking to myself, but it sounds so bad. Why would you stubble? I mean, stubble, like whiskers and shit. And oh my god, it
could just be a running gag with people from like that age bracket. I don't know.
It's definitely something to do. In Aquino's case, it was asserting dominance. This way, he knew people who he had cowed. Whoever he had cowed would be identified by whoever was calling him Aquino. Then he knew them to be cowed.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
And then he knew. Yeah, this one's docile. This one's cowed. And in the case,
and that's also how we can identify, people who might still be in support of him.
Absolutely.
And people who aren't.
Yeah, I would argue that. I mean, certainly Max Spears felt that way, and unless of course they're just ignorant of it and happen to speak like that. But actually, few people naturally do. And in terms of the Stubblebine, that was just basically like that was somehow that had something to do with his programming. Judith Agard said it best about his wife, the wife of Stubblebine, who's Dr. What was her name again? I don't remember her name now, but anyhow, I could find out later. But you remember the show, and she was basically his handler, and that was like somehow it was like one of the keywords she used to maintain his control, his leash, his psychological leash, was the pronunciation of his name in that manner. And so it was really important that nobody fuck it up for her. So that's why she was just adamant about it. And so Judith Eger felt she was like truly just a black witch. And so she just felt that she was someone she would never trust. Of course, Laura Lee Solomon was disappointed too, and she had been the person to arrange for it. Now, for those of you who don't remember, that woman who was the wife of Stubblebine, General Stubblebine, she was who we used to refer to behind his back as Spoonbender Stubblebine, because he was so much into, Uri Geller and the spoon bending and shit. He's portrayed in the film The Men Who Stare at Goats, and is as being someone who's more rational than he ever was, or basically as a buffoon. I don't know. I never really watched the film. All I know is they got George Clooney portraying, Lieutenant Colonel Channing, who that's like having, some sex bomb portray Michael Aquino, somebody like, Sean Connery. That's like having Sean Connery as a young man portray Michael Aquino. It's that absurd. But in terms of, what was her name? Yeah, she like worked at Revolution Radio for a short while. And then, there was a big fight between her and Mike Ringley, and, that went to shit. And it's like, and many people didn't know, and I was asked never to bring it up by Mike Ringley, and I was so in the habit of not bringing it up that I never brought it up, that I actually had kind of forgotten about it. I'd pushed it into the side of my mind, but Peter Moon brought it up. He says, oh yeah, well, Michael Aquino was living in the same city as Mike Ringley. They was living in, for a period of time at least. During that period of time, Michael Aquino had moved into Louisville, Kentucky for a short while. He was all over the place, of course. Michael Aquino knew he was unpopular, so he had to keep relocating because he knew, that one of the people, at some point, somebody would take him out. And of course, you have all kinds of people who claim they took him out, through magic. One of them would probably, almost certainly, be David Schroeder. I'm certain David Schroeder probably claims he killed Michael Aquino through magical means, or something of that nature. And so there you have that. At any rate, so how should we handle this? Do you want to? I guess I'd best get started on the on the solicitation. Unless can you hold the stage for a bit while I chew some more crackers, or?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yes, all right. I'll get some more calories into myself, and then I'll do solicitation like a good boy, and then jump into monologue. So let me see. It's a 12:05, so you can do it for a few minutes. Yeah, I'll let you hold the stage for a bit. Thank you.
All right. So let's see. Oh well. They've decided to, they've successfully cloned a ferret that was on the verge of extinction, I think. Yeah. Scientists, all right, yeah. This ferret died 33 years ago. Scientists just brought her back to life. For the first time, scientists have cloned an endangered, not extinct, U.S. species. A black-footed ferret named Elizabeth Ann, whose donor has been dead for more than 30 years. What made them endangered? It's not every day. Well, honestly, the question is, why are there so many species still left here in America?
Good point.
That would be the better question.
As for why they're endangered, I'm sorry, what comes to my mind is roadkill.
Yeah, among other horrors such as fracking and you name it, humans. After the original ferret, Willa, died in 1988, scientists froze her body to preserve her genetic material, hoping to someday perform an experiment like this. While a domesticated ferret carried the cloned embryo, the new ferret, who is being raised at a Fish and Wildlife Service black-footed ferret breeding facility in Fort Collins, Colorado, is still very wild. with all the instincts and aggression that suggest. This is a fresh success story for the black-footed ferret, which has become emblematic of how well conservation and repopulation efforts can work. First, scientists thought the ferret was extinct after frustrated ranchers poisoned almost all the animals in the wild. Fuck humans. Then the population grew from a group of just a few, so there are about 1,000 wild black ferrets today. Plush populations in wildlife preserves, zoos, and other supervised programs. Willow was a special animal even before she died because of the blah blah blah. Special. Okay, let's cut the shit and just get right to the science. She used to like eating strawberry ice cream in the rain. I mean, seriously. When Willa died, the Wyoming Game and Fish Department sent her tissues to a frozen zoo run by San Diego Zoo Global that maintained cells from more than 1,100 species and subspecies worldwide. That's all? Oh, damn. That's not too good. Well, for now, cloning Willa is a huge help, but that's not the end of plans for frozen animals like her. Eventually, scientists may be able to modify those genes to help cloned animals survive, Groover writes. Willa's genes were fertilized into an embryo and then carried by a regular domestic ferret who gave birth to Elizabeth Ann. A fellow black-footed ferret didn't carry the embryo because of regular risk associated with pregnancy. With the success of this procedure, animal conservation conservators feel more confident about bringing back other specimens, including those that will require genetic patching or modification in order to be successfully cloned, such as the woolly mammoth, or maybe a saber-toothed tiger. Why not? If this conjures memories of Jurassic Park, you're not alone. Fears of unintended consequences are valid, but animals like passenger pigeons and the dodo went extinct because of human irresponsibility, not some specific feature of their ecosystems or climates. Well, honestly, a human being is a feature of an ecosystem and a climate. In fact, humans are fucking everywhere, so that sort of contradicts itself as a sentence. Scientists say the benefits of raising the dead outweigh the drawbacks, even if only so that other researchers can study a passenger pigeon in real life instead of textbooks. Born just to be dissected. I love it. Mammals are easier to clone than birds, the scientists say, because birds lay eggs and add complexity to the cloning process. Having Willa's genetic material back in the mix could make for the black-footed ferret more genetically robust and prepared to survive in the wild. For some future cloned passenger pigeon, we might use the domestic pigeon genes to make them more robust. All right, and I shall keep searching for yet even shorter articles.
There we are, and I think that's wonderful. I'll be finished chewing soon, and then I'll take over in a matter of minutes. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I certainly needed it.
Okay, let's see what would have human interest, quote unquote, quotey fingers. Because, you know, the idea of lightsabers that shoot missiles don't seem to really hold very many people's attention.
Yeah.
Nor do aging grimoires that were able to summon all types of manner of horrific things. All right, let's see. Okay, the last thing I was able to get of any Ethiopian massacre was actually from December 12, 2020. And this is in Sudan. The only thing the survivors can agree on is that hundreds of people were slaughtered in a single Ethiopian town. Witnesses say security forces and their allies attacked civilians in Mai Kadra with machetes and knives or strangled them with ropes. The stench of bodies lingered for days during the early chaos of the Ethiopians' government's offensive in the defiant Tigray region last month. Several mass graves have been reported. There is nothing here to suggest a Ark of the Covenant or anything like that was involved. What happened beginning November 9th in the agricultural town near the Sudanese border has become the most visible atrocity in a war largely conducted in the shadows. But even here, much remains unclear, including who killed whom. Witnesses in the Maya Kadra told the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and Amnesty International that the ethnic Tigrayan forces and allies attacked Amhara.
Tigrayan, but yes, you're otherwise doing fine. Thank you.
One of Ethiopia's largest ethnic groups, but a minority in Tigray. In Sudan, where nearly 50,000 people have fled, one ethnic Amhara refugee gave the Associated Press a similar account. That sounds like nobody knew who the fuck was killing who.
Yeah, that it often turns out like that. Yes, yeah, these things turn into a free for all.
Well, I guess if one person around you gets killed, run.
Yeah,
and get to a place where there are no other people. And if people are stampeding in one direction, stampede the other, but stampede in such a way that you don't get killed running in another direction away from everyone the fuck else.
Yeah, I'll say this: when I was either in Africa or the Balkans of Europe, people are tribal, and they may all look alike to other people. All of the different Tigrayans and Ethiopians and Eritreans, which Peter Moon could not pronounce when he tried to bring up Eritrea. He said it the way most Americans say it, Eritrea, as opposed to Eritrea. But it's they all look alike to outsiders, but they can tell each other apart. And in the Balkans was the same way. They all look, to someone from Africa or Asia, everyone, the Serbs, the Croats, the Bosnians, they would all look exactly the same, and they all speak the same language. They would be indiscernible to anyone outside of that environment, but they all recognize each other. And but here's the secret I'll share, is that Asians really, to tell you the truth, generally have a hard time distinguishing each other, but they'll never admit that to anyone who's not Asian. Most of the time, yeah, Japanese or Koreans or Chinese would probably, just looking at photos without surrounding environmental evidence or something, just looking at, would probably, yeah, generally have a hard time distinguishing each other, and it would be pretty hard to just tell people if they were, like, without discernible clothing or fashion or environmental evidence. It just would be pretty hard for them, but they never would say that. It's just just the way the world works, and I'm sure that it's the same actually in Africa or the Balkans or anywhere in the world. Honestly, until someone opens their mouth and speaks with a certain accent, or until their behavior indicates something, it's then all of the triggers set in. Then then we respond to those triggers, of course, and that's based on our own indoctrination, our culture, and it's just the way it is. Of course, I certainly value different cultures, and I think we need to maintain different cultures and different races. But certainly there should be a place for hybrid people like myself or Jameson or anyone else who's hybridized, because that is certainly, aside from its Native American population, that's what America should represent, is a melting pot in that regard, and as opposed to other nations where the situation is different. Okay, I'll go mute again for a few moments, and you can just kind of wind things down before I take over.
All right. It's possible that civilians from both ethnicities were targeted in my cadre. Amnesty now says anyone they found, they would kill. Tesfalim Germain, an ethnic Tigrayan who fled to Sudan with his family, said of Ethiopian and Amhara forces. He said he saw hundreds of bodies, making a slicing gesture at his neck and head as he remembered the gashes. But another refugee, Ababet Refe, told the AP that many ethnic Amhara like him who stayed behind were massacred by Tigrayan forces. Even the government doesn't think we're alive, but they thought we all died, he said. The conflicting accounts are emblematic of a war about which little is truly known, since some Ethiopian forces entered Tigray on November 4th and sealed off the region from the world, restricting access to journalists and aid workers alike. For weeks, food and other supplies have run alarmingly low. This week, Ethiopia's security forces shot at and briefly detained UN staffers, making the first assessment of how to deliver aid, a senior Ethiopian official said. So obviously there has been push and pull on both sides here. There's like, the idea of, Indiana Jones coming to get the Ark of the Covenant goes out the window. which I kind of figured, because I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that, like, so that's such bullshit.
Yeah.
Somehow I got the feeling that I didn't think you grasped that either. I didn't think you were buying it too much either.
Well, it's in terms of the Ark of the Covenant, it's from what I understand, it's on a fairly high mountain where the places that the kind of monastery is that maintains what is considered to be the Ark of the Covenant. Something is in there because it is said that the monks who guard it, who watch over it, that they're physically affected by it, that they slowly go
blind.
Yeah. So
whatever it is we could at least say it's radioactive
or something. Yeah, it's an artifact that has power. It is a powered artifact.
It's an arcane artifact.
Yeah, it's an arcane artifact. Thank you. Very good. You said that well, and the appropriate terminology. And but my impression was that it was on a very high mountain that faces basically a sheer cliff, if I remember correctly. That's the memory I have of where it's stored. And so I think that if I imagine a bunch of people struggling over it, I imagine a lot of bodies falling off off the cliff.
Well, yeah. I mean, they would make it so that no one's going to get out alive.
Yeah, I don't, and like you said, there was no word as to whether it was stolen or whatnot. So one wonders, and hopefully we find out more, and hopefully it's still there, and remains there as a subject of, an object of veneration and faith for the
I
Ethiopian.
don't think anyone's going to be in a hurry to take something that can cause you to go blind.
You would think that wouldn't be.
Then again, people have been known to play around with things that are radioactive.
Yes.
Not figure out the radioactive signs mean you shouldn't be in that area.
Yes.
So,
yes. Yeah, it's and if you have a bunch of people who are truly ignorant, but you would think people wouldn't be ignorant in that area, that they would know about it and know about what happens, but who the fuck knows?
Well, look, if you're going there and you're storming looking for something, chances are you know what you're looking for.
You would hope. The many people, who knows? Maybe these are people who somehow don't believe it. They don't believe that it can do something to them. Maybe they think it's all a myth, and they'll go in there and steal it and hope that it's gold and melt it, and want to melt it down or something. It's you never know what's on people's minds.
I bet you the thing was probably built out of uranium.
Who knows? But it's something. There's something is there.
Whatever's there.
Yeah, whatever's there has an effect on people and changes them physically. Does damage to them, so it's something. And as you say, and of course, the first thing that comes to mind is radiation. And but it doesn't seem to. It doesn't seem to be the. You would think people would just waste away with cancer if that were the case. So it doesn't strike me as.
Well, there's more than one form of radiation, which is why I call it an arcane artifact.
Thank you. Yes, there we are. Thank you. That's quite true. And. So what I'll do, dear Jameson, love you dearly. Of course, hopefully you'll be able to stay with me for the remainder of the transmission. But
Yep.
but definitely I'll take over now. I'll start the solicitation, and once I'm free of that, get on with the rest of the show. Let me check around just a little bit longer. Let me see what I can do here with something. I'm just trying to look something up. With that in mind, what was I going to say that could have also provoked perhaps some discussion from Jameson, just by myself a few more minutes here. Let me see now. Let me get a calculator, try to calculate something here, and I got it figured out. All right. So what was I going to say? That there was something else going on in the world. Was there anything that that you or Derek brought up that I had missed that you might want to kind of bring another insight into or on about?
The one thing I felt was the big thing that was blaring loudly in the room was the whole new strain of COVID thing. But that's about it for me.
Yeah, and that's important. I mean, believe me, that is important. There is when I'm trying to be optimistic, I was just pretty much, catering to Peter, but he didn't. He didn't even care. He's like, even though he's convinced that we're all going to be dancing in the streets within months, during summertime and whatnot. I was trying to point out, well, there might be, maybe that will be the case, but yeah, it didn't seem like he really cared. Of course, he was sleepy as hell, and
I for one don't see it, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen.
This
is one of those.
Yeah, it's a wise.
This is one of those.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go on. Yeah.
No, I would say this is one of those times where rather than being pessimistic or optimistic, I would just say flatly, I have no clue what's coming.
Yeah. Yes. It's and neither do I in many respects, but let's just say it's how do I say this? It's. Yeah, definitely be cautious. We've got a while yet before we can throw our caution to the winds. All right. Thank you, Jameson. Love you dearly. Appreciate all you do. Of course, let me know if something happens where you have to drop off or something like that. And oh yes, I forgot. Now, forgive me. I don't remember. You're scheduled for the shot, or you got it already? What was the deal with that?
I wasn't able to get it because of the storm, so
It was the storm, so they
scheduled
rescheduled. Okay. So
yeah, it's rescheduled.
when is it rescheduled for?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Okay, so you'll have to go to bed early Wednesday, right? Or is it later in the afternoon?
No. It's earlier in the day. So
So you might as well stay up all night and then go there and then go to sleep, right? Is that it?
no. What I'll be doing is I'll go there, and then when I'm on broadcast, you'll hear about what's happening
Right.
while it's happening live.
We
So
can
get to
hear
see
about how
me
you're
live
responding.
in torment.
Yes.
And if my vision starts blurring and all of a sudden I start seeing those weird visages of things in the corner that look sort of like tall archangels or some shit, you get to hear it live.
There we are. They kind of like when I was live. Were you listening the night that I had taken that stupid colonoscopy liquid?
Yes.
It was.
Yes, I remember.
Yes, Lena Shea thought that, by the way, for those of you who weren't there, Peter Moon and Crystal River were on with me that night, thank God, and they held it as best they could. It was really awkward. They held transmission as best they could while I was violently dry heaving. Because this stuff is supposed to make you just shit your brains out so that your intestines will be clear for a colonoscopy the next day, which by the way, if anything proves that I do not have a biologically baseline physiology, that night did, because all that shit did to me was constipate me, and I didn't take a crap for the next 5 days. It was like I went a full working week, without taking a crap. After taking that stuff that was supposed to, turn my shit into liquid and have me pissing out of my asshole so that I'd be all cleansed for the, colonoscopy, it did just the opposite to myself, aside from making me deathly ill. And Lena Shea thought I was taking a shit on transmission. She heard myself dry heaving. She thought that was grunts while I was having some kind of bowel movement in front of the microphone, which is that's nice to see people assume the best. And so there we have that. That was and so we'll have something potentially similar, hopefully not. Cross ourselves and knock on wood, with Jameson tomorrow, Wednesday night. And so he's taking it in the daytime. He's getting his shot. And then we'll be able to hear him if there's any side effects. Oh my God, this is going to be so exciting. Everybody tune in on Wednesday night, if for no other reason than to hear the story of Jameson Reese's experience with the new vaccine. And this will be you're getting in two parts. You're getting in two parts. And and then like Dr. Fauci said, there might be a need for a third vaccine for the variants. Of course, this has got all the conspiracy mongers all, excited that they're just getting you back again and again for new microchips and shit. And by the way, like Jameson said, that is a preposterous idea. The technology, the nanotechnology it would require to make nanochips that would go through a syringe. It's just, it's like Peter Moon and what he said about me, like, oh, Douglas, you're not worth it for them to go after you like that. That's pretty much for all of you out there to know about the microchip, okay? You're not worth the fucking microchip. You're not worth it. That effort.
Yeah, if they were going to put a microchip in me, I would encourage that, because I would use it and I would find a way to magically hack computers and shit.
There
That's
you go.
Pretty badass.
Yes, wouldn't that be lovely? Wouldn't that be wonderful?
I'd be turning off people's cell phones when I walk by them.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
they'd be like, "What the fuck?"
So there you have that. And all right, I'd best get to work. This is the part everybody knows that I dread the most. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thy known. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com, and in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War, and subscribe to his maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which itself be spelled MAGGOTAUR, he being the property manager thereof, who also serves as Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it no fahina, all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost, so if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay some monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Maggotaur, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He, of course, is the man who took it on himself of his own initiative to download the majority of what I had published on YouTube into his personal hard drives, enabling us to reconstruct my legacy online after it was scrubbed from the internet no less than thrice. That's 3 times. And each time, of course, he helped me to reestablish myself within the data matrix. In that sense, he served as a bridge between the Akashic records and, well, the information spectrum of our material dimension. And in that sense, again, he serves as my creator. And now you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there. A footnote on mine bio, sire, which be on the homepage of showsdd.com, and once you've compared the information on the twain and enlightened yourself thusly, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, convince others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich in service of the cause. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Maza Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. How would I say this? We've got this new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make his donation online using either thy credit or debit card by using the red button. So in that manner, you can use anything other than PayPal via the red button on douglasdietrich.com. And that way you wouldn't have to declare myself or indicate myself as friend or relative if you find that distasteful. Otherwise, when donating via PayPal, in order to maintain the integrity of your contribution so it doesn't get hacked by Peter Thiel, who will otherwise take his blood money and his pound of flesh and turn your presumably even numbered contribution into some god-awful odd number of with a decimal point in the middle, dollars and cents, you need to indicate myself as friend or relation, which is all you get. You cannot disambiguate. Nevertheless, we are all friends here, or you wouldn't be here, and you certainly wouldn't be sponsoring me. And we're all an extended electronic family. Other than that, of course, If you want to use the PayPal or the any other option, either way, you're going to have to use the yellow button eventually, which takes you to the PayPal page, or the homepage shows dd.com, because you're going to have to reward yourself by using the yellow button so that you can register into the archives, and thereafter access them at your leisure. You can by simply logging in forevermore thereafter. Because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Lin-Zu-Jin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, or the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, when it was deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, which be spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by the mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3, of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrichs or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/George.E.Knight.7, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD, he being mine own personal hero, who hast substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Failed Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. And he has, of course, on his Bizarre HD channel, trailered his new cinematic documentary currently in production, The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Failed Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich, the son of Dietrichs, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Meliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, at bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risks, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits and or services do dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language as well. Forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Even if ye be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and 5 p.m. on the West Coast Pacific Standard Time, on Sundays and Wednesdays. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And most importantly, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all videos and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And most importantly, above and beyond all else, we have, of course, that GoFundMe, which is ending very soon. And to paraphrase the lovely, Selena Khan, for whom English is a second language, she wrote for me a text. Forever grateful that I am to everyone for their donations and contributions. Words simply cannot describe my appreciation or gratitude, but I just wanted to emphasize a little bit about my GoFundMe campaign. As everyone knows by now, the cause is equipment upgrade. So we'll bring a little bit of that up later, but that perhaps is something that we want to throw some money into before the deadline runs out, just so that we can rationalize having established it more than anything else. Now, as I said yesterday at this point, because it is now after midnight, was itself the day after the commemorative anniversary of the Japanese liberation of Timor from Allied invasion. Yes. So during the Second World War, Portugal declared a policy of neutrality. Now, Dutch and Australian troops, nonetheless, disembarked at East Timor in complete and utter disrespect of Portuguese sovereignty. But the real menace came with the fact that they allied themselves with the European governance of this neglected colony of Portugal, and thereby made themselves the enemy of the people chafing for independence. And so the people of Timor appealed to the Japanese for liberation. And 3 months later, after 3 months of supplication, Japan liberated Timor in February of 1942, and the island became a stage of war between the Empire of Japan and the Allied forces. Timorese were seen as secondary actors when, in truth, after crossing a period of rebellion against Portuguese rule, they were more the sacrificed throughout their resistance against the Europeans until 1945. Now, as I said, to put this into context and perspective for you, in spite of Portugal's policy of neutrality, the Australian and Dutch troops entered Timor. And this was the first of two major foreign military invasions, the second being the Japanese to liberate the Timorese people from the Allies, who immediately aligned themselves with the European colonial class. In Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, Oliveira de Salazar denounced the Allies, who disembarked, as an invasion of neutral territory. Shortly after arrived the Japanese. Now, in both cases, De Santos Carvalho saw in these actions an attitude of depreciation towards the sovereignty of Portugal, disregarding completely, of course, the desire of the occupied population, the colonially exploited population that the Japanese were liberating. When the Allied forces arrived at Dili, it's a very difficult word to pronounce, and I don't know if I'll get it right. I'm presuming it's kind of a combinative of the Portuguese and the Timorese, and Dili is the capital of Timor, or damn close, one of the major cities. I really don't know the capital offhand. I'll be the first to admit it. But the Allied forces disembarked there, so it's at least a major port city, in December the 17th of 1941. And that, of course, it was when the governor, Ferreira de Carvalho, without any means to retaliate by arms, ordered the national flag to be hoisted in all public partitions and buildings of the colony, and to further mark his position of neutrality, he confined himself to his residence and, by free determination, wished to be considered a prisoner of the Allies, as opposed to someone who was aiding and abetting them. But that brings us to Japan's reluctant decision to occupy Portuguese Timor. And this, of course, was a battle that lasted from the 1st of January to the 20th of February. Hence, the Allies occupied on January 1st of 1942, just 3 weeks and 3 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor. And, of course, that attack was simultaneous to the Japanese attack on Port Darwin in Australia. And that was why the Australian troops got involved in invading Timor, which is right across the sea from Australia. And, of course, the Japanese were then besieged by the Timorese population, not the Portuguese, but the Timorese population, the Portuguese enslaved, to liberate them, and they came in on February 20th, 1942. Bear in mind, the Australians and the Dutch invaded under the auspice of the United Nations, because the United Nations was then established on the 1st of January in 1942 as an organization of war, and therefore this was, in a sense, a United Nations invasion in a very real sense. This is not something that is projected onto the incident. This is what provoked the incident, was the formation of the United Nations. So Japan, of course, occupied Portuguese Timor, or East Timor, as it would be known today, Timor-Leste, I believe, in February of 1942, not to incorporate the neutral territory into the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, but to expel the Australian troops in particular, who had occupied the colony 2 months earlier on the assumption, per their own cognizance, that Japan would invade. Now, both invasions ultimately proved disastrous for the Portuguese and the Timorese, in the sense that tens of thousands lost their lives during the Pacific War, the Timorese siding with the Japanese and the Portuguese in general siding with the Australians and the Dutch. The underlying question would be whether those losses were necessary. Of course, the propaganda spread by the Allies that has persisted in official Allied war histories is that Imperial Japan was going to invade neutral Portuguese Timor. Yet Portuguese Timor and the matter of its invasion were questions of some dispute in Japan's highest military and political councils. So Australia's reach for Portuguese Timor triggered the necessity of Japanese intervention. So the debates in Japan were basically whether to follow suit and violate Portuguese neutrality. And thereafter, of course, when they did so, the Japanese government's own subsequent quandary was over what to do with neutral Portuguese Timor once the Allied troops were expelled. The population of the capital went to live in the interior, mainly in Ailu, Liquica, and Miaubara. Some of the few Portuguese that remained in Dili pursued, nevertheless, with their usual lives, socializing with the forces of the Japanese stationed in Timor. They were given instructions by the local government to maintain a correct attitude, but to show no familiarity and neither to collaborate. So an atmosphere of normality ultimately gelled, and some families were prepared to return. It, of course, is recorded historically that Carvalho basically engendered an agreement signed by the English and Portuguese governments, which defined that the Allied troops would retire as soon as a contingent of Portuguese forces from Maputo, which is now Mozambique, would arrive from the Asian, Indian, Oceanic, eastern coast of Africa, southeastern coast of Black Africa. Of course, what happened instead was the Japanese liberated Timor and occupied Dili in February of 1942. So during January, of course, the Japanese had already managed to occupy Malaysia, except for Singapore yet at that point, which would prove to be the greatest defeat of the British Empire in its recorded history. As well as, of course, the Japanese occupied all of the Philippines, except not yet Bataan by that point. Of course, the Japanese also occupied Borneo and the Celebes Islands, Birmania, New Guinea, and the Salomon Islands. Now, following, how would I say it? Carvalho himself, he basically said that at the end of the second month of a hyperbolic invasion, that's the term he used, the Japanese tide extended itself irresistibly beyond the paralyzed and impotent adversaries. Basically, the Japanese were all conquering. And in the middle of February, they invaded Sumatra, occupying Palembang, and soon after, Singapore was attacked, and many an Englishman was made a prisoner. Java was surrounded, and on the 20th, Bali and Timor were taken. And after a weak resistance, the Dutch troops were abandoned by their Javanese soldiers. All the Dutch acted, of course, as officers and liaison, and were trying to use the Javanese of Timor, the Timorese, as cannon fodder. And, of course, they were the majority. There were a lot more of these colored troops than there were the whites, and they all escaped into the interior, basically leaving behind all heavy armament. Dili was then violently sacked by the Japanese, who found the city essentially uninhabited, or at least almost so. Your history lesson for tonight. All right, let's take a look at what time we have in the live stream. We've been on for 8 hours. We got 4 hours left. Let's see if there's been any more activity in the chat room, which is always welcome. And I am happy to say Daniel Arola is still with us. He said Geraldo Rivera pronounced Aquino's name with the he calls it the queerno. He calls him like that's what Max Spears used to call him, a queerno. And in it he hosted that Satanism and heavy metal music, especially during the 1980s Satanic Panic era. By the way, I want to try and do away with that term because that was the propaganda term Aquino himself came up with to claim that everything was false, that it was a panic rather than a reality. So K. Melatin asks, Douglas and Company, thoughts and guidance. I believe I've contracted an STE, a sexually transmitted entity. It's 2D, 3 feet, and void black. From its silhouette, I've dubbed it Sonic the Headhunter. That's adorable. I presume he's being facetious. I would hope for his sake he's being facetious. So, I don't know, Jameson, any thoughts on that before I get back into... by the way, Jameson, feel free to come on. Anyhow, yes, Jameson says we should use the term satanic manic since they were busy as fuck as opposed to satanic panic. Thank you. I will steal that. I am going to abscond with that. Just like I heard something just last night or so, or yesterday morning, I can't remember now, from Brendan Zogit that I intend to recite at some point. He said something so hideously funny. I'm stealing some terminology from him. I'll do that from JMO now as well. So JMO, what do you think of what K. Melaton is saying? Do you feel he's being facetious, or is this just an attempt at humor? Which it is very humorous. If he's not being humorous, it's alarming. So what do you think of this?
All right. Is this someone in chat?
Yeah. Check out chat. He's the last entry.
All right. Let me just reload.
Meanwhile, I'm just drinking some of my Voss bottled water here. I can't drink the sink water because it reeks of mildew. And the pipes, of course, are completely compromised. And
damn. Damn, that just makes living more difficult, man.
Oh yeah, but that's life. I mean, I live in a hoarder's crypt, right? And it's just like it's an old building. What would you expect? I mean, so old. We had a wine press in the basement. That's how old it is from the original Russian Hill days. We are on top of a cemetery after all. Probably fucking decaying body parts are coming up through the fucking
nice, the cask of Amontillado.
And so aside from all of that, what do you think about what K. Melatin is saying here?
All right, let me see. I'm not. I'd have to go to the other laptop. I decided to move over to the couch so I could just lay down for a bit, because my legs are
Oh, I don't blame
man,
you. When you're ready to talk about it, just let me know. And in the meantime, I'll get back to monologuing. And
Gotcha.
Yeah, thank you. And so aside from that, definitely appreciate everyone who's with us tonight. Going to check into just a little refresher here on the screen to see the amount of people that we have at present, which is a good number for a Sunday night. And very delighted that we have the people that we do. And my love and appreciation unto all who support myself. So, as you all know, from Timor to Texas, the southern the southern cities are hit hard. They've been hit hard by the storms, and they're facing a new crisis, which is no water. So the southern cities, slammed by the winter storms that left millions without power for days, have traded but one crisis for another. Busted water pipes ruptured by record low temperatures have created shortages of clean drinking water, and they've shut down the Memphis airport on a Friday into this weekend and left hospitals struggling to maintain sanitary conditions. And the storms also left more than 330,000 from Virginia to Louisiana without power still, last time I checked, which wasn't too long ago. And about 70,000 in Oregon on Friday into this weekend were still enjoying a week-long outage following a massive ice and snowstorm. Oregon's governor ordered the National Guard to go door to door in the hardest hit areas to ensure residents have enough food and water. The extreme weather was blamed for the deaths of at least 70 people we know of thus far, including people struggling to get warm and a Tennessee farmer who tried to save 2 calves that apparently wandered onto a frozen pond. Now, on Friday, Texas electrical grid operators said that transmission had returned to normal for the first time since the storm knocked out power to more than 4 million customers. Smaller outages remained, but Bill Magnus, the president of the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, said the grid now can provide power throughout the entire system. Ain't that ducky? Now, Governor Greg Abbott has ordered an investigation into the failure for a state known as the, well, America's energy capital, for fuck's sake. I mean, so much so that they have seriously considered at times seceding from the United States and becoming a member state of OPEC, the oil and petroleum exportation cartel. Now, ERCOT, the energy reliability cartel of Texas, officials have defended their preparations and the decision to begin forced outages Monday as the grid reached a breaking point. That was Monday of last week that I'm referring to, of course. And because they're defending their preparations, because, of course, they didn't prepare at all. This is just basically they're shit. And they... they need to be held responsible for the fact that they are pieces of shit. They are just people who did not, this is what you get when you take everything for granted and you think that it's going to be exactly as it always was. Okay, this is not the way to plan for anything. This is like nobody should be giving them any outs. It's like we are in the middle of global catastrophe here. So these people are not your friend. So I heard Jameson, he's come back online. And so what do you think of what you've seen, what that guy has said? What do you think of that?
I don't know. It doesn't strike me as that off kilter. I mean, 2D, 3 feet, void black, and usually shadow people seem to appear two-dimensional because of how dark they are.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Although I can sort of get the tongue-in-cheek pun, Sonic the Headhunter. That was clever.
Okay, do you have any advice for this individual? He doesn't sound like he's too distressed, to tell you the truth.
No. There comes a point where if it happens so often, you start to become amused by it. Mm-hmm. And you become depressed when it stops happening.
Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. I'm glad I don't have to find out about that myself, whether or not I would become
just
depressed.
Be glad you're not an occultist.
Yes, there we are. Well, that's kind of an odd thing to say, considering my background. But I understand what you're saying to a degree, but obviously I've had a very occult background. I have transmigrated souls, for God's sake. So with that in mind...
Good point. You know firsthand.
yeah. So, but I do thank you, and I do appreciate this because I know you've had experience with such entities, and so has Justin White. So it reminds me of Justin White. He was nice enough to drop in and leave a comment on my latest promotional banner. I hope he's doing well. God bless him, and he's up there in Canada, and he could probably have something to say about this because he had some similar experiences to degree. But anyhow, it'll, do keep us updated. By that, I don't mean Jameson, of course. He'll keep us updated all through Wednesday night. And after Kay Meleatin said what he said, and I asked him to keep us updated, Amor Fati came in and said, "Hello, Douglas and Jameson. Much love, and much love in return, Amor Fati." He said, "Not sure if K. Mailton, Mayladin." Okay, he spelled it correctly. It's being facetious. He said, "But I used to suffer a lot of sleep paralysis when I was younger. In one experience, I felt a dark presence in the room." Did you read this as well, Jameson? What?
Yes.
Amor Fati?
Yes.
Okay. "And sometimes I would feel like I was wrestling a demon, but really I was wrestling with my sheets, but feeling something occult pressing down. One time I even felt something or someone trying to abuse me sexually in a spiritual way. To be blunt, I felt something trying to penetrate my anus, and I remember my reacting afraid." Of course, that's pretty upsetting. Yes, and trying to assert myself and set boundaries. Pray to God, Saint Michael, and Jesus to try and banish that dark presence. Never told anyone, but always wondered what that was and why I was attacked at night so much in my youth. I used to listen to you back in the day, Douglas. I now think of your gang stalkers. There we are. So thank you. Yeah, they're like that, basically, just dark, entities that invade one space and would love to do that to me, penetrate myself anally. This is obviously I
It
live.
seemed actually more like they wanted to be penetrated by you.
Yeah, we are. Yes, that's right. I live rent free in their minds, 24 hours a day. When who was it? George Knight. George Knight was saying, "Yeah, remember that Pavel? He was like, say, that he was with what the fuck is the guy's name again? Hunter 65, Gunner 65, the idiot Richard K. Cole Jr. He says, yeah, they're saying Hitler is gay. If anyone's gay, it's those two guys who have their entire life, every conscious moment dedicated to Douglas Dietrich. At any rate, our man.
The question is, how does somebody who has so many kids running around from so many different women be considered gay?
Thank you. Of course, most people are unaware of Hitler's children, and I've gone into that before, and we'll do so again at some point in the near future when people need a review, when I feel people need a review. And, of course, Peter Moon and I will publish it in one of the books upcoming. It won't be in this one. But thank you, Jameson, and deeply appreciate it. And Amor Fadi says, and also of the show and how they attack people in their dreams. Fuck though, whatever that was. Fuck your gang stalkers and fuck the Joe. Yes, they're all the same, essentially. They're all kind of related. I mean, take a look at David J. West, the latest guy to join the gang of gang stalkers. Short, fat, bald, and ugly. And really never forgave me that his wife came down here to fuck me, and because, her husband wasn't capable of fucking filling her to any degree or making her feel fulfilled. So there. At any rate, he says, thank God I don't experience any kind of sleep paralysis anymore. I am glad that Amor updated us on that. I would hate to think of someone suffering.
That was something that happened to me for most of my teenage life, in adult life as well. Mm-hmm. So what I think it was a sort of initiation.
Mm-hmm. That's how Peter Moon would interpret it. No doubt. He often says that sort of thing is kind of initiatory, right? I mean,
it is.
Yeah.
And I guess if you're a person of faith, you could get it to stop. But I guess if you're someone who's meant to enter that occult path, they'll keep working on you until you reach a point where you can just push them away by will.
Mm-hmm. Well, many people of faith, as I said, have called on Jesus, and this sort of activity has not stopped for them. Indeed, as I pointed out, many of the people who were Laotian are of the Southeast Asian tribes who converted to Christianity and denounced their ancestors and ancestor worship. They were the ones who died at a almost 100% kill ratio, and calling on Jesus did not help them. This is something that, of course, Clyde Lewis brought up on Ground Zero, but he interpreted that as a sign of Satan triumphant, and therefore God is dead, and that Satan was the master of the universe, and that's why he was an adamant Satanist. As for myself, what that exposes to myself is simply that Christ is in all religions. And if you're raised in a Southeast Asian culture where you worship your ancestors, you're worshiping Christ as well. And that if you reject your ancestors, you're rejecting Christ. And because he's in your ancestors. And that was what truly left them vulnerable. So Amor Fati says, yes, it's been years just like you, Jameson. It was mostly in my teens. And he says, I had many paranormal experiences, not that I was asking for them or practicing the occult in any way, but they would just happen and I got used to it. That's, thank you for the courage of sharing that. I appreciate that. And I thank you, James. Yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah.
No, I'd like to thank him as well. Thank him as well.
Good. Thank you. The both of you. And all right, so back to trying to catch people up on my analysis of the situation, because that is important. And thank you, Jameson, for joining us there. Basically, if I try to reflect on what's been going on with the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, which is a inappropriate name for that cabal, if ever there was one. We've got a situation in which, of course, Friday into this weekend, the Texas electrical grid operators were claiming that everything had returned to normal for the first time since that storm knocked out the power to more than 4 million customers. But, of course, smaller outages remain, and yet still Bill Magnus, the president of the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, says that the grid can now provide power throughout the entire system. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could kick a turd. And Governor Greg Abbott has pretty much assumed my stance on this, because he himself has ordered an investigation into the failure for a state known as the capital of energy in North America, North America's energy capital. So the ERCOT officials have been defensive about the preparations, which were essentially non-existent. And, of course, their decision to begin forced outages Monday of Yester Septimonia of last week by now, as the grid reached its breaking point. So in Texas, 7 million people. 7 million people. That's more than what the official Jewish recognition of Jews died in the Holocaust is, that by about 1 million, that overtakes that by about 1 million people. That's a quarter of the population of the nation's second largest state, second to my golden California, of course, have been under orders to boil tap water before drinking it because low water pressure has allowed bacteria to seep into the system. And a man has died in an Abilene healthcare facility when a lack of water pressure made medical treatment impossible. So there you have that. We've had a fatality of ruptured plumbing in the most mechanical sense outside of his body. In many areas, water pressure has dropped after the lines froze, and because people left faucets dripping to prevent pipes from icing, which I said I myself would never do. And as of Friday afternoon into this weekend, more than 1,300 Texas public water systems and 159 counties have reported weather-related operational disruptions affecting more than 14.9 million people. That's according to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality spokeswoman Tiffany Young, who I cite because I'm looking at their website right now. And more than 1 million gallons, that's 3.8 million liters by European standards, so our British listeners can understand, or Australian, well, fucking anybody outside of the United States does metric, so everybody else in the world can understand the reference here. That's 1 million gallons of water are being trucked. Well, they were trucked in Friday into this weekend to the Texas Capitol, but Austin's water director, Greg Mezzaros, implored residents to minimize the use of home faucets because there's still a lot of unknowns, as he said, as we pressurize the system. So this is information taken from the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. Meanwhile, the Houston mayor, because, of course, Crystal River and our man Daniel Arola both live in Houston, and even though they live in the same city, they may as well be on different fucking planets. The Houston mayor, Sylvester Turner, warned that the residents probably will have to boil tap water in the 4th largest city in the United States until, well, all the way through tonight into tomorrow. And St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in Memphis said it was forced to switch to bottled water and bagged ice for all consumption, and that staff and patients were washing with hand sanitizer and no-rinse bathing wipes. All non-urgent surgeries have been postponed throughout the South and into the Northwest. I mean, this is pretty much all of North America outside of, the Northeast and California. The Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, the acting administrator is Bob Fenton, who appeared on CBS This Morning. That's the name of the program, not CBS This Morning, but that's, the program's name. Anyhow, as Jameson says, America's ghetto as fuck. It's official. Anyhow, on the program that's titled CBS This Morning, that's when the FEMA acting administrator, because we're still left with acting administrators from the days of the Trump administration, Bob Fenton appeared to state that teams in Texas are distributing fuel, water, blankets, and other supplies. He said, "What has me most worried is making sure that people stay warm." Now, Houston, because, of course, our dear friends live there, Daniel Arola and Crystal River, and of course Laura Lee Solomon lives somewhere in Texas, but I know not where. Anyhow, since we know where the other twain live, which is Houston, let me go a bit into that. Houston, on a good day, is not a city overflowing with spacious third places. Meaning, places you can go when you need to warm up or, get oxygen or something. The city's residents are faced with several bad options. Stay at home and freeze, or chance the already uncertain roads and flee to friends or relatives who have managed to retain their power by chance or by means of a spare generator, although the latter option involves congregating amid the specter of COVID-19. The elderly, the very young, and the otherwise vulnerable are left in especially nightmarish scenario. After the city's businesses were asked to turn off their lights to conserve energy, much of downtown Houston continued to shine with lights from skyscrapers and high-rise offices, maintaining the city skyline outline in glorious fairy light, many of which only powered down when they were publicly called out for their excess. As of Wednesday morning, midweek last, at least 12 weather-related deaths had been reported across the Houston area by then, while I was still in contact with Crystal River and Daniel Arola. Whereas much of the American empire is powered by regional energy systems, which are able to pull and pool resources in times of duress, Texas's power is almost completely under the control of ERCOT, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, not Communist China, which some false sources are claiming. And it is ERCOT which manages, or rather mismanages, essentially, well, 90% of the state's electricity load. Essentially, it's a monopoly that monopolizes all of it, in effect. The state's independent network of utilities was devised with the goal of avoiding federal regulation. By not crossing state lines, Texas's power grid can sidestep national utility guidelines, and energy companies can profit under the guise of individualism and self-reliance. State leaders, sacrificing long-term communal safety for immediate profit, have shaken their heads at the idea of reform or collaboration, and they have said, but we don't need it. Then it got very cold, very fast, and the system, particularly, it has been self-evident, the parts that rely on natural gas, proved itself quite vulnerable, and sure enough, the onus fell on the individual. It's not us. It's you. You're incompetent for taking care of yourself. That's their finger from the Texas robber barons pointed at Daniel Arola and Crystal River and everybody else. Now, ERCOT has stated that it has no idea when the power situation will truly resume any semblance of regularity. The state's governor and myriad other elected officials have all been quick to pass the blame. Now, a shared characteristic of Houstonians, one could argue, is a tendency to fall prey to disaster unprepared, but only exactly once. Whether facing the ravages of climate change, the state, or some other man-made calamity, the city's residents learn very harsh lessons, and they tend not to make the same mistakes again. But it's one of the great shames that the city of Houston and this country and the individuals who govern it requires its residents to weather these things at all. The collapse of ERCOT is one of the many signs that Texas has failed and continues to fail to adapt its infrastructure to meet the inevitability of climate change. In a new year already absurdly filled with crises, an insurrection 1 month, bungled vaccine distribution the next, in the midst of a pandemic that has ravaged the nation in ways almost beyond comprehensibility, yet another disaster doesn't feel entirely out of place. But the exacerbation of one emergency does not eliminate the likelihood of another. And we can be sure that this storm, like every other once-in-a-generation weather event that Houstonians have experienced in the past few years, will not be the last. Like all of their other travails, it will require an expansion of the imagination, and their leaders' inability to rise to the task does not eliminate the necessity of doing so. About 260,000 homes and businesses in Tennessee's largest county, which includes Memphis, were told to boil water because of water main ruptures and problems at pumping stations, Restaurants that can't do so or don't have bottled water were ordered to close, and water pressure problems prompted Memphis International Airport to cancel all incoming and outgoing Friday passenger flights. In Jackson, Mississippi, most of the city of about 161,000 had no running water. Crews pumped water to refill city tanks but faced a shortage of chemicals for treatment because icy roads made it difficult for distributors to deliver them. The city's water mains are more than 100 years old and not built to handle the freezing weather that hit the city as multiple storms dumped record amounts of snow across the south. The city was providing water for flushing toilets and drinking, but residents had to pick it up, leaving the elderly and those living on icy roads quite vulnerable, and these water woes were but the latest misery for residents left without heat or electricity for days after the ice and snowstorms earlier in the week, forcing rolling blackouts from Minnesota to Texas. Now, per the mayor, Chokwe Antar Lumumba, we are dealing with an extreme challenge with getting more water through our distribution system. And Central Arkansas Water, which services the Little Rock area, from which Clinton sources from, asked customers to conserve water to help protect its system as the ground began to warm and pipes thawed. The city of Hot Springs warned Thursday night that its water supply was critically low, and also asked customers to conserve. In Little Rock itself, the Museum of Discovery reported that a broken pipe flooded its building, causing extensive damage to theaters, galleries, and offices, and killing one display animal, a blue-tongued skink lizard. Poor fellow. One of the more sympathetic casualties to the chaos. And more than 192,000 Louisiana residents, some still struggling to recover from last August's Hurricane Laura, had no water service Friday into this weekend, according to the state health department, whose site I'm sourcing now. Tens of thousands more remained under boil water advisories. Bulk and bottled water deliveries were planned Friday to the hardest hit Louisiana areas, with a focus on hospitals, of course, nursing homes, and dialysis centers, because there you have it. That's what happens. My gang brother Beaver has no sense of mercy, having been an alcoholic himself. He always considers dialysis centers to be the homes of basically hardcore alcoholics. Which they most certainly probably statistically are. And now we got to keep them wet and hydrated in another way. Now, Joe Biden's address to the Munich Security Conference, in context of all of this, was a little surreal. It wasn't that Biden noted that he's made good as president on his vow at the annual confab, the conference at Munich, as a private citizen 2 years agone, that America would be back, or that he was zooming into Bavaria from the White House. This was like Skyped in, but instead of using Microsoft, they chose the communist Chinese delivery system. Rather, it was Biden's warning that democracy is under assault. Basically, what he said is that we're at an inflection point. In detail, in his speech delivered on Friday into this weekend, Biden said, we're at an inflection point between those who argue that, given all the challenges we face, from the fourth industrial revolution to a global pandemic, that autocracy is the best way forward, and those who understand that democracy is essential to meeting those challenges. Sure, raise the alarm about tyrants abroad, but no president since the United States rose to global leadership a century agone has lectured the world from such a fragile domestic platform, after fellow Americans attacked their country's own free election process but yestermenses, last month. The glass half full view is that the United States political institutions were tested but survived a demagogic president who refused to leave power peacefully. But the threat to democratic self-government in these United States did not vanish when Donald Trump decamped to his retirement quarters in Florida. In fact, the evidence of the last month suggests the opposite. Republican senators, bullied by Trump's voters, his cultists, gave him a pass for inciting a de facto coup d'etat attempt by acquitting him in his impeachment trial. A trial of Grand Old Party Illuminati is heading south to pay homage to their king in exile. Trump will make a comeback at the annual party of the American Conservative Union next weekend. Across the American empire, conservative state legislators are rushing to make it harder for Democrats to vote, following Trump's lie that the election was stolen. State Republican parties are not reacting to his defeat by ditching his losing formula. Au contraire, they're purging heretics who stood up for truth. And Trump clones are emerging to fight the midterm elections. While America is right to be concerned about democracy ebbing abroad, the rest of the world might have more to worry about over democracy in America. And America's foes are pouncing on the deadly Texas outages. America's enemies are crying hypocrisy as millions in Texas remain without power or without water. One report published in Communist China suggested that the Biden administration should spend more time trying to take care of its own citizens in Texas and elsewhere than denouncing other countries. America's most consequential adversaries on Thursday pounced on the news of historic and deadly outages in Texas, saying that the Biden administration should focus on tending to the care of our own citizens before assuming it has the mandate to advance its interests abroad at others' expense. The Kremlin early Thursday took aim at American concerns in recent years at the Russian energy pipeline known as Nord Stream 2, which runs from its territory through the Baltic Sea and into key American allies, notably Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. Thursday morning, Dmitry Peskov, a spokesman for Russian President Vladimir Putin, told reporters, "It probably makes sense for our American partners to be less interested in Nord Stream 2 and to a greater extent be interested in the events in Houston, Texas, its energy and heat supply." And translating from the Russian here, he takes a dig at a state that prides itself on its energy independence. He added, "Of course, gas supplies would not be in that way here." Now, what he's saying, of course, is that Russia is energy self-sufficient. Like, well, big fucking deal. And they're still got a quality of life that is nothing to be envied. Now, Iran, which American officials privately say was behind this week's attack on an American base in Iraq, ran an almost gleeful gallery on the homepage of its state news service entitled, "More than 3.5 million Texans are still without power. Storm death toll hits 23," which was what was known at the time. It includes pictures of the widespread devastation in Texas wrought by the historic cold temperatures and broad outages. And Red China's state-run Global Times published an op-ed, an opinion editorial Thursday morning blasting the massive electric grid failures in the Lone Star State, which have caused 24 deaths and left more than 3 million without power at the time that they were reporting. Because I'm reading this here in the Chinese, and this was, we're talking about the headlines from Thursday at that time. 3 million without power at that time amid bone-chilling cold temperatures in an area largely unaccustomed to severe winters. The plight of its citizens shows that China and others should no longer look to these United States for an example of leadership. So the paper has claimed. I'm reading here, translating from the Chinese. Now, according to the outlet, this outlet that I'm sourcing, which is run by the Chinese Communist Party, but is not considered generally a mouthpiece. Therefore, it is, well, I'm reading from the Chinese again here. Again, these people are supposedly independent in terms of their expression, but nevertheless, understand this is a Chinese communist rag. It's obviously going to be a propaganda organ. No matter how they express themselves as independent in their thought process. And translating their thought process from the Chinese, what they're saying is, it is a severe natural disaster after all, and we cannot say that the U.S. is an ugly country just because many Americans are also suffering from man-made calamities. But what is happening there has undoubtedly shown that the U.S. is an ordinary country with serious shortcomings. Actually, every country has its own problems. So the U.S. should focus on solving its own woes rather than denouncing other countries. Now, this piece drew attention to what it considers other failures of U.S. leadership in recent months, including its ability to protect its citizens from the spread of the coronavirus, whose specific origins the World Health Organization recently investigated in China, and adequately produce and distribute vaccines. Therefore, the State Department of the American Empire has not immediately responded, or at least did not do so, to requests for a response to the claims, and whether its top officials believe that the broad problems at home undermine their ability to carry out America's interests abroad. However, prior to the power crisis in Texas, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, his name is Antony with no H, Antony Blinken, he's a career diplomat and foreign policy hand, this week acknowledged the domestic crises he inherited when he was sworn into his position but yestermenses just last month, and the challenges in addressing those while also pressing for change elsewhere. Blinken said he had faced overt challenges from his foreign counterparts in recent months who questioned to him whether the American empire still has a mandate to advance its interests abroad amid so much turmoil and home. And in an interview aired on Tuesday, Blinken told NPR, our national public radio, of the mob of President Donald Trump's supporters that stormed the Capitol on January 6th after attending a rally Trump organized that, well, to read what he said, because I've got a bit of the transcript here before me that was provided to me by my son. There is no doubt that our ability to wave the banner of democracy and human rights to some extent has been tarnished by recent events, especially the egregious attack on the Capitol on January 6th. On the other hand, what's so powerful about it is that our democracy is resilient. And even as we're grappling with this ongoing problem, we're doing it in a way that is transparent, that is out there for the entire world to see. The very fact that we're constantly trying to build that more perfect union is an acknowledgement of our imperfection, but also it's in the striving that you really make progress. And I think that there's a model there for others. I don't feel any hesitation about advancing our views on democracy and our views on human rights, because again, I find that there's actually strength in the fact that we're confronting these things openly, that we're confronting our own deficits, our own challenges for the entire world to see. And that's very unlike still most other countries in the world. Now, I like what he said, and what it brings us back to is the fact that Texans are in the midst of yet another completely avoidable catastrophe. The state's independent power grid was couched as a badge of individualism. Then a once-in-a-generation storm hit, and sure enough, the onus fell on the individual. You know, the victim. Texas proves we live in a culture of toxic individualism. There's only one solution. Let me put you in their place. When she got home, there was no internet. Her ex-husband had canceled it while she was at work, but didn't bother to tell her. Now her kids can't attend school, and she can't even run her side hustle. She texted her husband asking why. And he said, "You need to learn to support yourself, bitch." This, coming from an underemployed, white trash piece of shit man who decided half a year ago he didn't want to be a husband or a father anymore. He'd left a note on the refrigerator door. Now he lives with his mom, refusing to pay any amount of child support. And of course, he has a new girlfriend. That's your average Texan's situation in a nutshell, the position of the female in the scenario, not the male. The male is, of course, their leadership, so-called. Individualism has gone toxic. Western culture in general tends to place a lot of value on the idea of the free-thinking individual. Everyone should enjoy the freedom to do and say whatever they want. We're all entitled to our opinion. It doesn't sound bad all by itself until you take that idea to its logical conclusion, which takes us into the territory beyond all logic. It's taken to its extreme. We've done just that. Individualism has gone completely toxic in America. We've seen it devolve from a somewhat coherent set of principles to an excuse for abandoning our most basic responsibilities, even opting out of society altogether. Off the grid! These days, it's not that strange to hear about men deciding that they don't want to deal with the inconveniences of raising a family anymore. Half the population jumps at the chance to blame everyone for their problems. They complain about victimhood until it suits them to play the victim. It gets worse every year. We're finding it harder to go anywhere without running into toxic individualism, whether it's aggressive drivers or jerk-offs who answer their phones in movie theaters. Asking someone to endure the slightest inconvenience sends them into a blind rage. Where I live, you can't hike in the state park anymore without coming across someone carrying a sound system in their backpack. It's hard to believe that's a thing now, but it is. After all, why bother with earbuds when you can blast your favorite music for miles in every direction, turning the great outdoors into your own personal dance hall? It's all about the me. Toxic individualism has corrupted our politics. It'd be one thing if toxic individualism remained at the level of Karens and Todds yelling at cashiers. It hasn't. Toxic individualism has reached the highest levels of our government. We've managed to get rid of the worst one, but we've still got a long way to go. The Texas snowstorm serves as a disturbing example. On the one hand, we've got senators like Ted Cruz jetting off on a vacation to Cancun, of all places, while their constituents battle freezing homes. On the other hand, we've got Texas mayors like Tim Boyd, who tells his own citizens they're lazy for wanting heat and electricity. He goes on to declare that in a snowstorm that's left millions completely exposed to the elements, the strong will survive and the weak will perish. It's truly something to behold. As a matter of fact, let me get that up on my screen. Tim Boyd. Let me read this to you. By the way, the motherfucker misspells parish. He spells it church style, P-A-R-I-S-H, like a parish church, instead of parish like P-E-R-I-S-H, like you are fucking extinct, baby. Tim Boyd. Suck it up, libs. Here we are. I'm going to read this to you. This is priceless. Tim Boyd. And his icon? Family. He's surrounded by cunts. All the females of his family are in front of him. He's using them as bullet shields. He says, "Let me hurt some feelings while I have a minute. No one owes you or your family anything." He spells R-A-R-E as opposed to O-R. Whoa. "Nor is the local government's responsibility to support you during trying times like this. Sink or swim, it's your choice. The city and county, along with power providers or any other service, owes you nothing!" That's all uppercase. "I'm sick and tired of people looking for a damn handout." That's with an exclamation mark. "If you don't have electricity, you step up and come up with a game plan to keep your family warm and safe. If you have no water and you deal without, and think outside of the box to survive and supply water to your family." The sentence doesn't make sense. "If you have no water, you deal without, and think outside of the box to survive and supply water to your family." Anyhow, "If you are sitting at home in the cold because you have no power, and are sitting there waiting for someone to come rescue you because you're lazy, is direct result of your raising." That's an exclamation mark at the end. This is what he wrote. "Because you're lazy is..." Yeah, Jameson writes he's been drinking his own piss. Yeah, that's Tim Boyd has, not Jameson. He says, "Because you're lazy..." He means to say you're lazy ass, but he says, "Because you're lazy is direct result of your raising." It's like, anyhow. "Only the strong will survive and the weak will perish." This is what he said with the P-A-R-I, like church parish. "Folks, God has given us the tools to support ourselves in times like this." Well, there's a lot of guns around. I suggest everyone take their firearms in Texas and go to Tim Boyd's house and steal all his food from his fridge, take the water out of his water tank, steal his cars, rape his daughters, who he's got surrounding him as bullet shields anyway, and, and that way you're supporting yourself, and you found your way to supply your family. Oh, by the way, just kill them all and move into his house, which has its power working. Anyhow, he goes on. There's no comma after folks. "Folks, God has given us the tools to support ourselves in times like this." That it doesn't say times like these. Times is a plural, so it should be like these. But folks, with no comma, it's like a kind of God. Like instead of the God of stone, as I was mentioning, for Sunday. Yesterday was the day of the birth date in the Chinese creation calendar of the god of stone, which in China is referred to basically as stone god, using the iconographs. He says folks god, like it's like a particular god of a pantheon or something, god of folks. Folks god has given us the tools to support ourselves in times like this, plural followed by a singular, which is, you know, his English is like, this fucker must have never gone to school. This is sadly a product of a socialist government where they feed people to believe that the few, that's all uppercase, F-E-W, few will work and others will become dependent for handouts. Am I sorry that you have been dealing without electricity and water? Yes. But I'll be damned if I'm going to provide for anyone that is capable of doing it themselves. Like I said, if you're capable of doing it yourself, take your guns, go to Tim Boyd's home, and take everything you need. Because that's what he's basically saying. Only the strong survive. Tell him that. When you got him at gunpoint, say, only the strong survive. Yeah. He says, we have lost sight of those in need and those that take advantage of the system and meshed them into one group. 2 exclamation marks there. Bottom line, quit crying and looking for a handout. Get off your ass and take care of your own family. Bottom line, and the rest of the sentence is all uppercase here. Don't be a part of problem. Don't be a part of problem. No a problem or the problem. Don't be a part of problem. Be a part of the solution. Now, okay, I'm getting something from Derek, who's likely telling us he's alive. Which we're relieved by. And he says he's home, thank God. So let's see if we can give him a call and bring him on for a second here. Let's see if I can do that. If I can make that work. Okay, here's what I do. Open this up. We got Jameson, Reese, Brendan, Zoget, and others. Let's see if we can add, you know, our man Derek to the call. Give my voice a rest. After that, Derek Tully is addable. So I'll call him here. See if he comes on. It says he's unavailable. Okay, so I'll register that with him. Skype. Is that him?
Hello?
Oh, there he is. Oh, thank God. My voice needs a break. Take over for a little bit.
All right. Well, you know what? Something strange is happening. It's still ringing. And I can't hear you. Hold on. Let me see what's happening with this thing. I may have to... This is strange because, all right.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it's still ringing.
Oh my God! Well, it'll have to stop at some point.
I'm gonna hang up and call back. Okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll call you back. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully he doesn't call me because that's gonna fuck it all up. So let's see what we can do. Here. Add on Derek Talley. Press the add button. There we are. Can you hear me? It says he's unavailable. There we are. But it stopped, like he was picking it up or something. Oh well. So my voice doesn't get a break there, unless he like so. Is that him? There we are. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah, the Skype was really cutting up here. I was on with you, and it was still ringing at the same time, like it was trying to get on while it was already on. So.
Right. No, I get you. Yeah, Skype is odd like that. It's anyhow, I've just I've blasted my voice talking about Tim Boyd and reading what he had to say. I'll count on you to give my voice a rest, take over for a few minutes. I'll be sitting here, of course. I'm not going mute. I'll interject whenever I feel it's constructive, but go ahead and talk. Tell us about your night, whatever you're willing to share.
Okay, well, I just took a little trip down to Mississippi. Then from there, I went down to the Gulf of Mexico.
Wow.
The Gulf. Yeah, I went down to the Gulf. and hung out and met some people. And then I didn't leave from like Jackson, Mississippi until, man, it was late. It was like 8. And I made it all the way back up here. And after I made it up here, my car was parked at my job. And so I took the rental car and put all my stuff in my car and cleaned out the rental car at my job. Took the rental car back to Hertz and dropped the key in the box and called Lyft, and Lyft came and picked me up and took me back to my car, and I came straight home, and now I'm about to go straight to sleep. But I just wanted to check in with you guys before I go to sleep. So I'll give you a voice of rest as long as you need.
Bless you. Thank you.
I gotta wake up tomorrow morning.
What time?
Well, not morning, but probably I gotta wake up probably like around 11:30, 12, so I can be ready to be at work at 2.
Oh my God. I don't envy you. I mean, oh my God. But so you really do need your sleep. But yeah, do me a favor and see if you can give my voice a rest for about 5-10 minutes. I'll sit here and I'll just drink my water. And
All right, yeah. So I only caught like a few minutes, but that was funny though. I mean, you had his voice down. I hope you do that all night. Oh man! And you know what? I haven't had so much fun since the black Capitol police officer was when you was doing him, like, come on, Gregor. Oh, that was so funny.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I mean these are like, you can't believe these people are real. They're like South Park cartoon characters or something out of Family Guy or something. They're literally unreal. How about yourself? What's the weather been like where you traveled down south, where I presume that far south, I'm presuming there's no snow and hardcore weather. It must have been enjoyable, but you must have hit ice and snow at some point in your travel across North America. What was it?
The only point I slowed down was in Birmingham, or north of Birmingham, leaving. I was south of Huntsville, Alabama, north of Birmingham, somewhere up in one of them no-name hick towns, Jasper, something like that. And for 9 miles, it was at a dead stop, just crawling, because it was so cold that something slid off the road. Whatever it was, they was getting the crane to pick it back up. I don't know whether it was a tractor trailer or what, but yeah, once I got past that, it was pedal to the metal all the way down there, and pedal to the metal. And when I say pedal to the metal, I can't afford to get no ticket 700 miles away from home. So I put it at 77 and kept it on cruise control.
Oh my God, that's incredible. And so there's no particular adventures to recite? I mean, you were out at dinner with some lady or something. It sounded like I was hoping you would get lucky. Anything to report? Whatever you're willing to share.
Well, not much to report. Just just met a nice friend and just hung out with her. That's it. I was a perfect gentleman. We got to show that we're a perfect gentleman first.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, and so I'm proud of you and very excited for you. And then you, of course, you got back home in time to go to work the next day. Holy shit! I'd be too worn out to. I'd want to take the whole day off. I mean, how are you feeling?
Well, you know what? That's what I feel like doing. But you know what? The thing is, it's 1 minute to 4 o'clock here, and if I started at my regular time and worked a 14-hour day, I'd be getting off at 4 o'clock. So this is like ending a shift for me. So the amount of sleep that I'm going to get is ample to what I would get if I worked a full 14-hour day and went to work the next day anyway. So it's falling right back in line. Bam.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, I mean, your life is incredible in that regard. Yeah, I'm really just Just glad it's all working out. And so I'm presuming you shared that film with me in the messages of the man with the machine gun coming out to confront the man who was stealing his package because of what's happened to me in the past with my Meals on Wheels essentially being stolen by various parties.
Oh yeah, I figured you'd get a kick out of that.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I understood the reason you associated that with something I would find amusing, and it certainly is. It's just so there's this little film Derek Talley shared. There was somebody trying to steal something off some guy's porch, and so he confronts them with a machine gun, and of course they put it back and kind of saunter off very quickly, and then you see him talking to someone else about, yeah, believe that shit, yeah, the motherfucker just came and was trying, and this is what people do. It's amazing, and it's like the person just shows up in a car and just saw the package there and went to pick it up, but it's almost like he expected it. It's very bizarre. It's almost like he expected a package to be delivering there, and he was showing up like it was a rendezvous, so he's coming to steal it, but it must have been spontaneous. I can only assume it was spontaneous.
Right. And it's a good thing they invented those doorbells. The doorbells with the ring with the cameras in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I read a story here on Critical Omissions a while back. Those things are set up to where they can go to your phone. So even if you're not home, the camera on those doorbells, you could be on vacation in Jamaica, and if somebody rings your doorbell, you could pick up your phone in Jamaica and see who it is that's at your door, a couple thousand miles away. Well, in order to do that, you have to have like some kind of code in order to tap into that camera, and the police are wanting now to tap into everybody's codes, so they can just randomly look into so when you put up a doorbell ring system with the camera, they want to be able to just randomly look at who's going to everybody's houses.
Wow. Oh my God! Oh, well, there you have that. And so certainly there is some scary stuff that shows up on doorbell cameras, and people were recommending that for myself because of what was going on. But a lot of people don't understand. I know people mean well, but remember, I'm a renter, and as a renter, I cannot alter the structure of the home that I live in, not to that degree, because that would entail basically going into the space outside of where I bodily dwell into the door frame of the building itself, which would be considered a compromise of the structure by my landlady. So, so I can't set that up. But
well, you should set it up inside your apartment in case the landlady comes snooping around when you're at the grocery store or something.
Yes, there you go. I mean, she wouldn't do that. Yeah, she considers this place for the longest time, because upstairs was completely empty for years, as I've related before, until finally her relations had to leave Hong Kong because of everything going down in China, and relocated up there with my help. She basically had left everything exactly the same as when her parents died, turning it into what the Asian culture calls a spirit trap. And she considered myself living down below as basically one of the dead. She considered this basically to be a house of the dead. And so she didn't want to physically touch my money. So she insisted I take the money and stick it in the door slot of upstairs, which is next door. The door next door to me leads to upstairs. So that's how these San Francisco flats are constructed. So I would pay rent like I'm doing a drug deal by slipping my rent through the door slot, and then she would come by and pick it up later. That way she avoided ever looking at me face to face, because she considered me the dead. And that I was basically one of the dead, and so there you go with that. And but finally, we dealt with each other for a period of time when I was helping her relations relocate upstairs, and so there you go. And now we have people upstairs, and I still stick the rent through the door slot. Oh God! So aside from all of that, the suggestions are appreciated and do keep them coming. But in general, it's just this is why I do the show. It's one of the reasons is that I stay up through the night and then I'm still up by the time they deliver the food, so I can take it in, before people run off with it. And but definitely didn't have much sleep over the past few days. I literally had 8 hours of sleep over about a 48 or 72-hour period. So, I only had 2 sleep sessions of about 4 hours each. It was very odd. Nothing stressful going on. It's just the way things wound up with a holiday schedule because, of course, I'm in the middle of some major holidays concerning my culture. And but very glad to see that our man, Derek, took his own little holiday. Very excited for him. And hopefully someday he'll share some of the details with us. In the meantime, I'll get back to monologuing. You've helped me recover my voice to a degree. And you, dear sir, can turn in. You have yourself a blessed night. But feel free to share with us anything you want to share before you retreat into slumber. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us?
You know what? In Jackson, they're for one, all most of their electricity had went out. They're having a lot of the same problems as Texas, but Jackson, Mississippi is on it. But all the electronic people are buying up all the hotels. And so when I went to go get my hotel, the lady who booked my hotel, she couldn't speak English. It was supposed to be from the 19th to the 22nd. She made it from the 20th to the 23rd. And so the first night, when I said I got a reservation, and they said, no, we don't see it, but there's no hotel. Well, it turns out, your reservation isn't until tomorrow. So we drove all over Jackson. We went on a big adventure. It was kind of, it turned out to be fun. It wasn't frustrating. So that's when, you know what? Go down to so we drove like 149 miles away from there after me driving 610 miles. So I drove an additional 149 miles and went down to the wall on the water. Got a hotel down there. Then me and her went to go visit a friend of hers that she knew from some of her groups on Facebook that she finally met in person. And then we hung out there all day. And then came back and picked up our hotel for reservation. So I said, well, I got the hotel to the 23rd, so you might as well, just stay and hang out with it, which that hotel is only like 8 miles from our house.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
It's amazing. So there you go. That's cool and delightful. So thank you for sharing that. That's. And
I wanted to get some gumbo, So since I was down there in New Orleans area, I was not that far from. I was still in the Mississippi side, but I was like real close to New Orleans. And I said I wanted to get some gumbo. So her friend goes, "Oh, don't worry, I'll cook. If I knew you was coming, I would have made some gumbo. So I'll cook." So she cooked us some beans and cabbage and rice and all kinds of good. The food that they eat down there and those parts.
Wonderful. That's delightful. Oh, well, that's there you are. Exciting. Glad you're enjoying yourself. See, you needed this, of course. You were just too alone for too long. So I'm so glad that you're going out there and socializing. Really, you were kind of like in this kind of horrible bubble.
Yeah. And here I am back in the bubble, and then Malik calls me and says, "Oh, hey, Dad," because I've been calling him, and he's been too busy to return my calls. So here I am having the time of my life. So Malik calls me and says, "Oh, hey, Daddy, the engine blew up in my car again. I need the and I left. I called the tow truck." And a friend of mine came and picked me up for work, but I didn't need the key for the tow truck driver. I was wondering if you can come grab the key from me and take the key to the I said, boy, I'm in Mississippi. Oh,
Jesus.
You know what I'm saying? I could have been dead. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I had died, you'd be the only person to check on me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if I had sat up here and died, I would have just, by the time anybody discovered I was dead, I would have been long dead.
Oh my
So, you know
God.
what? As far as I'm concerned, I didn't have to tell nobody I was going anywhere. I just fucking went. And you know what I'm saying? And if his car didn't blow up, he wouldn't have never even known I was gone.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's really disconcerting. On my and I'm just, it really puts one's life into perspective. And honestly, life is short. Enjoy it, and start. You know, it's harder to meet people in the age of COVID than it was in the age of AIDS. I was talking about that earlier, and I'm glad that you're meeting someone in the age of COVID, and we're able. What about face masks? Was that an issue? I'm assuming that I get this impression that neither one of you was wearing face masks very much, or was that not the case? How was it with that?
Oh, she was wearing a face mask because she wasn't feeling well earlier in the week, and she didn't know whether she had it or not. So. But she felt, I told her, well, get better because I'm coming down this weekend. So she got better. And yeah, we went out, eat a couple of different places. We went to Ichiban, the Oriental buffet place. And so we had to wear masks when we went there. And you know, you get in the hotel, whenever you talk to the hotel clerk, you got to wear a mask or they'll offer you one and they'll say, well, can I interest you in wearing a mask while we conversate or whatnot. But this hotel had the swimming pool open.
Wow!
It was a Holiday Inn, so I don't know whether it varies from state to state or from hotel to hotel. But you know, this swimming pool was open, and I didn't use it. I didn't go to it, right. But you know, I thought all Holiday Inn swimming pools were closed after I went down there to Hartford, Illinois, and found out I couldn't use the swimming pool. So I don't know whether it's the Illinois thing or whether it's a Mississippi thing or whether it's something that just varies from hotel to hotel, whether they have a pool open or not.
Now, how does one eat in a buffet during a pandemic? What was that like? I mean, and this wasn't outdoors; it was indoors, right?
Right. So this is, and Mississippi works just like Tennessee. You have to wear your mask when you go up, and you have to put on gloves. Okay. And you have to change your gloves every time you go. You can't just wear the same gloves. So they have gloves up there on the buffet. You know, so you just you go up there and you put the gloves on, and then you can just serve yourself food, and then. When you get to your table, there's a big round trash can that's, you know, decorative trash can. When you put your food down, you can roll up your gloves and throw your gloves in that trash can. And then, you know, when you get ready to get some more food, you got to go up and grab a new pair of gloves. And you got to wear your mask, and then you can fish your food. So So you gotta wear your bank robber clothes, gloves and mask.
Oh my God! Oh, but you managed to have a good time. It sounds like it's doable, certainly, and oh my God! Well, I'm impressed. I'm glad that they've got these places working because people certainly need them for the psychological well-being. So there you have that. And I was telling Peter Moon, I was kind of catering to him, saying that we might have a glorious summer where you know, things kind of come back to normal. The potential is there. But of course, as I said, everyone really needs to be cautious. By the way, Ms. Zalim is in the chat room, and a shout out to Ms. Zalim, who says, personally, it felt as if she were being spiritually attacked, like sleep paralysis happens when you're spiritually or emotionally vulnerable. She just joined, so she's late. So thank her for the courage of sharing that. And in general, once you fall asleep, I take it, Derek, that you sleep well. I take it you're not having any nightmares or anything in particular. Do you remember your dreams when you wake up, or very often?
Yeah, I've been having some weird dreams lately, but
oh.
You know, I heard almost your whole conversation with Peter before I lost signal out there way in the middle of nowhere, Alabama. But, Yeah, it was pretty good, but then I lost signal at a certain point. Then I started listening to music, but yeah, I do have some very weird and vivid dreams lately, so I don't know what's happening.
Well, hopefully you don't seem disturbed by it, so I'm sure everything's fine. Just you're just processing the different things, like as you said, no one was really checking in on yourself other than myself until your son needed something. I mean, that's disappointing, and this is how kids are.
I'm glad he got himself, a nice girl that's about something. You know what I'm saying? Because she's a pharmacist, so she's probably going to push him to do something.
Yes.
With himself. Yes.
Yes. I like that. Yes. And hopefully that will happen. And well, anyhow, we love you dearly. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing with us the your adventures. And with that, I'll return to monologue and of course say goodnight to our listeners by all means.
All right. Well, good night, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Next Sunday, I'll be able to spend more time with you, and we gotta pray for Mississippi, because the only hotel rooms that were available when they messed up my reservations, we tried to find another one, was ones that didn't have any water. So they had some hotels in Mississippi that the water pipes burst, and like most of Jackson, Mississippi, doesn't have water, and they're getting their electricity back up, but the electrical people from all over the state are all in Jackson, so there are no hotels right now. So I was lucky I made the reservations when I did, even though they didn't give me the right dates. But at least I had those. At least I had the room when I had it, because as soon as I did come up to get in the room, the lady right off the bat said, "Oh, we don't have any rooms. There's nothing." I said, "I have a reservation." And when I told her that, she goes, "Derek Talley?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, you're the last one that hasn't taken a room yet. So here's your keys." She had it waiting for me up front and everything.
Oh my God.
So,
yeah. Well, definitely, that's pretty alarming, and again, it puts into perspective the situation. It's also very, how would I say, upsetting that when you made your reservations, the person just couldn't speak English properly to get it done right. I mean, it's very frustrating. So that's sad. It's aggravating, but I'm glad it didn't ruin it for you. I'm glad it didn't ruin it for you, that it worked out so well considering. And again, okay, all our love. Take care. We'll speak again soon enough. You have a blessed night. Okay.
all right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, and sweet be thy dreams. Hopefully sweeter than they have been, apparently, whatever they've been. And with that, back to the task at hand. So you've all heard what I said about this just wretched individual, this Tim Boyd character, who is truly the personification of a white trash piece of shit. It's truly something to behold. This level of toxic individualism goes beyond all logic. Let's remember some fundamental principles of government. For starters, the residents of Colorado City aren't looking for handouts. They pay for utilities to protect them from severe weather. Second, they also pay for Mayor Boyd's salary. Providing city services is literally his fucking job. This is the entire point of government. Individuals contribute to a system that takes care of the group. We have a pretty big problem. I would say it's insurmountable without violence when elected officials are telling their own citizens to fend for themselves, mocking them as they literally freeze to death. Toxic individualism is going mainstream. It would be comforting if Tim Boyd were just one random mayor who lost his mind under pressure. Unfortunately, he's not. His attitude is everywhere now. This is how all conservatives think. And these are conservative personated reactionaries. I'm not even going to bother with that anymore. There's no more time. There's no more patience. They believe we should all pay a third of our incomes to them in taxes so they can take vacations in Cancun while everyone else fights for life in a sub-zero hell. When we demand anything in return, they're taken aback. They call us lazy freeloaders and tell us we're looking for handouts. These toxic individualists never practice what they preach. The minute something doesn't go their way, they're crying tears of rage. Not one of them could last a day in the extreme conditions they leave everyone else to deal with on their own. Worse, the people who elect them adopt the same mindset. According to them, everyone should fend for themselves until something awful and unexpected happens to them. That's when their sense of collective responsibility kicks in. That's when they make appeals to unity and empathy, when it serves them. Toxic individualism is taking over our culture. This problem used to be a pain. Now it's turning into a problem that dominates our society. We've got a bunch of spoiled children who want to take without giving anything back. It's the definition of entitlement, and it's wrecking everything. This week, we're talking about Texas. But what's going on now happens in deep red states all over the country. I thank the gods of my ancestors, I do not happen to live in one of those deep red states. But I know people who do. And let me tell you, it must get truly depressing to realize how alone you truly are. Even if you don't have a mayor who flips you the mental bird like Tim Boyd does, you know it's what they're thinking. They don't want to help you. Not really. That's why people who I know who have the misfortune to live in such states take survival prep seriously. They know there's a 0.5% chance they could get stuck in the exact same situation Texans are in now. So they've got their gear handy. Every day you remind yourself that you'll probably run across 5 or 6 scumbags who truly don't give a shit about you. Trying to point out contradictions in their thought process doesn't work. It just makes them angry and even less likely to change their minds. You learn to spot them from a distance and avoid them. It's the only way. Practice kindness when you can. Avoiding toxic individualists is how I get through each and every day. Beyond that, there's only one way to battle the larger culture of toxic individualism, at least that I can think of. It's kindness. When a husband walks out on his family and tells them to provide for themselves, then support that family. When a state's officials fly off to Cancun during a disaster, donate what you can. Make those leaders look as incompetent and useless as they really are. They probably won't care, but other people will notice. It might contribute to their removal from office. When you're kind to someone, you put a different vibe out there to counteract all the world's toxic individualism. You set a different standard and hopefully push the pendulum back the other way. So, on that note, I've been donating to groups in Texas to help provide food and shelter. The antidote to toxic individualism is community and collective action. It's the only thing that works. Now, Peter Moon left a picture of Ted Cruz, a GIF, graphic interchange format, where he's getting all rapey with his daughter, and she's having none of it. And this made Crystal River, well, she put up a puke emoji in response to that, with Peter Moon saying, "Ted Cruz to the rescue!" uppercase, and Crystal River responded, "The people who blame Ted Cruz are parroting," and she put the little parrot there, "what the media tells them to think because he supported the last president. None of this has anything to do with him taking his vacay. There isn't a person here who wouldn't take a vacay right now. Politicians can't help being pond scum." Well, they say everything is bigger in Texas. Apparently, that also includes political missteps. Ted Cruz is a poster child for bad travel decisions. But beyond even that, Ted Cruz is an embarrassment to Texas. Two images that have been circulating on social media capture the culture and government of Texas to a T. One is a drone video showing State Line Boulevard, the border road that divides the two cities of Texarkana in Texas and Arkansas. On the Arkansas side, the pavement is cleared and plowed. The Texas roadbed is buried in snow. The other image is that of Ted Cruz, Texas's Republican junior senator, traveling to Cancun, Mexico on Wednesday, midweek last, while millions of his constituents were freezing at home, the overwhelming majority without power, water, or food. What's the matter with Texas? I have long insisted that a kind of frontier ethic still informs life down there in the Lone Star State. The old American myth of rugged individualism and self-reliance and neighbors helping neighbors. But that doesn't explain their overwhelming distaste for government. Almost every conservative Texas politician elected in the modern era has won by running against perceived evils in Washington and Austin. The most successful of these anti-government outsiders have settled into long careers on the public payroll with great government benefits like health care and pensions, which the regular citizens they serve have increasingly found ever more impossible to ever acquire. Texas's attitude toward government has become deadly. The winter storm that was too much for Cruz offers a clear example of the tragedies that can accompany policies that are too conservative to make any sense, but calculated enough to make some people money. Texas fancied itself as independent from the rest of the Union, so it built an electrical grid all its own. The entire purpose seemed to be avoiding federal regulation and keeping energy cheap. Washington would have no say about what Texans did regarding fuel prices and service delivery, nor would Texans stoop to buying or borrowing power from the rest of the country. The real reason, of course, was profits for energy companies. Supply and demand are easier to manipulate when there be no federal laws protecting consumers and the grid itself. The energy industry was able to ignore all warnings about winterizing its natural gas, coal, and oil-powered infrastructure. The Texas, they don't have those problems. Until they do. which is just another manifestation of anti-government, fossil fuel fixated conservatism that denies climate change. The Texas grid, operated by the all too ironically named Electric Reliability Council of Texas, ERCOT, collapsed because it was not designed or equipped to handle extreme weather like the current deep freeze. ERCOT supplies at least 90% of the Lone Star State's power, but does not pay plants to be on standby for emergencies, which means electricity prices can dramatically spike during peak demand. Now, Texas's governor, Greg Abbott, spread a profound lie on conservative television that frozen windmills and solar caused the power failures that left millions freezing in the dark. He blamed the Green New Deal, which does not even presently fucking exist. He failed to note that renewables make up barely more than 10% of the Lone Star State's total energy supply, because they're fucking Texas and rely on dead dinosaurs because they're a dinosaur slated for extinction themselves. Abbott's predecessor, Rick Perry, who sounds a lot like a 80-year-old singer you would go to see in Las Vegas, suggested that Texans would rather suffer days of blackouts than submit to Washington's oversight. He said this even as people were freezing to death in their cars and in their homes. At least 21 people had died by the time he had said that. Perhaps their final thoughts were that they were grateful to Texas for the state's superior energy independence. In Texas, they have learned never to expect much more than entertainment from their government and politicians. In that department, they be as grand as their legend. Last August, Ted Cruz boldly mocked my golden California's electricity problems during our heat wave and fires, tweeting that our state was unable to perform even the basic functions of civilization, like having reliable electricity. More hilariously, Ted Cruz ridiculed the Austin mayor for flying to a Mexican beach during COVID after urging his city's residents to stay home. Senator Sensitive will be performing his comedy act for at least 4 more years. But Ted Cruz, as a Texan Jimmy Dale Gilmore, am I getting the name right? Jimmy Dale Gilmore sings, is just a wave, not the water. The state's governmental infrastructure is overpopulated with people who brag about a pay-as-you-go government while avoiding political criticism by hiding taxes in bonded indebtedness approaching 60 billion United States dollars. The state's gas tax has not been raised since 1991, and consequently, road construction is being increasingly privatized and monetized for corporations that charge onerous tolls for profit. To constrain Washington's reach in Texas, the past 2 governors have refused to expand Medicaid, which leaves about 5 million residents without health insurance, including an estimated 625,000 children. And because conservatives have an aversion to income tax, they have made Texas over-reliant on property taxes. Unless, of course, you are a corporate interest looking for a handout or enormous tax abatements. You Texans ought to be embarrassed. But Cruz has shown how your state's conservatives avoid embarrassment by being slippery and disingenuous. Caught out at the airport, taking vacation in the midst of a pandemic and energy crisis in his home state, Ted Cruz later admitted to a mistaken judgment, but not before he tossed his own daughters under the wheels of the plane. The Father of the Year said he wasn't abandoning his state during a deadly emergency. He was lovingly protecting his girls by escorting them to Cancun to make sure they were safe. The people he left freezing in Texas were not. What a disaster! While in the past, natural disasters brought the nation together to help neighbors, current crises, like the one in Texas, are merely exposing America's deep partisan divides. Here we got Texas's junior senator jetted off to a Mexican resort town while his constituents shivered in homes without power or water. A West Texas mayor told voters he was sick and tired of people looking for a damn handout, and their plight was not the government's responsibility. Governors from New York to Florida and California are under fire for their handling of the pandemic and vaccine rollout. What a disaster! The American empire may be grappling with crises rooted in nature, but it is politics underpinning the response to the health and safety problems affecting people of all political stripes. While in the past a hurricane or other devastating event brought communities and the nation together to help neighbors, the current crises are merely not only exposing, but widening these all-American, deep, gash, bleeding, hemorrhaging wounds, the partisan divides that threaten us with civil war. Eric Stern, professor at the College of Emergency Preparedness, Homeland Security, and Cybersecurity at the University at Albany, where Elena Shea lives, has gone on record to say that in times of natural disasters, you try to put the politics aside and come together to rally round the flag. But when one studies the response to disasters recently, even Stern has to admit that you see that the politics is becoming much more cutthroat. Now, presidents have been criticized in the past for their disaster responses, such as George W. Bush and his handling of Hurricane Katrina, or Donald Trump's paper towel throwing display in Puerto Rico that became a metaphor for his attitude toward the hurricane-ravaged U.S. territory. But the recent crises are dividing the populace as well along ideological lines. Dan Hopkins, a University of Pennsylvania political scientist who has written extensively about the politics of disaster response, has observed that disaster politics provide a valuable insight into some really important transformations in our politics. It used to be that disasters were more bipartisan. No one would want to be seen as the person to politicize it. But the content-demanding 24/7 news cycle and a highly charged political environment means the incentive is just the opposite, to be the first person to throw a stone. Nowhere is that more evident right now than in the Lone Star State. where storms and unusual freezing temperatures overwhelmed Texas's own power grid and left people without basic services. The state's infamous go-it-alone approach has critics complaining that Texas's grid, unconnected to the national grid, leaves the state vulnerable to storms, while others say that's just part of what it means to be a proudly independent Texan. Cal Jilson, a political science professoress at Southern Methodist University, has observed that, well, to quotist, G, I think there is a deep commitment to the ideas of small government, low taxes, and a light regulatory footprint that is sort of deeply imbued in Texas politics and always has been, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. Now, Texas is very urban, but identifies as rural. And the result is that so many things end up dividing Texans along ideological or party lines. So David Thomason, a political science professor at St. Edward's University, has noted that, well, he spracketh this week from his home without power or water to go on record to say, we're in this cycle where everything becomes intentionally created to divide. There is a clear distinction between what is the Texas way and what is the outsiders' way. Still, with the crisis, on top of the pandemic crippling much of Texas, the bootstraps argument is growing thin. And state officials are on the defense. Governor Greg Abbott used the crisis to blast the still very theoretical Green New Deal, saying if America relied on renewable energy, such events would be more common. He later walked back his comments, saying it was gas and coal failures that led to the power outages because, of course, he had to. Because that's the fact. Colorado City Mayor Tim Boyd resigned after posting comments to his Facebook page, where on Facebook he was telling lazy residents they should fix their own power troubles. And in his now deleted post, which I thank God have the screenshot of, Boyd wrote, "Only the strong will survive." Now, Republican Senator Ted Cruz drew ire when he was photographed leaving his traumatized state and heading off to Cancun, Mexico with his family. After being widely derided for the maneuver, Cruz headed back, noting defensively that his daughters wanted to take a trip with friends during the school closure, and wanting to be a good dad, I flew down with them last night and am flying back this afternoon. And Rick Perry, you know, the one whose name sounds so much like a Las Vegas leftover, a one-hit wonder, crooning the same song for the past 70 years, a former Texas governor and Secretary of Energy from 2017 through 2019, if I remember, said in an interview he held on House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy's blog that a few days of powerlessness are worth it to Texans if it means avoiding Washington interference. Texas has its own power grid, losing both the federal regulation and the backup that comes from being part of one of the two linked national grids. Now on the blog post by McCarthy, who is a California Republican, Perry said, Texans would be without electricity for longer than 3 days to keep the federal government out of their business. And Perry, too, was denounced by Democrats and on social media for his lunatic remarks. Now, the aforecited Jolson says of Texas that it spends an average of 65% per capita of what other states spend on services for their residents, an approach he notes sometimes has people complaining about the quality of schooling or mental health services. I didn't know there was any of either in Texas. But as to declarations that Texans don't need government help, well, Jilson says those comments come back to bite you regularly, although usually not quite this spectacularly. The pandemic, too, has had a partisan political element to it since the early days when former President Donald Trump downplayed the danger of the virus, leading his loyal cultists to call it a hoax. In the ensuing year, there have been angry conflicts over state rules closing businesses or requiring the wearing of masks in some places. As the American empire scrambles to get vaccinated, the pandemic continues to be a political issue, with voters angry at the way their governors are handling the pandemic and the vaccine rollout. Such as it is, Democratic New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, who I now remember his name, I keep thinking of his father Mario, I'm stuck in the past that way, lauded at the start of the pandemic for his quick response, kind of like Rudy Giuliani the time the Twin Towers collapsed, is now under fire amid disclosures that his administration misled people about how many COVID-19 deaths were happening in nursing homes. Cuomo's team listed deaths of nursing home residents who actually died in hospitals as hospital deaths instead of long-term care facility deaths. Angry state Senate Democrats are moving to take away some of Cuomo's pandemic powers in light of the matter. In California, Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom is facing a recall effort amid criticism over his more recent handling of the pandemic, such as flubbing a school reopening plan and abruptly lifting stay-at-home orders. And in California, the Republican cult representative, the governor, Ron DeSantis, is under criticism for approving a pop-up vaccine distribution center in a wealthy, politically connected neighborhood, theoretically depriving more vulnerable people of potentially life-saving shots. After he was questioned about it by the media, DeSantis issued an apparent threat to complainers. And at a press conference, DeSantis went on record to say, "If Manatee County doesn't like us doing this, we are totally fine with putting this in counties that want it." Now, Florida is used to disasters, and a governor's response to a hurricane can boost or damage the official's re-election chances. And Matthew Corrigan, the dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Jacksonville University, he's responded by saying, "Emergency management is the ultimate test of government responsiveness. Debates about the role of government tend to fade away when people are without power or resources." Yet Texas remains the epicenter of disaster America, dealing with the pandemic as well as the power and convergent water crises. And that, so noted the Republican or Representative Ruben Gallegos, an Arizona Democrat, should be a wake-up call. And so Gallegos tweeted, "I hope this will teach Texas politicians to stop dunking on other states when they are going through disasters. All Americans deserve help and empathy from fellow Americans, no matter if it is a blue or red state. I am guilty," this is his words, he put this in parentheses, "I am guilty of this and will be better." But Ted Cruz, he should have listened to Thomas Jefferson. Our third president wrote, "When a man assumes a public trust, he should consider himself as public property. His point was that leadership is an obligation, and the conventions of private life simply don't apply to politicians. Put another way, you don't jet off to a sun-drenched beach resort in Mexico when your home state is suffering from a freak blitz of snow and ice that left millions without power or running water. You can only wonder what the Texas senator was thinking after committing the most basic political error, deserting constituents in their hour of need. I mean, hell, even my biological father, Adolf Hitler, never abandoned the German people and stayed in Berlin until what was at least perceived as his, well, fighting to the death. Never mind that the U.S. government strongly advises against travel to Mexico during the pandemic for Ted Cruz, and that Cruz himself warned Texans to stay home due to dangerous weather. Oh, but I guess he's brave enough to take the risks. What a man! Hombre, as they would say south of the border. Oh. As is often the case in such flaps, Cruz's ham-fisted efforts to extricate himself have backfired spectacularly. He bolted home once his escape to the sun was exposed and released a statement protesting he was trying to be a good dad because his daughters wanted a trip to Cancun. Cruz doesn't have a formal role in responding to the storm, but as a senator, he has influence in Washington and could have helped to mobilize support for his state, in addition to offering at least the appearance of solidarity to its citizens. His many enemies, especially fellow Republican senators who long ago tired of Cruz's grandstanding, they be gloatin', not least because he's usually first in line to accuse others of hypocrisy. In 2016, Cruz blasted then-President Barack Obama for refusing to leave a trip to Cuba for Washington or Europe after a terror attack in Belgium. In December, he slammed the Democratic mayor of Austin for flying to Mexico after telling people in his city to stay home to avoid COVID-19. Still, consistency has never been Cruz's forte. He called Donald Trump a serial philanderer and a pathological liar after the then Republican presidential candidate insulted his own wife and accused his own father of being mixed up in JFK's assassination. And then outraged, Cruz vowed he would never be a servile puppy dog and make up with his rival. Yet the Calgary-born Texan, eyeing another presidential run and Trump's cultic fan base, turned out to be one of the ex-president's most obsequious enablers. So, a snowstorm revealed a political leadership vacuum in Texas. That brings us to the real scandal of Ted Cruz's vacation, aside from the fact that Jameson Reese says he's a creepy sleaze bucket, which is self-evident. That's a talent for belaboring the obvious there, Jameson. When the snow came, the state of Texas failed. Its self-maintained power grid stopped working, and its politicians did the same. Senator Ted Cruz flew to Cancun, Mexico, with his family, only to take a return flight the next day amid the outcry. The senator's error is not that he was deliberately shirking his duty, but that he couldn't think of any way he could help. In the absence of political leadership from Cruz and other state leaders, many Texans continue to face dangerous conditions. Their access to power, drinking water, and food itself all threatened. Ted Cruz himself is no hypocrite. He's worse. Cruz also appears on the list of the 147 members of Congress who chose despotism over democracy in the aftermath of the Capitol attack. Republican senators' unwillingness to impeach Trump for incitement of insurrection displays what their priorities would have been had they kept control of the chamber. That's the other train wreck that America only narrowly avoided. Without fully rehashing Trump's second Senate trial, in which only 7 Republican senators joined all Democrats voting to convict, let's start by very quickly taking a step back and asking, first of all, why weren't most Republicans in the House and Senate willing to impeach and convict Donald Trump? Because January 6th remains about the clearest point A to point B line possible ever between Trump and a naked attempt to undermine the United States Constitution and overthrow the U.S. government. The culmination of a nakedly premeditated effort to mass his most flammable cultists within shouting distance of the Capitol and then lighting a match just because he's a sore loser. No witch hunt there. And on top of all that, Trump lost the White House, lost Republicans the House 2 years agone, and lost them the Senate this January by focusing on his own lies and desperation and not what it was his party needed to succeed. In fact, Trump betrayed his party in favor of a repetition of his own grievances. And a good thing, too, because what the impeachment trial has shown us is one of the biggest reasons most Republicans will not be moved, even though they themselves were under attack. And Trump expressly threatened the life of Vice President Mike Pence in the interest of nothing but his own vanity, of which I've also been saying for weeks is one of the most important and until recently most undercovered pieces of this history, is that Republicans want and feel they need to perpetuate Trump's lies about election fraud, at least to some degree, in some form, in order to continue to win elections in the future. And that's what a lot of this is all about. Perhaps even more so than placating Trump's cultic base, because if they lose those voters, they won't be going and voting for Democrats in most cases. They just won't be voting. So yeah, it gives a base layer of support, maybe, but even that's not as powerful, they apparently perceive, as perpetuating some form of what everybody's calling Trump's big lie. How does the composition of the Senate fit into this? Well, had Republicans held on to even one of the Senate seats they lost both of in the January runoff in Georgia, they would still have a majority in the Senate. There's your train wreck. And whatever you think about the way the impeachment trial proceeded and whether Democrats, because they had more leverage in the Senate than during Trump's first impeachment, could have done more with that leverage, like call witnesses, which they absolutely should have done, especially since during Trump's first impeachment trial, Republicans blocked that, but couldn't have this time. One thing's crystal clear. Had Republicans been in control of the Senate, the major business of the Senate for the next couple of years really would have been a sudden and urgent prioritization of election integrity, quote unquote. Forget about any of President Biden's priorities. Even if Republicans were willing to give lip service unto some, even if they were willing to say, yes, things like getting COVID-19 relief to Americans is important, because delving deep into election integrity would have been, oh, so much more important. And if Democrats objected to that priority setting, it would have only fed suspicions. Maybe not that maybe Trump was right and he actually won, but at least Democrats didn't want this emphasis, not because they felt it was more important to do other things, but because they had impure motives. if not something to hide. So what value is there now in Republican senators perpetuating this myth now, since they can't set the agenda for the Senate and the hearings of its various committees? They still have some power to steer the agenda for the nation in a couple of ways, in a couple of places, like state legislatures, I mean to say. There are still a ton more Republican-controlled state legislatures than Democrat. Since there was a census in 2020, they'll all be redrawing voting districts soon. And although most state legislatures have barely had time to meet yet this year, already according to the Brennan Center, those state legislatures have introduced 165 restrictive bills already. That's way more than normal. In fact, 400% more than yesteryear. Exempli gratiae. Georgia has allowed no excuse absentee voting for more than a decade. Not just last year. But think that'll continue? And then there's the courts. Trump's legal efforts following the election were slipshod and slapdash. On top of that, many of Trump's challenges could have been made weeks or months or even years before Election Day, yet he didn't make them until after he lost. That's not kosher. And that counts for a lot with judges. And courts don't like to mess with election where there's already been a clear outcome, nor should they. But that doesn't mean those same courts and judges won't hear challenges before the next federal elections, which are the midterms in a couple of years, and maybe a couple of special elections before then. And of course, there be the combination of both. One of the interesting phenomena in American political makeup these days are the number of swing states that, because of gerrymandering, have solidly Republican-controlled legislatures, but Democratic governors. Since, of course, a gubernatorial election is statewide. So it won't be enough in many cases for Republicans to just make it harder to vote in many states, which benefits them, because Democratic governors will just veto such legislation. So then they've got to take it to the courts. This is going to be an incredibly active area for litigation in the next couple of years, and you can bet at least a few of the voting rule cases will make it to the Supreme Court itself. And while the court didn't interfere with a couple of ludicrous, it is laughably ridiculous cases that Trump and his cronies came up with during his desperate post-electoral grasping at straws period, they will very likely be willing to hear voting-related cases that are presented in a more regular manner. And some justices, most notably Justices Alito and Kavanaugh, have strongly indicated they are strongly inclined to intervene in various ways, none of which will make voting any easier, or easier at all. Compounding that is the fact that more moderate or old-school Republicans continue leaving public service, like Alabama's senior Senator Richard Shelby, who is 86. It's also worth keeping in mind that the only one of the Republican senators who voted to convict Trump and is running for re-election next year is Alaska's Lisa Murkowski. And the extremists are not leaving, nor are they even being driven out. Recent events might even demonstrate they're growing in number, if not yet in strength enough to really wrestle democracy to the ground. The prevailing wisdom these days is they never will. That there's going to be a backlash and the party will move away from, well, way away from Donald Trump. but with a few notable exceptions. Trump's former United Nations ambassadoress, Nikki Haley, for instance, who probably wants to run for presidentess and is a canny political operator, most of those voicing that opinion are liberals. So, in some ways, it seems more of a wish than a reality in fact. So what can liberals and Democrats do? That's more concrete. That's more definite than a wish. Well, that's tougher. Work really hard to register new voters and convince people to vote, even if Republican-led legislatures make it much harder, which they will. Pass a new Voting Rights Act soon, while Democrats in Congress have the votes to do it. There's common sense reasons for this too, which transcend the assaults individual Republican state legislatures will mount against voting rights. But of course, Republicans will litigate the hell out of that too. Still, in the next months and couple of years at least, anytime President Biden gets one of his priorities passed, please stop for a second and think, but for those two astonishing victories for Democratic Senators Ossoff and Warnock in Georgia, a Jewish man and a black man, this would not be happening at all. And more than that, as the impeachment trial showed us, virtually all Republican efforts would be focused on the all-important, to the exclusion of anything else issue of quote-unquote election integrity and or quote-unquote voting irregularities, or whatever else they might have wanted to call it. And that's pretty much all the majority of Republican senators would have been doing in endless hearing after endless hearing, all. Nero fiddled while Rome burned. Ted Cruz jetted to Cancun. And although the emperor was at least ensconced in a lavish, louche palace, the senator from Texas was stuck in economy class with the peasantry. Cruz's appeal as a politician, such as it is, has never been about being lovable or relatable, but the latest incident is embarrassing even by his standards, if that's a term that can even be applied to the son of a bitch. He was spotted on a flight to Mexico, but was it yesterday, the day before? Amid a catastrophic storm that has left Texans without power, without heat, sometimes no water, huddled in freezing homes and community centers as the state's electrical grid verges on total fucking collapse. More than a dozen of Ted Cruz's constituents have already died that we know of. And Cruz was headed home. But yesterday, the day before, it all feels like a blur. If not necessarily chastened, at least eager to control the damage. And so, he said, in his statement of defense, he took the trip at his daughter's behest. Blaming your own children is a curious tack for an embattled politician, but Ted Cruz doesn't have much else to work with. The pile-on was nearly as fierce as the storm itself that initially drove him away. A Cruz tweet from December resurfaced in which he lambasted the mayor of Austin, a Democrat, for flying to Cabo San Lucas during coronavirus stay-at-home orders. At the time, Cruz wrote, "Hypocrites! Complete and utter hypocrites! It's tempting to turn the hypocrite label on Cruz, but his sin is much worse. Every politician is a hypocrite at some point. Cruz's error is not that he was shirking a duty he knew he should have been performing. It's that he couldn't think of any way he could use his power as a United States Senator to help Texans in need. That's a failure of imagination and of political ideology. Cruz's approach to politics and Texas's approach to electrical generation flow from the same libertarian-inflected, low-regulation, small government vision. In this worldview, the government's role is to set a set of minimal baseline requirements, offer market-based incentives to ensure they work, and then stay the hell out of the way. Cruz reveres the late President Ronald Reagan, who quipped, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, 'I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.'" Consider how this works out in the case of electricity. The lower 48 states in Union are divided into 2 big electrical grids, except for Texas, which maintains its own independent system. The small outlying parts of the state belong to the big grids. The state maintains a separate grid to avoid having to comply with federal regulation. If Texas had been connected to the broader national grid, the state might have been able to borrow power that would have filled the hole left when large parts of the system failed in this storm. As demand for energy for heating surged, power plants went offline, equipment froze, and wind turbines froze too. Instead, Texas has experienced staggering blackouts. Texas had ample warning that this system was vulnerable. A decade ago, another storm caused large, albeit smaller, failures, as the Texas Tribune has explained. A report warned that the state needed to harden its grip to prepare for major storms. But the state's regulators didn't want to mandate upgrades. Instead, they issued voluntary guidelines to providers, and they offered financial incentives to make upgrades. This is by-the-book free market governance. The government shouldn't make requirements, but companies will do the right thing if it serves their business interests. As we now know, that doesn't fucking work. Rick Perry, the former Texas governor and U.S. Secretary of Energy, says now that Texans are willing to endure blackouts in order to maintain the independence of their grid. That's a bold bet to make when hundreds of thousands of them still don't have any fucking power. Literal or metaphorical. Small government won't just take a hands-off approach to regulation. It's also likely to take a more hands-off approach to assisting citizens in the case of a disaster. Now, I've praised citizen-led efforts like the Cajun Navy, but they should serve as a supplement to, rather than a replacement for, government disaster relief, and all too often, they have been closer to the latter. Now Texans are turning to the government for help, but Cruz evidently saw no role for himself. Now, Cruz's defenders say that criticism aimed at him is nothing but point scoring and that there's nothing for him to do. Any response that Cruz offered would be performative rather than actually useful. Cruz calls himself a constitutional conservative, and it is true that nothing in the Constitution lays out a local disaster response role for a senator. But this dismissiveness is a double failure of imagination. First, it overlooks the importance of leaders bucking up the morale of a struggling population. Giving heart to citizens is good politics. This lesson was not lost on Ronald Reagan, but Cruz has never had much of a way with soft persuasion. Second, it ignores the power that Cruz holds. A United States fucking senator has immense unwritten power. He can use his connections and the doors that a Senate role opens to call on businesses and leading citizens to get things done. He can also use his political network to organize relief efforts. Hell, he could have been personally passing out bottles of water and electric blankets door to door. Even a non-senator can do that. Democrat Beto O'Rourke, whom Cruz beat in a 2018 Senate race, said he'd organized phone banking to check on vulnerable seniors. But such a role seems never to have even occurred to Ted Cruz. He did, however, see how government could help him, drawing on a presumably stretched razor-thin Houston police force to escort him through that airport proceeding this weekend. O'Rourke is a progressive, and those on the left are ideologically more inclined toward this kind of organizing. But progressives don't have a monopoly on soft power. The late Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina was as fierce a conservative as can be found, but his dedication to constituent services was legendary. Thurmond was also an appalling bigot, though Cruz is obviously anywhere near enlightened himself. Cruz's callousness about his constituents' suffering is not just morally appalling, it is also, and this probably weighs more heavily on Cruz himself, politically dangerous. There's growing evidence that even Republicans drifted toward a larger role for government in the Donald Trump era. Cruz desperately wants to be president, and while he has been happy to debase himself in sycophancy to Donald Trump, he has not adopted Trump's more populist view of government. Some of his Republican rivals, however, have. Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, with whom Cruz stood in inflating bogus claims of a stolen 2020 presidential election, has called for government to intervene more to help citizens. Who knows what is in Hawley's black heart, if anything at all, but he knows this is potentially popular. Blackouts and frozen pipes, say Rick Perry are not. If Cruz's problems were mere hypocrisy, that might be manageable. Politicians, even Ted Cruz, are deeply susceptible to shaming, and voters' memories are short. But Cruz's problem is deeper. He didn't go to Cancun despite knowing he should be hard at work. It just didn't even occur to him that he could help at all. And that, too, is a kind of power failure. The state's power outages have revealed the difference between performative governments and actually governing. Fixing the state's power grid will require actual governance as opposed to performative governance. And one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book by that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review clips or scenes from his cinematic documentary efforts under production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tajardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurderers.com. Spell Tucson as Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurderers.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And, of course, neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You'll know you've hit the right channel when you see the young Caucasian blonde girl with the nice set of pins behind the green t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. And after that, you can regale yourself with the vision of Ben Estenius himself, the Baron Ben, in his sprint car and in his one piece, riding his sprint car across the AstroTurf, which he recommends as the lawn you never have to water or mow. And of course, once you're at the Man of the Soil YouTube channel, check out the aerial drone footage of his bringing the men in brown across the border to work on your backyard in providing you the greatest show on dirt. His words. And that will help you have pleasant things to look at in your yard and pleasant things to play with in this time of quarantine while you're under house arrest in your own little bubble. So check out the Man of the Soil and employ Ben Estenius and his men in brown to make your world a better place to live. And that's manofthesoil.com, I believe. Well, we've got an hour and a half left of time. And let me see if I can read a letter here written by an individual that he pretty much said it all. It's a very, very long letter. I'm wondering if I should read this, and maybe I should instead save it for later, because I'm going to try and get to some of the energy crisis in terms of how we can solve it for Texas. Again, Crystal River, who's down there in Houston, said this publicly, so I can share this. She said it on her Facebook timeline. She said, electricity restored, water not so much. Thank Goddess for Topo Chico Agua Mineral, which is, I believe, a water company that has been providing free water, or that has been passed out to people who need to live. Stacy Mowery answered her saying, do you need anything? And Crystal River responded to Stacy Mowery by saying, yes, an administration that isn't trying to force the independent Texas grid into the Green New Deal. And Stacy Mowery said to her, Texas administration is what led to this disaster. Energy money, green or otherwise, is corrupt. Now, I don't know about the green, but most certainly otherwise. And Crystal River said, unto Stacy, sellouts. They had the fucking Houston skyline lit up, which they did, while their citizens from infancy to elderly to mentally and physically challenged were freezing. It snows here almost every 5 years. This has never happened before, but it happened under Chiden administration. She calls him Chiden for like Chinese Biden. That's cute. If they do rolling blackouts, by the way, that's Biden is taking a tougher stance on China than Trump did. Just so everyone knows. Anyhow, so Crystal went on to say, if they do rolling blackouts this summer, remember I said this. We are prepared for summer heat, so let's see what excuse they dream up then. Do you want a thermostat in your home set by someone other than yourself who is pretending climate change is caused by humans? Ooh, come on, Crystal. She says it's caused by your battery charger, your fucking solar system, of which you are a precious part. Humanity is not some scourge upon the planet. This is a bullshit fairy tale sold to weak minds by a Black Mirror boob tube. It is pure communist propaganda. Well, the sun certainly has a lot to do with the greenhouse effect, so to speak, or the heating of planets all across the solar system. There is no denying that. It's interacting with the brown dwarf star Nemesis. That is the binary star partner to our sun at a far end of the solar system that is never mentioned in astronomy or astrology. So Stacy answered Crystal River by saying, Stacy Mowry here, she says, it's both parties, boo. And okay, that we've got to get over. No, it's not both parties. Stop being a political atheist. It's the Republicans, not the Democrats. And Crystal River responded by saying, agree, 100%. I mean, this is that streetwise need. I need to be streetwise. I believe in nothing. I'm streetwise. This is that need to be too hip, to participate. Oh. And then Deborah Arlege Solis pitched in. I don't know if what she said was, yes, I was thinking the same thing, but if people can't stand to be uncomfortable and solve their own issues, survival, in parentheses, they will cry out like little babies for dependence on the new Green Deal. And she shows 4 baby heads. 1 white, 1 red, 1 black, 1 yellow. Basically, a calque, a redskin, a nigger, and a gook. And says, I voluntarily lived on a mountain in Maryland for almost a year, off the grid, just for the experience. Well, good for you. Why don't you go back out there? She said, we set traps, gathered berries, had a garden. I built fires for heat and cooking. God, you can have it. I am impressed. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that overnight. She says, had moonshine. Oh, great. They're making their own fucking alcohol. That explains a lot. Bathtub gin. It was a great survival experience for me. Everyone should do it. No. Everyone should not. No. Then I came to Texas and got married and have a family. I never regretted learning that I could survive. She's 1 in a fucking million, I'll tell you that. It's admirable, and it isn't. Basically, she told us she was fucking homeless. Okay? What about the elderly, honey? You want them to live like that? What about the young? All those baby heads you're tossing about out there with their little emojis. This is not real, people. Deborah Arlish Solis. She said this publicly, so I can respond to it publicly. The state's, Texas's, energy crisis didn't come out of nowhere. It took decades of deregulation to make it happen. Texas Republicans ran a 20-year experiment in which you Texans are the subject. And the results are in. Deconstructed. In the early aughts, those are the zeros, people, the 2000s, after gaining control of the Texas House of Representatives for the first time in modern history, Republicans undertook a gerrymandering scheme that solidified their control of the state even further. And what followed was a multi-decade experiment in deregulation that has now left millions of Texas residents freezing and without power, and sans any potable water. Blaming the wind for the mess in Texas is painfully absurd. Failures in renewable energy generation accounted for only a small percentage of the state's recent power outages. Sometimes all you need is a map. In the wake of this week's power failures in Texas, which have left millions without heat in sub-freezing conditions, mindest ye, right-wing politicians and news networks decided that the emergency was down to frozen wind turbines, a phrase that has now been repeated ad infinitum on all the various ganglia that make up the conservative-personated reactionary misinformation network. The editorial board of the Wall Street Journal, which has managed to be wrong about energy and climate for more than 40 fucking years, put it like this. Gas and power prices have spiked across the central U.S. while Texas regulators ordered rolling blackouts Monday as an Arctic blast has frozen wind turbines. Governor Greg Abbott took time out from failing to deal with the emergency that had imperiled many in his state to tell Fox News that this shows how the Green New Deal would be a deadly deal for the United States of America. And not to be outdone, on Tuesday afternoon this week last, Representative Dan Crenshaw, a Republican who represents Texas's 2nd Congressional District, including parts of Houston, tweeted that this is what happens when you force the grid to rely in part on wind as a power source. The Agriculture Commissioner, Sid Vicious Miller, who is, quote-unquote, known for his right-wing Facebook posts that have, in the past, spread Russian disinformation and amplified conspiracy theories via that Russian-sponsored disinformation, as reported by the Texas Tribune, has since been reported as also posted an unvarnished view of wind energy on Facebook. We should never build another wind turbine in Texas. The usual responsible voices eventually responded with a large amount of data proving that Abbott, Fox, and the rest were completely fucking wrong. Failures in renewable energy generation accounted for a small percentage of these outages. The biggest problems were in thermal, which is to say fossil fucking fuel, generating plants and systems. Simply put, natural gas pipelines froze in the cold, as even Governor Abbott admitted. His own energy regulators at the oh-so-ill-named Electric Reliability Council of Texas explained that it appears that a lot of the generation that has gone offline today has been primarily due to issues on the natural gas system, or as Michael Weber, An energy resources professor at the University of Texas at Austin put it, gas is failing in the most spectacular fashion right now. A nuclear power plant also went down, likely as a result of freezing temperatures shutting down cooling systems or sensors. So much for nuclear power being the solution. The armored, mechanized columns of our energy war. They can be shut down by the cold like any gas plant. What a fucking disappointment that is. I mean, hell, you saw it in Godzilla vs. Mothra. He shut down too when it got cold enough. Him and his son went into hibernation on Monster Island. If he can do that as a ambulatory nuclear furnace, what makes you think a sedentary one is going to fare any better? I'm glad that there were plenty of authorities to try to set the record straight, but of course, the truth was still searching for the winter boots in the back of the garage by the time the falsehoods had spread across the internet. It's particularly frustrating, insulting really, because the bad faith nature of the whole idea should have been obvious to anyone with an iota of geographical knowledge. Besides Texas, the biggest producers of wind power in the country are Iowa, Oklahoma, Colorado, Minnesota, Oregon, Illinois, Kansas, North Dakota, and yay, my golden California. And except for deep blue California, all these places are situated to the north of Texas and deal with much harsher winters. The idea that wind turbines cannot deal with cold weather is prima facie ridiculous. Countries with enormous wind power installations include Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the French Republic, and Italia, all of which have managed in the past to host the Winter fucking Olympics, and Italy is planning to host them again in 2026. People have developed plans for building giant wind farms in Greenland. Greenland! Which is all ice, just the way Iceland is all green, to feed the European Union and the United States. Greenland can supply all the North Atlantic via wind turbines. If cold weather somehow made it impossible for wind turbines to operate, you would think someone would have noticed by now and wouldn't be planning to put them in ice-packed fucking Greenland. Cold weather can, however, make it hard to operate wind turbines if you don't plan for it. Installations of cold weather kits prevent icing and freezing, and it appears that the Texas authorities didn't plan for much. Well, to tell you the truth, they didn't plan at all. State officials, it turns out, had been gleefully tweeting at California authorities for months, making fun of us for not planning well enough to prevent brownouts when heat waves struck our west coast. But tweeting and a deep and abiding faith in markets to solve all problems seems not to have been such a good strategy when faced with a severe cold snap. A cold snap that, by the way, seems likely to be linked to the jet stream collapse that comes when you warm the Arctic, as we have been doing by burning large quantities of fossil fucking fuel. If you wanted to do something about that, you'd need more wind turbines. Funny about that, huh? That's what brings us to my concept of the energy interstate, a national system of electricity transmission, could cut power plant emissions by 80 fucking %. As your Vulcan intervention, I'm here not just to articulate your problems. I'm here to provide your fucking solutions. Now, one cold evening in February 2008, the year of the collapse of the stock market, you know, when our economy crashed, the gusty wind in West Texas dropped to a breeze. At the time, Texas generated more electricity from wind than almost any other state did. But that evening, the wind speed fell much lower than forecasts had predicted, just as the chill had residents cranking up their heat. The people responsible for most of the state's electrical system recognized that they risked a dangerous, or at least embarrassing, outage. Declaring an emergency, they switched off the power to several big industrial customers. After 90 minutes, backup generators kicked in, and the power was restored. A spokeswoman for the Electric Reliability Council of Texas subsequently explained, "The wind died out. That happens." Well, sure, some critics agreed, but that was just the problem with relying on it. The same, more or less, was true of sunlight. Weather didn't follow orders, and its patterns could be unpredictable. With the state planning to dramatically expand its use of wind power, one journalist wrote, "This problem's only gonna get bigger for Texas." Now, how many years on? We're in 2021 by now. So let me see that here. Going back to that period of time takes me back all the way to the crash of the economy right after my father's death. And I hate even taking my memory back. But basically, we're talking about a period of time which, if I use my calculator correctly, because my mind doesn't do math anymore, is 13 years. And 13 years on from that muckraker saying this problem is only going to get bigger for Texas. 13 years on, the problem is getting bigger for the United States. Now, back when Barack Obama announced, when he was president, in August of 2016, I would think maybe August of 2015 was when President Obama announced the Clean Power Plan, whereby power plants were expected to reduce their carbon dioxide emissions by 32% from their 2005 level within 15 years. A target that was all but impossible to hit without moving from coal to cleaner energy sources. The Supreme Court stayed Obama's plan until lower courts could rule on several legal challenges, but energy experts assumed the plan, or something like it, would eventually take effect. And in the future, environmental concerns and resulting regulations may necessitate bigger reductions. With the universally despised and hated and feared and loathed Bill Gates arguing that in order to really address the global warming crisis, the global burning crisis, emissions must fall by 100% before too long. That makes the question of reliability more urgent than ever. Because wind and sunlight are fickle, utilities have used dirtier backup sources like coal and natural gas. If we want to eventually get all our energy, or a large majority of it, from renewable resources, or renewable sources, rather, something has to change. And as even Bill Gates told the Atlantic magazine in fucking November of 2016, we need an energy miracle. Gates was even then investing billions of US dollars in schemes that sounded like they were out of an Isaac Asimov novel. Batteries the size of swimming pools to store renewable power, technologies that used sunlight to produce liquid fuel. But over the couple of years preceding that last year of Obama's administration, researchers came across another potential solution. One that seems almost too simple. The wind is usually blowing somewhere, and the sun is usually shining somewhere. If we could just connect the whole country to a special grid that would let utilities tap into those resources anytime, wouldn't that get rid of, or at least lessen, the reliability problem? Now, at that time, the most outstanding high-profile paper making this argument, which was published in January of the 2016 year in our Lord, that I managed to get my hands on, was authored by researchers at the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or the oceanic or aquatic version of NASA, and the University of Colorado at Boulder. Christopher Clack and colleagues built a model to predict the long-term costs of putting all kinds of energy into the electrical system. And when they imposed a constraint on their model that it couldn't use any coal, they found that the cheapest option involved a grid of transmission lines that could carry solar and wind energy, solar and wind, from almost any part of the country to anywhere else. Other technologies, perhaps Gates's imagined miracle, would still be required to get rid of carbon-emitting fuels altogether, but the new grid would get us quite far, reducing emissions from power plants by up to 80% within 15 years, and thereby, had we realized this plan, hitting Barack Obama's mark. And this conclusion, as Christopher Clack and his colleagues concluded, appeared to surprise some energy researchers. Sending wind or solar energy long distances inevitably involves the loss of some power during transmission, and the alternating current, or AC, lines that connect most of the United States are less efficient for long-distance transmission than direct current, or DC, lines. So, the paper's hypothetical grid would use DC instead of AC. And until recently, Big investments in high-voltage DC lines have been rare, in part due to the cost of the technology required at substations to render the power usable. But the model found that if you built a nationwide grid, economies of scale would emerge. In short, the benefits of having long, efficient lines outweigh the cost of power conversion. And, as Clack himself concluded, people assumed that storage was the key, or that nuclear was the key, which we just found out wasn't, with this snapstorm freezing up the nukes in Texas. Clack said, and now I think there's more of a recognition that you can actually get quite a long way today, just by changing how renewable energy moves around. So this hypothetical grid recalls the interstate highway system, championed by President Dwight D. Eisenhower in the 1950s. Back then, when the United States was connected haphazardly with narrow roads built by state and local governments, Eisenhower predicted that cars would soon become ubiquitous, so he signed a law authorizing funds for an ambitious expansion of our nation's highways, an approach that turned out to be quite prescient. Clack's vision is the post-industrial parallel to the interstate superhighways. So why don't we invest in a new grid for power transmission, like Eisenhower did for automotive travel? The answer reveals a lot about how the United States has changed since Eisenhower's time, politically and otherwise. The creation of a grid like Christopher Clack's would most plausibly result from federal legislation. The Department of Energy would likely be tasked with studying how the grid might be built, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission with deciding where to put the lines. A bidding process would probably ensue, with developers vying to build portions of the grid whose cost they'd expect to recoup, likely by charging utilities a fee, which the utilities would in turn pass on to their customers. It's not hard to see the challenges emerge one by one when you consider this scenario. So, the for all too long Republican-led Congress evinced zero interest in big infrastructure projects. The lines might be opposed in states whose economies and politicians depend on coal and natural gas companies, like Texas. And even those states that support renewable power tend to favor its production within their own borders. Local utilities resist being told what to do by the federal government. But suppose for a minute that the government and the utilities found a way to agree that a national grid must be built. Even then, developers would face opposition from landowners who wouldn't want their property bisected or their views obstructed by unsightly power lines. Anjan Bose, an expert in the engineering of power systems, who teaches at Washington State University and has advised the Department of Energy, and is, of course, a relation to Sirhan Chandra Bose, or Subhas Chandra Bose, as our man, Mr. I'm forgetting his name. Native American of Canada always reminds me. I keep saying Sirhan when I should say Subhas. Subhas Chandra Bose was the man who was the Asian Indian leader of the Free Asian Indian Army that fought on the side of the Axis against the Allies, particularly the British Empire, and fought major battles, the equivalent of Stalingrad and Leningrad in India, the battles of Kohima and Impal. His relative, Anjan Bose, is the expert in the engineering of power systems who I sourced and consulted with. So what he has noted is that China and India, and bear in mind this is the man who has advised the U.S. Department of Energy, he's noted that China and India, whose government systems are oriented around central planning, are doing something like what Christopher Clack has been promoting. And they did this decades agone by now. But he sees it as impossible in the United States. And when he heard about Clack's research, when I presented it to him, he told me, my first reaction was, good luck. Now, politics and NIMBYism aside, there's another difference between the United States and those Asian superpowers with 1 billion people each. Energy demand in India and Red China is rising with industrialization. But the United States is losing factories, not gaining them. And energy demand is expected to be nearly flat for years to come. China and India need more transmission lines. But in these United States, where the argument for new lines is largely environmental, the case is much tougher to make. Of course, meeting federal and state regulations will require utilities to use more renewable power, but people seem to be hoping that other technologies, requiring less funding from utilities and their customers, will somehow get us there. Some experts suggest that, given the difficulties of coming up with a national plan, jury-rigging a piecemeal system might be a better bet. Old, worn-out transmission lines, including AC lines, could be upgraded, and a few strategic regional DC lines could be built. But even that would be difficult to do. Clean Line Energy Partners, which is a developer in Houston, has been laboring for years to build 4 interstate DC lines. But these projects have moved glacially slow, in part due to local opposition. Comparing this patchwork approach with Christopher Clack's vision, Michael Skelly, the president of Clean Line, told myself, I think a national grid would be far better. He feels that with the federal government's weight behind a national plan, companies like his might encounter less local opposition, or could at least better appeal to federal authorities to help them fight it. And so the search for a miracle continues. In Tallahassee, Florida, the manager of integrated planning for the city's electric system at that time during the Obama administration, when I was looking into all of this, David Byrne, told myself that for decades his city had relied almost entirely on natural gas. But the expected emission regulations and demand from residents recently, well, at that time, persuaded Barron and his colleagues to invest in renewable resources, or rather, renewable sources. And they were then building a solar farm, Tallahassee's first, as a matter of fact, on the municipal airport's land. That was slated to produce only about 2% of the city's energy, of course, and Barron expected that it could be tough to find land cheap enough to meaningfully increase that figure using sunshine alone. So Barron was looking for wind too. The problem being that in Florida, there just isn't much of it. The wind doesn't blow very, very hard down there. And some time ago, Tallahassee signed a memorandum of understanding with Clean Line to transmit wind power from rural Oklahoma. And that line then received important support from the Department of Energy, but it still had to overcome some hurdles before Clean Line could even break ground, with Byrne himself pointing out that the energy resources that we would like to have seem to be located in places where people really don't live. As long as private regional projects keep getting stymied, and as long as Christopher Clack's vision for a national system remains hypothetical, that will continue to be true. So, your solution lies in going national. And, of course, we have to do this because there is no new normal weather. Wild winter weather, of the kind we are used to in much of the country, has hit the South with crippling storms and record-breaking low temperatures. The power grid in several states has been unreliable, leaving millions of people in Texas especially, but as well in other Midwestern states, without heat or light or any connection to news and emergency warnings. It was colder this week last in Kansas City, Missouri, than in Fairbanks, Alaska. Seems weird to say it in the middle of a cold snap, but we are all feeling and seeing it. Extreme weather. Now, I happen to love reading about developments in science, just as Jameson Reese does. And right now, there's a fascinating debate going on among climate scientists about how exactly global burning causes freezing. In a nutshell, Arctic warming, which is hitting new records, is weakening the jet stream. That's the air current that, circles the northern part of our globe. That jet stream normally keeps those freezing polar temperatures up there at the North Pole. But when that jet stream is weaker, the cold air begins to seep down into the southern states. So we get periods of stalled, low temperatures. All of this will continue to be studied, of course. But meantime, it feels as if the only thing we can count on is that there is no new normal. No normal winter, no normal summer weather, no normal weather patterns, which maketh life hell for farmers. Droughts are more prolonged, wildfires more intense, heat waves more severe, cold snaps more disastrous. All of it puts an enormous stress on every part of our infrastructure, from the roads we drive on to the utilities we rely on for our power. Of course, it is the poorest people who are hit the hardest, without access to backup generators, residing in poorly insulated buildings, with fragile access to clean water, much less broadband. We can expect more chaos. We need to be prepared for it. We will all be paying a high price for the years of denial and obstruction by the fossil fucking fuel industry. Let's stop the Texas-style hot air about how renewable wind energy was to blame for blackouts. Norway, anyone? Denmark? Motherless fucking Russia? Antarctica! Wind works just fine. Let's focus instead on getting the grid ready for the challenges ahead. A national fucking grid. We know what to do. We have the technology and the brains. We need the will to postmodernize. Push our lawmakers to pass bills to amp up the grid with 100% clean energy and build out the infrastructure we need to power the electric cars, trucks, and buses that don't spew filth and dangerous pollution into the air. get a strong EPA, an Environmental Protections Agency, back to work protecting us and cleaning up our air and water. The first step in this complex and urgent chain of events is confirming a leader at the EPA who understands that the climate crisis demands immediate action, that we must make its decisions based on the best available science, and that we must pursue environmental justice as a priority, not an afterthought. Now, that leader just may well be Michael Reagan. Surname spelled R-E-G-A-N, not with E-A in it. That would make him a relative of Ronald. And his nomination for EPA administrator, may come as to the floor of the Senate for a vote as early as next week, if I've got my memory of this correct, if I'm not conflating it with something else. We can do this, but each and every one of us will have to do their part. And in the meantime, stay warm and safe. Now, it was brought to my attention, Crystal River said this privately, but I don't think she'd mind my sharing it. She said, "Thank God we don't have electric cars. How would we have stayed warm during the time there was no heat?" Because they were reliant on the cars, which I said reminded me of a mass suicide when everybody's getting into the car and turning the engine on to stay warm. That's a risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, which was the disaster within the disaster that caused so many collateral deaths all over Texas. And the reality is, if you had electric cars, that's what would have heated your home. This is what they do in Japan when they have earthquakes. They just jack the house's power system into the electric car. And the electric car has enough juice in the battery, if you've kept it, recharged, to power the house. It's just like your car that runs on fossil fuel. If you didn't fill up the tank, then, well, you're fucked. Which is what Jameson Reese is saying. Let's have a crude orgy, as in, crude oil. Is saying, gosh, by Crystal's logic, we should all bathe in boiling oil. That's a little harsh. By the way, I'm using Crystal here because I love her dearly. I want her to be safe. Hell, I've gone out of my way to help her and promote the fact that she needed help. And we've got guys who responded, from Sammy Romero to, our man, Mr. What's his name again? Pac-One Morales. I'm sorry. Both of these wonderful Latin American men have been angels to Crystal River. And, I've helped made them aware of the situation, so they responded. We're all a large family. And for God's sake, understand that I'm saying all this because I care. And so this is not an attack. It's quite the opposite. And so Jameson Reese is saying he's offering a constructive challenge out of love. And he means it. He's sincere. We're in a situation where, honestly, people have been, she's been exposed to propaganda. She's been indoctrinated to believe these fossil fuel fuckers. And the reality is, it is the alternative energies, the renewable energies, that will prevent her and everyone else in Texas from ever suffering like this again. So we need a national grid based on electric cars so that when this does happen and parts of the grid break down, you would have that backup from other parts of the grid. And beyond that, you would have your car as the ultimate backup to jack into your home to power it with, just like they do in Japan whenever there's an earthquake and they're waiting for repairs. And as Jameson Reese says, propaganda appeals to the cynic. He's been there. And this is what we're dealing with here. Everybody's a cynic in this day and age. And that's not helping. So I definitely want everyone to look at what I'm saying as your Vulcan intervention. And in the last few minutes that we have, we've got about 40 minutes here, because I always want to end a little before we reach that 12-hour mark. I think I've offered you the solution you need. We just need to make it happen. And if we don't, we're all going to pay the price. This isn't just Arctic warming. The term is Arctic burning. And that's going to lead to the collapse of the jet streams and all the cold spilling out from Santa Claus's North Pole to turn our world into a winter wonderland all year round. That's a weather war zone. And God, for those of you who think that we have the power to make weird weather, oh, it's up there, but not at this level. This is God level weird weather. This is something only Mother Nature can do in retaliation for your having, and that's not personal to anyone out there, for all humanity having fucked her up the ass. So, the other counter to this, aside from the technical, the national infrastructure, is a response to toxic individualism. More on that probably in a near future episode. We've got this bizarre kind of gray zone I'm in right now. We've got some time left. I guess I can go into some solutions. I mean, basically, our man, I'm wondering whether to read that letter, and kind of, which is just more bitching about Texas, what they're going through, but it's very cogent insights in what the Texans are going through. Or whether I should go into, say for instance, one of the sources. I guess I'll go into the source for some of our problems that we're dealing with. Basically, there's one book that explains everything that was wrong with America throughout 2020. And this was a book titled The Secret. Not the one I was talking about that was the novel that had the swastika on the cover. This one may as well have had a satanic pentagram on its cover. Jameson Reese says that's the one benefit of optimism. Cynicism isolates. And let me finish reading his comment here. Cynicism isolates, fueling defensive individualism. Thank you. So did this book. Now, our man Jameson Reese, who just made that observation, he was talking about powerful grimoires that impact the world around you. Let me tell you about a satanic grimoire that brought us to this point. In fact, it happened twice. A few years back, a friend told me a story about how her uncle spilled scalding hot coffee all over his wife because he refused to use cup holders while driving. He preferred to perch his travel mug on the dashboard instead, insisting it was safer. Each time the laws of physics proved otherwise, he blamed the outcome on her negative attitude, that of his wife. If she would just stop doubting him and believe, he said, then everything would be fine. Now, my friend's uncle was practicing a watered-down version of what Rhonda Byrne calls the law of attraction. The principle that you can manifest whatever reality you want as long as you keep a positive mindset and whisper little aphorisms to yourself. This is magical thinking. In her best-selling book entitled The Secret, very different from the novel whose author I don't even remember that had the big golden swastika on the cover, this is supposedly nonfiction. It is occultism disguised as psychobabble pop, which almost everyone on the planet has heard about by now thanks to Oprah Winfrey. And as Jameson Reese said, if that shit worked, no one would practice sorcery, laughing my ass off. Now, Rhonda Byrne, through Oprah Winfrey as her bulldog mouthpiece, has indoctrinated us all into thinking that a positive attitude can keep you from getting sick or growing old. You can literally daydream riches into being. And she's not embellishing. This is what she says over and over again on almost every fucking page in this evil spell book. And sadly, it's not an especially new idea. You can trace this kind of thinking back to the first American self-help spell books that began popping up in the 1920s and 30s. And yes, Bruce Lipton does come to mind to extent. Now, one of those authors, the original, Norman Vincent Peale, left an unforgettable imprint on American culture with his best-selling book entitled The Power of Positive Thinking. It just so happens that Peale was also the key influence on Donald John Trump, who has practiced the law of attraction his entire life. You see, it works pretty well if you're already fucking rich. And as we've seen, it doesn't work so well on pandemics. And yet, this is exactly what almost half our fucking country has been preaching the last, well, year, throughout 2020. Even my next door neighbor keeps dropping by, sans mask, offering to sell me some COVID-19 miracle cure he first heard about on an Alex Jones-style podcast somewhere. Yeah, I never liked him. Now, if you're looking for the precise logic that explains why these people won't wear masks or take a vaccine, or why they keep drinking bleach and hawking toxic flower extracts, take a look at that book, The Secret. You'll see. The people who live by that book are exactly like my friend's uncle. It doesn't matter how many times reality proves them wrong. They'll cling to their beliefs. As Lipton says, the biology of belief. And as Trump himself told Chris Wallace, eventually I'll be right. All he has to do is keep saying the virus will disappear like magic, and one day it will. Never mind how many millions of people it kills first. You can't overstate the impact of The Secret on American culture as promoted by Oprah Winfrey. With over 30 million copies sold, it's widely regarded as one of the top best-selling books of the century, far outpacing, or at least keeping pace with, Dianetics. The authoress has appeared on just about every talk show you can name, with Oprah as the primary culprit in acting as her conduit. Time magazine even dubbed her one of the 100 most influential people in the world. So yeah, people listen to this cunt. You know they say a man thinks with his dick? This is a bitch who's talking through the wrong pair of lips. She's talking out of her cunt. It goes even deeper than that, though, which I'm sure is pretty deep. The Secret didn't just suddenly convince millions of people to stake their lives on pet medicine and hope for the best. It gave them a special form of permission to do what they've always done. Well, pray for something, and then feel entitled to it. People have always prayed, but this book makes it so that you're cutting a deal, and that you should feel gypped when it doesn't pan out. There's absolutely nothing in The Secret about being kind toward other people, listening to different opinions, looking at the evidence, or considering for a single minute that what you want is actually impossible. It says nothing about sharing either. The Secret is all about gimme, gimme, gimme. It's all about pseudoscience and miracle cures. But don't take my word for it. Here are the authoress's exact words, talking through her cunt pair lips, when it comes to matters of your physical health. Don't listen to the doctors. Instead, well, let me read it here. You cannot catch, with quotation marks, you cannot catch anything unless you think you can. And thinking you can is inviting it to you with your thought. You are also inviting illness if you are listening to people talking about their illness. When you give all of your thought to something, you are asking for it. Change the conversation to good things, if you can, or be on your way. Illness cannot exist in a body that has harmonious thoughts. That's the secret. And that's not all. This evil spell book, this postmodern grimoire, goes on to explain the cause of illness itself. Yes, Jameson Reese has agreed this book has more destructive potential than even the horrors Aquino himself ushered in. Too true. So in this book, it says, see, that actual medical conditions don't even exist. Everything that's bad in the real world, from cancer to heart disease, results from our minds. It's all right here. I'm reading from the book again. I dread to turn its pages. Just as H.P. Lovecraft warned that there are books out there that will drive you mad, this is one of those books. Reading therefrom, imperfect thoughts are the cause of all humanity's illness, including disease, poverty, and unhappiness. You can think your way to the perfect state of health, the perfect body, the perfect weight, and eternal youth. That's the secret. So according to the secret, you cannot catch a deadly virus unless you want to. You cannot get cancer or ever have a heart attack unless you want to. You can never grow old and never need Medicare unless you want to. So that's it. We don't need universal coverage. We just need happy thoughts. This is what millions of Americans want to believe. The Secret isn't the only book to affirm this brand of wishful thinking. Look at Dr. Oz, who actually appears on Fox News now as a medical expert. The former Oprah Winfrey puppy dog, he's the guy who says drinking bone broth and squirting green tea up your nose will keep you young and healthy forever. Yeah, there you go. As Jameson Reese says, no one caught the imperfect thought, as if thought could ever be perfect unless you're God. Now, the problem isn't with alternative medicine, which we know works on some level. It's that Americans want something to save them from death itself. It can't be something simple, approved by the FDA, our United States Food and Drug Administration. It has to be something that sounds weird and mystical. It has to be something spurned by the establishment, outside the mainstream. It has to feel like a secret. Americans have a bizarre attitude toward intelligence. Large swaths of our society desperately want to be seen as brilliant, but not if it means accepting evolution or actually understanding math. No, a large portion of Americans are fundamentally interested in the illusion of intelligence, not the real thing. They want to project genius. It's all right here. I've got the secret. And opening its lurid cover and turning its pages, it reads, "You are a cosmic being. You are all power. You are all wisdom. You are all intelligence. You are a genius beyond description, so start telling yourself that." The words of the secret. That sounds like something Trump would tweet, doesn't it? Something only a monomegalomaniac with a god complex would conceive. This cunt, this fucking bitch from hell itself, the whore of Babylon in body, Rhonda Byrne, is a witch of the cult of the kings of Edom. This is someone who tells you that you are God, that you can attain your own apotheosis. This is what resonates with all too many Americans. They don't want someone to demonstrate intelligence or show it through their actions. They only respond to someone with enough toxic confidence to come right out and declare themselves an unparalleled genius. And unfortunately, it gets unbelievably even worse. This same group all secretly believes they're a genius beyond all comparison, special in some way. Maybe they're a psychic, or they can communicate with the dead, or see the future. It's especially comforting when you find a book that affirms what you always suspected. Millions of Americans fell in love with The Secret for good reason. It gave them permission to stop listening to other people's problems. It gave them license to call themselves geniuses and to spend all their time and energy on trying to manifest their selfish, personal desires instead of doing the hard, thankless work it takes to actually improve the world. You don't even have to read The Secret to be exposed to all this toxic logic. All you have to do now is listen to a spin-off version of it on some podcast, or read about it on some blog, or listen to your neighbor for a few minutes. The law of attraction has become so fundamentally ingrained in our culture now, we can't get half of Americans to wear a simple fucking mask. We can't get them to stop throwing house parties. We can't get half our leaders to make a rational decision until it's far too late, and then they still go for the half measure, passing it off as optimism. We can't get half of Americans to concede for even a moment that they're not invincible and that their actions have permanent consequences for other people. Everyone's just supposed to think and wish and daydream their way to their own mansion in the East Hamptons. This is why so many Americans will never alter their behavior for any reason, whether it's a virus or climate change. It's why they won't vote. It's why they're so smug when they tell you to calm down and relax. They've been so brainwashed into thinking that the best and only way to change their reality is to ignore it. They see empathy and social responsibility as antithetical to their own personal happiness and self-worth. They're allergic to compassion. That's what the secret teaches. And it's a lesson too many Americans are happy to pass on to their kids. Let's hope and pray 2020 finally opened enough eyes. Let's hope it convinced some people to start using their cup holders again. That is one of the problems that we're dealing with. This is the ultimate ideology of Satanism, of Ayn Rand objectivism, taken beyond what Aquino could conceive. This is the enemy I'm describing. We've got to pull ourselves out of ourselves and see ourselves as part of a greater whole. The idea of that one lady whose name is public and said what she said publicly, so I can read what she said without attacking her, Deborah Arlish Solis, talking about surviving out in homeless conditions for a year and how everyone should do it. That's quite the accomplishment, and she went far beyond many of the lunatics whose paradigm I'm articulating. But that doesn't mean that will serve the rest of us. We cannot go anywhere by all camping out and reveling in homelessness. That would be the death of all hope for humanity. By the way, WTF is with us in the chat room. And Mr. What the Fuck says, "Good evening, Douglas and all. Smoked my good shit. And now laying in bed listening to my favorite Truth at All Costs presentation by Mr. Douglas D. Dietrich." Thank you, sir. And Bizarre HD, who is, of course, our man George the Knight, says, "Just tuned in, Douglas," with some hand claps there. Thank you, sir. And that having been said, I suppose I could clear out a bit early tonight. You know, I actually gave myself a headache just concentrating on this level of stupidity. It makes my head hurt. Honestly, because my brain cannot wrap itself around this level of auto-destructive insanity that I'm confronted with on a daily basis. So instead, I'll turn towards reminding all of you that I do have a GoFundMe campaign that serves as an experiment in futility. And of course, there are people who have helped with it, and very grateful for all of them. I ask all of you now to join in that cause. My GoFundMe campaign is based upon the fact that I do need and must change my current YouTube recording studio setting, as in the computer, the headset, and recording devices, lighting fixtures, soundproofing my room, so on and so forth. And reading from the text established by the wonderful, the precious grandmother Selena Kun. I'll, as I always have fun with it, read what she says and paraphrase. She says, presenting 2 nights a week live transmission to you, all my personal lovers out there, which is a interesting term to use, one that I don't find, unworthy. She says, oh God, from my city to all around the world is the only life that I have, which of course I always say, God forbid, and you are all my true motivation for my work. I would be no one without all of you by my side, from the closest to the farthest. However many years of use, all my studio equipment is beyond obsolete now. Therefore, I have created this GoFundMe fundraising account for donations to update my studio, and this campaign has a time limitation. In my case, my GoFundMe campaign, entitled Urgent Contribution, will expire in March of 2021. Well, next month. At this point, I urge everyone, please become a contributing member of my mission, my work that I do as a public informant to bring truth to this world, to those who are seeking truth. Again, to everyone, I am in dire need of studio equipment. Please contribute. Donate between now and March. My blessings be unto all. And of course, I can follow that up, but there's really no need to. Rather, I think it's important to emphasize that the Wednesday on which I transmitted midweek last was in the middle of all of my Asian Lunar New Year festivities. And as I said, if it were not for the pandemic, I would have no time to do what I have been doing. As a matter of fact, I might not even be transmitting if there hadn't been a pandemic that provided me the time to do this, because so much of my social obligations otherwise would involve appearing in various public festivities, which simply are not ongoing this year because of the plague. And as a result, I am here for you. And as a result, I was able to help Crystal during her time of need. This all works out in one way or another. But one of the things that comes to mind is that I was unable to celebrate to any great degree like I normally do, or acknowledge Ash Wednesday. Now, by the way, I do that out of respect for my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who, like all Roman Catholics, received a fourth name on baptism, which, of course, is pretty neat. Catholics get that, and many Protestants don't have that, the four names. And so with George Joseph Henry Dietrich, his baptismal name, being thrown in there with his middle and his first and surname, he taught me to respect Ash Wednesday, which, by the way, as someone who converted to the Eastern Orthodox Christianity, the Eastern Christian Church, the churches of Byzantium, or Greek Orthodox Rite, they don't have Ash Wednesday. There's no Ash Wednesday within the Orthodox Church. So I've always honored that out of respect to my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, who was a Roman Catholic. And so, you know, there you have that. As certain Protestant religions also honor the Ash Wednesday with the mark of ash, but I did wear a mark upon my forehead. So, you know, I'll talk to Selena about certain details concerning, anyhow, I asked her to do something about my promotional banners in terms of the text, and I'll get back to her about that. But I was, it was something I wish I had emphasized more this Wednesday, but it was unusual for Ash Wednesday to fall in the middle of Asian Lunar New Year. Next year, for instance, Ash Wednesday will be in March, and Asian Lunar New Year will be over by the time Ash Wednesday rolls around, so I'll be able to acknowledge it even more so than I did this time, with the Mark of Ash, of course, stylistically represented Asian-styled in my promotional banner that was published on Wednesday of midweek last. So just wanted to get that out there, and hopefully people will understand that. Now, there are Orthodox Christians who are part of what's called the Western Rite tradition that do celebrate Ash Wednesday. So perhaps I can provide you a bit of theological education there in terms of church history. It's something, of course, that is, I think, important, because that's I always emphasize the fact that Christianity is important. It's certainly important to myself, and it's important to myself to emphasize that the vampires of Eurasia are nigh exclusively Christian. It's simply the way things have worked out, including those that are in China, which, of course, were the same people in terms of their lineage that traveled to Israel, Palestine at the time of Christ, to basically consecrate him as the Lord and Savior, the King of Kings, the Magi, the sage kings out of China. Now, Orthodox Ash Wednesday, that's something that I would probably fall into in terms of practice. It's a religious observance for Western Rite Orthodox Christians, as they would call us. And in general, the Eastern Orthodox churches, known as Greek Orthodox in America, as I said, they don't celebrate Ash Wednesday, but the exception is the Orthodox Christians who follow the Western Rite. And so the day is celebrated the same as Western Ash Wednesday, but on a different date that is 46 days before Orthodox Pascha. And the same significance is given to this date. The ashes signify the fragile and humble human condition in front of God. So the Orthodox Great Lent period begins with what's called Clean Monday, and most Orthodox Christians follow the Byzantine rite of liturgies that has dominated the Orthodox celebrations since the 13th century. From the end of the 19th century, there were many Western churches that converted to Orthodoxy, but wanted to keep their ways of worship through the Roman Western Rite, and so was born the Western Rite Orthodox churches. Even though Orthodox, the Western Rite churches celebrate Ash Wednesday, following the customs and traditions of Western Christians. And like these, Ash Wednesday is the first day of the Great Lent period before Easter. So Ash Wednesday comes from Roman times and is known to be celebrated as early as the 5th century. It was called Dies Cinarum, the Day of Ashes. And well before the celebrations of Ash Wednesday were institutionalized by the Catholic Church, there were many penitents that, in sign of repentance and penance, would cover themselves with ashes and seek forgiveness from God for their sins. And since Ash Wednesday is the first day of Lent, the season privileged for repentance, it was decided to be marked by a proper ritual during Mass. So it starts before the Mass, when the priest blesses the ashes, which are kept from the palms used from the previous year on Palm Sunday. And those ashes are blessed with holy water and incense. And this creates a kind of paste that then is used to make the sign of the cross upon the forehead of all those attending Mass and who approach the altar to be ashed. The priest will repeat these words as he places the ashes, those words being, "Remember, man, that you are dust, and unto dust you shall return. Now, of course, I've received questions in the past about how it came to be that there's this complete misunderstanding based upon what I've exposed, the fact that vampires are almost exclusively Christian. Why would there be such a miscomprehension that vampires fear the cross? And this was something that people never understood about the guardianship of Dracula, the lord of all vampires, who was known to have become a vampire on his death because he was excommunicated. Vladislav Dracula was like myself, someone who bridges East and West. When Byzantium fell, Vladislav Dracula needed financial support to launch a crusade to retake not only his homeland of Wallachia, which is, of course, an integral part, the core of Romania today, but to retake Byzantium itself. And so he had to convert to Roman Catholicism so that he could get the military materials as well as the financial sponsorship from the First Reich of the Holy Roman Empire. And he thus became a Knight of the Reich. And as a Knight of the Reich, was hailed by the Pope of the Roman Catholic Church of the West as the athlete of Christ in his day, and was therefore universally hated because of envy. Because he had converted to Catholicism, the Eastern Church of Byzantium excommunicated him, and therefore he was cursed to become a vampire on his death. That was the belief. And the belief in Romania was that he is cursed to guard Christendom, and therefore was oft-time perceived to appear at various critical road sites, such as was portrayed in the movie 300, the hot gates where none could pass so long as the guard stood strong. At places such as that, Dracula or the spirit of Dracula would appear, and because no Muslim or Jew or heathen would ever make the sign of the cross, he confronted those who would pass, and those who made the sign of the cross, he allowed passage unto. The cross is not a ward against Dracula. It is a pass that confirms to him that you are Christian and under his protection, as he is condemned to protect all Christendom, East and West, in his undeath. How propaganda has poisoned your mind to think